Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story. Book 1. Dark Roads. 1. Elena stepped from the cave, pushing aside the leather hanging that kept the warmth of the mountain folks' morning fires snug within the cavern. Even though spring was already a moon old, here among the peaks the early morning hours were still laced with whispers of ice from the mountaintops. Free of the caves, the air smelled crisp, scented with pine and highland poppy, and this morning, a breath of warmth even hinted at the summer to come. A sigh on her lips, Elena shook back the hood of her green woolen jacket and raised her eyes toward the mountains. Still tipped with heavy snow, they seemed to lean over her as if threatening to topple, and the roars from 100 waterfalls echoed through the valley from the torrents of snowmelt. After a long winter, where both water and time itself had seemed frozen forever, the spring thaw was like a new birth. Smiling, she took a step forward, but, as if to remind her that winter had not yet completely given up its grasp on the highlands, her heel slipped on a patch of black ice. She cartwheeled her arms to no avail and landed on her backside upon the rocky trail. Behind her, Elena heard the rasp of leather on stone as Errol pushed aside the cavern's apron to join her. "Girl, we can't have you breaking your neck before we even leave the teeth." He reached a hand to help her up. "Are you hurt?" "No, I'm fine." With her face burning hot enough to thaw the ice under her rump, Elena ignored his hand and struggled to her feet on her own. "I didn't see." "I slipped," she sighed and turned away from his stern expression. Under black brows, his gray eyes always seemed to be weighing her, judging her every action. And why was it that he only seemed to acknowledge her when she was burning a finger on a flame or snagging a toe on an unseen rocky outcropping? She wiped a palm over her gray trousers, searching for her dignity but finding only a sodden spot on her backside. "The others have been waiting a long time," he said as he slid past her, leading the way up the 300 steps toward the pass where the rest of the party had gathered. "Even the wolf should be back by now." Fardale, in his wolf form, had left at daybreak to survey the trails that led to the distant valleys. Meanwhile, Nalan and Marek had been assigned to tack the horses and ready the wagon, while Tolchuk and Mogwid hauled and inventoried their supplies. Only Kral still remained below, saying his final farewells to his mountain clan. "If we hope to clear the pass by nightfall," Errol said as he climbed, "we must be off quickly. So keep your eyes on the stairs, rather than on the clouds." As if mocking his warning, a patch of ice betrayed Errol's own feet. His one arm shot out, and he had to hop 2 steps to keep his balance. Afterward, as he glanced back at her, his face was a shade darker than before. "I'll make sure I watch where I'm going," Elena said, her eyes bowed meekly, but she couldn't keep a grin from her lips. Errol grumbled something under his breath and continued forward. They managed the remainder of the stairs with care, each in a cocoon of silence. Elena, though, imagined both their minds dwelt on the same worry, the journey ahead, the long trek across the many lands of Alassi to the lost city of Aloa Glen. Somewhere in the sunken city lay the blood diary, hidden there by Errol centuries ago, a tome prophesied to contain the key to saving their lands from the black corruption of the Golgotha Lord. But could they reach it, a band of travelers from different lands, each with his own reasons for pursuing this journey? With much of the last several weeks spent plotting, planning, and outfitting the band of travelers, a mixture of relief at finally being underway and dread at leaving the security of the frozen passes swirled in each member's breast. A heavy silence, like now, hung around the shoulders of everyone, except for "Ho!" The call from behind them stopped both Errol and Elena near the head of the trail. Elena twisted around to see Kral squeeze his huge frame through what now seemed a tiny opening in the granite cliff face far below. He waved an arm the size of a tree trunk at them, his voice rolling like a boulder through the canyon. "Hold up there. I'll join you." With his back bent under a heavy pack, he bounded up the steps, taking 3 stairs with every stride. Elena held her breath and winced. She was amazed that more of the mountain folk didn't break their necks upon the icy trail. But Kral seemed hardly to notice the slick stairs, his feet finding firm purchase with each step. Was it just luck or skill, she wondered, that kept the huge man from a deadly fall? He soon drew abreast of them. "It's a good day to be off," he said, not even winded by the thin mountain air. He seemed to be the only member of the party to have no doubts about their journey. While the others had grown more silent with the approaching day of departure, Kral had swelled with nervous energy, anxious to leave. He was always rechecking their supplies, honing weapons, trimming the horses' hooves, measuring the ice melt, or satisfying some other need for their departure. Noting Kral's wide-toothed grin as he joined them on the stair, Elena asked the question that had been nagging her. "You don't seem at all bothered to abandon your home. Aren't you a little sad to leave?" Kral rubbed a hand through his thick black beard while his expression softened to amusement. "Spring is the usual time of our scattering. With the winter passes now open, our people split into separate fires and hike the trading routes. The clan will not unite again until the end of autumn. In truth, we call no place home. As long as there is rock under our boots and a heart in our chest, we are home." He nodded them forward to the head of the trail. Erril refused to move, though. "Kral, you speak the truth, as all your people do, but you leave much unsaid." From his higher vantage on the hewn stairs, Erril stared the mountain man straight in the eyes. "I suspect I know better what spurs your hurried desire to depart." "And what might that be, man of the plains?" Kral's eyes narrowed slightly, the amusement on his lips fading to a hard line. "When we first met back in Winterfell's Inn, you mentioned a prophecy of doom heralded by my reappearance among your tribe." Kral's gaze darted away, he seemed to study the cracked ice on the stair. "It's not the journey ahead that excites your heart," Erril continued, "but simply relief that I am leaving your people and your clan yet survives." "You shame me with your words," Kral mumbled to the cold stone. "I don't mean to. That's not why I stopped you here." "Then why?" he asked sourly. "To thank you." Erril took a step closer and reached up to grasp the man's shoulder as Kral's eyes grew wide. "I've already thanked you for sheltering us and healing me of the goblin's poison, but I never thanked you for the risk your tribe took in taking me in. You knew the prophecy, yet took me into your home." "You owe us no thanks," Kral said, stumbling with his tongue. "We could do no other. We are bound to the rock and will not shirk our duty, or its burden of prophecy. Still I owe you a debt, friend." Erril squeezed Kral's shoulder a final time, then turned around to lead the way up to the Pass of Spirits. "And we of the plains, too, know something of honor." Elena followed Erril, but not before noting the shine of respect in the mountain man's eyes. As they continued higher, toward the pass, Erril began to limp slightly on his right leg, the climb obviously worrying the bone struck with the goblin's knife last autumn. The dagger's poison had wasted the standy plainsman to a hollow figure. Though he had quickly regained his muscle and form afterward, echoes of his injuries still persisted, especially with exertion. And Erril wasn't the only member of the party bearing scars. Each member carried wounds, not all of them visible, from their first confrontation with the Dark Lord. And who knew what other battles were yet to be fought before the party reached the Lost City? Erril reached the top of the trail and stopped. His eyes were toward the open pass. "I still think the plan is foolhardy," he mumbled. Elena and Kral joined him. The Pass of Spirits spread in meadows and gentle slopes away from them. Here spring had truly reached the highlands. Blooming crocuses spread in splashes of blues and whites, and at the edges of the pass, some flowers were even pushing right out of patches of persistent snow, as if spring itself were trying to shake its shoulders free of winter's mantle. Besides the flowers, the pass teemed with life. At the fringes of budding birch trees, the spotted red flanks of a family of deer could be seen, slowly working up the pass. Overhead a circling hawk screeched and dove into the green sea of meadowgrass, then sprang back out, something small and furred wriggling in its talons. Erril's eyes obviously saw none of this. "Look at that wagon," he said. "It looks like a cheap tavern whore, painted and draped in bells to attract every eye and ear." Near a small creek that murmured among mossy boulders, Elena spotted the herd of tethered horses grazing by a large covered wagon. The wagon's wooden sides were painted a burnt orange, and its canvas covering, stretched taut over a frame of bent maple saplings, had been stained dark blue with hand-stenciled white stars. Cowbells ringed its flanks, each painted a different color. "I sort of like it," Kral said beside her. Scowling, Erril marched toward the milling horses and people waiting nearby. "I should have just taken Elena by myself. Then we would not have needed this foolishness. It's been long decided." "We all cast our stones," Kral said. "Besides the elven Merrick, who wanted to abandon the entire journey, you were the only one who wanted to split up the group. We are too many. A smaller party could move more swiftly and attract fewer eyes." "Perhaps, but if you should attract an enemy's eyes, you'll need the strengths and skills of all to keep the girl from the Black Heart's grasp. It is not just brigands and thieves we must protect her against." "I've heard the arguments." Elena had to half-run to keep up with the bigger men. She spoke between gulps of air. "Uncle Bull warned us that we must stay together." "I know, Elena," Erril said, slowing slightly to allow her to keep abreast of him. "I don't mean to disparage your uncle. He was a brave man. But the portents he attempted to decipher are tricky to interpret with accuracy. He might have been mistaken." "He wasn't," she said firmly, and in her heart, she truly did sense the importance of keeping the group intact. Maybe in part because she had already lost her entire family, her parents burned to death by her own hand, her aunt and uncle slain by beasts of the Golgotha, and her brother Joach stolen from her by black magics. So much loss would have been inconsolable without the support of those around her. After 6 moons together, this group had become a second family, united not by the blood of birth but the blood of battle, and she did not want to see this family sundered. "We must stay together." "So we will," Erril said, but doubt rang in his voice. "It's a sound plan," Kral argued. He pointed at the gaily painted wagon. "There stands our banner. Disguised as a small circus, one among many plying the warm roads of spring and summer, we will hide in the open. While searching eyes will seek for us along back roads, we will travel open and free, loud and noisy. Not only will this keep furtive eyes from looking too closely at us, it will also earn us coppers and gold to replenish our supplies." "I say it is a sound plan." "Yes," Erril said with sarcasm. "And you mountain folk only speak the truth." Kral harumphed and patted Erril good-naturedly on his shoulder. "Ah. I see your time among the clans has taught you a bit of wisdom." Close to the wagon now, Kral's loud voice drew the attention of the others away from their final preparations. Naylan turned her head from where she had been cinching a saddle atop her own stallion. She raised a hand in greeting, then froze as her eyes settled on Elena. Blinking a few times, she dropped the curry brush she had in her other hand and crossed closer to them. As she approached, Naylan wiped a smudge of mud from her cheek while speaking. "Sweet mother, Erril, what have you done to the poor child?" "Her hair." Elena, suddenly self-conscious, raised a hand to her shorn hair. Where once long auburn curls had draped past her shoulders, now only a coarse crop of hair that barely covered her ears remained. And that hair was no longer auburn, but dyed as black as Erril's own locks. "If we are to hide Elena within this daft circus," Erril said, "what better way than to mask the girl herself? So meet my new son." Yarril watched the others gather around Elena. Amongst the thronging party, Tolchuk's bulk was like a boulder in a stream. Twice the weight of even the huge mountain man, the Ojiri did not crowd too closely, seeming to sense that his massive form still unnerved the much smaller girl. Even though the creature was foul to the eye, with his leathered skin, fanged teeth, and hulking mass, Erril had grown to respect and admire the Ojiri for his calmness and intelligence. It was Tolchuk's quiet words during the oft-heated discussion of their plans that had finally persuaded Erril to their present course. In contrast, dwarfed in the Ojiri's shadow hid the quiet Mogweed. To Erril, the shapeshifter remained a blank slate. The skinny man with mousy hair and nervous movements hardly spoke a word, and when he did, he talked so softly he could hardly be heard. Yet, as little as the Aceleron man revealed through his manner and speech, Erril felt something oily and slippery about him. Even now, as Mogwid studied Elena, darting quick glances from a few paces away, he struck Erril as being like a hungry bird studying a squirming worm. Erril could practically see Mogwid's mind swirling with thoughts and plans he never voiced. Whereas Merrick, dressed in his usual white linen and billowy green pants, never kept his opinions to himself. The tall, silver-haired elven leaned closer to Elena, reaching a narrow finger to raise her chin, but his words flew to Erril. "How dare you touch her? You had no right to mar the beauty of our royal line in such a manner." "It was necessary," Erril answered coldly. "Her disguise might just very well keep that precious royal line of yours still breathing." Merrick released her chin and turned hard eyes on Erril. "And what of her mark?" He pointed to Elena's hand, where shades of ruby whirled in languid swirls. "How do you propose to hide her with Ch's blaze? My son will earn his keep at the circus by hauling and sweeping. And for these chores, he'll need a good pair of work gloves." Erril tapped his belt, from which hung a set of plain leather gloves. "You propose to have elven royalty sweep and handle filth?" Merrick's white skin darkened. "You've already made her a sorry enough figure with your ridiculous shearing." Elena's face had by now flushed to match her ruby hand. Merrick knelt down by the girl. "Listen, Elena, you don't have to do this. You are the last of the Elven King's royal line. In your veins flows the blood of lost dynasties. You must not ignore your birthright." He took her hand. "Give up this foolish quest and return with me to the wind ships and seas of your true home." "The lands of Alasea are my home," she answered, slipping her hand free of his. "I may be descended from some lost king of yours, but I'm also the daughter of these lands, and I won't abandon them to the Gulgothal lord. You are free to leave and return to your home, but I will stay." Merrick stood back up. "You know I can't return, not without you. And my mother, the queen, would not tolerate any harm coming to you. So if you persist in this foolish pursuit, I will be at your side to protect you." Erril tired of this man. "The child is my charge," he finally said, guiding Elena away by the shoulder. "She has no need of your protections, Dot." The wasp-thin elven ran a disdainful eye up and down Erril, then waved an arm around the pass. "Yes, I see how you protect her. Just look at the wagon in which you propose to lead her. You would have her travel like a vagabond." Erril inwardly winced at the words, recognizing his own complaint from earlier. He hated to hear the same sentiment on the elven's lips. "It's not an unsound plan," he mumbled, knowing he was contradicting his previous words. "For centuries, I have traveled the roads myself as a juggler and showman to earn my keep. Its gaudiness will hide one plain girl." "But just look at her hair," Merrick moaned. "Was that necessary?" Before either could speak again, Tolchuk interrupted, his voice a rattle of rocks in his throat. "Hair grows back," the Ojiri said simply. Kral grunted his amusement and turned to Nalan, who stood at the mountain man's side. "Well, it's settled then, lass. With Elena disguised, I guess you'll be the only woman traveling with this troop. Of course, if you feel outnumbered, we could always pop a mummer's wig on the Ojiri and call him Mogwid's sweetheart." The petite Niphi woman swept back her long blonde hair. "I don't think that'll be necessary. Now if you're all done gawking at the poor girl, maybe we can finish hitching the horses and be underway." "Nalan's right," Erril said, turning his back on the elven. "The wet passes will be ice by nightfall, Anne. Look," Elena said, pointing past everyone's shoulders. A huge black tree wolf could be seen at the head of the pass, loping across the meadow toward them, a dark shadow in the grass. "It's about time, Fardale," Mogwid mumbled under his breath. Erril heard the distaste in the man's voice and sensed there was much unspoken between these shape-shifting brothers. The wolf swept up beside Mogwid, his tongue lolling from the side of his mouth. With his amber eyes aglow in the sunlight, Fardale fixed his brother with an intense stare. After several silent breaths, the wolf nodded his head slightly, breaking contact, then crossed to the nearby creek to slake his thirst. "Well?" Crowl asked Mogweed. "What did your dog say?" Before Mogweed could answer, Elena scolded the mountain man in hushed tones. "He's not a dog. You shouldn't call him that. He's just teasing, child," Eril said and joined Crowl at Mogweed's side. "Now what did your brother discover about the condition of the passes?" Mogweed edged away from Eril, deeper into the Ojiri's shadow. "He says many of the ways are blocked by fast and deep waters. Impassable. But the northernmost trail is clear of all but a few swollen streams." Eril nodded. "Good. Then we have an opening to the valley and plains." Except, Mogweed seemed to shrink in on himself. "What is it, man?" "He says that it smells wrong." Elena moved closer to them, a seed of worry growing in her eyes. "What does that mean?" Eril rubbed at a throb that had developed in his temple during the hard climb here. "Yes, what does that mean?" he repeated sourly. Mogweed studied the flowers crushed under his boots. "It's not clear." Something, Mogweed shook his head. Tolchuk shifted his large bulk and cleared his throat. "The wolf speaks in pictures," he attempted to explain further. "The Asiluran half of my blood caught some of Fardale's images, too, a wolf with raised hackles. An empty path that smells of rotten carrion. What do you think that means?" Elena asked in a tiny voice. "He warns that the way may be open, but something struck his wolf senses as false. So he warns caution." In the resulting silence, Fardale trotted over from the creek to sit at Elena's side, nudging her hand with his wet nose. She absently scratched him behind his ear as he squatted on his haunches. So much for not treating Fardale like a dog, Eril thought, but he kept his silence. The intimacy shared between the wolf and the girl seemed to calm the growing unease in her expression, and the youngster needed as much resolve as she could muster for the long journey ahead. "So we go," Eril said. "But we keep our eyes and ears alert." As the others busied themselves with final preparations, Mogweed hung around the far side of the wagon. He had his own preparations. He spotted the bent-backed crone among the small crowd of Crowl's people that had gathered to wave them all off. Nodding his head at the old woman, he slipped into the shade of the wagon. He shuffled 3 coppers in his palm, then returned one to his pocket. 2 should be enough. He listened as the others of his party called orders to one another. "All busy." "Good." Soon, he heard the wheezing breath of the ancient mountain woman as she hobbled toward the lee of the wagon. He bit at his lower lip, hating his dependence on anyone else. But the task he had requested of the old crone was one he could not accomplish alone. He juggled the coins, clinking them together. Luckily, shiny coppers bought other hands to do the work his own could not. The old gray-haired woman, leaning on a crooked branch of polished hickory, lurched into the shade beside Mogweed. She must have once stood taller than Mogweed, but time had bent her back so cruelly that now she had to roll her eyes up to stare Mogweed full in the face. With eyes the color of black granite, she studied Mogweed silently. As sorely as the passage of countless winters had ravaged her body, he sensed a core of ice in her as hard as the eternal snow atop the windswept peaks. Suddenly he regretted his choice of accomplices in this task. Glancing away from her flinty eyes, he cleared his dry throat. "Were you able to get what I asked of you?" She stared, still silent for several heartbeats, then slowly nodded and reached into the folds of her battered fox-fur cloak. "We mountain folk are traders, ain't we?" she replied with a throaty cackle. She pulled out a small satchel made from cured goatskin and began to hold it out to him. But when he reached for it, the old woman pulled it back. "What shall want with this stuff anyways?" she asked. He was prepared for this question. "A keepsake," he said as guilelessly as he could manage. The crone's eyes narrowed with his words. "You're a sly one," she hissed. "Perhaps too sly for your own good. I don't know what you're." She spat at his boots. You stink of lies. Mogwai backed a step. Would the woman expose him? He found his left palm slipping toward the hilt of the dagger at his waist. But your fate is not mine to judge, and a deal is a deal, she said and tossed him the stuffed satchel. The rock will weigh your worth and carve your path. Caught off guard, Mogwai struggled to catch the little bag, fumbling it in his fingers until he pinned it to his chest. Unable to find his tongue, he slipped his other hand, which still palmed 2 coppers, back into his pocket and retrieved the 3rd coin. He sensed he had better be more generous with his payment to this old crone. Offering all the coppers in his open palm, he finally muttered, "For your troubles." The old crone suddenly lashed out with her hickory staff and struck his hand, scattering the trio of coins into the mud. Only silver will cleanse your lies from my ears. Mogwai rubbed his injured hand, then quickly fished the rare silver from among his small cache of coins. He cautiously passed her the payment, eyeing her staff warily. The coin disappeared among the folds of her cloak. With a grunt of effort, she turned from him, but not before sharing a final warning. Beware what you buy with lies, sly fox. You might discover the prize is not worth the price. With that, she slipped from shadows into sunlight and vanished beyond the corner of the wagon. Not worth the price? Mogwai fingered open the goatskin satchel and stared at its contents. A smile without humor etched his face. This prize could very well prove to be worth any price. Tucked within the shadowed interior lay several of the sheared locks of Elena's auburn hair. Proof of a witsy age. Under the shadowed tangle of oak branches, a hush had fallen over the copse. Not a bird sang, not an insect whirred. Vera and I listened for any sound. Naked, her skin the color of the softest moonlight, clothed only in the folds of her long black hair, she knelt by the rotted stump of a pine, its sides charred by old fires. She held her breath. Even a single noise could disrupt the spell. Her children, though, had done their job well. Nothing still lived within a quarter league of the glade. From here, she could see the ground littered with the small bodies of the dead woodland creatures, tufted squirrels, birds of every feather, even a red doe lay sprawled at the edge of the copse, its neck contorted from the poisons. Satisfied, she bowed her head in preparation. Before her, atop the worm-eaten wood of the stump, rested a palm-sized bowl of carved ebonstone. Its basin glowed blacker than the richest obsidian, while jagged veins of silver quartz etched its dark surface like forked lightning at midnight. She allowed a finger to trace its edge. Here lay wealth, and within its basin lay power. Using a bone dagger, she sliced her thumb and dripped the blood into the basin. Fat droplets rolled like quicksilver to the bottom of the bowl, then quickly vanished. The stone was always thirsty. Reciting the words taught her, Vera and I's tongue grew colder with each utterance. Without halting, for that meant death, she forced her tongue to keep moving. Thankfully it was a short litany. Tears squeezing between her clenched lids, she spat the last word through her blue, frozen lips. Finally done, she sat back upon her heels and raised her injured thumb to her mouth, licking gently at the cut. The blood was like fire in her frozen mouth. Now, though, came the hardest part of the spell, waiting. As she sucked at her wounded finger, her children must have sensed her distress and approached tentatively. Vera and I allowed them to climb up her legs and nest where they had been birthed. An especially concerned child even crawled up her belly to gently rub its furred legs against her nipple. She ignored the young one, dismissing its impetuousness. In her mind, she went over the ritual. Had she made a mistake? Perhaps more blood. Black flames suddenly erupted from the ebonstone bowl, flickering like 100 serpents' tongues above the basin. Darkfire, she whispered, naming the flames with lips still blue from the cold. But these flames offered no warmth. Instead, the small glade grew colder for their presence. Where normal fire shed light into darkness, this flame drank the late afternoon sunlight that dappled through the branches overhead. The wood grew gloomy as a fog of cold darkness flowed out from the flame. The child at her breast, frightened by the dark fire's blaze, bit her teat, but Vera and I dismissed the pain. Poison or not, the spider's bite was but a small nuisance compared to the menace that lurked within the black flame. She bowed her head to the stump. "Master, your servant awaits." The flames swelled. Darkness swallowed the bowl and the stump. A faint scream echoed up from the flames. Even this whisper of pain brought a shiver to her skin. Vera and I recognized the music of Blackhall's dungeons. Her own voice had once joined the same chorus as she writhed among the tortured. And so she would have remained if the Black Heart had not found her pleasing to his eyes, choosing her as a vessel for his power and impregnating her with the Horde. Vera and I's hand raced to where the Dark Lord himself had touched her that final night. A single white lock now nestled within her black hair, like an albino snake among black roots. As she fingered the single snowy tress, images flashed across her eyes: yellowed fangs, ripping claws, the beat of bony wings. Her fingers fell away from her hair. Some memories were best left untouched. Then a voice rose from the flames, a voice that poisoned her resolve. Like a beaten dog fearing the strike of its master's hand, Vera and I felt her bladder loosen, soiling herself as she bowed her head farther. Her bones shook with each word. "Are you prepared?" the Dark Lord asked. "Yes, sire." She kissed the ground fouled by her own weakness. Her children scattered from her side, the spiders skittering under leaf and carcass. Even the small remnant of the Horde knew their father's voice. "Your region is secure?" "Yes, sire. My children guard the entire pass. If the Witch comes this way, the Horde will alert me. I will be ready." "And you know your duty?" She nodded, smearing her forehead in the mud. "All must die." 2. Elena closed her eyes and allowed the motion of the horse to lull her. The muscles of her legs responded to the shifts and rolls of her mount with easy familiarity, the line between beast and rider dissolving into simple rhythm. They had been on horseback for almost a full day now, though the company had made little headway down the pass. The trundling, creaking wagon slowed them to a pace no faster than a quick walk, and to further delay matters, several swollen creeks had to be forded with care, the swift currents proving treacherous to wheel and hoof. While the others grumbled about the meager progress of the troop, Elena did not mind, simply happy to be once again atop her own horse. The small gray mare, Mist, was the only piece of her home to survive the ravages of last fall's horrors. Now, as she rode, it seemed as if those terrible events were mere echoes from a bad dream. If she allowed herself, she could almost imagine that she was traveling the fields and orchards of her valley home, perhaps on a jaunt to Baldy Knob Hill for a picnic. Her hand strayed to the mare's dark mane and combed the rough hair with trembling fingers. A slight smile curled the corners of her lips. For a moment, she could almost smell home and the scent of Mist's musky sweat. "Child, you'd ride better if you kept your eyes open," Errol said, his road-tired voice shredding the memory of her home. Elena straightened in her saddle and opened her eyes. Rows of alpine birch and lodgepole pine lined their path. Ahead, Elena saw the back of the wagon lurching through the rough terrain. "Mist is following the others." "She won't take me astray," Elena mumbled. Errol kicked his mount, one of the tall crag horses, a white stallion whose coat blended well with the ice and snow of the peaks. The standy plainsman, dressed in knee-high black boots and a deep brown riding jacket, drew abreast of her. A band of red leather tied his black hair back from his rugged face, yet the winds of the pass caught a few locks and blew them like a banner behind him. He and his mount towered over the small gray mare and its rider. "Have you been practicing your lessons lately?" he asked in a hard voice, his eyes glinting in the late afternoon sunlight. She turned away from his stare to study the pommel of her saddle. "I've practiced some." Errol had been tutoring her on the few basic skills that the plainsman knew about the control and simple management of magics. Errol's brother, Shorkin, had been a powerful mage before sacrificing himself to the binding of the blood diary, and during Errol's decade at Shorkin's side, a small bit of the arcane skills had brushed off onto him. The plainsman sighed and reached a hand to grab her reins lightly while controlling his own horse with subtle movements of heel and thigh. "Listen, Elena, I understand your reluctance to touch the power within you, but... No. You're wrong. She slipped the glove from her right hand, revealing the blood-red stain. I've come to accept the burden and do not fear it. Elena reached her fingers toward Ariel's wrist, and as she knew he would, he pulled back his hand from her touch. It's you and the others, she said, that fear the power. She raised her face, but Ariel would not meet her eye. It's not that we don't, he began. Elena held up her ruby hand to stop him. She needed to voice this. I have seen how everyone tries not to stare, she continued, how they shrink from my touch. Their fear scares me more than the magic. I'm sorry, Elena, but you must understand. It has been centuries since anyone has borne the mark of the rose, and longer since a woman has done so. Still, can't you see the girl hidden behind the rose? She pulled her glove back on. I am more than just the stain on a hand. When she raised her eyes, she found Ariel staring at her with a thoughtful expression. The hard lines of his face softened. Well spoken, Elena, he said. Perhaps I have looked too much at the witch and not at the woman. She nodded her thanks. Perhaps you should see both. Because I suspect that on this journey, both will be equally tested. Ariel didn't answer, but he reached a hand and squeezed her knee. You have grown much during the 6 moons among Kral's people. More than I had thought. It must be the mountain air, she said with a whisper of a grin. He patted her leg and offered her one of his rare smiles. Something deep inside her stirred at the sight, something touched by more than the palm on her knee. A mixture of relief and regret flooded her when he removed his hand and turned away. Ariel sauntered his stallion a few steps aside while Elena tapped Mist's flank to urge the horse after the retreating wagon. Elena sighed. Suddenly the journey to Aloha Glen didn't seem quite so long. Ahead, the thunder of hooves erupted near the wagon, drawing her attention. Merrick appeared, mounted atop a spirited roan filly. The elven lord seemed to float above his saddle as the horse galloped toward them. Merrick's silver hair, tied back in its usual braid, flagged behind him, matching his mount's own tail. He and his filly flew to join them. What is it? Ariel asked. Merrick ignored him, instead bowing his head first toward Elena before answering. Kral has called a halt ahead. He's found something odd. He asks that we all join him. Elena gripped her reins tighter. What did he find? Merrick shook his head. I don't know. He says he's never seen its like before among these peaks and passes. Elena recalled the wolf's message, the trail smells wrong. She reached a hand and pulled her riding jacket tighter around her neck. Ariel's hand had wandered to the pommel of his sword. Lead on, he said. Merrick swung his horse around and guided the way. As they passed the gaily painted wagon, Elena saw that Nalan and Mogweed were already gone from the wagon's front. She glanced within the tented interior. It was empty. Apparently Tolchuk, too, had proceeded ahead. Merrick led the way along the thinly marked trail. As they rounded a bend, the path beyond vanished over a steep slope. The others gathered near the crest and were studying the lower lands. Elena and her companions dismounted and joined them. Kral, Ariel said as he stepped up to the mountain man, what VE you found? Kral just pointed his thick arm downward. Elena stepped beside Nalan. The knife-eye woman wore a worried expression. Ahead, the trail dropped in steep switchbacks toward a lower rimwood forest. With the sun setting behind them, the wood below drowned in shadows. Composed predominantly of black oaks and red maples, the tree's gnarled and bent boles were a dramatic change from the straight and stately posture of the lodgepole pines and mountain birch of the higher elevations. That would look sick, Nalan whispered, seeming to draw inward, as if listening with more than her ears. What's that stuff growing on the tree branches? Mogweed asked. Elena saw it, too. Strands of gossamer filaments blew and billowed from almost every branch, like ghostly mosses. some clumped in thick patches, some in ribbons stretching longer than the trees were tall. "What is it?" Mogwait asked, directing the question at Nalan, the troop's expert in woodlore. But the answer came from Tolchuk, the Ojiri's sharp eyes glowing amber in the dying light. "Looks like webs." Mogwait's voice rose sharply in pitch. "And how? What would cause those?" Elena answered that question herself. "Spiders." Inalachan stepped toward the lone oak, seeking answers. The ancient tree towered like a sentinel near the edge of the dark wood, separate from its web-shrouded brethren. Only its branches, peppered with green buds, lightly brushed the arms of its companions. Something was dreadfully wrong here. "Nalan!" Eril called. "Wait!" She ignored him, only raising a hand to silence the plainsman and indicate she had heard his warning. The others were still trying to coax the wagon down the series of switchbacks to where the trail continued into these strange woods. She could hear their raised voices as they shouted orders to one another. Only Eril and Elena had followed her when she had hurried toward the forest's edge. As one of the Naifi, steeped in the elemental magics of root and loam, the woodlands were her charge. Nalan could not remain idle while this stand of old-growth forest suffered. She would find who or what had assaulted its spirit and make them answer for their violation. Nalan cautiously approached the ancient oak, careful not to crush the fallen acorns near the base of its knotted trunk. It wouldn't be good to offend this old man of the forest, not if she needed answers. Bent with age, its bark burnished to a polished black by decades of winter's ice and summer's scorch, the solitary oak commanded respect. Its branches were a snarled canopy overhead, as if in form. The old man expressed his anger at what had occurred to his root brothers. But even this stout survivor had not escaped the corruption's touch. Nalan spotted several melon-sized horny growths sprouting like yellow boils from his trunk. They somewhat resembled the parasitic galls from nesting wasps, but she had never seen them swell so large. Nalan reached a tentative finger to touch the bark of the old man, keeping her hand well away from one of the ripe growths that protruded overhead. Closing her eyes and bowing her head, she opened herself up. "Wake and hear me, old one. I seek your counsel." She waited for a response, searching for that stirring of spirit that meant she had been heard. Some of the older trees could become lost in dreams and were reluctant to abandon the communal song of their forest home. But such was not the case with the old man. She heard no trace of woodsong, no music of the glade in which the old man communed. The entire forest lay silent to her calling. A chill passed through her. Only one other forest had been so deathly still, her own woodland home, Lake Ihara, after the blight had destroyed it. "Nalan," Elena said near her shoulder, but the girl's words seemed far away. "You're crying. What's wrong?" "The forest. It isn't sick." Nalan's voice cracked as she answered. "It's dead. Poisoned like my home." "How could that be?" Eril said. "Look, the trees still bud with new growth. They seem fine." "No. A tree's spirit will sing the moment it sprouts from seed and continue until it dies." She faced Eril and Elena, touching her palm reverently on the cold trunk of the old man. "I hear no woodsong here," she whispered. "All the spirits are gone." "Yet, the trees still sprout," Eril continued to argue. "It's a deception. Something has dispossessed the true spirits and taken over the trees. What lies before us is not forest, but something else." Elena stepped closer to Eril. "Who could have done that?" she asked, her eyes wide. "I'm not," Nalan tensed. Maybe it was just her imagination or a wishful dream, but for a breath, she'd felt a familiar touch, a tingling behind her ears, a minor chiming, like wind through crystals. She dared not hope. Then she felt him reach for her, swimming up as he drowned in poisons. The old man yet lived. But he was in such pain. "Nalan?" Elena asked tentatively. "Hush, he's weak." Nayland turned away from the two worried faces to place both palms upon the knotted trunk of the ancient oak. "Come to me, old man," she prayed. "Let my song give you strength." She hummed softly in her chest a melody taught to her as a child. The tree spirit drew closer, hesitatingly, as if wary. Nayland opened farther. "See my light, fear not." Then his song joined hers, at first just a mere whisper, but soon with a desperate fervor. It had been a long time since this tree had communed with another of the root. His song wrapped around her like the arms of a long-lost friend. Yet, Nayland sensed little strength left in those once strong arms. Though beautiful and full of the resonant depth that only the passage of many winters could cultivate, the woodsong faded with each note. The old man was using the last of his spirit to reach out to her. Nayland would not let his effort be in vain. She sang in harmony to the old oak's chorus of pain and loss, pleading, "Tell me what has happened to those who shared your root, old one. We must know." The old man continued to sing, but his voice weakened rapidly. Only one word reached her clearly: horde. What did that mean? Confused, she hummed in supplication for a clearer description, but none came. He was slipping away. She tried to sing him songs of healing and hope, but it was to no avail. The old oak's spirit died as she held his song close to her heart. She lowered her forehead to the bole of the tree. "May the sweet mother make you safe," she sent him in final prayer. Yet, just as the old man drifted into nothingness, a last clear whisper reached back to her. Shuddering, shocked by the oak's final message, she dropped her hands from his bark. "No! Not that!" Tears sprang fresh to her eyes. "What is it?" Elena asked. Nayland tried to pull her mind back to normal speech, fighting for control of her tongue. How dull simple language was when compared to the multi-layered song of the root. She shook her head, still dazed by the tree's message. "We must get back." Erril grabbed Nayland by the shoulder and yanked her away from the oak. Dancing to keep her balance, she twisted around to see what had so startled the plainsman. Her hand flew to her mouth to cover her expression of disgust. With the death of the tree, the yellow gulls now quaked and shook upon the dead carcass of the old oak, and a sick droning buzz reached Nayland's ears. "Back, back," Erril urged needlessly. They all sped in a stumbling retreat. Suddenly, like ripe milkweed pods, the gulls burst open. A flow of tiny red spiders poured forth from the ruptured sores, spilling across the trunk and branches. The stench of rotting meat flowed forth from the heart of the tree, now a nest of the blackest corruption. Within a heartbeat, thousands of spiders drifted on lines of silk, wafting in the twilight breezes. "Mother above, what horror is this?" Erril cursed. Nayland knew the answer. "It's the horde." The spiders continued to entomb the tree in their webbing. It seemed as if the beasts were already growing, their tiny bodies swelling like blood blisters, their black legs stretching longer and thicker. So foul to the eye, there could be no doubt that poison ran strong in their bites. What are we to do?" Elena asked. "We can't go through that forest." "Yes, we can," Nayland said, her voice venomous enough to match the spiders. She recalled the final chorus of the ancient oak. What he had asked of her was blasphemous to an Iphi, an entreaty that went against the grain of her own spirit, but now Nayland understood the necessity. "How?" Erril asked. "What do you propose?" Nayland closed her eyes, remembering the image that had bloomed in the oak's death song, flames licking at wood and leaf. Her voice grew hard with the promise of revenge. "We burn our way through." Elena chewed at her lower lip and flexed her right hand, studying the ruby stain in the early evening gloom. The sun had already set behind the peaks of the teeth behind her, leaving only a shadowed twilight at the edge of the corrupt wood. No one paid her any heed as she stood near the back of the wagon. The others were too deep in discussion on the plans for tomorrow. Only one item had already been settled, that they would not brave the forest this dark evening. Instead, they decided to camp well away from the woods with 2 guards posted throughout the night. As they all argued back and forth, only Miss stood by Elena's side at the back of the wagon, the horse's nose buried in her feed bag. Elena's left hand idly ran a comb through her horse's mane, removing brambles and tangles from the long day's ride. But she did a shoddy job, her attention more on the blood-red whirls and black eddies of magic that swam across her right hand. She concentrated on the ruby stain, remembering Aril's instructions. Just let the magic show, don't release it. Elena deepened her breathing and let her heart beat slow. She needed to practice control of her magic's flow, sensing that tomorrow would test her skills. With her lids sinking partially closed, Elena willed the tips of her fingers to warm. As she watched, only half aware, the nails of her right hand began to glow a soft rose. Now for a bit more magic. Elena bore her will to an intensity that scared her slightly. She could feel the call of her wild magics, a seductive chorus of power. She listened to their siren song, now well familiar with their allure after the many days of practice with Aril. Elena could not deny that a part of her, the half of her spirit that was Witch, was attracted by the whispers of power. But rather than deny this appetite, she heeded the power's call. Aril had taught her that ignoring her desires would only give the Witch in her more strength and control over her own true will, allowing the Witch to overwhelm the woman. She would not allow that. She was Elena Morinstall, and too many had already died in her name for her to give up her heritage to some siren song of power. She would not lose herself to magic's lust. She spread her hand wide. The tips of her fingers brightened to a white heat, the color burned clean from them. She allowed herself a smile of satisfaction. If she should prick her finger now, the wild magic would be free to flow from her, unleashed into the world. And when she finally chose to do this, it would be the woman, not the Witch, that bent the wild magic to her will. She clenched her fist into a tight ball, feeling the energies pent up within, then opened her hand. Her magics crackled in blazes of power across the palm and back of her hand. Suddenly, a voice rose behind her. "What are you doing?" Startled, Elena's magic flared brighter, like an ember fan to flame. She fought it back down, but not before the blaze had stung her eyes, as if scolding her for not releasing its energies into the world. After it had died away to nothing, it took a moment for her stressed eyes to make out the slender figure of the shapeshifter standing behind her. Mogweed? Elena slipped her hand, now dark again, back into its glove. "Sheathing your sword, I see," Mogweed said with a fluttering smile. "Pardon me?" He pointed to her gloved hand. "Covering up your weapon. A sheathed sword seems innocent enough, even beautiful, until the blade is pulled free, revealing its deadly edge." Mogweed's eyes glowed amber in the weak light. "Your magic is like that sword." "Maybe. But a sword is easier to control," she said shyly. "It doesn't try to stab people all on its own." "Ah, child, everything takes practice. A sword is only as lethal as the skill of its wielder. But even a child can accidentally kill with a sword." "True, so true." Mogweed reached to her currycomb. "Let me help you with that." He began to work Mist's mane with more diligence than Elena's half-hearted effort. "I can manage," she said, but Elena could not deny that Mist seemed to enjoy the shapeshifter's attention. Of course, the chunk of cured sweetroot he first offered to the horse did wonders to ingratiate the man to Mist. "Tut, tut," he scolded her. "I enjoy it. The horses deserve a bit of kindness for their long day of labors." He glanced over to her with those strange, slitted eyes. "Now, enough about horses. I really came to see if you could use some company. You seemed so alone back here. Why aren't you with the others?" No one seemed interested in my ideas about tomorrow. That sounds familiar." He offered her a smile. "I keep mostly to myself, too. I'm afraid I don't fully understand the goings-on of mankind. We Asilura are an isolated people, living deep in the western reaches, well away from men, except for the occasional hunter or trapper. I'm not comfortable around others, he lowered his voice, sounding like tears might threaten. Especially so far from home. Elena took a brush and began wiping down Mist's flanks. I know how you feel, she mumbled. A pang of sorrow caught her unawares. As she worked at Mist, soft music rose from the campfire as Nayland began playing her lute. The lonely notes wafted outward like the gentle warmth of the campfire, spreading not only into the night but also reaching inside Elena. Erril had once told her that Nayland's lute contained an ancient spirit of the Nifai's lost home. And listening to its mournful voice, Elena knew it was true. Its chords spoke of lost homes and vanished friends and touched Elena's heart. She had already lost so much of her own home, mother, father, aunt, uncle. Her only hope lay in the chance that her brother Joach, after being stolen off the streets of Winterfell by the Dark Mage, still lived somewhere amongst the lands of Alasea. Her secret dream was that along this lengthy journey she might find her brother again. Joach, she whispered to Mist's flank, you promised to be there for me. I am holding you to your word. Mogweed raised his head from near Mist's tail. Were you talking to me? She smiled, cheeks flushing. No, sorry. Just remembering. He nodded knowingly. Memories of home are always a strange mix of sorrow and joy. Yes, they are. She lowered her face and hid the tears that began to well. She had always found the shapeshifter rather cold, always alone, seldom speaking, always studying everyone with narrowed, suspicious eyes. Now, maybe, for the first time she began to understand the man. Maybe the two of them weren't so different. The two worked over Mist in silence, both turned inward. When he didn't know she was looking, Elena caught a wavery smile pass over Mogweed's face. She imagined the shapeshifter's thoughts dwelt, like hers, on bittersweet recollections of lost homes and families. After several moments of quiet brushing, Mist's coat glowed in the fading twilight. They both stepped back to admire their handiwork. That's much better, Elena finally said. Thanks. No, I should thank you for allowing me to help. I found it nice to talk to someone who shared my sentiments. Mogweed suddenly raised a hand and patted his leather jerkin. His fingers stopped at an inside pocket and withdrew something. Here's a gift, he said. Just a small token, dot. Elena leaned closer to see what he offered in his open palm. It's an acorn. Yes, from near that big oak. But why did you? I mean, of what? I know it's not much of a gift. But I'm a collector. What is someone's trash is another's treasure. I heard Nayland's tale. This woodland home is dead. I felt sorry, so I collected the acorn to maybe plant somewhere free of this foulness, to give the forest a chance to someday live again. Mogweed began to withdraw his hand. I'm sorry. It was a silly offering. No. She took his hand in her own and removed the acorn. She held the oak seed in her fist and pressed it to her chest. What a sweet and thoughtful gesture. Thank you, Mogweed. I will treasure your gift. I thought since we both lost our homes, that maybe we could at least bring someone else's back. His voice cracked with his last words. And in that way, maybe bring back a little of our own. Elena did not hide her face this time. A single tear rolled down her cheek. She wanted Mogweed to see how much he had touched her with his words. He seemed at first shocked by her emotion, then he glanced at his feet, as if embarrassed or guilty. I'm sorry. I didn't think. No, Mogweed. She reached to his shoulder. For a heartbeat, it seemed he cringed from her touch, as if he suddenly did not want to be here. She squeezed his shoulder. Before she could speak, a stern voice rose from behind her. Elena, shouldn't you be in bed? It was Erril. We've a dangerous day tomorrow, and I want you well rested, Ut. She removed her hand from Mogweed's shoulder and faced the plainsman. I was just combing out Mist. Erril ignored her. Mogweed, don't you have the first watch? Shouldn't you be with Kral? I was just going, he said meekly, brushing past Elena. And keep your eyes open, Erril called after him, his words more an accusation than an instruction. When Erril turned back, Elena knitted her brow darkly. You need not be so hard on him, she said. He's not a warrior, just a wanderer like me. Erril blew out a rude noise. I can read people. He's a shirker. Always looking for the easiest path. Elena roughly placed her brushes and combs back into the wagon. She dumped the horse's water bucket, slightly splashing Erril with the contents. Yes, you're a keen observer of people's feelings. As she stomped off toward the spread of bedrolls, her fingers wandered to the lump in her pocket. The acorn was a reminder that looks could deceive. The acorn appeared tiny and weak, but within its shell lurked the potential for a mighty oak. Erril could not see that, not in Mogweed, not in herself. What is the matter with that child? She heard Erril grumble behind her. Nothing, she answered silently. Nothing at all. Erril stood with his back toward the campfires. In the distance, the light of the flames lapped to the fringes of the forest, but its heat barely reached his position. So far the creatures of the horde seemed content to stay within their deadwood. Still it would be unwise for his band to let its guard down. Behind Erril, to protect against any marauding spiders, the group of bedrolls lay within a protective ring of small campfires. Standing just beyond their circle of warmth, Erril wore a deerskin jacket with a furred collar against the late evening's cold as he stood watch. Morning seemed a false promise this dark moonless night. Even the stars were just whispers poking through a thin cloudy haze that had blown in at nightfall. Unblinking, he studied the forest, trying to pierce its mysteries. The companions had argued well into the evening on the best course through the wood. They had all quickly decided that turning back was not an option. According to the wolf, the other trails were swamped with snowmelt, and who was to say that these other paths weren't similarly blocked by corruption? No, they had to risk the wood. Yet doubt ran like ice in Erril's veins. The child was ultimately his responsibility. We must go forward, Tolchuk suddenly said beside him, as if reading his mind. The Ojiri had been sitting so still and quiet, like a crouching boulder, that Erril had almost forgotten the hulking creature was there. I know, Erril said, thankful to speak aloud what troubled him. But are we right? We could always go back to Kral's people and wait until the other pass is open. No, this be the correct path. The certainty in the Ojiri's voice drew Erril's eyes. How can you be so sure, Dot? Tolchuk shifted his thick body, his joints creaking like breaking saplings. In the firelight, Erril saw the Ojiri pull open his thigh pouch and remove a large object. Like a fired coal, it glowed a deep red between Tolchuk's claws. Erril recognized the stone, the heart, as Tolchuk had named the large crystal, a chunk of precious heartstone mined from deep in the Ojiri's lands. Erril had seen the crystal before, but never aglow as it was this night. His gaze was drawn to it, its gentle radiance seemed to penetrate deep within him. Erril found his voice strangely hushed as he tried to understand the Ojiri's revelation. What's the significance of the heart? He asked. Tolchuk became silent, a boulder again. Only the white flumes flaring from his nostrils into the chill air indicated he still lived. Finally, he spoke again. I would tell you something, Erril. Something I have told no other. What is it? Long ago, one of my blood ancestors, the Oathbreaker, betrayed the land most foully. And as punishment, the land cursed our people. The Ojiri lowered his face in shame, his back bending in anguish. Erril had never seen Tolchuk so pained. Uncomfortable with the Ojiri's display, Erril found his eyes drifting back to the forest's edge, but he knew he could not so easily ignore his companion's distress. He spoke into the silence. What did this Oathbreaker of yours do? No one knows. Tolchuk held up the glowing stone. But this be our curse. The stone holds our clan's spirits of the dead until they can travel to the next world. But the land laid a corrupt seed, a black worm called the Bane, within the heart of the stone. It now eats our spirits instead of letting them travel beyond. Erril grimaced. A foul story indeed. I be the last descendant of this oathbreaker, doomed by my mixed blood never to bear offspring. Prophecy says only I can lift this curse upon our people's spirits and destroy the Bane. Erril glanced back to the heartstone, trying to pierce its glow and spy the black worm inside. He could not see what the Ojiri described. This Bane. How are you supposed to get rid of it? I must discover what the Oathbreaker did and correct it. Tolchuk lowered the large crystal back to his lap. I thought no one knows what this ancestor of yours did. That be true. But I was given the heart as a beacon. It guides me where I must go. Erril digested this information, beginning to understand. The glow? It calls me forward. Leads me where I need to be. First to the shapeshifters, then to the girl. After I joined you all, the stone grew dark and quiet, so I know we all must stay together. But with the first melt of snow, it began to call again, worse as each day passed. Now it urges like hooks in my heart. We must not delay. Erril studied the stone for several moments in silence. I believe you, he finally said and turned back to face the corrupt forest. Though the Ojiri's words had helped steady Erril's resolve on their course, they did little to ease the fear around his heart. Stone or not, prophecy did little to protect one from a spider's bite. But, Tolchuk, are you quite sure of your stone's pull? As answer, the Ojiri lifted the heartstone toward the dark wood. The crystal flared brighter, competing now with the flames of the hearts. We have no other path. We must travel through the spider's forest. 3. Elena adjusted the damp cloth across her nose and mouth. It sat cold against her cheek. She shifted in Mist's saddle, unable to find her rhythm. We look like a bunch of bandits, eh? Kral called to her as he rode beside her. Elena imagined he wore one of his broad grins under his own mask of wet cloth. The others were similarly garbed to protect them from the smoke to come. Her companions were also outfitted with hooded cloaks, to keep ash and stray spiders from hair and face. Elena nodded at Kral. They did look somewhat like a raiding party. Ahead, Elena could see the tall column of black smoke already marring the blue morning sky. Its source was a fierce bonfire started at daybreak by Erril, Nalan, and Merrick. It raged a stone's throw from the forest's edge, near where the trail entered the wood. She followed the trail of smoke to the blue sky above. Why did her journeys always begin with fire, she thought, remembering the orchard blaze that had heralded the beginning of her horrors. Elena, accompanied by the mountain man for protection, traveled slowly toward the fire and smoke. The wagon trailed behind, its bells tinkling brightly in contrast to the dire wood they skirted. Although the morning sun had quickly burned off the dawn haze, the forest itself still clung to the night's shadows. Wisps of trailing webs, many carrying the red blistered bodies of their makers, reached from the wood's edge toward them. They kept well away from these clinging strands, aiming for the fire. Mogwai drove the wagon behind her, bearing Fardale and Tolchuk. Erril had insisted no one should travel this trail on foot, the risk of a spider bite was too high. Even the horse's legs were wrapped in leather straps. Elena glanced over her shoulder to where the two draft horses strained in their harnesses. Her heart went out to them. Erril had tried to corral Elena within the wagon with the Ojiri and the wolf. It's safer under the wagon's canopy, he had claimed. But she would not leave Mist tethered to the back of the wagon. Restricted by the lead, unable to maneuver, her mare would be easy prey to the crawling beasts. She could not allow that. Risk or not, she would stay with her horse. Yo! Kral called to Erril as they neared. Elena's eyes were drawn forward. If you stoke that fire any higher, the mountain man bellowed, you'll be chasing us back to my clan's caves. Erril raised his single hand in acknowledgement but kept his head bowed near the silver-haired elven. The plainsman's hand and face were smudged with char and ash. Merrick shook his head vigorously at something Erril said. Even from here, Elena could see the elven's blue eyes flash angrily. Ignoring their argument, Nayland stood between the fire and the forest, wrapped in her cloak and mask, her shoulders tight by her ears. She stared steadily toward the forest, her eyes moist with more than the sting of smoke. The knife eye raised a black hand to her cheek and brushed away a tear, leaving a smear of ash under one eye. The jangle and clatter of the wagon as Mogweed pulled to a halt finally drew the three fire builders. Erril straightened and crossed toward them, trailed by Merrick and Nayland. "We're ready," Erril said, eyeing Elena on top of Mist. A momentary flash of irritation mixed with worry seemed to cross through his eyes. He turned to face the others now gathered. "I've torches flaming at the fire's edge. Everyone on horseback needs to grab one. Once remounted, we'll spread out on either side of the trail opening." He pointed for where he wanted everyone positioned. "Then on my signal, we'll burn a swath through this cursed wood." Heads nodded and everyone, except those in the wagon, approached the fire. Erril laid a hand on Elena's knee when she tried to dismount. "You stay by the wagon. This is not for you." Elena deliberately removed the plainsman's hand. "No," she said with heat in her voice. She jumped from the mare's back. "This is for me. This is all for me. I understand the need to conserve my own magics until I'm more skilled, but if we are to burn a forest, then my hand, too, will lay torch to wood. I'll not sit idle." Erril's face had darkened fiercely. "Yes, this whole journey is for you, Elena. But its purpose is not for you to burn a forest. If we are to trust prophecy, you are our last hope against the Golgotha. You, child, have no right to risk. First, I am tired of being called a child. I am well past my first bleed." She moved to swipe back her hair, realizing too late that her locks were long gone. She dropped her arm, her face reddening further. "Second, if I am to save these lands, I must learn to face adversity, not be hidden away and coddled like a babe. On this journey, I must learn to harden my heart in tempered steel. And, as you taught me, only the hottest fire can forge the strongest steel." Erril just stared at her, his mouth hanging slightly open. The others had stopped to stare at them, though several eyes now darted awkwardly away. "I will not shirk my responsibility here," Elena finished, her hands in fists. "I will face my fires." Erril shook his head ever so slightly. "Fine," he said aloud, but as she tried to brush past him, he stopped her with a hand to her shoulder. "But you stick close to me," he whispered fiercely. "Lessons learned do no good to the dead." Elena nodded and crossed toward the fire. The others had already gathered burning brands. She reached for a stump of dead wood protruding from the fire and pulled out its flaming end. Erril did the same. "Mount up," he called to everyone. Elena and the others returned to their horses. Mist shied from the torch's flame at first, but with a few soothing words, Elena was able to calm the mare and regain her saddle. She walked Mist closer to Erril's white stallion. The plainsman, guiding his horse with motions of his legs, held his own torch high. Suddenly a breeze blew up from the lower valley and scattered smoke and flaming ash from the tip of Erril's torch toward Elena. Erril twisted in his saddle to face Merrick. "Are you certain you can manage this?" The elven scowled at him. "You have already asked me that a fistful of times. My answer remains the same, Erril persisted. "Yes, and you have also told us a fistful of times that your heart is not firm on this journey. Our success here depends on your elven skills, Merrick. If you cannot master these winds and keep the fire driving ahead of us, we will be forced to retreat. I know my duty. I have given my word as an elven lord to drive this blaze through the heart of this foul forest. My winds will not fail me." The two men stared icily at one another for several heartbeats. Elena could tell Eril hated being dependent on another. She guessed that after centuries wandering the roads of Alasea alone, the plainsman had grown to distrust any arm but his own. She moved mist between the two men. "Merrick will not fail us," she said, with a nod toward the elven. "He knows my wishes and will not balk from his duty." Merrick bowed his head. "I see the Elven King's wise counsel has not been diluted by generations of ordinary blood." Kral called out from where he and Nalan were guiding their horses away. He carried 3 brands caught up in his large fist. "If you're done warming your jaws, we've a fire to set." Eril raised his torch higher and kicked his stallion toward the forest. Elena followed, with Merrick trailing. The trio aimed for the forest to the left of the trail, while Nalan and Kral trotted toward the far side. "Sick-looking beasts," Merrick said as Eril pulled his group to a stop just beyond the eaves of the forest. Elena found the elven's words to be too mild. From the forest's canopy draped a tangled curtain of webbing, snarls that hung like clotted blood from an open wound. The fat red bodies of the spiders, singly and in frenzied groups, added to the image that the trees bled. "These are not natural beasts," Merrick said. "They stink of corruption." "Natural or not," Eril said, raising his torch toward a tangle of web blowing out toward them, "a hot enough fire can burn out any corruption." He laid his torch to the mass of strands. The torch's flame jumped to the web. Sizzling and hissing, the fire ran up the strands. A handful of spiders caught in the blaze tried to scrabble away, their bodies afire. Several blazing spiders even managed to pass the fire onto neighboring webs, while others popped and burst from the poisons boiling within their bodies. Splashes of caustic poison etched the wood and bark they touched. Eril raised his voice, his words echoing across the valley. "Now! Set it aflame!" He threw his torch into the forest. Elena threw hers where Eril pointed. Merrick moved his filly to the side a few steps, then flung his own brand deep within the wood. Deadwood that had accumulated like driftwood at the edge of a sea greedily consumed the torch's fires. "Again!" Eril called out. Elena and the others returned to the fire to collect more torches. They repeated their attack upon the forest, seeding new fires and spreading the breadth of the fire's front. After 4 trips to the forest's edge, they were forced to stop. The blaze had grown too hot to approach closer than a stone's throw. Eril called for everyone to regather. As the others joined them, Elena could not keep her eyes from the flames licking up at the sky. The fire crackled and popped like the choking laugh of a predator. What had they done? Elena walked mist beside Nalan's horse. The small woman hung limply in her saddle. The knife-eye, too, could not turn her back on the fire. Firelight reflected in her tears. We had to do it," Nalan muttered, reaching a small hand out to Elena. Taking her hand in her own, Elena stayed silent, knowing that no words could ease this pain. Nalan continued, "I know the forest is dead. And I am glad to see the fire destroy the horde that murdered this proud wood. But still." Elena squeezed her hand. Tolchuk had by now wandered over to them, his amber eyes aglow in the flames. The Ojiri's sharp ears must have heard Nalan's words. "The spirits of the trees be gone now. Free now. It be not right that these beasts feast on the carcasses. It honors the dead to send their ashes back to the sky and ground. With the way burned clear, life can begin again." Tolchuk's words seemed to straighten Nalan's shoulders. "Green light from red fire," she said softly. "What was that?" Elena asked. Nalan sighed and shook her head, slipping her hand free of Elena's. "Tolchuk is right," she said. "Even the last of our elders prophesied that my own forest home could only be rebirthed in fire. Green light from red fire were the elders' dying words." Nalan wiped away her tears and pointed an arm toward the fire. "Today we have not birthed a fire of destruction, but the first flame of new life." Eril called to them all, drawing their attention back to the circle of companions. "The fire burns fierce enough. It's time now to give the fire its legs. Everybody load up and get ready. We must stick close to the heels of this marching flame. Errol swung to face Merrick. Are you ready? Always. Merrick reined his filly around and trotted her several paces away from the group, toward the fire's edge. Once clear of the group, Merrick settled his mount, then bowed his head with his arms tight across his chest. At first nothing happened. Elena noticed Erril's stallion dance on its hooves as the mount sensed its master's nervousness. What had to occur next was crucial to their plans. They waited, everyone eyeing each other. Only Merrick sat calmly upon his steed, his head still bowed. Then a high whistle echoed down from the peaks, like the keening cry of a hunting hawk. Elena held her breath. At first, she felt a slight shift in the air. The smoke that had wafted toward them in waves, fouling the breezes with its stink and ash, suddenly cleared around them. Fresh air, crisp from the cold peaks, washed away the smoke. Then it came. In a rush that had all members of the group scrambling to keep their mounts steady, a gust of swift air swept down to engulf the group and slam into the fire's raging front. The flames swelled hugely, leaping toward the sky, as if trying to stop the wind, but the gusts grew in force. Elena crouched lower atop mist, offering less of a target to the gale. Behind her, the wagon's bells clanked angrily, and its canopy snapped sharply in the wind. With the gusts whistling in her ears, she barely heard Errol yell for everyone to make ready. Soon the fire began to retreat from the wind, digging deeper into the forest, forging a wide path through the wood. The wind, knowing it had won the battle, calmed slightly but still blew steadily from the peaks, driving the fire onward. Their plan was to burn a swath through the forest wide enough to keep the spiders lurking to either side at bay. But they couldn't delay too long. Let's go! Errol bellowed to them. Stay together. Ahead, Merrick shook back his hood. His face, lit by the retreating fire, was aglow with rapture. He turned to Errol. Do you still doubt my abilities? Errol led the group. Not as long as that wind keeps blowing, he said as he passed the man. Merrick tried to scowl, but after touching the elemental power in his elven blood, he could not erase the wonder and awe in his eyes. For the first time, Elena could see the prince in the man. We must hurry, Errol yelled, struggling to be heard above the fire's roar. Elena faced the burning woods. The trail, a moment ago full of flame and smoke, was now an open throat, awaiting them. Elena pulled her cloak tighter around her shoulders and kicked Mist forward. Virani knelt naked in the small glade, a delicate figure of carved moonlight, her fingers planted to the largest knuckle in the dank dirt. She listened with her head slightly cocked. Her long hair, silky like her children's webs, draped to the leaf-strewn forest floor. Surrounding her, the trees were now just black skeletons under shrouds of webbing. Thousands of her children scurried along the busy thoroughfares and byways of their magnificent construction, adding and building, fighting and mating. But Virani ignored all this as she strained her senses. Like the trees, Virani herself lay within a nest of silver web, but from her nest, 8 cords of braided silk extended out to all compass points to merge with her children's handiwork. These cords vibrated and thrummed like the strings of a finely tuned lute. In her nest, Virani listened to the music of her children's instrument. Not just with her ears, but with the bones of her body. Since dawn, something had been happening. She read agitation in the faint vibrations. One of her children scampered down a cord toward her. She pulled a hand from the dirt and reached a finger toward it. What is it, my sweet? The spider crawled up onto her palm. You have news? Her child sat with its furred legs bunched under it in the center of her palm. It quivered ever so slightly. Don't be afraid, she cooed softly. She raised the spider to her lips and placed the child in her mouth. Such a delicate creature. The warmth of a mother's love for a child ran through her veins. She felt its 8 tiny legs dance on her tongue, and a smile turned the corner of her lips. Oh, how she loved this tiny one, but now is not the time to dally. Something was happening. The vibration in the cords increased with each breath she took. Vera and I moved her child with her tongue. Now tell me what you know, little one, she thought as she crunched the spider between her teeth. Its poison swept through her instantly. The master had prepared her well. Vera and I swooned slightly, both hands again planted deep into the soil for support. Her vision swam in myriad hues. The trees and webs blurred. Then she saw with the vision of her children a great conflagration consuming her forest. It raged many leagues away, near the edge of her wood. She spied the fire from thousands of eyes all at once, her mind's eye fractured into 1,000 pieces. Stinging tears flowed across her cheeks as she bore witness to the Holocaust, sheets of flame consuming wood and web, her children fleeing, smoke from countless windswept fires, spiders aflame and dying, and for a moment, a charred wagon, its canopy smoldering, pulled by 2 wild-eyed horses. She spat the hollow husk of her child to the ground. No, she moaned. My children! She pushed to her feet, snapping free of clinging webs. Vera and I looked toward the far western sky, trying to pierce the net of branches and webs. The sky above her was clear, with the sun directly overhead, but to the west, the horizon was blotted out by a huge black cloud. If not for her vision, she might have mistaken it for an approaching storm, black with angry thunderheads, but she knew better. What fed these clouds was not rain and lightning, but fire and wind. As Vera and I watched, she began to hear a distant roar like the call of an approaching beast, and in the skies above, tendrils and roots of smoke began to worm out of the black wall, reaching toward her. The fire was coming this way, sweeping through the forested valley. She shuddered as she realized its impact. It would consume all in its path. She raised a muddy fist to her mouth in horror and tore her eyes from the roiling skies. The horde must not die, she cried. In her breast, the numbing fear for her children was laced with the strangling terror of offending the Dark Lord if she should lose his sweet gift. Her mind dwelt for a moment on the thought of trying to contact her lord, but by the time she could purify the ebonstone and perform the rites, the fire would be upon her and all would be lost. That must not happen. No, she thought as she hugged herself, the call would have to wait. Once she and her children were safe, she would let the master know what had happened. Behind her, the roar grew louder, and the day began to darken as smoke ate the sun. She must hurry. Scrambling free of her nest, she squatted in the damp mud, her small knees spread wide. She closed her eyes and opened that part of her, allowing the scent to flow out from her. It smelled of ripe meat and spoiled milk. Come to me, my children. She spread her knees wider, and they came, crawling, scrabbling, scurrying from all directions. She knew she could not save them all. Such a deed, besides being impossible, was unnecessary. She needed only to protect a fraction of the whole, only a small seed from which the horde could grow forth again. Come, come, she urged. Hurry! Her children crowded over her knees and up her smooth legs, returning to where they had been birthed. They squirmed and wiggled their way to the angle between her legs. She smiled with motherly pride as they entered and filled her womb. As she began to hum a lullaby taught to her by her own mother, the horde kept flowing into her, thousands of scrambling spiders, swelling her belly ever larger. Soon her stomach was as wide as a mother birthing twins. Vera and I felt her children settling in her belly and grinned. She carried so much more than twins. Once her stomach was fully distended, she closed her knees. A few tardy children tried to climb up her bare legs, but she lovingly swatted them from her thighs as she stood. Crossing to where her belongings were piled, Vera and I quickly dressed and slipped a bag over one shoulder. The forest trail was nearby, but she would still have to hurry if she wanted to clear the wood before the fire caught her. She set off at a fast pace, one hand holding her bag in place, the other on her belly. Though exhausted, she allowed a smile to shine on her face. She was such a good mother. 4. Keep going. Yarl called, his throat burned raw with smoke and exertion. He watched the wagon's rear wheels struggle to climb over the half-burnt log that had fallen across the trail. Mogweed, don't let those horses balk. Drive 'em hard. A cascade of flaming ashes swirled across the forest path, igniting tiny blazes on the wagon's canopy. It was death to stop on this trail. Though the main fire was still being deliberately driven forward by the Elvin's winds, smaller side pyres still smoldered and spat at the company as they fought their way through the ruined wood. The wagon was most at risk, a large flammable target for stray flames. "Get those fires out!" Erril hollered, but his words were unnecessary. Kral and Nalan, mounted on their exhausted horses, were already circling the wagon, splashing water from goatskin flasks. The tiny flames sputtered out, leaving black scars on the wagon's canopy. "We're running out of water," Elena commented at his side. She coughed harshly and sat hunched in the saddle, wilting from the heat. The hot breath of the racing fire seemed to worsen the deeper into the wood they traveled, the heat taxing the company more than the flame and spiders. "And we still have so far to go." Erril adjusted his mask higher over his nose, trying to keep his worried expression hidden. "We'll make it," he muttered. Once she had finished dousing the wagon, Nalan idled her mount beside them. "Merrick nears exhaustion," she said. "He denies it, but I can see how his hands tremble on the reins. And a moment ago, he almost tumbled from his saddle." "He'll have to manage," Erril said. "If the fire should expire before we breach the woods, we'll be trapped. He must keep the fire moving. We can't stop." But as if mocking at his words, the wagon's bells clanked sharply as the rear wheels failed to climb over the stubborn log and the rig settled back into the mud. The two women's eyes stared up at him. Kral circled around to join them. He pointed to the left of the trail. "Here they come again." Erril glanced where he pointed. It seemed that the spiders somehow always sensed when the company slowed. Various troops of the horde had periodically threatened the company along the trail, but luckily the creatures were slow. As long as the team had kept moving, the flames and the heat had posed a bigger risk than the spiders. Until now. Across the scorched ground, masses of red-bodied spiders rolled toward the trail from the fringes of forest that lay to either side of the fire's wide swath. Scattered, smoldering embers consumed many of the attackers, their bodies hissing and curling into tight balls, but the others continued their march over their dead comrades. Even in the swirling smoke and eddying winds, tiny spiders floated upon wisps of silk, bits of poison in the wind. Death crawled, skittered, and floated toward them. Erril glanced back to the stalled wagon and kicked his stallion closer. "Lighten the load," he called to the wagon's occupants. "Toss out our supplies." Tolchuk's huge arm swung open the wagon's back flap. Fardale peered out as the Ojiri began to climb from the wagon. "No," Erril yelled, "get back inside. There are spiders underfoot. Just jettison our gear." "I weigh more than all of our supplies," Tolchuk said, ignoring Erril's order and continuing to haul his massive body from the wagon. The Ojiri dropped barefoot to the trail. "We Ojiri be thick of skin. No puny spider could pierce our hide." Erril had by now pulled his mount beside Tolchuk. "Still," he said fiercely, "I would rather lose all our supplies than you." Tolchuk patted Erril's knee. "Me, too," he said with a smile that exposed his fangs. The Ojiri then swung back to the wagon, bent his knees, and grabbed the rear axle in both of his huge, clawed hands. With his muscles bunching like gnarled roots, Tolchuk hauled the back half of the wagon up, tilting the rig upon the front wheels. "Now!" he bellowed out, his voice full of the strain in his back. The crack of a whip split the wind. The wagon lurched forward as if stung by a bee. With a groan, Tolchuk followed, holding up the wagon, his legs driven in the loamy soil up to his ankles. Once the rear wheels had cleared the log, Tolchuk released the wagon. It crashed to the trail, clear of the obstruction. Seemingly satisfied, the Ojiri rubbed his hands together to clean them of the axle grease and drew his feet from the sucking mud. "Now we can go." He stepped over the tumbled log, crossed to the wagon, and clambered back inside. Sweat stinging his eyes, Erril sat stunned at the display of strength in the Ojiri. Tolchuk's manner, always so quiet and reserved, belied the raw force of sinew and bone in the creature. Errol would have to remember never to cross this particular member of the team. Spiders, Elena said, interrupting Errol's thoughts as she danced her mare beside him. Like a wave breaking on a beach, the forefront of the spider army rolled onto the trail. At the same time, flanks of the fowl troop swarmed up the black trunks of neighboring trees and threw themselves on strings of silk toward the company. It seemed that the many beasts had one mind, one intent, to swallow Errol and the others in their sticky embrace. Errol twisted in the saddle. Naylan, take Elena and catch up to Merrick. Kral, stay here with me. We need to buy some distance from these beasts. Ahead, Mogweed popped his head from around the front edge of the wagon. His amber eyes were huge with fear. Should I go ahead? Merrick is almost out of sight. Waving his hand forward, Errol called to him. Go! Catch up with him. And don't spare the horses. Errol swung his stallion around as Elena and Naylan trotted their mounts toward the wagon. He watched for a breath to make sure Elena followed his orders, then turned to Kral. Cloaked in hood and mask, the mountain man seemed a menacing figure atop his black, fire-eyed warcharger. The horse pawed its steel-shod hooves in the dirt. The spiders were now within spitting distance of the mount's legs. What's your plan? Kral asked calmly, showing little discomfort at the poisonous sea cresting toward him. Errol hopped from his horse. Buying us some time. He pulled free his sword and swatted his mount. The slapped horse whinnied in surprise and galloped down the trail into the mass of spiders. Sometimes sacrifices were necessary. The spiders swung toward the hooves that slashed into their midst. Like a single creature, they swarmed upon the horse. Its white legs and sides were soon encrusted with red blistered bodies. The stallion reared, its neck stretched back in pain, a silent scream fixed upon its open jaws. It toppled backward to the muddy trail, writhing for several heartbeats before settling to a still form. Already loops and tangles of webbing began to enshroud the beast. Its open eye, once full of vigor and heart, was now the dull orb of a stillborn. A single red spider danced across the dead globe. Sheathing his sword, Errol turned away as the sea of spiders swallowed their feast. Kral reached a hand toward Errol to pull him up on his mount. His name was Shishon, the mountain man said, naming the crag horse. Errol allowed himself to be swung behind Kral atop the huge stallion. He wished the mountain man hadn't imparted that piece of information. The nameless were easier to forget. Kral swung his mount around and trotted him after the retreating wagon. Errol did not glance back. What happened? Elena asked, her face pale with concern. She watched the plainsman untether one of the two draft horses that trailed behind Merrick. He stayed silent as he quickly unburdened the beast of three of the packs. He let them drop to the mud and climbed bareback atop the thick-bodied horse. Keep going, Merrick, Errol ordered. Kral, make sure these packs get tossed in the wagon when Mogweed catches up to here. Kral grunted his acknowledgement, then reined his horse around. I'd better get back to keep watch on our rear. That bit of horseflesh will not buy us much time. He cantered away. Once the mountain man was gone, Elena stepped her mare beside Errol. They followed Merrick and Naylan, who were already a fair clip down the smoky trail. What happened to your stallion? She asked. Errol stared steadily ahead. He's dead. The plainsman kicked his horse to a faster pace, signaling the end of this discussion. Elena rubbed her red eyes and glanced over her shoulder as if she might spy what had truly happened on the back trail. Behind her, the wagon lurched, tilting back and forth, as Mogweed drove the rig after them. Whatever had transpired back there was hidden by the wagon and sharp twists of the path. Resigned, she settled back forward. From Errol's locked shouters, she imagined the events had been hard on the plainsman, and as usual, he refused to share his burdens. Elena found her right hand clutching the reins harder. Somehow she sensed that if she were better skilled with her magics, Perhaps she could have saved Erril from making the decision that hunched his shoulders now. She studied her gloved hand. Its ruby stain lay hidden from sight, yet, like a rash, its power itched across her skin, reminding her that what lay hidden could not be denied by mere deerskin. Soon a time would come when Erril would not be there to bear her burdens. Then she would need to take her gloves off and make her own hard decisions. Elena contemplated the taut strain in Erril's back. Would she have his strength then? Naylan had slowed her steed and dropped back. Trouble ahead. A league farther, the trail descends into a deep hollow. The flames jumped the secluded section of forest and skipped to the higher wood beyond. And the spiders? Erril asked. The forest remains intact in the low wood. And so does the horde. Elena pushed Mist closer to the others. Can we go around? Naylan shook her head. Not with the wagon, and even if we abandoned it, I doubt we could make it safely through the smoldering fires and collapsed trees. Let's see this wood, Erril said, snapping his reins to urge his mount forward. Naylan led the way. It's just beyond the turn of the trail ahead. Merrick waits. No one spoke as they trotted toward where Merrick slumped atop his roan filly. The heat seemed to worsen with each step forward, its roasting touch reaching through cloaks. Elena found herself gasping for air by the time they reached Merrick. As they approached, Elena could see the exhaustion in every muscle of the elven. Somehow he seemed to have shrunk in on himself, as if the draining of his elemental abilities had sapped the very substance from his being. He glanced tepidly at them, his eyes ringed in shadows, as the horses pulled to a stop beside him. Merrick, Erril asked, how are you managing? Merrick's lips cracked as he spoke. The fire has but a league of forest yet to consume. I will last until then. He nodded toward where a wide pocket of green forest still thrived just ahead. But I can't help here. It takes all my concentration and skill to keep the main fire moving. Erril nodded as he turned to study the obstacle, his eyes narrow with worry. Elena inched Mist forward to better view where the trail dropped into the deep hollow. The surviving bit of forest, sheltered in the recess, lay shrouded in web and silence. No spiders could be seen moving among the strands and tangles of silver thread. In fact, nothing moved. The wood lay as still as a corpse. The complete lack of any sign of life bothered Elena more than if 1,000 spiders were crawling and capering among the branches. Maybe the fire's smoke drove them all away, Elena offered with half-hearted hope. I wouldn't count on that, Naylan said. The spiders have been tenacious in sticking to their nests. I wager that beyond the edge of scorched trees, the horde still awaits us. Then maybe we can just torch this section of wood by hand, Erril mumbled. Merrick sighed and shook his head. No time. We must stick close to the main fire as it marches, or the spiders will circle back and reclaim the wood before we can pass. Even now we delay too long. The fire escapes us as we speak. A thunder of hooves momentarily distracted the group from the dire glade. Kral galloped his stallion up to them. The wagon was trundling not far behind. The horde is on the move again. They'll soon be upon us. Why's everyone stop? Kral asked, but his voice died in his throat as he saw what lay ahead. Naylan explained the situation while Erril returned to studying the woods. Elena pulled closer to the plainsman but let him think in silence. She needed for him to realize that only one option still lay open to them, but if she voiced it, Elena knew Erril would stubbornly resist. No, she would not goad him and drive him away from the correct choice. Given time, he would realize the one true path ahead. As Elena watched Erril, she saw the tautness in his shoulders suddenly slump and recognized the resignation in his posture. After a moment's hesitation, he twisted in his saddle, and Elena found herself staring into his hurt eyes. She knew how it pained him to ask this of her. She simply nodded at him. Both knew what must be done. Erril swung his draft horse around to face the others as the wagon closed to join them. He cleared his throat to draw everyone's attention. Spiders or not, we're going to have to force our way through this bit of forest." Concern lit everyone's eyes, but no one voiced a protest. Only Kral spoke, his voice edged with hard humor. "I hope we have enough horses to spare." Elena did not understand the mountain man's words, but she did not dwell on it. Now was not the time for words or explanations. She swung Mist around to face the dark woods and took a deep breath. With the others silent behind her, Elena slipped the glove from her right hand. Its stain was already aglow with ruby and crimson whorls. She sat straighter and willed the witchlight to flare brighter. An ember of brilliant light the color of a moonrose bloomed in her open palm, then spread out to her fingers. As she concentrated, she sensed Erril settle his stallion beside her. "Let it build," he whispered hoarsely. "Don't let it overwhelm you. The power is yours to control." Elena let the lids of her eyes droop lower. Her hand now blazed in the shadowed wood. Magics crackled across her skin. The power seemed so much larger than her small frame. How could it stay contained? And once released, how could she control it? "Careful," he warned, his voice full of worry. A seed of Erril's concern found fertile ground in Elena's chest. She again pictured her parents swallowed in a wall of fire cast out from her own body. The glow in her hand faltered. She could no better control her magics now than she had back then. I can't," she moaned. Erril reached his hand to her knee. "Yes, you can, Al. This magic is in your blood. It's part of you. Control yourself and you control your magic." "But..." He squeezed her knee. "Trust me, Al. I know you can do this." Fighting back tears, she glanced up to Erril. Under hair as black as shadows, his gray eyes shone with the intensity of his convictions. In the hard contours of his face, she saw the strength of the man who was her protector. She nodded and drew a small amount of Erril's stoniness into her. Taking a deep breath, she turned back to face the shrouded wood, clearing her mind of anything but the flows and ebbs of the magic in her blood. In a few heartbeats, the glow grew back to an intense blaze. She would do this. "Now, when you're ready, you." Erril's voice was like a gnat in her ear. "Enough." She snarled at him, willing him silent. "You were right. I know what I must do." Her left hand slipped to the sheathed knife at her belt and gripped its rose-handled hilt. She pulled forth her Witzch's dagger, its silver blade shining crimson in the reflected ruby blaze. Her magic called for blood, sang for its release. Now Elena was ready to listen. She drew the dagger's edge across the meat of her thumb. Their prison pierced, her magics burst forth from the wound, a cold fire raging out into the world. A flicker of a smile fluttered about her mouth before Elena could force her lips to a stern line, but somewhere deep inside, somewhere where Elena feared to look too closely, a part of her still crackled with laughter and wicked delight. The roar of the consuming flame followed Vera and I from the eaves of the forest. Her brow glistened with sweat, and her breath rattled in ragged gasps as she stumbled from the wood's edge. Her hair and green jacket were coated in a fine powder of ash, and tears streaked through the soot that stained her face. With her legs wobbling under her, she kept running, trying to escape the fire's voice. One hand still clutched her belly, reminding her why she must not let exhaustion lull her into defeat. She must protect the seed of the horde. She must not let the Dark Lord's gift die with her. In her mind's eye, she still pictured the flaming death of her children. Whoever had burned this would pay. Oh, yes, they would suffer for this crime. It was this rage that fueled her weak legs and tired heart. It took her several breaths and several more steps before she even realized she had escaped the forest and had entered the meadowed plains of the lower foothills. Only when her feet splashed through a wide stream of shallow snowmelt did her eyes focus on the open fields. Around her, the last of the afternoon sunlight, smudged with blowing smoke, cast the meadowgrasses in hues of rose and gold. A few scattered islands of young oaks dotted the landscape, and in vernal pools, splashes of wild daffodils heralded the spring. Among these round hills, 1,000 brooks and streams coursed through the lush growth. Free of the overhanging branches and the webs of her children, Vera and I felt suddenly exposed and vulnerable. Her legs slowed as she continued along the trail that led down out of the highland forests toward the distant plains. She glanced behind her at the black skies, lit up from below with the scarlet glow of the flames. Like a living beast, the conflagration rolled slowly toward her, growling its anger at her escape. She found her legs stumbling faster again. Would the fire be happy with just the forest? Though the meadow grasses were green and wet with spring growth, would that necessarily sate this hot flame and stop its progress? She stumbled on, her hand moist on her belly. She had more to protect than just herself. She must keep going. As the sun retreated toward the horizon behind her, she struggled onward. Once she was sure she and the horde were safe, then she could stop and let her master know what had befallen them. She kept glancing over her shoulder as she marched and splashed through the wet meadows. With her eyes fixed upon the flames and her ears full of the fire's roar, Vera and I failed to see the small hunter's camp sheltered beyond the rise of the next hill until she practically fell within the circle of tents. She seemed to surprise them as much as they startled her. Vera and I shuffled to a stop, wary of these strangers. She quickly weighed the danger. A dozen men, dressed in the green leathers and knee-high black boots of hunters, stood or sat around 3 fires. A handful of women, now frozen in various poses around cooking pots and spitted meats, also mingled among the men. Scattered among the larger folk, the small faces of a few children peeked from around legs and bosoms. Everyone stood fixed for a heartbeat until a hound tethered near one of the tents let out a long, baying howl in her direction. The dog's voice set everyone in motion at once. Vera and I backed a step away. Several of the men nudged each other and words were exchanged with appreciative glances in her direction. Spits of grilling meats began to turn again, and one broad-shouldered woman cuffed the hound and scolded it quiet. One man separated from the group and approached her. Sandy-haired with a matching broad mustache, he was a good head taller than the other hunters. His lips were set in a firm line, but his green eyes carried a trace of suspicion. "Lass, why are you out among these hills by yourself?" Vera and I shrunk under his gaze, letting her long black hair drape between his eyes and her face. She could not find words, still too shaken by her sudden intrusion among people. "Where are your companions?" "Did?" The hunter's voice was cut off as a woman who stood as tall as the large man elbowed him aside. She had blonde hair cropped short and wore an uncompromising set to her mouth and eyes. "Sweet mother, Josa, can't you see she's heavy with child and practically scared out of her skin?" She nudged the hunter farther away. "Go tend to your hound before it chokes itself on its tether." Once Josa had shuffled back to the heart of the camp, the woman placed fists on her hips and ran her eyes up and down Vera and I. Her voice was warmer than the tone she had used with the man. "Now, child, don't fret. My name is Betta. You're safe here. Just take a few deep breaths and calm yourself." Vera and I straightened and moved a few strands of black hair from her face. "The fire," she began, but her voice failed her. "I guessed that from the soot and ash all over you. So you came from the wood? Were you traveling alone?" "Yes, no, my children." Vera and I could not stop the flow of tears from bursting from her eyes. Betta swallowed Vera and I in her large arms just as her legs finally gave out. Vera and I sank within her embrace, allowing the woman to support her for a few ragged breaths. It felt so good to unburden herself. Only another woman could truly understand the pain a mother felt at the loss of a child, to carry a life in your womb and see the world destroy it. She sobbed uncontrollably into Betta's chest as the woman stroked her hair and whispered words to soothe her. Betta led her into the camp, sweeping her into a tent for privacy. Once the woman had settled Vera and I into a nest of pillows and ordered a cow-eyed woman to fetch a cup of tea, Vera and I began to regain control of her emotions. She allowed Betta to wipe her face with a cold wet rag, clearing soot and tears from her cheeks. Vera and I tried to speak, to let her know how much she appreciated the kind attention, but Betta placed a finger across Vera and I's lips to silence her. "Drink this, then we can talk." Betta handed her a small cup of hot mint tea. Its steam and aroma seemed to seep into her bones and give her strength. Vera and I savored the tea in silence, allowing it to warm her tongue and hands. Once she had finished, she felt vigorous enough to speak without crying. She handed the small cup back to Betta. "Thank you," she said shyly. Betta settled to the pillows beside her. "Now tell me what happened. Are there others of your party that we should search for?" Vera and I studied her hands, willing her voice not to break with the sorrow. "No, I traveled only with my children, but..." "Did they not escape the fire?" She shook her head. "It caught us by surprise. It was too fast. I couldn't save the others." Her voice began to rise until Betta placed a hand atop hers. "Hush, now, do not blame yourself. You had to save who you could," she said, nodding toward Vera and I's bulging belly. "Now, I want you to rest. You must be strong for the child you grow now." Vera and I sniffed back the tears that threatened, and nodded. Betta pushed to her feet and began to leave. "The fire rages fierce," Vera and I said before the other woman left the tent. "It might yet cross to the meadows here. Don't you fret. We know these lands. These spring meadows run wet and will stanch the fire's path beyond the wood. And we'll have watchers out to keep an eye on the flame. If it threatens, we can break camp and be all on horseback in a blink. So you sleep. We will not let anything happen to you or your unborn child." "You are most kind," Vera and I said. She began to settle back into her pillows when a pain reached up from her belly to grip her heart. Her vision blacked, and a gasp escaped her throat as the fire ripped through her. For the briefest moment, she saw with the thousand eyes of her forest children, a small woman atop a horse, her right hand raised, glowing like a small ruby sun. Death rained out from her and consumed all, a death more horrible than flame, a death born of dire magics. As quickly as it came, the pain and vision vanished, leaving only a dull ache and hollowness in her chest. Betta was leaning over her, concern etched in every plane of the woman's face. "What is it, child?" Vera and I stayed silent, picturing again the woman's fist aglow with wild magics. She knew who approached, burning her way through Vera and I's children. It was the witch, the one the master craved. One trembling hand reached up to finger the lock of white hair nestled within the black. She had not forgotten her duty. The master must be served. Her face paled as she realized how close she had come to failing her dark lord. The witch had driven her from her post and almost slipped past her, but the witch had made a mistake. The master had attuned Vera and I to the woman's black arts. With her magic's first touch upon the horde, Vera and I's own body had felt its searing fire, warning her to the witch's presence. Foolish child. Now alerted, Vera and I would not fail her lord a second time or her lost children. She would make the witch suffer and writhe as all those spiders had upon their flaming webs. But she needed help. Vera and I raised her face to the worried eyes of Betta and recognized a potential ally, someone to help her with her duty. Especially with a little coaxing. Vera and I allowed tears to rise to her eyes. "I remember now," she moaned loudly. My mind tried to erase, to deny the horrors. But now it comes tumbling back in a dreadful rush. Fire and death. She pushed up from the pillows and clutched Betta's arm. "Those who set the fires and murdered my children come this way." Betta's eyes grew wide, then narrowed with fire. "You know who set this flame upon our wood?" Yes, Vera and I stared into Betta's reddening face. "She comes with many others. I saw a wagon." Vera and I forced her shoulders to shudder. "They murder all in their path." "Who are they?" Vera and I sat straighter and cranked her voice to a fevered pitch. "Foul murderers and defilers of children. Not men, but beasts." Betta's eyes sparked with hate, her lips bled of color. She spoke rapidly. Our elders warned that this wood was befouled by evil, that the poisonous beasts were unnatural markers of corruption. We were sent here to watch the wood and make sure the spiders didn't spread to the meadows. And for moons now, the beasts have stayed cloaked among the trees, shunning the direct light of the sun. But now, sweet mother, now if your words are true, the evil prepares to spread its foul reach and fire marks their coming. The woman broke Vera and I's grip on her arm and stood. I must alert the others. Those monsters will not pass here. Vera and I watched the woman fly from the tent, Betta's voice already raised in alarm. No, Vera and I thought as she rubbed her full belly, the poisonous smile of a spider fixed on her lips. No, these killers of her children would not escape these hills. 5. The magic streamed in rivers of cold fire from Elena's open palm while sparks of blue flames danced like will-o'-the-wisps around her wrist. With sweat beading on her brow, she concentrated fully on her task, struggling as best she could to maintain a leash upon her magics. Though Erril had instructed her in the basics of manipulation, simple lessons he had learned while serving as a liegeman of the order, any complex orchestrations of her gifts were beyond her current abilities. Still, what Elena lacked in skill, she made up for in raw power. Wild magic was a force few things could withstand. As her flow of cold fire washed upon the shore of the web-shrouded glade, hoarfrost and ice froze all it touched. Tree trunks burst with explosive cracks. Frozen roots snapped their hold upon the dirt, toppling ancient oaks and stately maples. Even the tenacious webs of silk were transformed to delicacies of frost that shattered with even the slightest breeze. A cloud of frigid mist rose from the forest, driven into the smoky sky by her cold fire crackling through the glade. Her magic devoured the wood and its denizens just as thoroughly as hot flames had scoured the main forest. Two fires, twins in extremes, consumed all in their paths. As Elena watched the white mist meet the black smoke in the sky, it reminded her of the extremes of her own magics. While studying with Erril, she had learned that the character of her magics was dictated by the light that renewed her power. Sunlight gave her power over red flame and heat, whereas moonlight aligned her to the burn of ice and frost. It was as if her magics mirrored her own spirit, divided, two extremes again, between witch and woman. In the sky above, where icy mist met fiery smoke, spats of whirlwinds grew as the two sides fought for control. Ice-coated leaves rattled like the bones of the dead. Branches snapped and were drawn into the air. The sky itself groaned as the battle raged. The fury of the skies spread to Elena's breast. Her magic sang in her blood, crying to join the war above. Her heart thundered to its chorus of destruction. She fought against its call as surely as the smoke fought the mist. But another part of her, the witch within, sang with the harmonies of her magic, thrilled to the crackles of blue flame and screaming winds. Elena squeezed her eyes closed against the sight of the roiling skies, pulled her attention back to herself, and centered her breathing. She concentrated on her body and searched through muscle and tendon, ligament and bone, blood and bowel. She acknowledged the soreness of her inner thighs from the long day of riding, felt the throb of a fresh bruise where her shoulder had struck a low branch, even dwelled upon the faint tenderness of her newly budding breasts. She was more than mere flows of arcane magics. She was a woman, and that was magic enough for her. A voice intruded. Elena, you've destroyed the glade. Pull back. It was Erril. He still sat atop his draft horse at her side. She inclined her head slightly, keeping her eyes closed. Now was not the time to be distracted by the awful beauty of her magic's crackling flows. She slowly closed her raised hand. Her fingers felt frozen to the marrow of her small bones. For a moment, she feared she would snap her digits from her palm as she willed her fist to close. Yet slowly, one by one, like a bloom closing at midnight, her fingers clenched to a fist, severing the flow of cold fire. The traces of magic still left in her screamed at the interruption. Her hand trembled with the pent-up power. More! Sang her blood. Taste the full rage of your wild magic. One finger began to stretch back out. A voice intruded again. No. But this time it was not Ril's clipped Standish accent. It was Elena's own voice, spoken aloud to the magic within and without. She tightened her fist, feeling her own heartbeat in her clenched palm. She willed the beat to slow from its fevered pitch to a controlled throb. Without opening her eyes, she knew the brilliant radiance of her hand had faded back to its normal stain. She lowered her fist to her lap. "Sweet mother, child," Kral said as he danced his war charger behind her. "Just look at that." Elena opened her eyes and for the first time saw the result of her magic. The wooded hollow now lay etched in silver ice, each bowl, branch, and leaf entombed in crusts of hoarfrost. Thousands of spears of cloudy ice stretched out from trunks and limbs, some as long as a man was tall. But instead of draping toward the ground, these thorns of brilliance stuck straight out from their woody perches, pointing away from Elena, as if a terrible wind had been blowing out from her. Which in some ways, she realized, was true. As Elena studied her handiwork, the smoky sky cleared for a brief instant to let the sharp rays of the late afternoon sun pierce to the assaulted glade. Where sunlight met crystal ice, thousands of tiny rainbows burst forth. The entire glade transformed for one long hushed breath into a sweet dream, a forest of ice and rainbows. "It's so beautiful," Nayland said with wonder thick in her voice. As if woodsong itself were given substance and form. Elena tore her eyes from the brilliant wood. Here numbing beauty hid so sweetly the death and destruction at its heart. Hot tears flowed across her chilled cheeks. Death should never be this radiant. "What's wrong?" Ril asked. "Are you injured?" Studying her hand, Elena shook her head. Even where the dagger had sliced her thumb, no wound now seeped. It had healed without even a shade of a scar. Her right hand, though, had not escaped completely unscathed. As the magic had bled out from her wound, the stain had drained from her skin. Instead of the usual deep ruby whorls, her palm now was only slightly reddened, as if she had suffered a bad sunburn. The ruining of the wood had cost almost all her magical reserve, leaving only a small trace of her power. She raised her hand to show Ril. "I'm fine. But I only have a bit of magic left." The plainsman stared, then nodded. "No need to worry. We should be able to clear the wood from here. You can always renew once you're completely drained." "Why must I wait until all the magic is gone before I can renew?" she asked, lowering her hand. "Wouldn't it be safer to keep my reserve full at all times?" "Now you're thinking like a true mage," he snorted, the lines of worry momentarily easing. "My brother Shorkin used to voice the same complaint. Many mages in his time tried to discover ways to renew before their magic was fully spent. They all failed. It just doesn't work that way. Then maybe I should spend the last dregs of my power. Empty my reserve and renew now." It seemed the most prudent course, but the thought of again opening her magic trembled her heart. "No. Do not even harbor that thought." Ril's face darkened with concern, his voice tight. "Magic is a gift not to be squandered lightly. It should only be used with true purpose. Leave it be." Ril kicked his horse forward and waved for the others to follow. "Now let's go." Elena, though, urged Mist to keep abreast of the plainsman's steed. "But why? What difference does it make? Can't I use my power in whatever way I want?" Ril did not look at her. "There's danger in that path, Elena. Lax and frivolous use of magics during my time led to the corruption of many a mage's spirit." He continued down the trail in silence, his eyes staring somewhere far from the frozen forest as they entered the dead hollow. Elena thought the conversation had ended and began to turn away, but Ril started speaking again, his voice thin and strained. "Soon those mages grew drunk with their powers. It twisted many of them. From this corruption, the Brotherhood of the Dark Mages arose." He turned to stare at her, his gaze intense. "Be warned. More than just the danger of death is risked by the wanton use of your wild magics, it can also blacken and pervert your spirit. Elena sensed the truth in his words. She had felt the seductive call of her magics and knew deep within her that a corner of her spirit already sang to the raw wildness of her power. A shiver passed through her. How long until that part of her spirit grew? With trembling fingers, Elena slipped her deerskin glove back over her right hand and resolved that she would only use her magic when no other path lay open. Even then, she would think twice. Errol mumbled something under his breath. What was that? She asked as she cinched her glove on tight, unsure if the plainsman had been addressing her. After a long pause, he raised wounded eyes toward her. You need a better teacher, he said. I'm not learned enough to instruct you in the finer workings of your art and in the tools of safeguarding your spirit. This untutored use of your magics risks so much. For the first time, Elena saw the depth of pain behind his stony features and realized she was not the only one who suffered when she used her powers. I'll manage. You've taught me well. She smiled crookedly at him. Besides, what choice do we have? You're all I've got. Her words softened his pained expression. Still, you must proceed with caution. I will, Elena promised. Merrick and Nayland trotted their horses up to them. Merrick leaned far in his saddle, one fist gripping his saddle's horn to keep him upright. His words were coarse with fatigue. The fire's path has almost reached the forest's edge. We've wasted too much time. We must hurry before the horde retakes the burned corridor we've forged. Go on ahead then, Errol said. Nayland, stay close to Merrick and help him. Errol swung around in his saddle and called to the wagon that crept slowly behind them through the iced bower. Mogweed, lean on the whip. We must run the horses if we are to outpace the spiders. Elena saw the shapeshifter's pale face clench with fear, but Mogweed nodded. With a crack of a whip, the wagon bucked forward. The sudden start tumbled two figures from the rear of the wagon. It was Tolchuk and the wolf Fardale. They had jumped from the rig and now ran alongside it. Elena was amazed the huge Ojiri could move with such speed. Errol seemed more angry than impressed. No, stay in the wagon, he yelled. We can't slow to keep abreast of you on foot. Tolchuk answered, his voice calm and steady as he loped beside the large wheel of the wagon. Less burdened, the horses can pull faster. And we Ojiri be quick of foot at least for a short way. I can race as far as the forest's edge. Fardale and I will not slow you down. Errol's face shone with doubt. The spiders. Tolchuk pointed to the side of the trail. Entombed in ice, the blistered bodies of spiders could be seen like red blemishes in a diamond. They be not chasing us very quickly. Errol stared for a moment in indecision, then called out to Kral. Keep to the back trail. Guard our rear. Kral raised an arm in salute, pulling his war charger behind the billowing canopy of the wagon. Errol swung forward in his saddle and snapped his lead to urge his mount faster. Does your mare still have enough heart in her to run the rest of the way? He asked as Elena followed. Mist has a strong heart. She'll be exhausted, but I believe she can run me out of this foul wood. Then let's be off, he said, kicking his steed even faster. I'm tired of trees and lawn to see the end of this forest. Elena urged Mist on with soft words of encouragement. Her mare snorted briskly and tossed her head, glad to run. Elena kept close behind Errol's horse, following the plainsman's broad back. By now they were almost halfway through the dead hollow, the branches of frozen roof over their heads. Down the trail, Merrick and Nayland were small figures. Elena could see them ride through frosted drapes of webs that blocked the trail, shattering the frozen strands into thousands of glittering fragments. As they followed, wind-borne motes of web, like a light snow flurry, still floated in the trail. Loath to have even these pinpricks of corruption touch her skin, Elena pulled her mask, which had fallen from her face as she worked her magic, back up over her mouth and nose. Still she shivered as pieces of web settled upon her cloak and hood. Even Mist nickered warily as she galloped, needing no further encouragement to run. Soon they were climbing back out of the hollow and entering the burned wood again. But relief at escaping the hollow was a fleeting thing. The sudden return of heat felt pleasant for several heartbeats, then the air reeked of scorched wood and smoky poisons, and the burning breath of the fire swallowed her up. Elena coughed, and Mist noticeably slowed as the heated air taxed the sweating horse. The distance between Elena and Erril quickly grew. Behind her, Elena could hear the ringing bells of the wagon closing in on her. She leaned forward and rubbed a palm over Mist's wet neck. "Come on, girl, you can do this," she urged, the heat charring her throat. "It's just a little farther." With the smoke and ash limiting her line of sight, Elena prayed her words were not a lie. She had lost track of Marek and Nayland quite some time ago as they were swallowed in the haze, and now even Erril had become a ghost down the trail. She thought to call out to him but realized there was no need. He could not make Mist run any faster. She tapped Mist's flank and whispered words of encouragement, letting the mare know she needed to hurry. In answer, Mist huffed loudly, and her hooves dug harder. Her flanks heaved and rolled under Elena as the mare fought through the smoky air. Erril's figure grew more solid as the distance narrowed. "Good girl," she sang in the horse's ear. "I knew you could do it." Suddenly Mist's hoof struck a stubborn root, and the mare stumbled forward. Elena fought to keep her seat, arms pinwheeling, but she lost the battle and found herself tumbling through the empty air. She braced for the impact with the hard ground, but it never came. Instead, huge arms scooped her up before she hit. Elena glanced up into the monstrous, fanged face of Tolchuk. As he ran, he carried her in the crook of one arm. The Ojiri's bearskin felt like rough bark against her cheek as he held her clutched to his chest. The smell of wet goats swelled around her from his steaming body. From the corner of her eye, Elena saw the black shadow of the wolf flash past, with Mist not far behind. "Thank you, Tolchuk," she gasped. "I would have surely broken a bone. But I can run on my own now." "No time," he growled, his ragged voice like grinding boulders. "Spiders be in pursuit from all sides." Elena glanced to the side of the trail. She had been so focused on the trail ahead that she had failed to see what threatened from the corners. Thousands of faceted eyes glowed back at her from the forest's smoky edge. Rivers of spiders flowed toward them, roiling and surging like a single beast. The blistering hot ground consumed hundreds of their brethren, but hundreds more used the bodies of the fallen as a bridge across the burning soil. It was as if the entire army had one intent, one mind. For the first time, she understood why the creatures had been named the Horde. The Ojiri loped in huge bounds of his muscular legs, but exhaustion bowed his back. As he ran, his free arm knuckled off into the mud for support. Half beast, half man, Tolchuk scrabbled in a fast gait down the trail. Suddenly a thunder of hooves swamped over them as Kral drove his huge warcharger even with them. "Quick arms, Ojiri. But I'll take the girl from you now." Rorschach, the mountain man's steed, seemed hardly winded, dancing on steel-shod hooves, mane flaring black as Kral kept abreast of the lumbering Ojiri. Tolchuk didn't argue. No false heroics, only common sense. Elena found herself half-tossed onto the horse. Kral swung Elena's small frame into the saddle in front of him, and with a coarse command in the guttural language of the crag horses, he ordered Rorschach to race, and run the stallion did. Trees blurred to either side as they flew down the trail. In a heartbeat, she thundered past Mist and closed in on Erril. "Yo!" Kral hauled his mount up to the plainsman. "The horde closes from all sides. If we mean to escape these woods, we must do so now, Erril pulled his mask from his face, his eyes wide at seeing Elena with the mountain man. He glanced behind him to see the empty saddle atop Mist as the horse closed the distance. What happened? He began to mumble, then shook his head. "Never mind. Kral, get her out of these woods. I'll help Tolchuk and the wagon." Kral nodded, and without a word, he shot forward and left Erril quickly behind. As Elena clutched handfuls of black mane, Rorschach's hooves raced through mud and smoke. Elena found herself holding her breath in fear, not for herself, but for the others still behind with the spiders. Kral leaned over Elena. "It can't be much farther," he whispered to her. Elena tried to gain hope from his words, but who could truly say how much farther the trail ran? Elena stared forward at the wall of swirling ash and smoke. Would this trail never end? As if hearing this thought, the wall of blackness before them blew open for a heartbeat to reveal rolling meadows just an arrow shot away. Then a gust tore the sight from her eyes, swallowing the trail back up with smoke. Had it been a mirage, a trick of a hopeful heart? Thank the sweet mother, Kral mumbled to himself. He kicked Rorschach fiercely. You saw it, you old bag of bones. Now get us out of this sick forest. The horse snorted in irritation. Then, as if to show his master the true heart of the warcharger breed, Rorschach became the wind itself. The galloping stride of the stallion became a smooth current of muscle and motion, as if the horse's hooves failed to even touch the mud of the trail. In half a breath, the trio of horse and riders burst forth from the forest and smoke into a world of rolling hills and meadows. With a whoop of triumph on his lips, Kral reined his horse to a slower pace as they skirted into the tall grasses. The fire had scorched the green meadow for a quarter league before the wet grasses and wide streams smothered the fire to slumbering embers. Kral trotted his stallion in a wide circle, Rorschach's hooves splashing slightly in the flooded meadows. Elena rejoiced in the snatches of late afternoon sunlight that slipped through the gaps in the smoky sky. In the distance, she could see sprinkled patches of meadow flowers gracing the gentle slopes of these hills. They had made it free of the woods. Suddenly, from behind them, mist burst forth from the wall of smoke and raced past them into the green meadows. Mist! Elena called, but the small gray was panicked and continued fleeing out among the meadowed hills. Kral, we need to go after. The mountain man held up a hand, silencing her. He sat straighter in his saddle and searched the wet fields as he slowly swung his horse in tight circles. Where's Naylan and Merrick? He mumbled. They should be. Suddenly an arrow shot past Elena's ear, and Kral fell backward from the saddle, almost carrying Elena with him. Alone atop Rorschach, Elena twisted about. Behind the horse's rump, Kral lay on his back in the grass, the feathered haft of an arrow protruding from his shoulder. He fought to sit up, the wind knocked from his chest. Managing to raise himself up to one elbow, he spat something in the language of the crag horses. Rorschach hesitated. Go, you useless piece of dung. Kral's voice thundered. Rorami destro, Rorschach, nam. The warcharger suddenly snorted loudly and spun on its heels. Elena frantically grabbed fistfuls of mane as the horse shot away into the meadows. Overhead another volley of arrows rained past the racing horse. With tears in her eyes, Elena clung to Rorschach's back. The horse flew across the empty hills and meadows, a black zephyr across the green fields. But where would this ride end? Elena risked a glance over her shoulder and saw the edge of the forest fading behind her. Then Rorschach passed over the crest of a hill, and the forest disappeared completely from view. And with it, all those she knew and cared for in the world. 6. Naked and alone in the tent, Vera and I knelt upon a pillow, her swollen belly resting on her lap. The ebonstone bowl balanced on a small oaken tray before her. The stone's surface already danced with dark fire, the black flames sapping the feeble light from the tent. She listened for the approach of any footsteps, shivering as the flames drank the warmth from her skin. Outside, the camp was almost empty. Among these nomadic people, it was skill that judged the hunter, not whether the one who pulled the bowstring was man or woman. So most of the womenfolk had accompanied their men to hiding places among the meadows to lie in wait for those who moved through the forest. Only the children, guarded by 2 older women and 1 bent-backed man, still moved among the smoldering hearths. Vera and I had waited for the camp to empty before beginning the preparations for contacting her master. She had intoned the casting words and paid her debt of blood, then waited. Now all seemed quiet, a hush fallen over the encampment. It was time. Bowing her face, she recited the final words and felt the surge as the black heart's essence swept within the flames of the dark fire. The shadows thickened in the tent, and the air became difficult to breathe. Vera and I kept her head bowed. Somewhere without, a hound began baying wildly but was quickly cuffed to silence. Vera and I felt her children surge in her womb, agitated by the closeness of their true lord. She bent down to touch her forehead to the lip of the bowl, both as honor to her master and as protection for her children. From deep within the flame, the black heart spoke, his voice dripping venom more poisonous than the entire horde. "Why do you call?" "To let you know, sire. She whom you await has come. I have seen her and felt the burn of her magics. And she yet lives? I have laid my web. She will not escape me. She must not." Vera and I felt his wrath like a snake tightening around her neck. If the cursed child reaches the plains, she could head in any direction, losing herself among the many lands. That must not happen. Vera and I's mouth dried with fear. The horde and I will not fail you, sire. You can trust your servants." Harsh laughter crackled fiercer than the black flames and held even less warmth. The darkness grew denser near the core of the ebon stone bowl. It was not just the blackness of a moonless night, but a total lack of light and substance, as if what swelled before her was a peek into the heart of death itself. Her belly quaked with fear, and the tent grew colder than the deepest crypt. The taste of iron filled her mouth as she bit her trembling lip. From this inky void came the voice of her lord, sounding somehow closer. "Trust? You beg for trust?" Why yes, my sire." The void wormed over the lip of the bowl toward her. "I will show you how much I trust you." Vera and I squeezed her eyes tight. Bloody saliva drooled from her lips. "Master?" Please, even with her eyes closed, she could still somehow see the darkness sliding toward her. She knew wherever it touched she would be forever scarred. She crouched, frozen, like a pig to slaughter. She felt its first touch upon her exposed knee. A gasp escaped her throat, but she knew better than to move. The master did not like it when one of his servants flinched from his touch, that she remembered well from those early lessons taught in the dungeons of Blackhall. So Vera and I held still, pulling her mind back to that corner of her being where she knew to retreat. 3 winters spent in the twisted warren of cells below the Gulgothal halls had taught her methods of preserving her sanity. She fled to that safe space now, barely aware of the cold finger crawling up her inner thigh. In her safe place, she hummed songs her mother had taught to her among the boats and nets of her fishing village on the storm-swept northern coast. She wrapped herself snug in choruses of lost loves and life's wonders. Here she couldn't be harmed, here nothing could touch her, here she was safe. Suddenly pain ripped open her warm cocoon, a blazing torment worse than any she had felt during the long dungeon winters. Her eyelids snapped open, but the agony blinded her as surely as if her eyes were still closed. All she saw was blackness etched with red lightning. But as the pain ebbed slightly, her vision returned, narrow and pinched, but wide enough to raise a moan to her lips at what she saw. A shadowy umbilicus, like the black tendril of some sea beast, now linked the ebon stone to her womb. It pulsed and throbbed as it filled her belly with dark energies, searing her flesh with the fire of white-hot branding irons. Unable to scream as the pain trapped the breath in her throat, all she could do was writhe at the end of the burning tether. Only the magics the Dark Lord had imbued in her veins long ago kept her heart from bursting. This protection, though, was no kind gift. Death, right now, would be a welcome guest. But as the pain waned to a smoldering ember in her womb, death was not her companion now. The voice that filled her skull like leeches, sucking at her will, was something so much worse. "See how much I truly trust you, Vera and I. I grant you another gift. I have taken the horde in your belly and transformed them into something new for you to love. My children!" She cried, sensing her loss. "No! This new torture was so much worse than the pain of the flesh. Fear not, woman. This child you will love just as well. The wicked umbilicus spasmed one final time, then detached and slid back into the ebonstone bowl. Enjoy my final gift. In her belly, worms of ice roiled through the burn in her womb, eating away the pain. A sigh of pleasure whispered from her lips as the agony vanished. Her belly now felt cool and calm. Released from the storm of pain, she found herself falling limp to her pillows, curling around her swollen belly. Deep within, she felt something stir, something strong, something ripe with her lord's black magics. She hugged her arms around her belly, appreciating the strength and the movements of her unborn child. She closed her eyes, pulling her arms tighter, a smile on her lips. Her master was right as always. A glowing warmth suffused her veins, and she found tears in her eyes. She did. Yes, she certainly did love this child. She rocked back and forth upon the pile of pillows. It wouldn't be long, she sensed. Her child, the true seed of the Black Heart, would be born this night. Yarrael danced his draft horse behind the wagon. It is only a little farther, Mogweed. He called. We can make it. But his words felt like a lie on his tongue. Erril tried to ignore the spiders closing on their flanks, but it was difficult with the constant low rustle of the horde's march. The sound ate at the back of his skull. Tolchuk, they are almost upon us. I have large ears, plainsman. I hear them, too. The Ojiri ran behind the wagon, pushing at its rear to ease the load of the laboring horses in front. He ran at a slow trot. Too slow, Erril feared. He risked one look behind him. The trail to the rear was already awash with a sea of writhing, surging bodies. To the sides, only 3 horse lengths away, the horde drove toward them. We need more speed, he mumbled to himself. Suddenly a loud barking erupted near the front of the wagon, startling Erril's mount. He had to fight to keep the horse from bolting down the trail into the spiders. Ahead of him, the wagon jerked forward out of Tolchuk's grip, almost tripping the Ojiri to the mud. Tolchuk stumbled a few steps, then caught his balance and pursued the fleeing wagon. The barking continued, mixed with occasional loud growls. Erril kicked his horse forward to investigate. Tolchuk, can you keep up? He asked as he trotted past the loping Ojiri. Gasping from exertion, Tolchuk nodded his boulder of a head. Just get this big wagon out of my way and see how fast I run. Erril snapped his reins and urged his mount to the front of the wagon. Once he slipped past the side of the rig, he saw the reason for the commotion. It was Fardale. The large black wolf raced behind the horse's legs, snapping at heels and dodging the occasional kick of a hoof. The wolf's eyes glowed amber in the gloom of smoke and shadow as he herded the terrified team and wagon onward. Perhaps there was a chance. Ahead, the end of the trail came into view amid the blowing black ash and soot. It was a sight to cheer the heart, except between them and freedom, Erril saw the path tremble and quiver with a flowing army of spiders. The horde had outflanked them. But how? Then Erril spotted the woodland stream a quarter league down the trail near the edge of the path. Its wet banks had offered the horde an easy path through the burned wood to cut off their escape. Erril swung his head around. They were completely encircled by a blanket of spiders. Mogweed seemed also to have spotted this obstacle before them and began hauling on the reins. Fardale. Stop. Leave the horses be. The thin shapeshifter screamed. We must stop. Hurry. The wolf heeded his brother's shouted orders and raced to the front of the train of horses, now barking to help his brother slow the wagon. Erril realized the folly of Mogweed's plan. If they stopped, they had no chance of escaping the bites of these spiders. They would be surely swamped as they stood frozen on the trail. Ahead, the wind blew apart the smoky drape, and Erril saw that escape was only a stone's toss away. So close. He clenched the reins of his mount, refusing to bow to defeat. No, if he was to die, he would end his life with a struggle. Erril galloped his horse forward to keep abreast of the wagon. The team had only one defense left, speed. And Mogweed was about to destroy this single advantage. Don't slow the horses. Keep them running. It's our only chance. Mogweed's eyes were wild with fear. Seemingly deaf to Erril's cry, Mogweed still yanked on the lead. Erril realized he did not have time to argue and sway the shapeshifter. If they were to have a chance to survive, he would have to take control of the rig. Skilled from centuries of riding, Erril pushed to his feet atop his galloping draft horse and leapt across the open trail toward the wagon. Taking a blow to the shoulder, Erril crashed atop the driver's bench. Not waiting to check his bruised condition, he clambered into position beside Mogweed. The shapeshifter sat on the bench with the driver's whip frozen in his hands, his face shocked at the sudden appearance of Erril. "Give me the lines," he ordered, "then crawl back and tell Tolchuk to get in the wagon." Stunned, Mogweed obeyed with a slight look of relief in his eyes. "What are you?" "I'm going to push the wagon right through them. Now go." Mogweed cringed and hurried toward the rear, clambering over the boxes of supplies. Erril snapped the lead with a loud crack, then tucked it under his knee, snatching up the driver's whip. Now was no time to spare the horses. He gave the team a touch of the whip. "Fardale, leave the horses and get up here." The tree wolf was already in motion, seeming to sense the change in plans. Fardale spun on a paw, and in a blur of black fur, flew into the wagon, joining his brother under the wagon's canopy. That left only Tolchuk to collect. "Get that Ojiri in," he started to order when suddenly the rear of the wagon sank sharply. A plank cracked explosively from the back of the rig. "He's in!" Mogweed yelled to Erril. With the increased weight of the Ojiri, the horses noticeably slowed. This was no good. "Jettison our gear," he called back to his companions. "Everything. Toss everything." Behind him, Erril quickly heard crates crashing to the trail. But he could not dwell on their losses. He beat the horses savagely with the whip, silently apologizing for his cruelty but knowing he must not fail. Ahead, the draft horse he had been riding, now no longer burdened, flew into the sea of spiders first. The horse raced like a storm through the horde. If that horse can make it, then maybe. A loud screech erupted from the steed, and Erril watched it stumble to an E. A wave of spiders washed higher on its flanks. The horse struggled to rise, crawling in lurching motions, but then collapsed under the mass of tiny predators. The horse had not even made it a quarter of the way through the spiders. But the poor beast's death had not been in vain. Its appearance among the horde had diverted the spiders' attention, its blood drawing the army's bulk to the side of the trail. Erril drove the wagon toward the opposite flank, where the spiders now swarmed less thickly on the trail. He cracked the whip over the sweating rumps of his team. He needed every drop of speed and heart still remaining in these horses. "Come on," he urged through clenched teeth as the wagon entered the spider's domain. Among the horde, the horses needed no further urging, seeming to sense the danger. The proud beasts dug madly at the mud of the trail, froth flying from their lips. As they raced, spiders were crushed underfoot, and a greenish smoke could be seen rising from the horses' heels as the poison scorched their hooves. Rather than slowing them, the pain drove the horses faster. Erril raised his whip, then lowered it, realizing how little fear it could generate now. He could do nothing more. Erril watched spiders beginning to work their way up the leather wrappings that protected the legs of the beasts. Ahead, the trail ended within whirls of smoke and sunlight. They had made it halfway through the horde's blockade. Erril clenched his fist tight on the lead. Almost there. They must make it. But the horses were slowing, their hearts giving out after the long day of terror and racing. Smoke blew across the trailhead, erasing the promise of escape. It now seemed the entire world was just spiders and ash. Tolchuk's head appeared at Erril's shoulder. The Ojiri stayed silent. No words could help now. At least the girl got out safely, Eril said as the horses slowed. All be not lost yet, the Ojiri said. As long as we be moving, there be hope. With his words, the horse on the left died, crashing to the mud, its harness ripping free of the wagon. The other horse bucked, tangled in the legs of the dead horse. Then this one, too, fell to the trail, defeated. The horse never even tried to get up, simply raised its neck once, looking toward the wagon as if to apologize, then life fled from its eyes. The wood now lay silent with death. Escape lay only a small distance away, yet it might as well have been 1,000 leagues. Eril was suddenly knocked aside, his one hand grabbing for the side of the wagon to keep him on the driver's bench. From the corner of his eye, he saw Tolchuk roll through the front opening and over the side of the wagon. Eril straightened. "What are you doing?" he cried. Tolchuk had a knife in his clawed hands. The Ojiri hurriedly sliced loose the tethers and harnesses to the horses and dug his nails into the backs of their spider-encrusted carcasses. With two grunts, he flipped the horses' bodies aside, as a child might a soiled rag doll, then gathered the harnesses over his own shoulder. Spiders now danced across the Ojiri's back and legs. Tolchuk! Eril's voice died in his throat. What could he say? Death lay as surely within the wagon as without. As long as we be moving, there be hope, Tolchuk said, repeating his earlier words. The Ojiri leaned into the gathered harnesses, and his feet sank into the mud. He took a step, then another. Once the wagon began to roll, the Ojiri dug harder with his legs. Eril twisted in his seat, frantic for some way to help but unable to think how. He had never felt so useless. All he could do was watch as the Ojiri bunched his muscles and dragged the wagon behind him. Though the pace grew no faster than a crawl, at least they were moving. With blood pounding in Eril's ears, time slowed to match their creeping pace. As Eril watched, spiders plagued Tolchuk, but luckily the main bulk of the horde was drawn to the carcasses of the horses, an easier meal than the thick-skinned Ojiri. Still, enough spiders remained to thickly coat Tolchuk's legs. And even though the Ojiri had bragged earlier of his people's thick hides, tree bark itself was no obstacle to the corruption of the horde. From his seat, Eril could see tendrils of green smoke rising from Tolchuk's thighs as the poisons ate at his flesh, trying to weaken a spot so their bites could kill. Lines of pain marked the Ojiri's back and neck. Tolchuk could not last much longer. Suddenly a fierce gust blew down the throat of the trail and cleared the way of smoke. Sweet mother! The meadows were only a horse length away. Eril jumped up. Lost among the ash and gloom, he had never suspected they were so close. You're almost there. Eril cried in encouragement to the laboring Ojiri. Tolchuk raised his face, then stumbled a step at the sight. Regaining his footing, Tolchuk leaned harder into the harnesses. The view of freedom seemed to renew the vigor in the Ojiri's stride. His strong legs ate up the last of the distance, and the wagon was soon rolling into open meadows. As soon as they entered the grasslands, the spiders fled from Tolchuk's body and raced back to their shrouded trees. Seemingly the horde feared to abandon its shadowy roost. Still, Tolchuk continued to haul the wagon until they were clear of the trees and only green grass surrounded them. Once safe, Tolchuk stopped, his legs wobbling under him, and dropped the harnesses. He tried to swing around toward the wagon, but his legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees into the wet meadow. Eril leapt from the wagon and raced toward the Ojiri. Tolchuk's burnished skin was marred with white streaks and pocks from the assault of the spiders. When Eril reached him, Tolchuk's face was still clenched with pain, and his breath rattled with wheezes and a coarse cough. The Ojiri rolled two blood-red eyes up to Eril as the plainsman leaned over him. We did it, didn't we? Tolchuk gasped. Eril placed a hand on the Ojiri's shoulder. Where his fingers brushed one of the pockmarks, Eril's skin burned fiercely. He could only imagine the pain the Ojiri still suffered. You did it, my friend. It was your heart and bone that saved us. Tolchuk nodded. Good. As I said, we Ojiri be thick of skin. With those last words, Tolchuk's eyes rolled back, and the Ojiri slumped to the grass. Before Eril could check to see if Tolchuk still breathed, a voice cracked across the open meadow. Back from your demon. Do not make us feather your corpse with arrows. Eril straightened and saw a band of 20 or so green-cloaked figures rise from the deep grass, each member armed with a tautly bent bow. Instinctively, Eril reached for his sword belt, but just as quickly, he realized this was a battle he could not win. He searched the determined faces that surrounded him. No, now was not the time to fight. Eril raised his arm and opened his palm in the common gesture of surrender. Wrapped under a thick blanket, Vera and I still lay nestled among the tufted pillows when she heard the hurried feet of several people running into the camp. Voices were raised in tones of jubilance, and occasional shouts of victory burst from the party. As someone ran up to her tent, Vera and I sat up straighter, drawing an arm protectively across her belly. The tent flap whipped open, startling her, but it was only Beta. The large woman, dressed in a stained green cloak with the hood pushed back from her cropped blonde hair, pushed into the tent. Her eyes shone brightly, and she wore a wide smile. Breathless, she crossed to Vera and I and lowered herself to one knee. We did it! She exclaimed, almost trembling with excitement. We captured them all. Vera and I could not have asked for better news. All of them? She nodded. You were right. They even came with a huge demon leading their wagon. Clawed and fanged, it was an awful sight. Lucky for us, it quickly collapsed. Vera and I did not recall any demon from her vision, but perhaps this was some other trick of the foul witch. And the girl? Did you see a small woman-child atop a horse? Yes, poor thing. She seemed the prisoner of some black-bearded cutthroat. We freed her with a well-placed arrow, and she escaped from there on her own. Beta grinned proudly. Last we saw, she was riding like the wind across the meadows. Vera and I's blood chilled with each word Beta spoke. No! This could not be. The witch had slipped her snare. The horror of this realization must have reached her face. What's wrong? Beta asked, her smile fading away with concern. The child, she stammered. The child is the demon who leads them. She wears the flesh of the innocent like a costume. She was the one who killed my children. Her voice had now edged toward hysteria. You must believe me. Beta, her eyes wide in horror, raised a thumb to her forehead in a warding gesture against evil. I don't doubt you. The other demon we saw this day proves the truth of your words. The huntress scrambled to her feet. Stay here. I must let the others know. Hopefully, we've chased the she-beast away from our lands, but who knows the mind of a demon? Perhaps she might try to rescue her companions. We must be prepared. Vera and I reached a trembling hand toward Beta. No, we must seek her out. Now. Beta shook her head. Night falls. And we hunters know not to seek a wounded beast in tall grass, especially at night. No, in the morning we'll track the demon. If the beast remains in these lands, we'll drive her out or see her dead. You can be assured of that. Vera and I was at a loss on how to convince the woman to hunt the witch this night. As she struggled for a plan, a ripping spasm jerked through her belly. A loud gasp erupted from her throat, drawing back Beta's attention. Before even the first spasm ended, a second quake of pain shook through her body, and Vera and I fell back to the pillows, a scream on her lips. Beta was at her side, reaching under the blanket that hid Vera and I's nakedness. The large woman rested one of her hard hands on Vera and I's feverish belly. At that moment, another rip of pain tore at Vera and I's swollen gut, and with it, a wash of hot liquid flooded her legs. Instantly, the stench of corruption filled the tent. Your belly pushes, and your life water flows, Beta said, her nose curling in disgust. Signs that your child comes, but something is wrong. Betta flew to her feet and pushed to the tent's flap. I must fetch the midwife and let Josa know about the demon child. With that, she was gone. Alone, Vera and I kicked back the blanket and pushed to her elbows as the agony faded for the moment. Between her legs, she saw the spread of greenish-black fluid staining the pillows. The smell was thick with rot. It was not life water that flowed from her womb, but the brackish brine of a tortured birth. Vera and I lay back among the pillows. She had experienced a birth like this once before. In the dungeons of Blackhall, the guards had abused her most foully, and one night, while stretched on an altar, a winged beast had come to lay his seed in her. Moons later, in the soiled hay of the dungeon's floor, she had birthed a stillborn child. Then, too, her life water had run black, and the stink of death had lain upon her womb. In the filth, she had gathered the dead child in her arms, rocking and moaning. Not again. Long ago, she had lost a cherished baby and could not survive the death of a second infant. She cried so loudly that her master took pity upon her and took her dead child. Using his black magics, he transformed the babe into the horde. The one became many. Once finished, the black heart returned the now living children into her belly to thrive and never leave her again. Even now tears rose to her eyes at the sweet memory. Agony suddenly slashed at the bones of her pelvis, pulling Vera and I back to the present. She could feel the child thrashing in her womb. Her face shining with sweat, she smiled past the pain. This would be no stillborn birth. Suddenly, an old woman thrust through the tent's opening, her arms laden with 2 pots of water, one steaming, and a load of scrap cloths. The smell of sick birthing seemed to strike the newcomer like a blow. The woman scowled darkly, and with a slight shake of her head, crossed to Vera and I. Honey, she said with a voice scratchy with age, don't you fret. I've been a midwife for going on 40 winters and know a thing or two about bringing young UNS into the world. Everything will be fine. Vera and I, though, could see the lines of worry on the old woman's face and sensed the midwife had recognized the smell of death. But Vera and I simply nodded. The woman set her pots of water beside the pillows, then fished a few dry mint leaves from a pocket and crumbled them into the water. My name's Gretty, but everyone calls me Auntie D, she said as she worked. So just you relax and let Auntie D take care of you and your young un. Suddenly a burst of pain tore into Vera and I like the huge knobby roots of a tree. Her scream drew Auntie D to her side in a heartbeat. Lost in red pain, Vera and I barely noticed the old woman lay a cold cloth across her hot forehead, then slide around to crouch between her twitching legs. Thankfully, the agony retreated as quickly as it had come, at least for now. Gasping, Vera and I lay limp among her pillows. Humming softly to herself, Auntie D grabbed Vera and I behind the knees and pulled her legs up and open. Now listen, child, I want you to push when I tell you. The old woman raised her face from between her legs. And not before I tell you, you hear? Vera and I's hair clung to her wet face, and her skin ran hot and cold all over. I'll try. Auntie D frowned up at her. No. You will not try, you will do. Are we all clear on this here? Vera and I swallowed a lump in her throat. Yes, ma'am. Good girl. Auntie D's face disappeared as the old woman leaned down to examine Vera and I closer. What are all these marks down here? She asked as she probed and prodded. Vera and I knew they were the tattooed symbols of power the Dark Lord had marked upon the entrance to her womb. I'm not sure if then the pain struck again, so suddenly, without warning, like lightning from a clear sky. Vera and I's back arched off the pillows as her womb ripped open. Push. She heard Auntie D yell, but it sounded so far away. Push. I can just see the head. Push or you'll lose the child. The words sank through the agony. She must not lose her child. Not again. Never again. With a cry frozen on her stretched lips, Vera and I curled her shoulders up off the pillows, bearing down on the fire in her belly. She clenched her teeth and forced every muscle into one purpose: to push this child into the world. Almost, Auntie D chanted before her. I thought the child dead for sure. But look at that little imp squirming to get out. Vera and I ignored the mutterings of the old woman. With a final sharp intake of breath, she clutched handfuls of pillows in her fists, tearing through the fabric with her nails and gouging the flesh of her palms. Then, with a scream that split the night, she shoved her child from her womb. Afterward, she fell back to her pillows, like a puppet with its strings slashed. She lay there shuddering and trembling from the exertion for several breaths before concern for her child drew her up on an elbow. Auntie D had not said a word yet. Vera and I struggled up, panicked that something was wrong, then with relief saw Auntie D with her baby. Her child had its 8-jointed legs wrapped around the old woman's face, clinging to her skull. Auntie D lay sprawled across the floor of the tent, her heels drumming and spasming in death throes. Vera and I sighed as her baby's 4 wings beat the air, drying its wet membranes before it could fly. It mewed softly and sucked greedily at the wrinkled neck of the woman, its 2 sets of jaws digging and working deeper into the soft tissue. As she watched, blood ran in thick pools from the wounds. Children were always so messy with their eating. Still, Vera and I could not help smiling warmly at her child. It was so good to see a baby suckle for the first time. 7. Elena fled from the setting sun. Shadows chased her and the horse across the meadows as she clung to Rorschach with both fists wrapped in his black mane. Her mount thundered over green knolls and splashed through soggy fields. She had long given up trying to control the horse's flight, the reins lay just beyond her reach, and her screamed commands had been ignored by the stallion. Fleeting thoughts of leaping from the saddle had passed through her mind, but a fall from such a height at this speed would surely break a bone if not her neck. So she clung with her cheek pressed to the wet mane of the horse, praying Rorschach had some destination in mind. Still, as much as her fears dwelt on the mad ride, her heart lay far behind her. What had befallen the others? When last she had seen Kral, the mountain man was collapsed in the meadow, an arrow shaft protruding from his body. There had been so much blood. She squeezed her eyes closed as if she could pinch the image from her memory. And what of her other companions? Eril's face floated like a ghost in her mind's eye. He was her guardian, her knight, her teacher. Even as she escaped this ambush, she knew all was lost if Eril did not avoid this noose, too. How was she supposed to travel the lands of Alasea by herself? How was she to avoid the Dark Lord's minions and find the lost city of Aloa Glen? No, she needed Eril and the others. Pushing upright in the saddle, Elena grabbed a firmer handhold in Rorschach's black mane and hauled savagely on it. Stop, curse you! Stop! Tears blew off of her cheeks as the horse raced on. Like a flea battling a dog, Elena fought the horse with her thin arms. She had to stop Rorschach before she was carried too far away. But her will meant little to the war charger's drive. With twilight swallowing the hills and shadows, the stallion continued to thunder across the meadows. Please, Elena cried into the fading light. Please stop. Despairing, she slumped and buried her face in Rorschach's mane. I don't want to be alone. Her last words were a moan. Then, as if her sobs finally melted the iron heart of the horse, the cadence of the hoofbeats slowed from full gallop to canter to walk. Elena raised her face to watch the horse pull up to a wide stream blocking the way forward, its waters polished a silvery rose in the last of the evening's light. A scattering of dragonflies darted on pearlescent wings through the reeds and thrush poles at its edge. Near a solitary willow whose branches brushed the shallow waters, Rorschach danced to a stop, his muscles trembling from exertion. Elena slid off the horse's back, almost falling as her own tired muscles betrayed her. She caught herself and reached for the fallen lead that dangled in front of the stallion. She had to keep the horse walking, or he would stove up. She tugged on the lead, expecting the stubborn warcharger to resist, but Rorschach followed her as she walked along the stream's edge. A battalion of frogs plopped from the mud into the river as Elena moved ahead, angry croaks spreading a warning through the ranks. With the scent of water lilies perfuming the twilight air, meadowlarks wheeled and glided over the waters, catching flitting insects. Elena slapped at her arm as a river midge bit at her hot skin. Rorschach huffed and swiped his tail at a similar plague of biting flies drawn by his sweating coat. Elena kept the stallion walking, and after a time, Rorschach's trembling flanks began to calm. Still, she kept him moving until a small eddy from the stream blocked the way forward, a tiny harbor of silver waters. She let him drink from the still waters, but only a little. She also knew she should rub the horse down before night truly fell, but right now exhaustion weakened her own legs. Elena knelt by the water's edge on a flat stone. Staring into the quiet stream, she could clearly see her own reflection in the water. She removed her gloves and raised a hand to her shorn hair. Who was this woman? Her face seemed so foreign, smudged with ash and char. She leaned down, reached a hand to the stream, and splashed cool water over her brow and cheeks, trying to find the face of the girl who used to run wild through her family's orchards. With water dripping from the tip of her nose, she watched the stream's disturbed surface quickly settle back to still. She stared into her own eyes in the wavering reflection. That young girl in the orchards was long gone. As she leaned over the waters, movement caught her eye. A small pendant had fallen from her shirt and now dangled and swung from her neck over the water. She reached a hand to cup the tiny carved vial that hung from the twisted cord. The cord was braided from the hair of her dead Aunt Fila. A rush of memories assaulted her, fond memories scented with cinnamon and flour from time spent in her aunt's bakery, and foul memories full of blood and terror. Aunt Fila had died on the streets of Winterfell to buy Elena a chance to escape the claws of a skeleton. Tears rose to her eyes. She clutched the vial tight in her right fist, jabbing a sharp corner in her palm and drawing blood. "I need you, Aunt Fila," she called to her own reflection. Elena expected no answer. She had tried many times while among Kral's people to contact her aunt with the magics in the amulet. She had failed each time. Either the elemental magics in the vial's water had seeped away, or her aunt was now beyond her reach. Still, it brought her some small comfort to keep this token of her family by her heart. She squeezed the vial tighter, remembering not just her aunt but also her Uncle Bull, who had given her the amulet and instructed Elena on its use. "Seek my sister in reflections," he had urged Elena among the ruins of the old school. "If able, she will come." Elena let her hand drift open as a pang for all she had lost reached her heart. The vial, now free of her fist, swung over the waters. A drop of blood from her pierced palm rolled from its jade surface to strike the water with a small ripple. As the ripple spread, a milky light bloomed upon the surface of the water. Eyes wide, Elena watched the light swirl like spilt cream. "Aunt Fila?" she whispered. The pool of light continued to spin and spread. "Please, Aunt Fila, I need you." Elena reached to clutch the amulet again, her tears joining the waters. Then, like a whispered memory, the glow settled into the faint image of her lost aunt, the familiar face draped in swirls of light. Elena's throat tightened with tears and emotion. She had lost so much of her family. The sight of her aunt awakened old wounds that had only recently healed. The image grew clearer. The stern lines of her aunt's face became distinct, her eyes sharp with fire. Words arose from the water, quick and urgent. "Child, time runs short, and the distance is too great to maintain this contact for long. But you're in great danger. You must flee." These were not the words of comfort Elena had expected to hear. Flee? But where? Elena stuttered, the dam of tears bursting. "Hush, child. Enough of this nonsense. Wipe your face. Tears are just wasted salt." Obeying her aunt's words without thinking, Elena wiped at her eyes. Aunt Fila, a rock-hard and industrious woman, was not accustomed to argument. Even death had not softened her iron resolve. "Now look over your shoulder." Elena craned her neck around. In the far distance, evening had consumed the higher meadow. But buried among the hills, a spattering of red flames glowed near the horizon. Aunt Fela spoke behind her. The camp of your enemies. There lie your friends. But between you and your companions stands a creature of the foulest ilk, of the blackest magics. To free them, you must defeat it. Elena turned back to the ghost in the water. But how? My magic is almost spent. Her aunt frowned at her. I can sense that. Your magic is like a beacon to me. But it shines only feebly now, and what comes for you this night is blacker than the deepest pit. You can't defeat it. Not yet. You must run. Elena sniffed back her tears. But what of the others? They are lost. But I can't just leave them. You are all that matters. You must survive to reach the blood diary. The prophecy must be fulfilled. Elena remains silent. Aunt Fela's voice softened. I know that what is asked of you is difficult. But hard choices were made by all to bring us to this point in history, to give us one chance for a new dawn in this black time. You are the land's only hope. Elena pushed to her feet. Good girl. Her aunt's voice grew faint, and the light faded from the water. I can't maintain the contact any longer. Use this night to escape from here. The plains beyond the hills are wide with hundreds of small towns and villages. There you will find refuge. The light in the stream was now only a feeble glow. No image could be seen, but faint words still rose from the water. I love you, sweetheart. Elena watched the glow completely vanish. I love you, too, she whispered to the dark water. With the light gone, true night descended around her. Elena turned to face the mountains and meadows behind her. The campfires seemed brighter in the deepening darkness. Sorrow tightened her shoulders. With her heart heavy as a stone, she twisted away from the distant flames. Her aunt's words echoed in her head, you are the land's only hope. Elena placed a boot into Rorschach's stirrup and pulled up into the warcharger's saddle. This time she kept the reins firmly in hand, determined not to be dragged once again by a panicked horse. Elena sat straight in the saddle, her hands clenched into hard fists as she searched her heart. She was tired of being hauled blindly against her will, whether by a wild horse or wild forces. It was time she chose her own path. She swung her mount around to face the distant campfires. With a silent apology to Aunt Fela, Elena kicked Rorschach's flanks. The stallion reared, huffing loudly, then dug his steel-shod hooves into the mud and cantered off toward the clustered flames. Prophecy be damned. Those were her friends. Erral tested the bonds that held him fast to the wooden stake. The leather straps were solid, the knots tight. He tried pulling at the stake, but the pole was thick and had been pounded deep into the dirt. It failed to budge. It's no use, Krell whispered from where he stood tight at a neighboring pole. His right shoulder was wrapped in a blood-stained bandage, his face haggard. And use caution, Merrick added in a hiss. They'll beat you if they catch you trying to wriggle free. The Elven, who had been captured earlier, stood staked beyond the mountain man, sporting a new bruise on his cheek as proof of his words. He nodded toward two guards who leaned on spears a few paces away. Dressed in green hunting cloaks and caps, both men were broad-shouldered and hardened by years of winter camps. Songs of victory from the nearby campfires kept the guards distracted and masked the team's exchange of words. Rill searched the immediate area. Mogweed was the only other of the companions staked here. The shapeshifter hung sullenly in his bonds, head down. Rill turned a worried face back to Krell. Where's Elena and Nalan? He asked. They took Nalan to question her just before you arrived. Krell lowered his voice, and a hard grin shone through his black beard. But Elena escaped. I sent her off on my warcharger. She's safe. Rill allowed himself a sigh of relief. Where did she go? I gave Rorschach orders to carry her until he reached water, then stop. If trouble arose, he was ordered to mind the girl from there. Your horse understood all this? Erril asked doubtfully. Kral's grin grew broader. I raised him from a foal. He'll mind my commands and watch over the girl. Erril let the mountain man's words sink into his heart, but they offered little comfort. Horse or not, the child would not last long on her own. Where's the Ojiri? Merrick interrupted, his blue eyes searching the surrounding meadows. And the wolf? Erril nodded toward the wagon. They have Tolchuk trussed up tighter than a pig, with ropes and iron chains. I thought him dead, but he began to moan and thrash as they dragged him through the mud behind 3 horses. He's groggy from the spider's poisons, but I think he'll live, as long as they don't take a sword to him. And Fardale? Kral asked, his grin now faded. Mogweed answered, his head still hung in defeat. My brother ran off, proving his coward's blood. He had no choice, Erril argued. Hunters have no love for wolves. They would have surely peppered his body with arrows if given the chance. Still, he abandoned me, Mogweed added sourly. Suddenly a woman's scream, split the night. The 4 men staked to poles froze. Erril's first thought was that they were torturing Nalan. But before rage could set him to struggling with his bonds, Erril saw the tiny Nephi woman being shuffled around a tent, escorted by 2 large women. Nalan's jacket was ripped, her violet eyes wide with fear. At spear point, she was driven back to an empty pole and lashed to it. The station guards tried to get some answers from the women, but their questions were waved away. It's women's business, one of the escorts scolded as she knotted Nalan's bonds. Some commotion over at the birthing tent. Sounds like the lass is having a difficult birth. Once the Nephi was secure, the escorts gathered their spears and left. The guards scowled at the 5 prisoners, then swung away. They resumed their post, but this time took up positions a few paces farther from the stakes and closer to the circle of fires, their necks craning to get a better view of the stirred-up camp. Erril bent his head to meet Nalan's eyes and kept his voice quiet. Did you learn anything? Like who these people are and why we were attacked? Nalan, shivering slightly in her bonds, swallowed a few times before speaking. They think we sport with demons. Someone told them we killed their children and corrupted the forest. What? Who? They didn't say. But I overheard one of the questioners, the head woman named Betta, mention something about a young girl from the forest who was about to give birth. She seemed very anxious, as if something was going wrong, but... You think this girl might be one of our accusers? She shrugged. I'm not sure. But this Betta woman left to check on the birthing. And I think it was this head woman that screamed. Something is dreadfully wrong. Erril's brow furrowed. If anything goes sour with that birth, he grumbled, I can guess who'll be blamed. Kral rumbled beside Erril. I spotted hunters gathering bundles of wood more than is needed for their campfires. He raised his brows suggestively. If we don't want to burn, we'd better find a way to remove ourselves from here. I'll not argue with that. But how? No one answered. Erril's mind slipped and slid over various plans. None seemed realistic. Even if they escaped their bonds, what of Tolchuk? Could they just abandon the Ojiri? And what of their gear? The wagon was easy to replace, but one of the captors had ripped the ward to Aloha Glen from Erril's jacket pocket, absconding with the small iron-sculpted fist. How were they to proceed without the key to unlocking the magical barriers to the lost city? Erril ground his teeth with frustration. He's back. Mogweed's loud squeak drew all their attentions. Even one of the guards glanced over his shoulder to scowl at them, but he turned quickly away as a second scream billowed from across the camp. Quiet, Mogweed. Erril commanded. The shapeshifter stood agitated in his bonds. Over there, Mogweed said with a nod. Behind that bush, Dot. Erril glanced where Mogweed indicated. I don't see anything. Perhaps the shapeshifter was deluded by fear. Then Eril saw it, too, a pair of yellow eyes glowing behind the branches. "It's Fardale," Mogweed said with relief in his voice. The tree wolf's black form was indiscernible from the shadows of the high meadowgrass and low bushes, but the intense amber eyes were unmistakable. Good. Eril added this new factor into the plans for escape. With the wolf's aid, perhaps there was a chance. "Can you speak with him?" Eril asked, hope beginning to fill his tight chest. Mogweed's eyes were already locked upon his brother's. "Fardale says he scouted the camp and warns it reeks of the corrupt stench he'd scented before." Fear now shook the shapeshifter's voice as Mogweed turned to face Eril. It's the scent of the spiders. But here the foulness has grown much stronger." Virani was so proud of her child. Her dearest one had already grown so much larger as it feasted on the midwife. It sat on Auntie Dee's chest, now grown as large as a small calf. Underneath it, the old woman's wasted flesh now clung tight to skull and bone, her many wrinkles gone as her sunken skin stretched flat across the bony planes of her face. How much younger Auntie Dee now appeared. What a fine gift Virani's child had granted the midwife for her work this night. But, of course, that wasn't her child's last gift. "Now, I know you're hungry still, but we have much work to do if we are to prepare to catch our little Witch." Her baby craned its face toward her. Two sets of mandibles chewed at the air, dripping blood onto the chest of the old midwife. It mewed softly at her, its membranous wings vibrating. 6 stalked eyes waved at her in supplication. Virani raised a palm to her cheek. Oh, how beautiful was her child. But this was not the time for cuddling. Maybe later. Right now preparations must be made. Give your auntie a kiss for helping us, honey. Be quick about it. We must hurry. Her baby swung back to the old woman and buried its muzzle between the midwife's sagged breasts, digging through her shift and into the flesh. Virani smiled as she heard the ribs break. Such an obedient child. With legs latched tight to the old woman's torso, it worked its head into the midwife's ravaged chest to reach her heart. Virani then saw the large red glands at her baby's throat convulse as her child delivered its final gift into the old midwife. Once finished with its kiss, her baby clambered off the old woman's chest, its 8-jointed legs dancing backward, its 4 membranous wings vibrating with excitement. Auntie Dee's body, which had long ago grown still as the child had fed, now began to twitch upon the ground. The old woman's mouth opened and closed like a fish stranded on a dry bank. Then her glazed eyes began to glow a soft red. Suddenly the midwife bent at the waist, sitting up. Her mouth hung slack, and a blackish drool dripped from her lips. Fingers flailing, her hands scrabbled across the floor as the baby's poison spread to all corners of the dead woman. Just then, behind Auntie Dee's shoulder, Virani saw the tent flap stir. Her child scrambled to the side of the door as Betta bowed her way inside. "Is the birthing done?" Betta asked as she pushed the flap of the tent wide open. The huntress straightened once through the doorway, but her face twisted with disgust. "Sweet mother, what's that stench?" Virani just smiled proudly. Auntie Dee tried to answer, but only a choking gurgle flowed from her damaged throat. "Auntie Dee?" Betta approached the back of the old woman sitting among the tumbled pillows. Drawn by the voice, the midwife slowly turned her head, her neck twisting all the way around. Her vertebrae popped and cracked like snapping branches until Auntie Dee faced Betta. The huntress stared, her eyes huge with horror. She stood frozen, her hands fluttering around her throat like startled birds. Then Betta screamed, a beautiful screech that pierced the tent to fly through the camp. Auntie Dee lurched to her feet, swinging around to return her head to its proper place. She stepped toward Betta on shaky legs, a gurgle still flowing from her bloody throat. With palsied motions, Auntie Dee pointed to her own chest as if to show Betta where Virani's baby had kissed her. The old woman's spasming fingers dug at the raw-edged wound in her chest, ripping at it. Then with a sudden jerk, Auntie Dee tore her rib cage open. Betta screamed a second time, but sadly it was not as piercing. From the midwife's open chest, a spawn of black-winged scorpions burst forth. Each a thumb's length long, they swarmed over the panicked huntress, stingers jabbing. With her hands batting at the creatures, Beta fell backward out of the tent, coated with the scrabbling bodies of the poisonous beasts. Naked, Vera and I followed, pushing aside the teetering figure of the ravaged midwife. Hollowed out, Auntie D collapsed in a rattle of bone and skin upon the pillowed floor. Vera and I ignored the old woman and crossed to the tent's opening. She threw back the flap and found Beta lying on her back just beyond the doorway. The huntress's skin had already started to blacken, and her belly had bloated like a dead cow left too long in the summer sun. Beyond Beta, a ring of hunters stood limned in their camp's fires, faces stunned in horror. Vera and I ignored them and spoke to Beta's still form. "Now don't be selfish. Share the kiss, my little ones." With her words, the swarm burst from the corpse's belly in a thick black cloud, spreading out to consume the waiting hunters. Screams rose into the night as ebony stingers spread their deadly kisses. A small child ran panicked among the fleeing legs toward Vera and I, tears flowing across her cheeks. Vera and I knelt to collect the frightened child in her arms. "Hush, my dear, there's nothing to fear." Vera and I pulled the child tight to her naked bosom. What a sweet little girl with those pretty curls. She was almost like a tiny doll. Vera and I covered the child's ears to muffle the screams of the camp. Poor thing. Children were always frightened by loud noises. Vera and I remained crouched by the sobbing child and waited. It didn't take long. Around her, hunters collapsed in agonized poses to the flattened meadow grass, and their cries soon died away as the poisons took effect. Vera and I sighed and stood up, still carrying the child in one arm. Everywhere bodies lay strewn around the camp. One sorry fellow had even fled into one of the fires to escape the kiss of the scorpions. As the flames charred his bones, thick oily smoke billowed into the night sky, the smell of burning flesh tainting the chill breezes. Vera and I scowled at his flaming form. Sweeping back her long black hair, she turned away from the sight and crossed toward where the prisoners were staked at the camp's periphery. The scorpions knew her will and had left the 5 butchers of her children alone. She would deal with the murderers personally. As Vera and I maneuvered between the small cluster of tents, the child in her arms continued to sob. "Hush, little one," she said, then lowered the child to the ground. Too stricken with terror, the little girl collapsed to the dirt, crying and rocking back and forth. Vera and I stepped over her and continued toward the stakes. "Now there's no reason to carry on like that," she said as she left. "Why don't you play with my baby? You two will have fun." Vera and I knew her own child had been following close at her heels, its scaled legs scrabbling and scritching in the dirt. As she continued onward, Vera and I heard the sobbing child scream once behind her, then there was only silence. Vera and I smiled. Every child needed a playmate. Now she came within sight of the 5 stakes. Vera and I stopped behind a low tent and studied them. 4 men and 1 woman, she noted. Murderers all. Her warmth and goodwill after birthing such a fine child dried to a hard knot in her gut at the sight of them. She stalked into the open, unashamed by her nakedness. Why should she be the one ashamed? Her shoulders shook with suppressed rage. She stepped over the blackening bodies of the 2 guards and kicked aside a fallen spear. Her baby, now done playing, scurried up next to her. Its wings beat at the air as it tried to gain flight. Already hungry again, it mewed plaintively at her. Vera and I sighed. A mother's work was never done. Ahead, the female prisoner gasped at the sight of Vera and I's baby. At least the small woman had the good taste to recognize the astounding beauty of the child. A surge of pride warmed Vera and I's heart. Perhaps Vera and I would even let the woman feed the baby before killing her. Then one of the men, the prisoner with only 1 arm, dared to speak. Sweet mother. It can't be. Vera and I turned hard eyes toward the man. Is that you, Vera and I? He asked, his eyes wide and shocked. Surprise froze Vera and I where she stood. Even the hungry cries of her child seemed dull in her ears. She gazed at the bound man, seeing him clearly for the first time: black hair, ruddy complexion, and those eyes. Those piercing eyes the color of stormy skies. Errol. I knew it. I knew you weren't dead. Both stared in silence at each other. Then the huge black-bearded man cleared his throat. Errol, you actually know this woman? Errol nodded. His words were like dry leaves crumbled underfoot. Yes. Long ago. We were once lovers. 8. Elena heard the screams from the camp die quickly in the wind. What was happening? Fear and worry clenched her hands on the reins of her mount as she rode across the dark meadows. Were they the cries of her friends? She shook her head to dismiss such thoughts. Even from 2 leagues away, Elena could tell that many more voices were raised than were numbered in her party. Still, it was possible her companions' voices were mixed in with that dreadful night music. But now, nothing. Even the tree frogs and crickets had been quieted by the screams, as if the entire world held its breath. This abrupt silence was worse than the cries. Elena could almost sense death in the quietness of the night. With the fires of the camp as a beacon, she urged the war charger to faster speeds, but even Rorschach had his limits. After almost a full day of outracing flames, spiders, and ambushers, the horse's gait could achieve only a shaky gallop. Still Rorschach fought his fading heart to obey his rider, his chest heaving, his breath trailing in twin streams of white, like banners in the cold night air. Suddenly, Rorschach stumbled as a hoof struck an unseen obstruction. Elena twisted in the saddle to maintain her perch. Rorschach, though, was a skilled crag stallion, and among the icy cliffs of Kral's home, good balance was bred into the horse's bones. Rorschach caught himself up before he rolled, pulling back into his gallop. With a heave, Elena hauled herself straight in the saddle. Biting her lower lip, she pulled back on the reins and slowed the horse to a walk. She was being foolish. Her urge for speed had been a blind reaction to the screams. Her heart, rather than her head, had guided her actions. Elena glanced across the fields. The sliver of moon was too pale to shed more than one light across the waving grass, and pools of mist collected in the folds between the round hills. Racing too quickly through the dark meadows risked another stumble, a broken leg, or worse. And what was she hurrying toward? To what end? Her aunt's words echoed in her head: between you and your companions stands a creature of the foulest ilk, of the blackest magics. You can't defeat it. Elena pulled Rorschach to a stop. In the far distance, near the horizon, a vague, reddish glow marked where thousands of embers still smoldered in the rimwood forest. Not far from the horizon, the fluttering flames of the nestled camp danced shadows across the hills. She stared, unblinking, at the fires. What was she to do? The thought of turning back and obeying her aunt's instructions to flee passed through her mind. It was not too late. She could take Rorschach, and even in the horse's weakened state, she was sure they could reach the distant plains by morning. No! Elena waved this thought away. She would not abandon her friends. That was not a choice. But then again, what were her choices? She removed the glove from her right hand. The mark of the rose, as Errol referred to her hand's ruby stain, had faded with her magic's release to a pale sunburn. Only a little of the magic's strength still coursed through her veins. For a moment, she considered again the thought of dumping the residual magic she contained and renewing now, bringing her rose to full bloom. Even though Errol's warnings were fresh in her ears, fear of facing the unknown enemy with only a fraction of her power scared her more. Elena found her other hand reaching and pulling free her sheathed dagger. The nice bright blade caught the scant moonlight and shone like a small lamp in her hands, drawing Elena's eyes. She was sure the dagger was visible for hundreds of leagues. The knife's brightness gave Elena reason to pause. The release of her magic would be a far greater beacon this night than a shining blade. If she were to drain her magic, all eyes would be upon her, including the evil at the camp. Elena lowered the dagger back to its sheath. She was unwilling to expose herself to whatever lay in wait among the flickering campfires. As she pondered her choices, a plan began to grow within her. She might be low in power, but there was also a certain strength in shadows and surprise. With luck in the cover of night, there was a chance to free her friends without needing the power of a full rose. Who was to say she even needed to confront the foul creature? With this in mind, she climbed off the warcharger. Rorschach would be too noisy and large for her to creep unseen upon the camp with him. She must go on foot. While her mind whirled with plans, she pulled the packs and saddle off the warcharger and walked him to cool his heated skin. Once satisfied the horse's heart had calmed, she hurriedly rubbed him down, then tossed his lead around the thin bole of a scraggly meadow oak. "Stay here," she whispered at the horse. Rorschach pulled lightly against the tether and rolled a large eye toward her. Elena could tell he did not like the situation but would obey. Elena ruffled through the packs, loading all she would need into one satchel. As she buckled the pack, her eyes spotted Kral's axe tied to the abandoned saddle. Its red iron surface had been honed to a dull sheen, but no amount of grinding or polishing had been able to remove the black stain that marred its surface, a foul blemish where the blood of a skeleton had etched the metal. Without thinking, Elena crossed to the weapon and unlashed it. Hefting the axe, she weighed it in her small hands. Though heavier than she could truly wield, its strength and sharp edge gave her comfort. Propping it over one shoulder, she faced the distant campfires. She would need to be as hard as the iron of the axe. Clutching the hickory haft of the weapon, she set out toward the fires at a hard pace. With over a league to travel, she wanted to reach the camp while night's cloak still hid her. As she marched, her thoughts dwelt on her companions. Were they still alive? Was this dangerous journey needlessly putting herself in jeopardy? Her steps did not falter. In her heart, she somehow knew they lived. Whether this hope was wishful thinking or some invisible bond that had formed between her and her friends, she did not know. But she could not leave without the others. As she continued, the night grew colder, her white breath marking her steps, but the exertion of slogging through the muddy meadows kept her warm. Soon the camp was only an arrow's flight away. She circled a bit to the right to place a large hill between her and the encampment. She wanted her approach to be as furtive as possible. By now though, even without seeing the camp's interior, she knew something was amiss. No snatches of voices or clatter of cooking pans echoed from the far side of the rise. Worse yet, a foul but familiar stench marred the night's winds, burning flesh. Elena found herself cringing, unnerved. She knew that stink too well. Tortured images of her parents wrapped in cloaks of flame bloomed in her mind's eye. She fought these memories back. Now was not the time. She slowed her pace as she neared the looming mound, searching its crest for sentries. Either they were too well hidden or no one stood guard. She crouched low in the tall grass as she continued toward the deeper blackness at the base of the bluff. From here, she must be cautious. All her plans depended on stealth. Around her, the grasses lay silent. Not a bird whistled in warning, not an insect whirred for a mate. In the quiet, her footsteps seemed so loud, but Elena knew her own fears amplified the noise. Still she tried to move more carefully, her ears straining for any other sounds. Her wariness allowed her to hear the whispered snap of a twig to her left. She spun around, raising the axe, just in time to see the large black shape materialize out of the grass before her, as if the shadows themselves had been given form. From the black hulk, fangs glowed in the scant moonlight, and sharp yellow eyes narrowed in warning. A fleeting image formed in her head: two limping wolves meet in a wood. Back to back, they faced the hunters. Elena dropped Kral's axe and ran to the shapeshifter. It was Fardale. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she buried her face in his thick fur. She allowed herself a moment of relief, then pulled back. If the wolf still lived. She retrieved the dropped axe. The others? She whispered at the shapeshifter. Do you know where they are, Dot? Fardale swung around, then glanced back over his shoulder at her. A wolf leads another past a hunter's hidden snares. Elena nodded. Though she bore no Aceloran blood, she understood the shapeshifter's message. Over the long winter, she had heightened her ability to communicate with the wolf, her magic allowing her to forge a bond where blood did not. She waved him onward, but before Fardale obeyed, he sent one last image. Elena's eyes grew large, and her heart clenched. Before she could speak, the wolf slipped between the grasses, his form dissolving again into shadows. Elena followed on numb legs, the image still vivid in her mind. A naked woman of stunning beauty stood before a family of trapped wolves. From her loins, poisonous vipers flowed toward the pack. Erril found his tongue thick in his throat. How could this be? He stared at the naked woman before him, her bare thighs fouled with black blood. Her face, achingly beautiful, was as cold as polished stone, and her ebony hair, once a solid drape of night, was now marred by a squirming streak of white. But worst of all, Erril saw madness dance in her eyes. As he stood lashed to the stake, his mind fought to match the memories of a young maiden from 10 winters ago with the woman who now stood before him. He remembered when they had first met. It had been along the harsh northern coast, in a town constantly shrouded in sea mists, where the air had always tasted of salt and ice. He recalled the young woman, a fisherman's daughter who had shyly caught his eye as he juggled for coppers in a seaside tavern. Inexplicably, he had found himself drawn to seek out the company of this young maiden. Her delicate face and silken hair had seemed so out of place among the wind-hardened people of these northern lands, like a soft-petaled rose growing in rock. He could not take his eyes from her as he juggled his flaming brands. So after his last set on the cedar plank stage, he retrieved his collection pan and the few yellow coins inside it, then shouldered his way through the crowd of bearded men and haggard women to reach the small woman near the back of the tavern. She kept her eyes lowered demurely as he stepped before her table. Even as he introduced himself, she barely acknowledged his presence. When she spoke for the first time, her voice was as tender and soft as her skin. "My name is Vera and I," she had said, her long black hair spread like wings to either side of her raised face. In her moist blue eyes, he saw a sadness that spoke to the emptiness in his own chest. Erril sensed at that moment that they both needed each other. He needed to step from the road for a while, and she needed a heart to call her own. And so they had talked well into the night and into morning. Eventually he was introduced to her family and accepted like a long-lost son. He had thought to spend only a few days but discovered a certain simple pleasure in life by the sea. He helped repair the family's damaged boat, and before he knew it, days became passing moons. Vera and I's father taught him the nets and the vagaries of the sea, while her brother showed him the mysteries and wonders of the coast and the wet forests around them. And during all this time, he and Vera and I grew closer. Her father even seemed pleased with the choice his daughter had made. "One-armed or not, you have a strong back and a good heart," he had once told Erril as they shared a pipe before the fire one evening. "I would be proud to call you son." It was this time spent along the northern coast, fishing and crabbing, that reminded him what he missed most from his distant past, the warmth and quiet peace of a family around him. Words suddenly intruded on his memory, pulling him from the sea back to the stake in the meadow. He found himself staring into Vera and I's wide blue eyes. "Why did you leave me?" Madness and darkness now lay behind those eyes that had once shone with love. Her voice rose toward hysteria, one hand reaching up to tug at the white streak in her hair. "You knew I was with child." "Your child." Erril looked away from her. "I didn't mean to hurt you," he mumbled. And he hadn't. Time and the warmth of her family had eventually healed the hollowness in Erril's chest. Cured of his road-weary sickness, he had come to his senses and knew he had to leave. Among Vera and I's family, he had gained the peace he needed, but at what cost? Vera and I's pregnancy had finally forced Erril to recognize the selfishness of his actions. He would never age, but Vera and I and his child would. He knew his path was not the way of home and children. That road was for men who aged, for men who grew old with their wives, not for a man who had lived hundreds of winters and who might live hundreds more. No, the empty road was his only true home. So, knowing that to delay any further would only hurt Vera and I worse, he staged his own death. One day, he had set out on a small boat as a storm approached and simply never returned, letting his death be blamed on the cruel mistress of the northern coast. I didn't understand, he said now, struggling to explain. I thought. Vera and I interrupted, her eyes far away in the past. My father was so ashamed of me. To be with child, and without a husband. After you disappeared into the sea, my father dragged me off to an old crone in the hills. She gave me a potion of crushed leaves that cramped my belly. Her face winced as if recalling this pain. The blood. So much blood. The potion stole the child from my body. My poor sweet child. Aril's heart grew cold with her words. But I had heard rumors, she said, her eyes bright, of a one-armed juggler far to the south. I knew it had to be you. I knew you couldn't be dead. So after a handful of days, once I stopped bleeding, I fled from the old crone's hut and went to seek for you. From village to village, I searched. Vera and I's voice cracked with her next words, as if the memories hurt her even to speak of them again. Then, one evening on the road, he found me. Black wings, teeth, the hissing of snakes. He snatched me up and took me to his dungeons. Tears rolled down her face as emotions warred within her trembling body. She turned wild eyes upon him. Hate and hurt mixed in her twisting expression. Where were you? Why didn't you protect me? I couldn't stop him. Aril looked away from her. I'm sorry, he whispered, but even to him the words sounded hollow. Her face hardened. She wiped brusquely at her tears, her eyes narrowing as if seeing him for the first time. I don't need your pity, Aril. The black heart was kinder to me than you. She laughed sharply and pointed to her feet. In his dungeons, his winged beast came to me one night and granted me this gift, a new baby to replace yours. About her legs capered a creature of nightmare. The size of a large dog, it was all wings, jointed legs, and gnashing jaws. From its black maw, poison dripped and flowed, hissing where it struck the mud. Aril's eyes widened with horror. Here is a love that won't abandon me, she said, then turned to the foul beast. Why don't you give Aril a little kiss? For old time's sake. The creature mewled, its 8 legs digging at the mud. Stalked eyes swung toward him, then the beast scrambled in Aril's direction. Though he recognized the horror of what approached, a larger dismay gripped his heart. He should never have just abandoned Vera and I. He was as much to blame for the tortured woman before him as anyone. Aril closed his eyes and leaned his head against the pole, ignoring the creature as it reached his legs and snuffled at his boots like a hound on a scent. And which of them, the Dark Lord or himself, had treated Vera and I more cruelly? In his heart, Aril was afraid he already knew the answer. Elena crouched Ian hiding along the bank of a swollen creek, clutching the axe in her hands. The gurgling water masked any sounds around her, making her nervous and edgy, and the occasional croak of a mud frog made her jump with each eruption. Shivering from more than just the cold, she clenched her teeth until her jaw ached. Where was Fardale? He had left her buried in a patch of scrubby hawthorn bushes beside the flowing stream as he checked the way forward. Though she knew her fears stretched her perception of time, she was sure the wolf had been gone longer than necessary. Had something happened? She pushed higher on her knees and peered between the branches of the bushes. The flames of the campfires lit the darkness just beyond the shoulder of the hill ahead. From where she spied, it seemed as if she were alone in the meadows. As her ears strained, she occasionally heard snatches of words barked from where the fires crackled. But maybe it was just her imagination. She sank back deeper into cover and sat with her arms wrapped around her knees. The longer she waited, the more certain she was that failure would be the only outcome of this night's venture. Who was she to think she could free the others? Her companions had far more strength and skill than she, yet they had still been captured. Her mind fought for any plan, but none seemed sound. As despair and worry settled around her heart, a rustling of grass sounded from behind her. She swung around and saw the familiar black shadow slink along the creek bank toward her, yellow eyes ablaze. A sigh of relief escaped her throat. The tree wolf glided toward her. Elena saw he carried something in his jaws. It glinted in the moonlight. When he reached her hiding spot, he dropped the object in the mud of the bank, then crossed to lap silently from the creek. She studied the muddy object, a puzzled look on her face. Why had the wolf brought her this? She had to remind herself that Fardale was no simple dog, a keen mind lay behind his wolfish features. She leaned closer to the object, and then, like the dawn rising after a stormy midnight, a plan grew in her mind. She stood up suddenly. Of course. She held her breath, daring herself to believe it possible. She gripped the axe firmer in hand and allowed a small hope to beat back her despair. Fardale crossed back to her, his eyes expectant. She knelt on one knee and hugged him for the second time that night. "Thank you, Fardale," she whispered in his ear. He licked her once on the cheek, acknowledging her gratitude, then pulled from her grip. His eyes glowed at her, and images flowed. A wolf who lags behind the pack is attacked by the stalking bear. She nodded, knowing they needed to hurry. After a final intense stare, as if weighing her resolve, Fardale swung around on his paws and led the way back up the bank. Elena quickly collected the glinting object from the mud and followed. Nelahn watched the spider beast spread its 4 wings, each over an arm's length long. In the firelight, flows of black iridescence ran like oil over their membranous surfaces. It shuffled back from Eril's legs, mewling in what could only be pained hunger. Nayland sensed that the creature was in its infancy, a pupa with legs, that its true adult form had yet to be seen. Only by feeding could it force its body to its next stage. Her arms struggled for some weakness in the knots that secured her, but the ropes were thick and well tied. Even Kral, his face red with effort, could not budge the stubborn restraints. The other 2 men, Merrick and Mogweed, seemed resigned to the uselessness of fighting their bonds. Merrick stood straight in his ropes, his eyes scowling, while Mogweed simply cringed. Nayland stopped battling her ropes, recognizing that muscle and bone would not win this night. Still, she was not ready to give up. Not yet. Perhaps with wits and cunning. Then suddenly it was too late. The creature, which had settled into a motionless crouch, legs bunched under it, burst forward in a blur of wings and scrabbling limbs. It leapt at Eril. The plainsman gasped as the spider beast slammed into his chest. 8 legs latched around Eril's torso, clamping him even tighter to the wooden pole. The spiked ends of the beast's legs dug into the wood. Eril's face purpled from the constriction, and for the first time since meeting him in Winterfell, Nayland saw fear in the man's eyes. The demoness named Virani cackled with glee, her lips pulled back in a feral grin. "Kiss him, my sweet," she encouraged her creature. Nayland knew that any chance lay in immediate action. The words leapt from her lips. "Stop. Call off your beast." Virani swung her poisonous gaze toward the knife eye. Nayland continued before she lost her resolve. "The Dark Lord would not want you to kill Eril." The demoness took a step closer to Nayland. "And why is that? You think you know of my master's wishes?" From the corner of her eye, Nayland saw the spider beast lowering its twin gnashing jaws toward the plainsman's throat, but she kept her gaze fixed on Virani. "I know the Black Heart wants the girl child," Nayland told her. "More than anything, he wants the Witch." These words seemed to reach through the woman's madness. Virani's sharp, mocking smile faded. "Only Eril knows her whereabouts," Nayland lied. "Kill him and you lose any chance of discovering where he has hidden her." Virani made a soft noise at the foul creature, and the beast froze, obedient, its jaws only a finger's breadth from the skin of Eril's neck. Nayland could see worry and doubt weaken the gleam of vengeance in the demoness. Virani seemed to shrink in on herself. She backed a step away. "The Witch." "Yes, the Witch." One of Vera Anai's hands wandered like a lost kitten to her hair, playing with its black strands. We must get the witch for my lord. I mustn't fail him. Her eyes wandered back to Eril. We'll play afterward. Naylan allowed her clenched muscles to relax a breath. Sweet mother, it had worked. She watched Vera Anai step to the beast and raise a single finger to caress one of its quivering wings. Now, get down from there. We mustn't hurt Eril, at least not yet. Naylan watched with relief as the creature pulled its legs from the wood one at a time and climbed off its perch. It shook its wings in frustration and screamed at the night. Its screech, the voice of the dark beyond the firelight, touched upon the ancient fears buried in the marrows of all living creatures. Naylan found her knees weakening at the sound. Thankfully, Vera Anai soothed and quieted the creature with a palm upon its back. Hush now, no tantrums. I know you're hungry. The demoness raised her arm and pointed. Go feed. Naylan's eyes flew wide in horror. In a flutter of wings and scratching legs, the beast sprang at her. Thank you for reminding me of my duty, Vera Anai said. As reward, you may take Eril's place. The back of Naylan's head cracked into the pole as the spider beast crashed upon her. It latched its 8-jointed legs around her, pinning and encasing her small form from ankle to chest. Tiny lights danced across Naylan's vision from the blow to her skull, but the spinning sparks were too weak to block the sight of the frothing jaws diving toward her neck. As the beast tore open Naylan's throat, pain drove her quickly into oblivion. Only the tiniest moan escaped Naylan's lips as she died, a soft sighing note carried away in the wind. 9. Elena crept through horror. Bodies lay like scattered firewood around the camp. Not only men and women, but also children and gray-haired elders. Their blackened bellies had bloated like ripe melons, and small creatures could be seen squirming under their stretched skins. Elena kept her eyes away, steeling her heart, lest fear chase her off. Only the animals had been spared. Around her, horses nickered nervously and dogs slinked between the tents with lowered heads, as if fearing the strike of a stern hand. The surviving beasts shied from her as the large tree wolf led the way. None of the hounds contested their passage. She continued creeping through the outskirts of the camp. Fardale seemed to be circling around the tents, aiming for the eastern edge of the camp. From there, she could now definitely hear snatches of raised voices. Some few had survived. But who? Clutching Kral's axe in her left hand, her palm grew slick on its hickory handle. Hidden in a pocket near her heart was the muddy object Fardale had stolen from the camp. Its weight helped firm her resolve. She could do this, she kept intoning in her head. She stepped over the ravaged body of a child, keeping her eyes averted. She must stay strong, keep control. Her right hand was clenched into a fist, empty but not weaponless. Elena had bloodied her hand with the witch's dagger, and soft coruscations of power lapped and danced around her wounded fist as she held her power at bay. She was ready. Elena stepped around a tent and found Fardale crouched just ahead. He flashed his eyes toward her. The forest cat prowls low in the brush to surprise the rabbit. Elena crouched lower, almost crawling, as Fardale padded silently away. With the heavy axe cradled on her shoulder, she tried her best to keep up with Fardale, but the wolf's paws floated across the trampled grass and mud, and a gap quickly grew between her and the wolf. Biting her lower lip, she struggled with her back bent after the fading black shadow. Ahead, Fardale vanished beyond the corner of the last tent. She hurried after him, but when she reached this last tent, she paused. Beyond the corner lay only open meadow with nowhere to conceal oneself. Holding her breath, she peeked around the edge of the deer-hide tent. What she saw there almost caused her to lose control of her tightly held magics. 5 poles were staked into the ground with her friends lashed to them. A creature of sick dreams climbed away from one of the posts. It was all wing, black scale, and jointed legs. And before them all, watching with intensity, stood a slender, naked woman draped in long black hair, a single lock etched a milky white. The woman seemed to sense Elena's eyes upon her and turned in her direction. The woman's face was as white as her moonlit lock and as cold as a sunless cave. Elena darted back behind the tent before the woman's eyes spotted her. She shivered, not from the sight of the woman or the creature, but from what else she had seen for that brief moment. It could not be. Yet Elena knew it was true. Though what stood lashed to the last pole was just loose skin and brittle bone, she recognized the honey-blonde hair and the green shift that adorned the desiccated figure. It was Naylan. Elena could not stop the tears. She huddled behind the tent and held her bloody fist before her mouth, trying to keep her sobs from being heard. She had come too late. Naylan was dead. A cold voice rose from beyond the tent. Elena knew it came from the strange woman. Now, Eril, where is the witch? I'll tell you nothing, Vera and I. You can kill us all. Oh, Eril, you never did understand me. I didn't kill the little blonde woman to threaten you. These others truly mean nothing to me. They're just food for my baby. My master has given me a tool to extract the information from you, with or without your consent, but the method is so messy. I'll not betray the child. But, Eril, you're so good at abandoning children. Even your own. The witch is beyond your reach, Vera and I. I hid her well. She is beyond even the reach of the Gulgothal Lord. Elena trembled where she hid. Eril was lying. But why? As soon as she wondered this, the answer came to her. Eril must know about her flight atop Rorschach and thought her halfway to the plains by now. With his deceptive wrangling, he hoped to extend her lead. He was willing to sacrifice himself and the others just to buy her extra time. She could not let him make this sacrifice, especially since it was a useless gesture. She was not racing across the plains in flight. She was here. Their deaths would do no good. The woman continued speaking. Maybe you tell the truth, Eril, but I will still find where you sent her. But first, my baby is still so hungry. Isn't that so like children? They eat until they're full, and moments later they're crying for more. Elena heard a keening mewl rise from the meadows that made her flesh crawl. It sounded like the plaintive wail of a lamb she had once found ravaged by a bandicat, a cry full of blood, pain, and the certainty of death. My baby must grow strong to take wing and hunt down your witch. Elena pulled to a crouch and wiped the tears for Naylan from her eyes. No more would be sacrificed this night. Blood from her fingers stung her eyes as she wiped her cheeks clear, and with her blood's touch, the world changed around her. She saw with new eyes. The magic in her blood had cast some minor spell upon her vision. She could now see inside the flesh of her hand and view the blaze of azure light trapped within, opening her eyes to the flows of magic inside her. The woman's icy voice cut through Elena's moment of wonder. Now go feed, my sweet. Why don't you try that big man over there? He looks strong and will feed you well. Elena lowered her blazing hand and stood. She must stop this slaughter. Now was not the time for stealth and shadows, but something bolder, something riskier. It was now time to make a stand. So, once again, where is this witch of yours, Eril? I told you. Hefting the axe over his shoulder, Elena stepped from behind the tent. Here I am, she answered calmly. Her quiet words rang clear in the hushed and deadly night. You want a witch? I'm here. Eril watched the girl step forward, shock and horror squeezing the breath from his chest. Elena had Krell's axe over her left shoulder, and blue crackles of power sparked about her right fist. The child obviously did not know what she faced. Neither weapon she bore was strong enough to vanquish the twin threats here. Between Vera and I's twisted spirit and the spider beast, Elena had no chance to win this night, and with the others bound tight, none could come to her aid. As Elena approached, Eril saw that the child's cheeks were bloody, and a strange azure glow shone from her eyes. What new magic was this? Why, look! Erril, your little lost sheep has wandered home, Vera and I commented casually. My master taught me much about her witchery and magic. And I can tell you this, from the hue of her hand, she's rather weak right now. At least the deaths of my children in the forest weren't a total waste. Erril could not contest Vera and I's words. Get back, Elena, he called. It's a trap. Kral and Merrick echoed his words. Only Mogweed stayed silent, cowering and trembling. Elena ignored them all, not even looking in their direction. She concentrated on Vera and I. Get your monster away from Kral, Elena said with fire in her voice. The spider beast had frozen at the sudden appearance of the girl. An arm's length from Kral's boots, the creature crouched unmoving. The large red poison sacs on either side of its head pulsed like foul hearts. My baby? Vera and I answered. But the sweet thing's not finished growing yet and needs more nourishment. She waved a hand, and the spider beast's legs again began to move in Kral's direction. Then you leave me no choice. Elena lifted the axe in both hands and threw the heavy blade with the strength of both shoulders. It arced toward the spider beast. Erril was amazed that the axe flew as fast and as sure as it did. He suspected some of the girl's magic must be behind the power of the throw. Still, as Erril had judged, neither was a match for the evil in this meadow. The spider beast darted to the side, and the axe missed, landing between Erril's and Kral's stakes, burying its blade deep in the mud. Vera and I's eyes had followed the axe's path with a momentary wince, then she laughed loudly when it landed harmlessly. She spoke to the axe. Goodness, she is a feisty one, isn't she? With Vera and I's attention diverted, Erril noticed Elena stare intensely at him for the first time, obviously wanting something of him. Once she had caught his eye, the girl slipped an object from her breast pocket and hurriedly rolled it toward his stake. Glinting in the moonlight, it bounced and tumbled across the grass to land near his toes. He studied the muddy object, his eyes wide. How did? Unfortunately, Elena's secretive movements did not completely escape Vera and I's attention. Now what are you up to? Keeping her eyes on Elena, she backed toward Erril's stake. What's this little love note she's passing to you? As Vera and I glanced closer to the object, bending slightly away from Elena, the child pointed toward the axe. Erril suddenly understood. But could he make it work again? From the corner of his eye, Erril saw Kral struggle with the spider beast as it reached his legs and climbed upon him. With what little movement Kral could manage with his ropes, the mountain man kept jabbing his knees at the creature's belly to keep it unsettled, but this battle would not last long. Erril concentrated on the object at his toes. He must make it work. How cute! Vera and I said, leaving the muddy object untouched. It's a tiny iron sculpture. I thought it was a rose at first, but now I see it's just a small fist. She faced Elena again. Not very romantic, my dear. Elena backed a few steps away, raising her red fist high in the air. Crackles of power blazed in the night. Vera and I followed. Very pretty. Now see what I can do. With a long, sharp fingernail, she sliced a deep cut in her forearm. Blood welled quickly, but Vera and I smeared it over her chest and face before it could drip to the mud. Instead of staining her skin red, the blood seemed to draw shadows to her flesh. About Vera and I's form, inky pieces of night coalesced around her, drawn to her naked skin and clinging to her like a lover's caress. She now wore the darkness like a shield. I will give you one last chance to free my friends, Elena said, seemingly unfazed by the demonstration of Vera and I's power. Or what? By now, shadows trailed and roiled around Vera and I like serpents. As they grew in strength, the meadow dimmed, the shadows sucking hungrily at the fire and moonlight. The shadows themselves soon crackled with black flames. You think you can douse the dark fire that the Black Heart has granted me, but... Let's find out, Elena answered. She backed farther away, leading Vera and I with her. It's too late to run, my dear. Struggling to shut out the women's warring words, Errol closed his eyes. He knew the girl was just trying to buy him time, keeping Vera and I distracted. He must not lose this chance. Elena needed his help. With his heart pounding in his throat, he recalled his battle with the rock goblins. How had he made the ward work? He remembered the boy's name, the one whose fist lay carved in iron before him, the one he had slain long ago. I need you, he whispered in his mind. He formed the boy's name on his lips. I need you, Daniel. With the silent utterance, his shoulder stump suddenly bloomed with a searing fire. He gasped as he hung in the ropes, his legs weak with the flare of pain. Then just as quickly the agony vanished. Yet all was not as it had been. Errol now sensed the presence of a phantom arm attached to his shoulder, like a distant memory of his old limb of flesh and bone. He opened his eyes and saw the iron fist floating in the air before him. It was again his own fist, attached at the end of his phantom arm. He stretched and flexed his hand and watched the sculpted ward obey, iron fingers opening and closing to his command. He clenched the hand back to a fist. He had done it. Lowering the iron hand, he saw that Elena had managed to draw Vera and I out of sight behind the tents. He could hear their voices raised in challenge. He must not waste the slim chance the girl had won. A groan to his right drew Errol's attention. Kral was losing his battle with the spider beast. The creature now straddled the man's large chest, scrabbling to secure its position, its legs digging into Kral's flesh. With his phantom arm and iron fingers, Errol reached and grabbed the hickory handle of the axe. Pulling with a force stronger than his real limb, he hauled the blade up from the mud and lashed out at the beast. He only managed to smack it with the flat of the blade, but it proved enough. Caught by surprise, the beast was knocked clear of Kral. In a flurry of wings and tangled legs, it landed on its back. Swing around, Errol hissed at Kral. Your ropes. Kral twisted his body around the pole to expose the cords that bound his arms and shoulders. Hurry! He spat back at Errol. Nearby, the creature was already righting itself, shaking out its disturbed wings. From its two jaws, a scream of fury pierced the night. Sweat beaded his brow as Errol swiftly swung the axe. With two swipes, Kral stood in a tangle of severed ropes. The spider beast leapt at Kral's throat, but the mountain man drove a fist the size of a small boulder into the creature's face, knocking it away from him. Begone, you foul-faced dunghill, he shouted. The beast rolled into the higher meadow grass. Errol freed the mountain man's legs. Take the axe, he called, giving up any pretense of subterfuge. Get me out of these ropes. Kral obeyed, accepting the axe from Errol's iron fist. The mountain man moved with grace and speed, using his huge axe like an extension of his arm. Errol shook off his ropes. Get me out of here, too. Mogwait whined loudly. Errol pointed at the shapeshifter. Free Mogwait and Merrick, but the three of you keep that beast here. I'm going after Vera and I and the girl. Wait, Kral warned. His eyes were on the edge of the grass line. Here it comes again. The beast leapt from the meadow's edge. Its stalked eyes were aglow with red rage, green poison dripped and sizzled from its slathering jaws. But it seemed shaky on its legs, teetering as if blown by strong winds. Its body shuddered, and its swollen belly convulsed. It screeched, not with rage but with pain. Something's wrong, Kral mumbled. Get me out of here. Mogwait cried again, spittle shining on his lips. Merrick spoke for the first time, his words directed at Mogwait. Fool, keep your tongue still. The beast seemed attracted by their voices and took a scatter of steps toward them, then suddenly stopped as if unsure. Its eye stalks waved erratically, and it began to wobble on its legs. It tried to take another step but instead toppled to the ground. It scrabbled at the mud, and its wings fluttered weakly for several heartbeats. Then, after a final, violent shudder, it lay limp. The glow faded and died in its eyes. It's dead, Mogwait said, his words both a question and a statement of relief. "But what killed it?" Kral asked. Errol ignored the question and the mystery. Elena was more important. He waved Kral toward the two men still roped to the poles as he turned to leave. "Free them, but don't be so sure the beast is dead. Watch it closely." Errol turned to leave, but before he could step away, Mogweed's voice quaked. "LL, look." Errol glanced back. The beast lay quiet, its eye stalks limp and dead, but now its wings had begun to dry and curl like sun-seared leaves, and its 8 legs withdrew into its black body. With these transformations, its belly section swelled, and something inside its poisonous heart began to thrash and squirm. "Get me out of these ropes!" Mogweed squealed. Kral was already there, slicing the shapeshifter's bindings. "What's happening?" Kral asked as he moved to free the Elven from his ropes. Errol stood frozen in indecision. "It's molting," he said. "Shedding into its new form." Errol knew he should leave this matter to Kral. But Mogweed would be of no aid to the mountain man, and Merrick was still too weak from his day-long manipulation of the winds to be of any real help. Errol paused. He feared pursuing Elena without first seeing what manner of monster was at his back. He did not have long to wait. The skin and scale of the spider beast's belly split open, and from its heart, an oily green mist blew into the night, glowing like some sick fungus on moldering wood. Errol sensed that one whiff of that oily fog would kill instantly. All 4 men backed farther away from the carcass. What squirmed free from its dead shell plopped, steaming, onto the mud of the meadow. Pale-skinned, like the belly of a dead snake, it lay curled, a moist bundle on the mud. Here it was at its most vulnerable, but the fog of poisonous mist hung around it like a protective barrier. The men could only watch as it began to uncurl, arms stretching out, knees bending free. It rolled to face them, swiftly gaining its bearing and strength. What crouched before them was no weak babe, fresh from a womb. Instead, cunning already shone in its eyes. It swung its feet under itself and stood on its 2 bare legs to face them. "Sweet mother," Kral swore near Errol's shoulder, amazement thick in his voice. He lowered the axe he had been about to hurl. Before them rose a wonder. Long black hair framed a face of soft skin and full lips, breasts the size of ripe apples, and a slim waist above long, shapely legs. Her simple beauty shone forth like a beacon from all the horror of her birth. Not only did she share her mother's beauty, she was her mother's twin. It was Vera and I, born again. "Sweet mother!" Kral swore again, backing now in horror, his axe clutched tight. From behind this beauty's shoulders, membranous wings spread forth, all bone and leather. Black blood could be seen coursing through the thick vessels in her wings. A feral smile spread the she-demon's lips to reveal rows of sharpened teeth. A red tongue, longer than an arm, slithered from between pointed fangs, curling about her face like an angry viper. She hissed at them and raised hands that sprouted razored claws, a sick green oil sheening their tips. What stood before them was a creature of pure poison. Errol groaned. "I thought her mad, deluded." "What? What is that thing?" Kral asked as they backed another step, raising his axe protectively. "The Dark Lord." He finally succeeded in mating a human with a Skeltum, mixing human blood with the lineage of the Dreadlords. This creature, this monster truly is Vera and I's child. The cursed beast crouched lower on its legs, arms and wings raised high. "Watch out!" Merrick called from behind their shoulders. They all retreated in a bunch. It called after them, its voice a hissing cackle. "Now why are you all running away?" It leapt toward them. "Come give us a little kiss." Elena continued to back farther into the heart of the camp. Once again she was among the litter of bloated and blackened corpses and had to be careful where she placed each foot as she retreated from the Demoness. The air stank of smoke, blood, and excrement. Had she bought the others enough time? Elena could not know for sure, so she continued her slow retreat, drawing Vera and I with her. She studied the woman. The demoness lay wrapped in shadows, her pale skin roiling and flowing with inky blackness while ebony flames of dark fire danced across her skin. Yet that was not all Elena saw. With the trace of blood magic still tinting her vision, Elena could spy deeper within the demoness. Buried in the woman's chest, a tiny white flame flickered. Already this night, Elena had seen such flames near the hearts of her two friends, Marek and Kral, and recognized these tiny blooms of energy. It was elemental magic. Vera and I, unknown perhaps even to herself, was an elemental. Of what forces, Elena could not fathom. But the small white flame was not alone in the woman's chest. Around this tiny flicker, a maelstrom of black magics roiled, drawing sustenance from this sweet flame just as the flames of dark fire dancing on Vera and I's skin drew energies from the firelight and moonshine. This roiling force made Elena's stomach sicken and set her heart to pounding. Black energies seemed to fill Vera and I's entire body, from the tip of each finger down to each toe. How could Elena ever think of defeating this creature? She backed another step. If only she could keep the woman distracted until Eril came to her rescue. Maybe the two of them together could. Vera and I spoke from within her shadows, startling Elena. I think I'm done hurting you, little lamb. I've got you where I want you. Hurting her? The words made Elena's heart grow cold. What did she mean? Vera and I waved her arm, and dark fire blazed forth from the woman's fingertips. Elena winced and raised her crackling fist like a shield, but the assault was not directed at her. Black flames arced forth from Vera and I's hand to dance across the corpses around her, igniting them. The fire's touch upon their blackened flesh was like the touch of life upon a seed. The swollen bellies of the dead hunters burst wide, releasing a swarm of black scorpions into the meadow. Some scuttled in the mud toward her, while others were winged and took flight in tiny black clouds. One scorpion, with its stinger raised, scrambled toward her toes. Elena waved a hand at it as if warding it away. A drop of blood flew from her fingertip and struck its armored back. The scorpion blew apart into gray mist and vanished. Elena stared, wide-eyed, for a heartbeat. Sweet mother, her blood could kill. She danced back from the approaching army of scorpions. Unfortunately, this put her closer to Vera and I. See, the horde doesn't want you to leave either, the woman said gleefully. Elena ignored her, an idea forming in her head. She clamped her left hand around her right wrist and squeezed. Blood from her wounded palm bled faster, dripping down a single finger. Elena spun in a slow circle, seeding the ground with fine drops of her blood, creating a circle around her. What are you doing, child? Vera and I had stepped closer and reached a hand toward Elena. Where the woman's fingers crossed the ring of blood, her nails began to smoke. Vera and I yanked her hand away and rubbed at her fingers. Now that wasn't very nice. Scorpions swarmed toward Elena from all directions, both on the ground and in the air. The night was thick with their buzzing wings and chattering claws. But whenever the poisonous beasts reached her barrier, they vanished in puffs of mist. Soon, a thickening gray fog began to build around her from the number of vanquished scorpions. Elena cringed within her small island. How long would her power keep them at bay? Now where did you learn to form a mage ring? Vera and I asked, her voice only mildly irritated. She waved a hand and halted the assault of scorpions. The beasts stopped their approach, waving their claws and slashing their tails in agitation. A writhing sea of armored scale and stingers surrounded her, only a bootstep from her toes. What a nuisance, Vera and I said sourly. Scorpions clambered over the woman's bare feet, and a few winged ones landed in her hair. She kept plucking them out. You don't know half my power, Elena boasted. She raised her hand and pointed it at Vera and I. It was with some small satisfaction that Elena saw Vera and I take a step back. Then the demoness seemed to collect herself and pushed a strand of black hair away from her face. Perhaps you're right, but within your ring, you're trapped. If you unleash your magics, you'll break the seal. She shrugged. So right now, I can't get to you, and you can't get to me. But with sunrise, the spell will break, and my horde will be waiting. She waggled a few fingers at Elena. I guess I'll leave you to their care. Besides, I'd best check on your friends and make sure they're all comfortable. I wouldn't want to be known as a poor host. Elena trembled where she stood. Her knees felt as if they might give out at any moment. What was she to do? She watched Vera and I swing away from her and step casually through the sea of scorpions. Elena clenched her fists. Where was Eril? Yarl swung his iron fist, using the full strength of his phantom arm, and smashed it into the leering she-demon's face. Her head bounced back, and the force of the blow shoved her an arm's length away. Her wings snapped angrily at the air. That hurt, she said, but she seemed otherwise unharmed by the massive blow. The dark magics of the Skeltum protected even this mixed-blood creature. Kral stepped up next. You think that hurt? He swung his axe in a mighty arc toward her neck, but she was quick as a snake and darted back from his blow. Kral barely managed to catch his balance to avoid the parrying swipe of her clawed hand. He danced back from her. They again stood staring across a narrow space at each other. Merrick and Mogweed had retreated a few paces farther back, leaving the fight to Eril and Kral. Any ideas? Kral hissed at Eril. I don't know. She's the first of her kind. I just need one good strike, Kral said. My blade is still tainted with the blood of the Skeltum from last autumn. It'll penetrate her dark protections. Yes, but can you do it? She's smaller than one of her full-blooded brethren, but she's just as tough and much faster. If we attack together, you go in low and I'll go in high. The creature laughed sibilantly at them. You go in low and I'll go in high, she mimicked them. Beside his toughness, I also have the hearing of one of my full-blooded brethren. She cackled again at them and tossed back her hair. Even this small gesture reminded Eril of her birth mother. How much else of Vera and I was in this monstrous being? You may be half Skeltum, he said, pleading to that part of her that might be Vera and I, but you are also half human. We don't need to fight. Who said you had to fight? I'm not a cat. I'd prefer if I didn't have to play with my meal first. You could just stand there. With a snap of wing, she leapt at them. The attack was so sudden Eril could only manage a glancing punch to the demon's shoulder. Still, it was a lucky blow. The strike sent her spinning on one clawed foot. Eril ducked under her wing as Kral struck out with his axe. While rolling to the side, Eril saw the iron blade strike home, a clean blow to the side of her head. But Kral's axe bounced harmlessly from the beast's cheek without even raising a bruise. The rebounding axe tumbled from Kral's startled hands. The mountain man tripped backward in a hurried retreat. Fortunately, the force of the blow had knocked the she-demon to a knee, so she was unable to immediately attack. Eril helped Kral to his feet. The axe now lay at the demon's heels. She rubbed her jaw and turned poisonous eyes toward them. You were right, mountain man, that does hurt more. Why? How? Kral stammered, obviously struck dumb at the lack of damage from his blow. Didn't you know the rules? She said sadly. I'm a newborn. Eril groaned. He suddenly knew why the axe had failed to bite. They were in horrible trouble. What does she mean? Kral asked. I didn't think. It's been so long. What? Tell him, the she-demon hissed, pushing back to her feet. He should know what he faces. Eril pulled Kral farther back. When the Skeltum are newborns, they're gifted with a thicker layer of dark magics. It's to better protect their young. Then how do we harm it? We can't. Not even sunlight will weaken its protection. Only after a newborn kills its first prey, thus proving its strength, will its dark magics become vulnerable. Eril nodded toward the she-demon. She must feed before she can be harmed. And I can think of only one way to do this. How? Eril darted a glance over his shoulder toward Marek and Mogweed, then faced Krell with worried eyes. One of us will have to sacrifice ourselves to her. 10. Wait, Elena called to Vera and I's back. The naked woman stopped her casual stroll through the sea of scorpions and turned back toward Elena, grinding one of her creatures under her heel as she swung around. What is it, child? I've work to do. Elena's mind scrambled for some way to delay Vera and I. Eril and the others could not have escaped yet, or the plainsmen would be here by now. She must earn them more time. Ignoring the sea of scorpions at her toes, she studied the maelstrom of black energies seething and surging within the body of the demoness. Her own fist crackled with only the mildest tempest of blue coalfire, a mere summer squall compared to the raging storm within Vera and I. Elena's eyes suddenly narrowed in suspicion. How was it that Vera and I had such power? From the way all the others had talked, Elena had thought herself the only female to wield magics in ages. How did it come to be that a woman now stood before her whose power equaled, if not surpassed, her own? Elena remembered a lesson from her father's teachings of swordplay to Joch: even the strongest opponent has a weak spot. But where was Vera and I's weakness? The woman seemed steeped in powerful magics. Yet how could that be? If Vera and I was not also a witch, what kept the magic inside her? Elena's eyes suddenly flew wide as a thought occurred to her. Near the woman's heart, Elena still caught glimpses of the small silver flame buried within the surging storm of dark magics. Could that be the answer? A plan formed in Elena's mind. With a tremble, she glanced to her toes and the scorpions surrounding her. If she was wrong, she would pay with her life. What is it? Vera and I repeated. She was about to leave again. Elena spoke clearly, trying to fill her voice with confidence. She had to draw the demoness nearer. I see a secret inside you. Deep inside you, a flame of power. One of Vera and I's eyes crinkled in suspicion. Yes, it's the magics the Black Heart bestowed upon me. No, that black fire is only a parasite upon your own true power, sapping that which you were born with. I don't know what you are talking about. This is nonsense. Yet Vera and I had not turned away in disgust. Instead, intrigued by Elena's words, she took a step closer. Elena continued, keeping the woman interested. You're an elemental. Your spirit is bound to the land. What are you prattling about, child? I have no magical gift. Elena swallowed hard. So Vera and I was unaware of her own nature. How was Elena to get her to believe? She took a different course. What about your mother or father? Did they ever show the gift of land magics? Vera and I waved the question away and began to turn. No, think about it. Did either one show any signs? Any strange talents? Elena could not keep traces of desperation from her voice. Vera and I hesitated, then spoke in a cold voice. I don't know. My mother died when I was young, but my father often talked of how she could sing the crabs and lobsters into our traps, even the iron crabs of the deep that could tear a man's arm off. But what does any of that matter? It proves your mother had the gift, so you must have it, too. It is in your blood. Nonsense. Elena had to persuade her to try to use her power, to wake her blood for a moment. Look inside. Remember the sea. Remember the sound of waves on rock, the taste of salt in the air, and look. Vera and I glanced suspiciously at Elena, but the small silver flame seemed to grow slightly brighter. At least open your heart to the possibility. Deep within the shell that was Vera and I, the elemental fire burned fiercer as her blood sought to remember its birthright. Vera and I took a step closer. I think. The silvery flame flared to a sharp incandescence, momentarily beating back the black fires within the demoness. Tears appeared in Viridianai's eyes. She took another step closer, now only an arm's length from Elena. She seemed weak on her legs. I sense it now. So clear. So beautiful. A profound sadness entered her voice, thick with tears. I remember. For a moment, Elena saw a glimpse of the woman buried within the black magics. But she could wait no longer. The black magics of the Dark Lord already churned hungrily and would not be kept in check by the flare of silver flame for longer than a few heartbeats. Opening her right fist fully for the first time, Elena struck out. She reached toward Viridianai and felt a jolt of pain as her hand passed over the circle of blood, piercing her protective mage ring. Then her splayed fingers touched Viridianai's naked skin. Not waiting even a breath, Elena willed her power to flow into the woman's chest. Streams of magic wound from each fingertip into the demoness. Elena studied her magic's path, and with the aid of her enhanced vision, discovered she had better control over the flows and weaves of her power. Reaching toward the woman's heart, the edges of Elena's magic were consumed by spats of black fire. Which fire died quickly when confronted by the might of the Dark Lord's dire power. Still, there was a chance. If only the path to the silver flame could stay open a moment longer. She thrust deeper with her magics. What are you? Viridianai was awakening to the assault. The black magics began to collapse back toward the silver flame. No, just a moment longer. Elena's trace of magic was but an ember before a raging firestorm, but there was no retreating. She forced her fingers of magic toward the fading silver flame near Viridianai's heart. If she could join her magic to Viridianai's, get the small elemental flame to flare bright enough, perhaps the silver fire could drive off the black. She lunged and sent her magic into the elemental flame, stoking the fire with her own. Her power flowed, and like oil thrown on fire, the silver flame flared into a raging storm. The black energies fled from the fierce light. Elena allowed herself a moment of hope. It was working. Don't he? Viridianai's voice was weak and trembling. Elena stared up at the woman's eyes. They were now so clear and lucid that they appeared almost a different color. Tears welled in those eyes. It hurts. Don't make me remember who I am. You must, Elena said. The flame in the woman wavered with her words. Elena fed more of her witchfire into the blaze. Fight it. Panic widened Viridianai's eyes. Stop. You can't defeat him this way. You don't understand what you're doing. Like an army massing, the black magics grew thicker at the edges of the silver flame. The energies now crackled wildly within the small woman's body. You're making him stronger in me. Elena hesitated. She had only the smallest bit of magic left. You don't understand. The woman now howled. He feeds on me. As Elena watched, the black energy swelled, drawing substance from the stoked flame. Understanding suddenly dawned in Elena. Sweet mother, it was feeding on Viridianai's elemental power. Her efforts had only succeeded in strengthening the black magic, giving it fuel for its fire. The silver flame faded, its energies drawn into the darkness. Once again, a mad gleam crept into Viridianai's eyes. But before she was overwhelmed, the woman's hand reached up and grabbed Elena's, pressing it firmly to her cold flesh. It's not too late. Viridianai moaned. What? Elena cried. I don't understand. Then it was too late. Elena could see the other's eyes go cold, her expression hardened to granite. The grip on Elena's wrist spasmed tighter. The woman was gone, and the demoness was back. Erral kept his eyes fixed upon Viridianai's spawn, reluctant to face the others. The she-demon grinned harshly at him, wings spread wide, eyes aglow with hunger. She seemed to relish the pain of his decision. Erral ground his teeth, his jaw aching. If there was to be any hope of harming the creature, one of them must die first. Only death could wear thin her dark protections. But who would volunteer to be her first kill? If not for the fact that he alone knew the true path to Wallowa Glen, Errol would not hesitate. He had lived more than his share of winters. But as guardian to the girl and the only one capable of unlocking the blood diary, he could not sacrifice himself. And worst of all, he had to ask someone else to take his place. Krall spoke beside him. "Take my axe, Errol." Merrick had crossed to near the mountain man's shoulder and pushed the axe back toward Krall. "No, 'tis your tainted blade that can kill her. I'm too weak to fight this night, while you're still strong. The blood of my lost king must be preserved, even if it means my death." Mogwyd huddled in their shadows. "The elven speaks wisely," he muttered. The she-demon cackled at them. "If you mice are done with your chattering, perhaps I should make the choice for you." Time had run out. Errol could think of no words to argue against Merrick's statement. He glanced at the silver-haired elven. Merrick's blue eyes were sharp with purpose. Errol regretted all the hard words the two had shared. It was clear the elven cared as much for Elena's safety as Errol did, even if it was for different reasons. Errol stared at the large bruise that marred Merrick's left cheek, proof already of his brave heart. Now Merrick stood ready to show the full depth of his resolve and spirit. Errol found the elven's eyes staring into his own. No further words were needed. Errol nodded his head, the decision made. Merrick stepped forward, just as a howl shattered the night. All eyes, including the she-demons, swung to the left. From the wall of meadow grass, a huge wolf leapt into the clearing. It was Fardale. He crouched with a loud growl flowing from his throat, the hackles on his back raised high. "It seems we have another volunteer," the she-demon said with a sharp smile. "Get back," Mogwyd screamed to his brother. "You can't harm it." Fardale glanced at his brother, his amber eyes glowing like twin moons in the night. "Oh," Mogwyd whispered and slunk farther into the shadows of the others. Errol sensed that some silent communication had been shared between the two. "Did Fardale tell you something?" he whispered quickly. Mogwyd kept his eyes toward the she-demon and his growling brother. "He's freed the..." "There's another." Again the quiet night was shattered, this time by a rumbling bellow that came from the other side of the clearing. It was no wolf. It rose from the tall meadow grass and kept rising and rising. How could something so large have moved so quietly upon them, especially burdened? It took a shocked moment for Errol to recognize Tolchuk. The Ojiri held a squirming dog over his head, its muzzle clamped shut in one of his large, clawed hands. The she-demon snapped her wings and swung to face the new challenge. But before she could turn, Tolchuk threw the dog at her. The squirming weapon cartwheeled across the clearing, limbs scrambling at the empty air. Instinctively, the she-demon struck out at the flying object. Poison-tipped claws lashed out at the dog, knocking it aside. The hound crashed to the mud in a limp pile, its chest raked open, dead from the poison before it even struck the ground. My, the she-demon said, "you do seem to be running short on weapons." "What next, a sheep? A goat?" Using the distraction of the dog, Tolchuk had by now stalked into the clearing. Errol noticed that his companions had succeeded in surrounding the she-demon. But of what use was that? She still had her dark magics. Merrick glanced once at Errol, then swung back toward the winged beast and walked toward it. Errol's heart ached, but he knew there was no other choice. Mogwyd suddenly snatched at Merrick's billowing white shirt and tugged the elven to a stop. "Leave him," Errol began to say. The dog." Mogwyd stuttered in a faint whisper. "It's dead." "So?" Mogwyd's voice snapped louder. "The monster killed it." "Didn't she?" Errol's eyes grew wide with understanding. The shapeshifter's words seemed to have reached the she-demon, too. Her eyes glanced to the dead hound near her clawed feet. The feigned smile faded on her face as she realized the truth. She had killed. She had taken the life of her prey. Her magics were now vulnerable. Her eyes met Eril's for just a heartbeat. Eril grinned, but his lips were hard. "Do this for Nalan," he hissed at the others. "Take her down." Kral whooped in triumph and led the charge toward the encircled she-demon. She tried to take flight and escape, but Tolchuk dragged her by a wing back to the mud and grass. The others swamped her, Kral's axe a blur of revenge. Eril turned his back on the fight. He was no longer needed here. Elena, though, had been left with Vera and I too long. Behind him, he heard a screech that shivered the small hairs on his arms. It was a death cry. Without glancing back, Eril ran from the she-demon's dying screams. He felt no satisfaction, not while Elena was still in danger. With his iron fingers clenched into a fist, he raced over the small rise that separated him from the main encampment. He prayed he wasn't too late. He crested the rise to peer into the circle of tents of the main camp. Among the sputtering fires, a sea of blackness surged and flowed across the trampled soil. Scorpions! Their glossy armor reflected the firelight in poisonous glints. But this was not the horror that caught Eril's breath in his throat. In the center of this poisonous sea, Elena struggled. Vera and I held the girl tight as the scorpions descended in a swarm upon the pair. "Elena!" He called out to her. Elena heard her name called, but knowing her plan to deal with Vera and I had failed, she stayed silent. She had squandered her magic in a futile attempt to defeat the demoness. At least Eril was free, she thought as she stared into the baleful yellow fire in Vera and I's eyes. Hopefully, the others were safe, too. If nothing else, she could die knowing she had bought them their freedom. Vera and I yanked on Elena's arm and pulled her closer. "I hear a little bird calling your name." Elena ignored her words, too. Her eyes were on the dying war of energies waging within the woman's breast. The silver flame of elemental power had waned back to a weak flicker. Black energies whirled around the small pyre, still drawing licks of substance from the flame. It was a mesmerizing dance of power. "It's not too late." The last lucid words of the woman mocked Elena. How? How was it not too late? The magic churned and wheeled around the tiny spark of flame. Then Elena suddenly knew. As scorpions skittered up her boots, she pressed her palm more firmly against Vera and I's chest, as if trying to keep the demoness at bay. If only it isn't too late. Elena thrust once more into the woman's chest with the last dregs of her witchfire. Again fingers of power wound toward the tiny elemental flame, dodging spats of black energies. As she worked her magic, the final streams of her energies became an outstretched hand. Reaching, she closed her witchfire upon the small bit of elemental magic and squeezed. Like pinching out a candle's flame, her magic snuffed the small brightness from Vera and I's chest, extinguishing the woman's elemental fire. In the void, the black energies collapsed around Vera and I's heart, swallowing the last traces of Elena's magics. With her power spent, her special vision dimmed and disappeared. She could no longer see the flows of magics. Elena removed her hand from Vera and I's chest. Her fingers were so cold and so pale. Not even a trace of the rose remained. Suddenly a hand grabbed her wrist. Elena jumped and tried to pull away, but the grip was iron. She stared up at Vera and I's wild eyes. The demoness grinned and wrenched at her arm. Elena gasped from the pain, too stunned to fight. "Now quit squirming." Vera and I's face suddenly took on a vaguely confused expression, as if she had forgotten what she had been about to say. The grip on Elena's wrist spasmed tighter for a heartbeat, squeezing a cry from Elena. Then the hold on her wrist relaxed, and Vera and I's hand fell away. Free, Elena stumbled backward. Scorpions crackled under her heels as she crushed them. She stamped others from her boots. The scorpions seemed as stunned and confused as Vera and I. Some were even stinging each other, while others stood as still as their mistress. Vera and I suddenly shuddered, as if shaking cobwebs from her naked body. As she trembled, the white streak in her hair faded and darkened to match her other black locks. For a moment, Elena thought she saw a dark mist seep from the woman's skin and fade out into the night. A winged scorpion landed on Elena's arm, stinger raised. Elena cringed and started to swat at it when the poisonous creature collapsed and dissolved into a glistening black clump on her arm. It was clotted blood. Elena shook it off in disgust. Around Elena's boots, the other scorpions also collapsed into bloody piles that steamed into the chill night. Like the ripples from a pebble dropped into a pond, the dissolution of the scorpion army spread outward from the two women until the poisonous creatures were gone. The horde lay dead. Vera and I moaned, drawing Elena's attention, though the girl stood unmoving, still wary of the naked woman. Vera and I swooned and fell to her knees in the mud and blood. Her ashen face had paled even further, as if her very substance had left her body. She raised her face toward Elena. The mad gleam was gone. Is it over?" she asked, tears flowing down her cheeks. Suddenly from behind, someone grabbed Elena's shoulder and pulled her away from the kneeling woman. Her heart leapt to her throat until she realized it was only Eril. The plainsman stepped between Elena and Vera and I. "Get back!" he snapped at Elena. The iron ward floated in the air before Eril, its cold fingers open and reaching for Vera and I's throat. "No," Elena said, tugging at his real arm. "Leave her be. She's no danger now. The dark magics have fled her." "How?" he asked with narrowed eyes. His shoulders were still tight with fury. "She was an elemental. The Dark Lord somehow bound his black energies to her land magic. Once that was gone, the foul energies had no hook in her and were cast out." Eril stayed silent, but he lowered his iron fist. "It's over," Elena said softly. Eril realized the girl was right. "Vera and I?" he asked tentatively, his voice softening as his anger fled him. She raised her face toward his, and a mixture of pain and loss glowed in her eyes. Then her countenance settled into simple sorrow. As he watched, her skin paled and her flesh seemed to shrink to her bones. She was dying. He stepped toward her. Behind him, Elena began to protest, believing he meant to attack her. He waved her back and knelt beside Vera and I. After a moment's hesitation, he reached and took the woman in his one arm. At his touch, she collapsed like a teetering stack of blocks in his embrace, too weak to hold herself upright. He gently lowered her to his lap and fingered stray black hairs from her face. He had always hated when hair got in her eyes. As he stared at her, his heart remembered the face he had once kissed and the woman he had once loved. From where she lay, Vera and I stared back at him. "I'm so sorry, Eril." Tears glistened in the firelight on her cheeks. What I did." The plainsman reached out and touched a finger to her lips. Hush, it wasn't you." Vera and I trembled under his touch, too weak now even to speak. She reached for his hand, her fingers fluttering like a weak bird, but she was too feeble, her hand fell away. Eril knew her death was near. He wiped the tears from her cheek and took her hand in his own, entwining their fingers. He bent down close to her. He would not abandon her again, not now. Her eyes were barely open. He pressed his cheek against hers and whispered in her ear. "I'm the one who is sorry, Vera and I. I should never have left you." She struggled to speak, her breath catching in her dying throat. I loved you." He leaned closer and gently kissed her on the lips. He felt her relax under him. "And I loved you," he whispered as he lifted his lips from hers, but she was already gone. He held her cold hand for several long breaths, his cheeks damp, his head bowed. Beside him, his iron fist fell to the mud, once again just a motionless sculpted fist. He ignored the loss of his phantom arm, praying Vera and I had heard his final words. For truly, he had loved her. 2 mornings later, Elena stood by Nalan's grave at the edge of the Rimwood forest. In the shadow of the dead trees, they had buried their companion. The spiders were long gone from the wood, destroyed like the scorpions when the Dark Lord's magics fled. Elena knelt by the grave. The fresh-turned soil was like a blemish at the meadow's edge. The team was due to head out for the plains today, but Elena wanted to do one last thing before she left. She stared at the small stone at the grave's head. It pained Elena to look upon it. Once again, someone's life had been spent to help her on her journey. It seemed the path she forged would always be marked with blood and tears. Sniffing back a sob, she gently scooped a small hole in the loose soil of the grave. Kneeling back, she reached and removed a small acorn, the seed Mogweed had given her, from her breast pocket. She placed it in the shallow hole and carefully layered soil over it. "If I can't bring back your forest home, Nalan," she whispered, "let me at least bring back this one tree." Elena stood up, wiping the dirt on her gray trousers. "Let life come from death. Let this be the true marker of your final resting place." Wiping away her tears, she turned her back on the grave and looked up past the rolling meadows toward the rising sun. It was time. The others were waiting for her. The wagon was already loaded and hitched. They had scavenged the hunters' horses to replace those of their own that had been killed. The only bright moment of the past 2 days was when Kral had gone to fetch Rorschach and found Mist grazing in the meadow with him as if nothing had happened. Elena had been overjoyed to see the small gray mare again and had hugged Mist tightly as the horse struggled to get to the grain bucket. Otherwise, the past 2 days had involved too much grave digging and hurried activity. The bodies of the hunters had to be buried, along with Vera and I and the she-demon she had birthed. Erril would let no one else touch Vera and I's body. He had nestled her gently in the grave, and then, as if tucking in a child after a nightmare, he had leaned and placed a lingering kiss on her forehead. Only Elena saw the plainsman's tears as he filled the grave with cold dirt. Amidst all the sorrow, the team united in support of each other, forging bonds where none had existed before. Even Mogweed was well congratulated for his sharp wits in helping defeat the winged beast. He strutted around the camp, his chest swelled with pride. Marek, who especially held the shapeshifter in high regard, even offered his filly to Mogweed. Only Erril seemed subdued and withdrawn from the others. He had buried Vera and I himself and since then had had little to do with preparations for their departure, only giving a curt command now and then. Elena sighed. The rolling meadows held too much sorrow for all of them. The sooner they left, the better. Still, she had one last chore to do. Gazing at the meadows aglow in the rosy light of dawn, she raised her right arm high and bathed her pale hand in the morning sunlight. She filled her heart with longing and hope and willed the gift to come to her. In response, her hand vanished in a blaze of brilliance. Taking a deep breath and girding herself, she lowered her arm. Her right hand returned again to her wrist, her skin now afire with whirls of red magics. Elena stepped away from Nalan's grave, the first step, she sensed, on the long road ahead, a road that would eventually lead her to the Golgotha Lord himself. She clenched her red fist into a hard knot and marched toward the dawn. She would make the Black Heart pay for all the blood, the sorrow, and the tears. Magic crackled furiously around her fist as she crossed the rose-tinged meadows. "I'm coming," she spoke to the rising sun and the darkness that lay beyond it. "And nothing will stop me." Book 2. Seas and Mists. 11. Joch lived as a prisoner in his own head. As his body stood in the great kitchen of the sprawling edifice, awaiting his master's supper, Joch stared out of 2 holes in a skull that felt like a hollowed-out pumpkin. He watched his arms move and his legs shamble, while inside his head he screamed for someone to help him. But his lips remained slack with a continual rope of drool hanging to his chin. He could feel the saliva slobbering from his mouth but could not get his hands to move and wipe it away. You boy!" jeered the greasy-haired kitchen urchin, poking Joch in the shoulder with a dirty spoon. "Did your mum drop you on your head, or what? Get away from me before you slobber in the soup kettle." Shoved by the spoon, Joach's legs stumbled back a step. "Leave I'm be, Brunt," the cook said from a neighboring hearth. He was a wide-bellied man, like most cooks, wearing a stained apron that covered him from neck to toe, sashed at the waist. His cheeks glowed ruddy from the heat of the kitchen's many hearths. "You know he ain't right in the head, so quit pestering him. I heard he was left in the woods by his parents for the wolves to finish off." Brunt made a snapping motion toward Joach. Master wants meal," Joach heard himself stutter with a slurred tongue. That was the extent of his conversation. Just enough words to let others in the edifice know his ordered duty. The kitchen help ignored his garbled words. He might as well have been another spoon or pot. Nah, the cook said. He was kicked in the head by a horse and everyone thought him dead. We're all set to bury him, they were. Then that old crippled brother, he came along and plucked him up. Took I'm here. Rescued the drooling dolt. Now that's kindness. The cook spat into a skillet to test its heat before continuing. Speaking of kindness and dolts, if you want to keep working in my kitchens, you'd better get back to stirring that stew, or it'll burn. Brunt lowered his spoon to the fish stew with a grumble and continued to stir. Still, that kid gives me the woolies. He just stares at you with his nose dripping. It's downright sickening. Even if he had been able to control his lips, Joach would not have argued with the boy. Ever since he had been stolen from the cobbled streets of Winterfell by the dark mage named Gresham, Joach had been under the demon's spell, a thrall to the Ancient One's commands. While he still lived in his head, aware and feeling all, he was unable to stop his body from obeying the murderer of his parents. Unable to speak freely, he could not even warn anyone who lived within the walls of the edifice of the snake that lived among them. Gresham posed as a white-robed brother of the order, but in truth was a creature of the Dark Lord. A platter of meats, cheeses, and a bowl of steaming fish stew was shoved toward his chest. Joach's arms caught the handles of the wood platter. He had been ordered to fetch supper, and as always, his body obeyed. In his head, he dreamed of poisoning the meal but knew it impossible. "Be off with you, you slack-jawed oaf," Brunt said with a sneer. "Get out of my kitchen." Joach turned to go, his body ever obedient. Behind him, he heard the cook scold his boy. "Your kitchen, Brunt? Since when is this your kitchen?" Behind him, he heard a slap and a yelp from Brunt, but Joach's legs were already carrying him out of the kitchen and down the hall. As he shambled through the twisting corridors and stairways of the edifice, winding his way back to his master's chamber, he stared at the laden platter and put aside all thoughts of poisoning the meal. The fish broth smelled of garlic and butter, and the meats and cheeses were cut thick and generous. Even the loaf of cold bread seemed a miracle of flavor. Pangs of hunger wailed in his belly, but unless his body was given the order to eat by the dark mage, Joach could do nothing to fill his empty stomach. Over the many moons since he was stolen from his sister's side, his body had wasted into a scarecrow. Often whole days would pass before the dark mage would remember to tell his servant to eat, and lately, those days of hunger were becoming even more frequent. Joach was now mostly forgotten by his master and, like a neglected dog, he wasted away, awaiting his master's next word. As he shambled past a mirror in a hall, he caught a glimpse of his reflection. His face, formerly sunburned from his work in the orchards, had paled to a slug's complexion, and his flesh had shrunken on bone. His cheekbones poked from under bruised eyes. His red hair, overgrown past his shoulders now, hung tangled and matted. And his green eyes stared back at him, dull and glazed. He was the walking dead. No wonder the kitchen urchin had wanted him out of his sight. Joach himself was relieved when his body moved past the mirror and the image was gone. For the past moon, Joach had given up the fight against his spellcast enslavement, resigned to his fate. Occasionally he would still scream in his bone prison, but no one ever heard. Now death seemed the only real possibility of escape. He pulled back deeper into his skull and curled up on himself. Starvation would eventually claim his body, then he would be free. Despondent, he ignored his body as it struggled the platter into his master's cell. The room was barren of any significant trappings or decorations. Only 2 thin beds, an ancient wardrobe, and a worm-worn desk occupied the room. A threadbare rug covered the floor, but it did a poor job of keeping the cold of the stones from one's feet. Though a small hearth continually glowed with embers, its feeble heat did little to dispel the chill that always hung in the air. It was as if the room itself knew the evil it contained and kept warmth and cheer from its occupants. In addition to the ever-present chill, the room was also always dim. Besides the single oil lamp on the desk, the only other illumination came from a small slitted window that overlooked one of the many tiny courtyards that pocked the great structure. Somewhere beyond the walls of the edifice sprawled the half-sunken city of Alloa Glen, and beyond that only the sea. Since arriving, Joach had seen neither sea nor city, nothing but the halls and chambers of the sprawling edifice huddled in the center of the once mighty city. Like a second prison, it held his body as surely as his skull held his spirit. "Put that platter on the desk," Gresham ordered. The dark mage was already wearing his cowled white robe. That meant the demon was going somewhere. He never wore the robes when alone. The fabric seemed to irritate the dark mage as much as its pure white color mocked his black heart. He shook the sleeve of his right arm lower to hide the stumped wrist, then pulled the hood over his bald head with his good hand. He stared at Joach with those milky globes of the near blind. Even though Joach had no control over his body, his flesh still crawled as those eyes settled on him. It was as if his body, too, knew the menace that lay like poison behind those milky globes. "Come," Gresham ordered. "I've been summoned." Joach's legs stepped aside to let the dark mage pass, and in the process, he almost dumped the fish stew on the mage's pristine robe. "Put that cursed platter down, you fool!" Gresham snapped as he swept through the doorway. "Do I have to tell you everything?" Inwardly, a tiny smile formed in Joach's mind. Maybe there was a little rebellion in his body yet. He set the tray down and followed the dark mage back out to the hallways once again. Over the moons of his enslavement, Joach had learned more about his prison than any of its denizens suspected. Chambermaids, servants, and even other brothers of the order spoke freely around Joach, thinking him a brain-addled fool who would not repeat their words. So truths were spoken in his presence that would otherwise be kept silent. He had learned that the Brotherhood was a group of scholars and other men of skill who had banded together in secret to preserve Alloa Glen and the traces of ancient magic still contained within the sunken city. They kept Alloa Glen cloaked and the paths to the city warded against trespassers. Besides the Brotherhood, only their servants and a handful of others roamed what was left of the ancient city. Alloa Glen was lost to the world, a city of myth, kept hidden from the eye of the Gulgothal lord by both time and magic, or so the Brotherhood supposed. Only Joach seemed to know about the dark mage who masqueraded as one of their own. But what was this murderer's purpose here in a half-deserted city? Joach followed the bent back of the crippled old mage. After a few twists and turns, he could guess their destination, the westernmost tower, named the Praetor's Spear after its sole occupant. During his slack-jawed eavesdropping, Joach had also learned what the others in the edifice thought of the solitary figure who lived alone in the western tower. Though the Praetor led the Brotherhood, he was seldom seen and little was known of his past. His true name had long been wiped away, as was tradition for this post. Some said the Praetor had lived for over 500 winters, while others said it was just different men who bore the Praetor's name, succeeding one after the other. So who truly was the man in the tower? And what business did the dark mage have with the leader of the Brotherhood? Gresham had visited the Praetor in his tower 4 times since Joach had arrived at Alloa Glen, but Joach had learned nothing of the mysterious leader. Each time, Joach had been left standing by the stairs that led up to the distant room as Gresham continued on to his rendezvous. He was never allowed to accompany the old man. Even his body seemed to know this routine. Joach's legs began to slow when the dark mage finally wound through the dusty corridors and reached the lower stair of the Praetor's Spear. Joach was ready to stop, anticipating the signal to halt, but it never came. Gresham started up the spiraling stair. Without the order to stop, Joach's body had no choice but to follow. That had been his master's last command. He climbed after the dark mage. The stairs seemed endless, curving ever upward. They passed an occasional slitted window, and Joch caught glimpses of the ruined city below. Toppled towers lay strewn in crumbled piles of stone and moss, lakes of brackish brine dotted the landscape where the sea bubbled up from below. In some of these dark green lakes, the peaks of ancient buildings protruded like steep islands. And sea mists drifted languidly through the remnants of the once proud city, ghosts of those that once roamed its streets and hawked wares from its open doorways. While above all, gulls circled the ruins in slow spirals, like foothill vultures eyeing a dying calf. Yet the view's most profound effect came from something unseen, something felt in the bones, and aching melancholy for all the beauty and wonder lost forever. Glimpses of the ancient majesty of the city could still be seen in the occasional sparks from windows of stained crystal set like jewels among the ruins, or in the towering marble sculptures, now tilted or marred with damage, of honored men and women whose faces spoke of grander times and higher purposes. Though the city was dead, it still spoke tales of a glorious empire, of a peaceful era. It spoke of Alassi before the Golgotha raped her lands. If Joch could cry, he would as he looked upon his land's ancient past. Here sprawled a small reflection of Alassi as a whole, a land of beauty, broken and dying. Joch's body continued its climb after its master. They passed a few station guards, but their eyes seemed blind to the crippled man and the doltish boy. Joch recognized the glaze in their eyes as he passed. He had seen it in his own eyes in the hall mirror, the walking dead. A chill crept into Joch's skull. Did Gresham's grip reach so far? Or were there other dark mages masquerading in white? At the top of the stairs, a huge oaken door blocked the way farther. Two dull-eyed guards stood with spears to either side. Gresham ignored them and strode toward the door, his staff thumping loudly, making no attempt at stealth. Joch followed. The heavy door swung open on silent hinges even before Gresham reached its ornate handles. No hand opened this door. Beyond the threshold, Joch could sense a palpable evil. Like a thick fog, it flowed out from the open doorway. Though he did not want to enter the chamber beyond, he could not balk at entering. His body continued its shambling pace after the dark mage. Joch cowered deeper into his skull, trying his best to hide. As he entered the well-lit tower chamber, he was surprised at how warm and inviting the room appeared. 3 large hearths glowed cheerily with licking flames. Fanciful tapestries hid the stone walls of the tower, reflecting bright colors in the firelight, while couches and thick stuffed chairs of expensive red silk dotted the heavy rugs. Huge windows with insets of stained crystal showed the blue sky, and below one of these windows, sunlight shone brightly on a huge polished table that held a crystalline marble model of Aloha Glen as it had stood before its fall, 1,000 jeweled spires, with walkways that passed from tower to tower through cloud, fountains, and parks. Joch had to pull his attention away. It hurt too much to look at its pristine beauty. So much lost. His gaze settled on the lone occupant of the room. He stood tall by the western window, staring out at the sunken city, his broad back to them. He wore a long white cassock, its cowl thrown back casually. Gresham cleared his throat. The man, who could only be the praetor, swung to face them. Joch was surprised at how young the man was. He had expected the leader of the Brotherhood to be a gray-haired elder, not this black-haired young man. Gray eyes studied the dark mage from a hawkish ruddy face. Joch recognized the countenance of a standy plainsman. Traders from the neighboring plains had often visited Winterfell selling bundled leaves of tobacco or wagon loads of barreled spices. It was so odd to see such a familiar reminder of home so far afield. Those gray eyes shifted from Gresham to settle for a moment on his own. Joch tumbled backward in his skull. What he saw in those eyes was nothing of home, it was maggots and clotted blood. It was black fires that consumed the flesh of those you loved. It was evil. Here stood the source of foulness that Joch had sensed in the room. It flowed from those eyes, black wellsprings of corruption. Thankfully, those eyes left his own after only a heartbeat. "Why did you bring the boy?" the figure asked, his clipped standish accent clear in his words. Gresham glanced at Joach as if surprised to see the boy standing in his shadow. He sniffed derisively and turned back to the tall man. I simply forgot. He's been dragging behind me for so long that I don't even see him anymore. It's not wise to be forgetful here. The Brotherhood grows suspicious. Gresham waved this statement away with a twist of his staff. The Brotherhood is made up of fools. It always has been. Let them have their rumors, they'll never suspect the truth. Now what news of our Ch? The praetor's eyes twitched at Joach, then just as quickly away. She moves once again, he said coldly. She has fled the teeth, escaped the hills, and lost herself among the peoples of the wide plains. How? I thought the Dark Lord had laced all the trails leaving the thawing mountains with legions of his Ilgard. What happened? She slipped past one imbued with the horde, killing her. Curse that damned child. You know the Ch's resourcefulness at surviving, Gresham. Or have you forgotten Winterfell? Besides, she is guarded well by my brother. Gresham stamped his staff on the rug with a muffled thud. Speaking of your brother, he said, irritation thick in his voice, how is it that Errol still lives? You never did explain that. He has no magic. The praetor's eyes grew hooded, and his face darkened. Something the Black Heart hadn't anticipated. The Blood Diary has claimed Errol as its own. It protects him against the ravages of time. Sighing loudly, Gresham continued. And what of the diary, Shorkin? Have you discovered a way to unlock the cursed tome? A slight shake of the praetor's head answered this question. Not without Errol. He is the key. During his long imprisonment, Joach had learned to read the Dark Mage's moods. These last words seemed to wound Gresham. So there's no way to get to the book, he mumbled sourly. A trace of anger entered the praetor's words. What is this concern about the book? We don't need it in our hands. As long as it resides here in Aloha Glen, locked or not, it will serve its purpose in luring the Ch here. If she survives the trap set by our Lord, she will fight and bleed her way across the lands just to put herself in our hands. Our Lord's plan is wise. We simply wait. Gresham seemed hardly to have heard the words, his voice was vague and distracted. Still, if I could get to the book. The praetor leaned closer to the Dark Mage. What? What could you do? Joach could almost feel the menace in the man like the sun's heat on his skin. Gresham backed a step, bumping Joach. Then I could destroy it and eliminate the risk of its ever falling into the claws of the Ch. It's dangerous letting the Ch get so close to the book. Gresham cleared his throat and shook some semblance of spine back into his pose. That's all I meant. Joach knew these last words were a lie. And the praetor seemed to sense it, too. He walked around the Dark Mage, eyeing him up and down suspiciously. Gresham did not flinch from his scrutiny. Finally, the praetor pulled his cowl back over his head dismissively and turned away. Go now. Listen and study. We must be ready for her. Gresham began to swing around, but the tall man spoke again. And take better care of your servant. He reeks like rotting fish. Joach would have flinched and blushed at these words, but instead his body continued to stand, slack and dumb, beside the Dark Mage. Why do you keep the boy anyway? He continued. Be rid of him. Gresham scowled. I think not. Like the Blood Diary, the boy is a card whose value is yet unknown in this game. I'll keep him until our hand is fully played. The praetor walked to the window and waved them away. Then at least clean him up. Gresham bowed his head slightly and turned on a heel. Leaning on his staff, the old mage limped toward the large iron-bound oaken door. Follow me, he snapped at Joach. The boy's legs obeyed, and Joach shambled in the Dark Mage's wake. In his head, though, Joach reviewed their words. He knew whom the two had been speaking about. The witch had to be his sister Elena. He sobbed quietly in his empty skull. His sister yet lived. It had been so many moons since he had heard mention of her. He had not known if she had died in Winterfell or what had become of her. Now he knew. Elena was free. But as much as this relieved him, a greater fear gripped his heart. Elena was coming here. She would be captured or killed. He remembered his promise to his father before he and Elena had fled their burning home, to protect his younger sister. And he meant to keep that promise. But how could he? He couldn't even keep from fouling himself. His body shambled after its master, but in his head, he railed against the chains that bound him. He must find a way out of this imprisonment and stop his sister from coming here. Yet, regardless of his passion, his legs still kept following the dark mage's footsteps, and drool once again rolled from his cracked lips and dripped from his chin. How? Joach cried in his head. How am I to break free? Where was the door out of one's own skull? Gresham limped back through the corridors that led to his room. His mind seethed with black thoughts. How dare Shorkin order him about like some low servant? He had once been the man's teacher. Of course that was long ago, and they had been different men, whole men, before the forging of the blood diary had split their spirits. Now Gresham hardly recognized his former student. Had he himself changed as much? He didn't think so. After imbuing half his spirit in the book's forging, he was still the same man, only now he was able to think more clearly, able to see his heart's desires more keenly. He now had no nagging doubts about facing his innermost lusts. Once, guilt and regret had tied his hands, and sorrow and pain had guided his acts. Now he walked free, unfettered by constricting emotions, able to loose his baser desires and pursue his lusts with all his energies. He now dabbled freely in the blackest arts just to see what would happen, his ears deaf to screams and pleas for mercy. The forging of the book had opened his spirit to all its secret demons, allowing him to rejoice in them without shame, to pursue them without guilt, finally to live his life true. The book had freed him. He cursed under his breath as he struggled down the stair. So why had he lied to Shorkin about his real reason for his interest in the diary's destruction? It was not, as he had explained, to keep the witch from gaining it. No, he wanted the book destroyed for his own selfish reason. He spat on the dusty floor. He had lied because Shorkin would never understand. The fool seemed content with his wounded spirit. And why shouldn't he be content? Shorkin had everything. Not only did he have boundless power and the freedom of an unlocked heart, but he also had something Gresham did not, youth. Shorkin never aged. He appeared the same black-haired young man as when the book was forged, still vital with youthful energy. The passing of winters had left him untouched. Whereas, due to some trick in the magics, Gresham's body had continued to age. His joints grew hoary with pain, his eyes bloomed with cataracts, and his hair fell from his wrinkling skin. Whenever Gresham saw Shorkin standing tall and handsome in his tower room, his heart burned with the injustice. This disparity wore on him as his body declined. Like water dripping on rock, it dug a well of discontent deeper and deeper into his spirit. He had been treated most foully and was determined to reverse this injustice. Over the centuries, he had studied the black arts and secret reading texts bound in runes, practicing on small animals and children until at long last he had come upon a method to regain his youth. It could work, but it first required freeing his spirit's other half, and to do that, the book must be destroyed. To this end, he would let nothing stand in his way. He cared not for his allegiances to the Dark Lord, nor for his promises to Shorkin. His unfettered heart felt no compulsion to obey these two who thought themselves his masters. The book had freed him to act on his heart's desires, and in this matter, too, he would do as his spirit willed. Gresham continued through the halls of the sprawling edifice, striking the oak of his staff hard on the stone. Let all who stood in his way burn. He stopped at the crossing of two halls and leaned heavily on his staff as he glanced down each hall. As he stood, breathing harshly through clenched teeth, his shoulder was bumped from behind, almost knocking him down. Twisting around, he swung on his assailant. It was only the cursed boy. He snapped his staff forward and struck the boy across the ribs. "Keep back from me," he hissed. Unfazed, the boy did not even blink, just stumbled a step away, then stood staring at him with that omnipresent glaze in his eyes. Gresham swung back to study the hallways. The boy was like a rash on his skin, always there, a constant irritation. He shook his head, dismissing the irritation, and considered the choice of halls. His hips ached, and the thought of his soft bed tempted him back to his cell, but if he was ever to regain strength and vigor in his limbs, now was not the time to listen to complaining joints. With the Witsy underway, he must delay no further. Who knew how long before she came knocking on the door to the edifice? If he was to succeed, he had to begin now. Decided, he set off down the hallway to the right. "Follow," he called to the boy, "but keep one pace away from me." The hall led away from his room and toward the grand courtyard. Gresham scowled at the thought of crossing the decaying park contained within the walls of the courtyard. While he reveled in its rotted wood and brine-choked roots, its occasional cluster of thriving green leaves or single bright blossom always reminded him of its former grandeur. These shards of past glory scalded him and sickened his belly with old memories. Yet this was not the real reason he detested the grand courtyard. In truth, a small part of him feared the place. Traces of Kyric magic, sustained and preserved over the centuries, still lay like pools of poison among the gardens. The grand courtyard, nestled in the center of the edifice, had been the nexus of Kyric power for the entire city. It was the root from which all of Aloha Glen grew. Though the city itself was now long dead, echoes of its magic still whispered along its garden paths. Gresham pulled his shoulders tighter together. He hated the place. Yet, this day, he had no choice but to walk its paths. The only way to the catacombs was through the courtyard. He continued down the long hall with the boy in tow. Footsore, his ankles throbbing, his heart beating like a scared rabbit in his chest, he finally reached the gilt-and glass doors that led to the courtyard. The two doors towered twice the height of a man and contained an inlay of stained glass and crystal that formed a pair of the entwining branches of a rose bush, its thorns glistening in the afternoon sunlight. The roses themselves were crafted from ruby and heartstone, the twin symbols of the order. Whole townships could be bought for the price of one of those roses. Flanking the doors, two guards bearing long swords stood to either side of the threshold. One stepped forward and swung open the door for the white-robed brother. Nothing was denied a brother of the order. Gresham bowed his head in thanks and passed through the portal into sunlight. The boy followed in his usual shambling gait. Squinting, he looked into the grand courtyard and remembered another reason he hated the place. Speckled like white mold on an old corpse, others of his white-robed brethren moved through the relic of a garden. He had forgotten how crowded the courtyard could be, especially when the sea mists lifted and the sunlight shone brightly. He suppressed a groan and stepped farther within the garden. "Brother Gresham?" A voice rose to his left. He heard the scrape of loose rock as someone stood up near the edge of one of the graveled paths. "How delightful to see you up and about. The sun has been drawing out everyone today." Gresham turned toward the speaker, but he kept the edge of his cowl tilted down to partially hide his face. How had the cursed fool recognized him? Then he remembered the boy. Of course, everyone knew his doltish servant. Even now he saw the man glance pitifully at the spellcast boy. "Why, Brother Treat," Gresham answered, attempting to squeeze the irritation out of his voice. "A truly handsome day it is. How could I resist? My old bones were craving warmth and dragged me down here." The pudgy man, his cowl thrown open to the sunshine, smiled. Hair the color of dried mud lay sparse on his exposed pate, and his eyes were too far apart. He looked like a surprised cow, Gresham thought. Suddenly the balding man's eyes widened. "Oh. Then you haven't heard." Gresham inwardly groaned. Gossip ran like wild dogs through the halls of the edifice, thrashing all in its path. He did not have time for this nonsense and pretended not to hear the man's words. At his age it was easy feigning deafness. I should be going before my legs give out on me. This winter's damp still has a grip on my creaking knees. He leaned heavily on his staff in emphasis. Why then, a little walk in the gardens is just what you need, Brother Treat said consolingly. I'll come with you. How kind, but there's no need. I have my boy here. He began to turn away. Nonsense. I must take you to see the coconut tree. You can't miss this. Gresham almost cringed at his words. I don't have time. Ah, then you truly haven't heard, have you? The glee of someone with a secret to reveal was rich in Brother Treat's voice. Come. Come see. It's wondrous. An omen of good fortune. As much as Gresham balked at stepping within a stone's throw of the monstrous dead tree in the center of the gardens, Brother Treat's excitement piqued his curiosity. What was the daft man spewing about? What is this talk of good omens? I won't ruin the surprise. You must see for yourself. Brother Treat led the way down a gravel path, his sandals crunching loudly in the quiet garden. Gresham followed the pudgy man. Hiding his scowl, he waved the boy to stay near his heels. Of all the traces of ancient Kyric magics, the coconut tree at the garden's heart was the most potent. Its limbs had once stretched far into the sky, higher than any of the city's spires. Before dying, its trunk had grown so thick that 10 men with linked arms could not circle its girth. The mighty tree had once shaded the entire garden under its green and silver leaves, and at night, its purple blossoms would open and begin glowing like 1,000 sapphire stars. To the people of Aloha Glen, the tree had been the living heart of the city. Yet, as majestic as the tree appeared, it was nothing compared to its roots, poking like massive gnarled knees near its base. The roots dug deep into the island and spread like a web under the city. To those in power, here lay the true heart of the city. The old mages of Aloha Glen would concentrate their magic into the tree's roots, creating a living nexus of energy. Then the roots' 1,000 branches, crisscrossing and winding under the city, would spread the magic throughout Aloha Glen, sustaining its spellcast spires and other impossible wonders. But that was long ago. As he marched after his fellow brother, Gresham stared up at the long-dead tree and felt a twinge of sympathy. Time had been no kinder to the tree than to Gresham. After the fall of Aloha Glen, the tree had succumbed to the ravages of passing winters and the loss of sustaining magic. Now the tree was a skeleton of tiered branches, most of its limbs long rotted and fallen to decay. Occasionally though, like a dying man opening his eyes to peek one last time at the world, a few leaves would grow in small clumps on one branch or another. But it had been ages since even that had occurred. The tree was now just a lifeless monument. But dead or not, Gresham still shied from its presence. Whispers of ancient magic seemed drawn to the tree, hanging about its branches like moss. Though these traces of ancient magics were weak, there was still danger. It was an intricate weaving of black magics that kept death from Gresham's heart, a fine web of power and blood, and even a passing drift of Kyric magic could unravel or weaken a part of the complex black spell that sustained him. So Gresham had learned to walk with care among the decaying gardens of the grand courtyard, especially near the coconut tree. But this day, he did not have much choice. Though his mission to the catacombs required traveling the edges of the courtyard, it was curiosity that drew him toward its heart. He knew better than to risk such a path, but when his blood developed a desire, Gresham was not easily dissuaded. So he followed Brother Treat deeper and deeper into the gardens, passing other brethren along the way. Gresham noted that as he neared the tree the number of white-robed brothers who gathered there grew, becoming a solemn pilgrimage to the tree. Some brothers led others, heads bowed in whispers, while others walked singly, eyes raised toward the barren branches. What was luring such numbers of his studious brethren? With each labored step, his curiosity grew. Why hadn't he heard of any of this? Anger became mixed with curiosity. He stared at the sheer number of white robes descending on the tree. Why had he heard nothing? As if reading his thoughts, Brother Treat answered. It just appeared this morning. But news is traveling fast. What? Gresham snapped, no longer capable of feigning an affable good nature. Brother Treat glanced toward him at his sharp retort. Gresham collected himself and waved the man on. I'm sorry, Brother Treat. It's my old joints complaining and being testy. I'm afraid this trip may not have been a good idea. His words seemed to console his guide. No worries, brother. We're here. Treat turned forward and gently pushed the gathered men aside. Make room, he scolded. Let an older brother through. The sea of robes parted. Brother Treat stepped aside to allow Gresham to pass forward. It's a sign, an omen, he said breathlessly as Gresham limped past. I just know it. Gresham feigned a misstep, crushing Brother Treat's foot with his staff as he struggled among the gawkers. Only the sinking gravel kept the man's toes from breaking, but the pain purpled his pudgy face. Gresham continued on as if unaware of the harm he had caused. He finally reached the shadow of the tree's trunk. Around him hushed voices whispered in prayer and astonishment. Just overhead, Gresham had to crane his neck backward. A low-hanging branch ended in a small cluster of green leaves. Gresham scowled. It had been almost 2 decades since the tree had sprouted any growth. A stray breeze fluttered the patch of leaves, their silvery undersides flashing and dancing in the sun. The crowd murmured in awe at the sight. Is this what drew them all? From within his cowl, Gresham grimaced his disdain. A handful of leaves. He was about to turn away when brightness caught his eye. Buried within the cluster of leaves, a spark of color flashed, a sapphire blazing in a fluttering sea of green and silver. A purple blossom. Curled and closed in slumber, it rocked gently on its branch. Gresham stared in shock, his bleary eyes struggling to understand. The coacona had not bloomed in over 200 winters. Yet there it was. Hanging and rolling in the sea breeze, a lone jewel from the distant past. He backed a step away. He suddenly felt it, like a chill that passes down a spine, raising the smallest hairs. He backed another step, bumping into the boy who stood ever present at his shoulder. Too stunned to scold, he just herded the boy behind him as he retreated. But the chilling sense of danger crept after him. He recognized his unease and its source. It was chiric power, white magic, flowing out from the single bright blossom. He had not felt its touch so strong since ages long lost. His eyes wild, his staff knocking knees and shins, he stumbled back as the crowd surged forward, their voices suddenly rising loud with astonishment. Sweet mother! Someone called at his shoulder. It is a miracle! Another exclaimed in wonder. All about him, voices echoed these words. Somewhere a bell began ringing. Gresham's heart clamored in his breast, his breath choked him. He stared in horror. Overhead, the blossom's petals slowly opened. A gentle light glowed from their heart, brightening the petals with a soft azure luminescence. Gresham recognized this gentle radiance. It was the glow of chi. Joach stumbled backward as the dark mage herded him away from the tree. If not for the press of the other white-robed brothers, he would have fallen over his own tripping feet. His legs felt numb and tingled with tiny pinpricks. He reached out and clutched at the sleeve of a neighboring brother to secure his stance, but even his fingers, numb and tingling, failed him, and cloth slipped from his palm. A choking gasp escaped his throat as he realized what was happening. Thankfully, the rattling noise was lost in the commotion of raised voices around him. No eyes looked in his direction. His vision squeezed toward darkness as he moved one limb, then another. First, he took a step back, then raised his hand before his face and clenched his hand into a fist. Free! Sweet mother, he was free of his prison. His body was once again his own. The tingling in his flesh quickly faded to echoes along his bones as the spell of binding unraveled. Unsure what had freed him, Joach continued to retreat through the crowd, the dark mage backing with him. So far, Gresham had failed to notice the change. A skinny white-robed brother turned in his direction as he bumped past. Eyes wide with wonder, the man's voice was dazed, his words breathless. "It's a miracle. Can you not feel the magic?" Joach did not know what the fool was talking about. He tried to flee, but the man had gripped his arm with excited fingers. "Look," the brother said, pointing with his other hand toward the huge tree's limbs. "Its flower blooms in daylight. It's a sign." In reflex, Joach's eyes drew to where the man pointed. He spied a drooping purple flower buried within a cluster of leaves. The petals appeared to glow from under the shadows of the wide leaves, probably a trick of light. Yet, as his eyes settled upon the flower, a calm overtook his hammering heart. Like the touch of a summer's sun on his cold skin after diving deep into the chilly waters of Torcrest Pond, it warmed through his body. Somehow Joach understood that here lay the key that had freed him from prison. He did not understand how or why, only that some magic in that glowing flower had broken his bonds. With this thought, as if to confirm this supposition, the petals of the flower broke apart and drifted like purple snowflakes toward the ground, their duty done. A sigh of regret rose like a mist from the crowd around him. Clearly some momentous event had been anticipated, and with the fall of petals marking the end of the miracle, disappointment rang clear in their voices. "It's over," said the man beside Joach. The brother's fingers fell from the boy's arm. Gresham's voice suddenly rose from near his shoulder. "Leave my boy be," he snapped at the skinny-robed brother, but the dark mage's voice lacked its usual fire, sounding more distracted, almost fearful. His eyes stared at the falling petals for several heartbeats. Finally turning, he waved the tip of his staff, and his gaze flashed over Joach, hardly seeing the boy. The edge had returned to his voice as the last of the petals settled to the dirt. "Leave the poor boy be. He doesn't understand all this." "Well, neither do I," said the other man. "You're the oldest of the order, Brother Gresham. What do you make of these events?" "Just echoes of the past," he mumbled harshly. "Some memory in the deadwood, like a dream coming to the surface. Nothing to get stirred up about." The dismissive words sagged the skinny brother's shoulders and faded the light in his eyes. "You're probably right," he said sadly. "Still, I shall see if I can collect one of its petals before the others all get to them." Joach noticed the brothers had clustered around the bole of the huge tree and were bent reverently collecting the small fallen petals. "Come," Gresham said to Joach as the other left their side. The dark mage turned his back and stomped his way through the garden. "Follow me," he ordered. Joach found his feet following, not because of any spell, but simply because he did not know what else to do. It was clear that the dark mage still thought Joach was his slave, a thrall to his words and commands. The man was mostly blind to Joach's presence and did not seem to notice his new hesitations or extra movements. As he walked, a fleeting thought to call out to the other brothers and expose the snake among them passed through his mind. But restraining thoughts kept his tongue silent. Would they believe him? The others all thought him a brain-addled fool. Who would believe that not only a revered member of their order, but also its very leader, the Praetor, were under control of the Golgotha? And even if he could convince them, what if there were other dark mages unknown to Joach? If the Praetor, the head of the order, was under the Dark Lord's black dominion, surely there might be others. For his risk, would Joach only succeed in chopping off the head of the weed, leaving the foul root intact? Then would anything be truly gained if he spoke out? These worries kept his voice silent. Nothing would be gained by speaking, at least not yet. A different plan formed in his head as he shuffled behind the white robe. His legs had weakened from starvation, and it was easy to mimic his usual dull pace. What if? The more he pondered his plan, the firmer his resolve became. Gresham only gave Joach glancing attention, barely seeing him most of the time. And Joach, trapped in his head these many moons, had learned what was expected of him and how he should act. But could he truly pull it off? Could he masquerade as the spellcast slave of the Dark Mage? And by doing so, perhaps learn more about Gresham's schemes? Joch could not answer this last question. Even if he learned nothing, he could always explore ways to escape the island. But in his heart, Joch knew he would never use that escape route, at least not alone. He pictured his sister Elena's face, freckles on her nose, eyes crinkled as she concentrated. He had no idea where among all the lands of Alasea his sister might be now, but he knew Elena was headed to Aloa Glen. If Joch could not find her and warn her away, he could at least learn in secret what traps were being laid here and try to thwart them. So Joch continued after the bent back of the dark mage. He knew his best chance at helping his sister lay in deceit, in masquerading as a slave. He would fight fire with fire, deception with deception. As Gresham and the Praetor wore false faces, so would he. "Elena," he whispered in his skull, "I'll not fail you again." For a heartbeat, the purple flower appeared in his mind's eye, glowing much more brightly in his memory than it had in reality. Was it mere chance that had freed him? Or like the black snakes that hid among the white folds of Aloa Glen, were there perhaps allies of the light, maybe others who might help him, hidden in the black shadows? With Gresham's back turned, Joch glanced furtively around the courtyard. Shadows and sunlight danced along the paths of the decaying garden. The bright and the dark mingled together. If there were others out there who could aid him, how would Joch be able to recognize them in this play of sunlight and shadow? Whom could he trust? Somewhere beyond the high walls of the edifice, a gull cried a lonely call across the empty sea. The cry echoed in Joch's chest. In this matter, he knew he was alone. 12. The gull's cry swept over the waves toward where Siwen's small head bobbed in the gentle surf. Her eyes followed the bird's flight across the blue sky. As her webbed fingers swept back and forth in the salty water, keeping her stationary in the sea, she imagined the various landscapes the gull had flown over. She pictured towering peaks, forests of dark shadows, and empty meadows whiter than the sea. Tales were spoken of such places, but she had never seen any of them. She craned her neck back to view the spread of sky and cloud, her green hair floating like a halo of kelp around her. The gull disappeared to a dot in the sun's glare. Sighing, Siwen turned her attention back to the churning white surf where the sea met the shore of the nearby island in an angry rumble. White froth spewed high in the afternoon sunlight, and black rocks glistened like the backs of whales while over it all, the ocean roared as it attacked the stone island, as if angry at the interruption of its blue expanse. Siwen thrilled at the war of sea and rock. It touched something deep inside of her, something she could not name. She studied the island. Her eyes filled with the views of its green-draped peaks, of its cascading falls of spring-fed water, of its arched stones of wind-blown rock. Beyond this one island, others could be seen like the humped backs of great sea beasts marching toward the horizon. Archipelago. Even the word that named the maze of islands set her heart to beating. Here was mystery and lands unknown, forbidden territory for the merry eye. Only the banished of her people walked those broken shores and sharp rocks. As she kicked her powerful legs to hold her head above water, she felt the familiar gentle brush of a warm nose against the back of her thigh. Sadly, she spread her legs to allow Conk, her mother's mount, to slide under her. Once she was seated on his familiar back, Conk arched up, raising Siwen higher. Soon only her webbed toes still touched the sea. From atop Conk's back, she could see past the churning barrier reef to the interior of the island. Above the foam and spray, she spied the towers and straight-edged buildings of the lawn dwellers, those of her folk banished from the sea so long ago. She raised her arms wide and caught the sea breezes in her splayed hands. How would it be to swim through the air like a gull, to fly among those towers and peer in the windows at those who lived life at the sea's edge? Did they miss the oceans and cry all night for their long-lost home, as Mother said? In front of her, Conk's head surfaced. The jade sea dragon's scaled neck sparked, scintillating in the sunlight. He huffed explosively as the scaled flaps that blocked his nose opened, expelling old air. He rolled one large black eye toward his rider, blinking his translucent lid open and closed. Siwen shrank under his gaze. Though not bonded to the dragon as her mother was, Siwen had been raised with the giant and had learned his moods. Conk was frustrated with her. He hated it when she swam close to the stone islands that dotted the sea. Yet from the relieved tremble in his throat as he rid himself of his stale air, she also sensed the great beast's worry and concern. She rubbed a hand along his long sleek neck, scratching the sensitive nest of scales by his ear holes. Her touch calmed his irritation. She smiled as he turned away. Conk had always been such a worrier. Even when she was a child, he had always watched over her, a constant shadow as she grew into a young woman. Yet as much as it pained her, Konk's guardianship would soon end. Siwon must soon bond her own dragon and leave Konk behind. Having already begun her woman's bleed, she was no longer a child. For the past 10 moons, immature sea dragons had already been flocking to her, drawn by each moon's virginal bleed, a flurry of whites, a scattering of reds, even a few jades like Konk. But she had fought them all off. As an elder's daughter, she knew her duty and must soon choose, but she was not ready. Not yet. Tears suddenly rose to her eyes. She did not want to lose Konk, not ever, not even to bond one of the rare blacks, the mightiest of the sea dragons. After her father had died, Konk had become her guardian and her companion. She could hardly remember her true father, only a vague memory of laughing eyes and warm, strong arms. Even her mother, too involved with her duties as an elder, seldom left their clan's home inside the belly of the giant Leviathan, the whale-like creature that housed her family's clan of Mage. Without siblings, Siwon learned quickly how empty the oceans could be. With only Konk at her side, she had wandered the seamounts and the elaborate coral reefs, always alone. Lately, she had found herself lured to the islands. Whether it was some growing unease as her womanhood and its responsibilities beckoned, or simply a swelling dissatisfaction with the empty sea, Siwon could not say. She had no words for the continuing draw that pulled at her heart. Maybe it was simply her stubborn nature rebelling against her mother's restrictions. After her first excursion near the islands, her mother had vehemently forbidden her to venture near the archipelago again, warning against the fisherfolk with their spears, telling tales of how the banished, angry at the loss of their true home, would lure Mage to their deaths on the rocks. She had never seen her mother so disturbed, voice cracking, eyes red, almost wild. As fury and frustration had choked her mother's words, Siwon had only nodded in agreement, eyes lowered in obeisance, acting properly scolded and chagrined. But once her mother was gone, Siwon had simply dismissed her warnings. No words, not even angered ones, could sunder the lines that had so snugly hooked Siwon's heart. So, against her mother's will, she often snuck away from the Leviathan and swam alone to the edge of the archipelago. There, she would drift in the currents, studying the islands carved by wind and sea. Curious, she would watch for any signs of the banished, one time even swimming within sight of one of their fishing boats. But always, as now, Konk would eventually follow her scent and venture forth to collect her up, carrying her back to where their Leviathan home swam slowly in the great deep. The sea dragon, loving Siwon as he did, kept silent about her wanderings, not even telling her mother. Siwon knew how hard it was on the sweet giant to keep a secret from his bondmate. Recognizing his pain, she limited her visits to the islands to only occasional excursions. Still, she glanced behind her and stared at the island one last time as Konk began to swing around. She would be back. Siwon rubbed the dragon's neck, telling him she was ready to leave. Konk snorted the last of the dead air from his series of lungs. Under her, the sea dragon's chest swelled as he drank in the fresh breezes, preparing to dive. Before submerging, Siwon slipped loose the stem from one of the air pods at her waist and bit off its glued end. It tasted of salt and seaweed. She inhaled to test its ripeness. The air was still fine. Even if the pod had staled, there was no danger. Siwon knew Konk would let her use the siphon at the base of his neck. Though tradition allowed only a bondmate to share a dragon's air, Konk had never refused Siwon. Siwon slipped her feet into the folds behind his front legs, and Konk tightened the footholds to secure her. Satisfied, she tapped Konk with the heel of her hand 3 times, signaling she was ready to go. A rumble shook through the great beast and his form sank under the waves, taking Siwon with him. Just as the water swamped her face, Siwen's inner lids snapped up to protect her eyes from the water's salt. The translucent lids also sharpened her eyesight in the silty water. After the rush of swirling bubbles cleared, leaving only a few stragglers chasing them into the deep, Siwen stared in awe at the full sight of the creature she rode. From nose to tail, Conch stretched longer than 6 men. Dragon was the Marais word for the great beasts who shared their world under the waves, and though the sea dragons had their own name for themselves, Siwen found her people's title most fitting. Wings spread out to either side as Conch stretched his forelimbs wide. Gentle but powerful movements rippled through the wings as the dragon sailed through the sea. His snaking tail and clawed rear legs acted as skilled rudders, guiding them in a slow curve around the lee of the islands and heading toward the open waters. Slow undulations swept through the length of Conch's body as his form glided deeper. Schools of fish darted in unison to either side of his flowing body, splashes of blues and greens. Below, rows of reefs marched under the wings of the dragon, dotted with the glowing yellow and blood-red blooms of anemones. At the fringes of the reef, tall fronds of kelp waved as they passed. Siwen stared at the massed coral below her. It was like flying, she thought, soaring above distant mountain ranges. She smiled, biting on her AirPod's stem. Her eyes grew hazy as she watched the seafloor flow under her. A patch of clouds far overhead blotched the landscape in patches of shadow and filtered sunlight. She dreamed of flying in the sky with Conch. Suddenly Conch twisted sharply in the water, diving deep toward the peaks of coral. Startled, Siwen almost lost her lips' hold on her airspout. She quickly searched for what had startled the dragon. There was little for a sea dragon to fear in the wide deep. Except. Siwen craned her neck up. Far above her, the shapes that she had thought were clouds shadowing the ocean floor were actually the bloated bellies of boats. She quickly scanned the barnacled bottoms of the fisherfolk's vessels. 7, no, 8 boats. Siwen did not have to be told what this meant. A solitary boat usually just carried pole and net fishers, nothing to fear. This many, Siwen's heart climbed to her throat, this many boats meant hunters. Siwen clung to Conch's side as he wove his wings and body so deep that his belly scratched the sharp peaks of the reef. The waters near the islands, though, were too shallow. They would be easily spotted by the ships above. Conch struggled to find deeper water. From the corner of her eye, Siwen spotted trails of blood flowing back along their trail from the dragon's coral-wounded belly. Drawn by his blood, as if by magic, schools of sharks appeared from the black waters. In only a few heartbeats, monstrous rock sharks, longer than 3 men, glided from dark valleys in the reef. Siwen realized what Conch was trying to do. He had purposely wounded himself, luring the larger predators from their hidden homes, trying to lose himself among the more common denizens of the reef. Conch slowed his glide through the water, letting the other predators within his shadow. He pulled hard once with his wings, then folded them under his body, narrowing his silhouette as he flowed through the water. Only the slow undulations of his body now propelled them forward. Siwen risked a glance upward. A huge rock shark, with a snap of its large fin tail, swept just over her head. Siwen leaned down closer to Conch's neck. The shark would not dare risk attacking until he knew the dragon was near death, but the hulking rock shark was not the true threat here. Farther overhead, the last of the boats glided past. Staring over her shoulder, Siwen slowly expelled the air from her sore lungs as the bellies of the hunting fleet faded behind her. They had made it. Siwen sat straighter on Conch's back and rubbed a hand along his neck. Tears of relief mixed their salt with the sea waters. Her silly curiosities had almost killed the gentle giant. A new resolve grew in her breast. Where words had failed, fear and danger had finally managed to dig free the stubborn hooks in her heart. Never again. She would never return to these islands. Her mother's words had been wise, and like a child, she had dismissed that good counsel. Siwen's hands clenched to fists. Maybe it was time to look toward her approaching womanhood with a more open heart. Maybe it was time she grew up and looked at the world with the wisdom of an adult, instead of the dreaming eyes of a child. She glanced back as the last of the boats drifted away from them. Never again. Suddenly, below them, the seafloor exploded upward, swallowing them in a storm of silt and sand. Konk's body contorted violently under her. The scaled folds that secured her feet spasmed open. Siwon was thrown from Konk's back. Her air siphon ripped from her teeth as she tumbled through the water. The sea gagged her throat as she swallowed a mouthful of salty water. In the blizzard of sand, she struggled to resecure the stem of her air hose. She must not lose her air. As her body slowed its tumble, instinct drew her fumbling fingers to the pod fastened to her waist belt and felt along its surface until she discovered the base of the stem. Thank the mother, it was still intact. She hurriedly followed its length and pulled its end to her lips. She drank the air hungrily while using her webbed hands to hold herself in place. Able to breathe again, she could now think. What had happened? Swirling sand obscured her vision. She swam backward against a mild current, letting the flow of the water clear the silt around her as she kicked and paddled. Where was Konk? Suddenly, like the sun pushing through a break in the clouds, the storm of sand settled enough for Siwon to get a quick glimpse near the heart of the storm. Konk, his long green body coiled up on itself, struggled savagely with something, his legs slashing, his neck twisting and contorting. It looked almost as if he were fighting himself. Then Siwon saw Konk's adversary. It was wrapped tight around his body, and the more Konk fought, the tighter his opponent gripped him. A net. A snare set in the sand to catch him. As Konk struggled, a single black eye rolled in Siwon's direction and fixed on her. For a brief moment, he stopped his struggle, hanging still in the tangled net. Flee, he seemed to call at her, I am lost. Then the sand swallowed her dear friend away. No! Siwon swam into the sandstorm, paddling fiercely. She had a knife and a stunner at her waist. She would not abandon Konk. She dug and clawed her way through the clouds of silt. It seemed forever that she fought the murk. Then, suddenly, she was free, back in sunlit waters, the wall of swirling sand at her back. She twisted around. She had swum through the entire cloud of silt. But where was Konk? Above, movement caught her eye. She glanced up and saw her friend bundled in a tight ball in the clinging net, being hauled and drawn toward the surface. The bellies of the boats were now clustered in a circle around the ascending dragon. Sweet mother, don't let this happen. Siwon fought her way toward the surface, but she was too late. She had wasted too much time fighting the swirling sand. She watched, her heart thundering in her ears, as Konk was drawn to the surface. She kicked toward the planked bottoms of the boats. She must still try. Aiming for the largest vessel, she slid under its keel, and guided by a hand slipping over its barnacled surface, she floated upward until her head bobbed in the shadowed curve of the boat's leeward side. Voices suddenly struck her ears, strident, their thick accent making them difficult to understand. Look at the size of that beastie. Someone called from almost directly overhead. Siwon sank lower until only her eyes and ears were above water. She watched as Konk rolled in the tangled net, sluggishly writhing as he tired. It'll fetch a shower of silver. We'll all be rich. Another shouted gleefully. A sterner voice rang out from the boat above, guttural and full of threat, a voice of command. Get the beast's nose above waters, you daft fools. You want to drown it. But why do we want it alive? What difference? The stern voice again. Jeffers, if you poke it one more time with that spear, I'll plant it up your hairy arse. A voice called back. It's still fighting, Captain. Leave it be. Give time for the sleep potion to reach its heart. Then the man's voice lowered so only the men near at hand could hear. Sweet mother above, I can't believe it. So the rumors were true about seeing a sea dragon at the fringes of the archipelago. Who would have thought? Not been one seen in these parts since my grandpa was young. Yeah, but I've heard talk of occasional sightings in the great deep. He made a low whistling noise. Wonder why the beast ended up here in the shallow coastals? And why it kept coming back? Probably an OL1. Getting daft in the head. Well, whatever reason, it'll bring us enough silver and gold for a lifetime. Look at that beaut. Simon could not stop the tears from flowing down her cheeks. Conk, she silently sent to him, I'm so sorry. Quite a catch it is, Captain. Makes you almost want to believe those OL stories of mere folk. The other laughed. Now, Flint, don't you go daft in the head, Dot. Just saying it makes me wonder. Well, you'd best wonder about the riches we'll fetch with a living sea dragon at Port Royal. Sea dragon's blood is as rare as Heartstone. I heard tell that vials left over from the last dragon, the beastie caught up near Biggin's Landing 10 years ago, still fetches 6 gold coins a drop. Now wonder about that, Flint. Glee entered this other's voice. I can just imagine the look on that old snake Tyrus when we haul this treasure to port. His men'll have to tie him to a mast to keep him from tearing that lice-ridden beard from his face in his jealous rage. They both chuckled. We're both going to die rich men, Flint. Then the voice again rose gruffly and shot across the waters. Jeffers. What did I just tell you about that spear? But, Captain, Dot. Each drop of blood is wasted profit. Samuel, get that Jeffers below decks. The next one who stabs the dragon gets fed to it. Then his voice lowered. Fools. Siwan had already stopped listening. Her eyes were on her friend tangled in the net, a pool of blood spreading around him. Drawn by the blood, occasional fins of sharks broke the water but were chased off with spears. By now, Conk had stopped struggling, lying limp in the ropes. She could see he still breathed. But for how long? Siwan's chest hurt from suppressing her sobs. What was she to do? It would take her until well past nightfall to return to the Leviathan and tell the others what had happened. But even if the elders decided to risk freeing him, Conk would be long gone, lost among the hundreds of islands of the archipelago. She closed her eyes and made a choice. She could not abandon her friend. His life depended on her. Opening her eyes, she slipped a hand to her waist and freed the shark-tooth knife from her belt. Repositioning her air stem, she dove under the waves and kicked and swam toward her friend. In the distance, sharks circled warily. Simon could see their black eyes watching, unblinking. The spears kept them at bay so far. Simon swam deep under Conk until the sunlight was blocked by the netted dragon. Floating up in his shadow, she reached his underside and ran a hand along the net. The oiled ropes and knots had dug deep into Conk's flesh. Blood seeped where the tight ropes had sliced his skin during his struggle. A deep gash in a tangled fold of a wing bled near her hand, and she found herself reaching for the injury as if her touch could make the wound disappear. Oh, Conk, what have I done? Before her fingers touched the dragon, something suddenly slammed into her ribs, hard. Siwan gasped, losing her air stem and swallowing a mouthful of seawater. The blow pitched her out from under Conk into the sunlit waters. Gagging, Siwan spun around and dug for the surface. Seawater seared her lungs. Near blind with pain, Siwan saw her attacker swing back around toward her. It was a rock shark. With her attention so focused on her wounded friend, Siwan had failed to see the shark. She knew better than to let her guard down when sharks smelled blood in the water. She kicked in retreat. Her head broke the surface of the sea at the same time the huge shark fin crested the waves. It stood taller than her whole body. Coughing and choking, she held up the tiny knife and reached for the stunner at her waist. She had fought before, she would not let a shark stand between her and Conk. She raised the knife, but she never had to use it. A massive spear flew bright across the sparkling water and slammed into the base of the fin. A fountain of blood flew up from the buried blade, and the rock shark exploded out of the water, crashing against its death. Siwon stared, stunned by the sight of its cavernous mouth lined by hundreds of teeth. She cartwheeled her arms to clear away from its spasms. Even a dying shark could kill. Voices rose behind her. Good throw, cast. What an arm! Siwon spun around. She was once again near the lee side of the main boat. She glanced up at a pair of bearded, scarred faces staring back at her, their black eyes unblinking. She never knew sharks could leer. Before she could react, a net flew over the rail of the boat and swept down over Siwon. She kicked off the boat's side, trying to escape, but her feet slipped on the algae-slicked planks. Rope and knot descended on her, wrapping around her like a living creature. Her knife was knocked from her fingers. She fought, but like conch, her efforts only aided in tangling her further. Seawater swamped her mouth and throat. Unable to surface or reach her airpod, she gagged and thrashed but could not beat back the dark. Like the sea itself, the swelling blackness drowned Siwon, sweeping her away. Cast ignored the commotion on the deck behind him. He stood at the prow of the skipjack and watched the rock shark die on his spearpoint. As the king of sharks, its body and blood would drive other sharks away from the wounded sea dragon. Still Cast continued his watch, his eyes drifting to where sunlight sparked off Jade's scale. Except for a barrel of additional spears at his side, he stood alone. None dared approach too closely unless invited. His almond-shaped eyes warned all who neared of his heritage. Cast had been born and raised among the savage tribes south of the Blasted Shoals, the Drairendi, a people known for their piracy and hard living. He even sported a tattoo on his neck of a seahawk, talons bared in attack. It was the symbol of the most savage and predatory of the Drairendi tribes, the Blood Riders. Cast wore his black hair pulled into a long tail that draped to his waist, leaving his neck exposed for all to see the tattoo. It was not done in false pride or to brag of his heritage, but in simple warning. Sea folk were a rowdy lot, and it was best that a man know who he insulted or accosted, lest blood be drawn. So Cast kept his tattoo exposed, forewarning all to stay clear. Alone by the bowsprit, he studied the sea dragon, shading his eyes with a hand as if supposing it all a mirage of sun and water. Yet the dragon did not dissolve into mist and vanish. It was as real as his own bones and sinew. Cast studied the folds of wing tangled in the net, the hint of pearled fangs protruding from a narrow snout, the black jewel eyes the size of a man's fist. Raised on the sea, he had never supposed such wonders still hid below its waves. He had seen rock sharks that could swallow a man whole, silver-bellied eels longer than the skipjack, and even spiny lobsters that killed men with a touch. But he had never seen such a creature as this dragon. Such a beast spoke of another time, an age when myth was forged in blood. As he contemplated the sight, he brushed the tattoo of the seahawk on his neck with a finger. Could it be? He remembered the madness that had shone in the blind seer's eyes as he writhed on his deathbed. He recalled the garbled words, the hand clutching his arm as the old man died. Cast shook his head, dispelling the past, and dropped his hand from his throat. Why had he followed the words of a madman? Captain Jarplin's voice suddenly cracked across the deck behind Cast. Get her out of the water, he ordered. You're gonna kill her. It was the urgency in Jarplin's voice, more than the content of his words, that finally drew Cast from his study of the sea dragon. He glanced toward the starboard rail, where already a group of deckhands had gathered. The captain leaned over the rail and yelled again over the side. That's it, men, haul her on up. Intrigued at what new treasure was being fished from the sea and satisfied that the blood of the slain rockshark would keep other predators away, Cast signaled a fellow mate to take his post and crossed to join the group of men. Hired for his skill at tracking and hunting the pathless expanses of the sea, Cast had no obligation to help with the nets and lines, yet still he often joined the deckhands in their duties, ignoring their obvious discomfort at working so closely alongside a blood rider. He cared not whom he made nervous. That was not his concern. Cast needed to regularly work under the sun, testing the worthiness of his arms and the strength of his back. A blood rider did not let his skills wane. Cast bumped an onlooker on the shoulder, a red-haired, clean-shaven youth. His voice commanded attention. "Talk, what's been found?" The boy glanced toward him, his eyes widening, then backed a step away. Not sure, sir," Talk answered. "A stowaway, we thinks. Some girl that was trying to sneak off the boat." "A stowaway?" Cast could not keep the disgust from his voice. Stowaways were gutted and tossed to the sharks among his own people. "The Hort brothers spotted her sneaking into the deep," Talk added nervously. The captain's voice barked again. "Clear away, you lollygaggers. Haul that net up here." Jarplin bullied through the crowd of deckhands. The captain's broad shoulders told of the strength still in his old arms, and though his hair silvered toward gray, Jarplin was as hard and tough as any of his men. His green eyes let nothing escape his notice. Known for his quick anger, the captain's justice was swift and often brutal, but still he ran a tight ship, and over the 3 winters aboard the skipjack, Cast had developed a grudging respect for the man. "What are you all doing?" Jarplin called out as he reached the bearded Hort brothers. He shoved other men away from the rail. "Clear on out." Cast watched as the 2 brothers hauled their dripping net over the rail and dropped their cargo to the deck. Seawater and oiled ropes splashed across the planks. The men all backed a step, letting Cast now get a clear view of the catch. "It's only a lil' girl," someone said. Cast's brows lowered. Tangled in the net, a small figure lay sprawled across the deck. Bare-chested, with only a hint of breasts, she wore a pair of tight breeches made of some slick material, sharkskin perhaps. It took him a few additional heartbeats to realize that the dark green seaweed snarled in the net along with the girl was actually her hair. How could it be? After so many ages. "She does not breathe," Cast heard himself say, stepping forward. Captain Jarplin pushed through the men that crowded around the catch. "Get that net off her." The boy Talk danced forward with a knife in his hand, ready to slice the girl free. The captain spotted him. "Talk, put that knife away. I won't have a perfectly good net wasted on a stowaway, but..." The boy stopped, his freckled face reddening. Cast, though, continued toward the prone girl, a knife flashing into his own palm. He bent to the net and began sawing at the ropes. "She isn't a stowaway, Captain." "I don't care what," Jarplin's voice trailed away as he saw clearly for the first time what his precious net held. The captain's first mate, Flint, stood at Jarplin's shoulder. He was a thin man, hardened and worn by storm and sea into a figure of tan leather and sharp bone. His voice was as coarse as the scrabble of gray beard on his chin. "You heard the captain, Cast. Get away from the net and let..." Then his words died, too. A long low whistle escaped his cracked lips. As his eyes settled on the cargo, Flint rubbed at a small silver star fastened to his right earlobe. That ain't no stowaway." The captain raised a hand, silencing his first mate. Cast sliced through the knots with snaps of his wrist and deft knowledge of where to cut. The girl was free in only a few breaths. Cast lifted her from the tangled ropes. His eyes raised to the circle of deckhands, and they all backed from the intensity of his gaze, leaving him room to lay the slight form on the cleared-off deck. He straightened her limbs and checked for the beat of her heart. She still lived, but her lips were blue and her skin pallid and cold. She would not live much longer. He rolled her onto her stomach and straddled her, then used both palms to squeeze the water from her lungs. More seawater than he thought could possibly be contained in her small frame sluiced across the planks. Satisfied that he had rid her of most of the water, he flipped her back around and bent her neck. He lowered his lips to hers and breathed life into her chest. As he pinched her nose and worked the bellows of her lungs with his own air, he heard the others murmur around him. "Look at her hair. It shines like algae floatin' on dead water. Did you see her hands? Webbed like a duck, I tell ya. Cast is wasting his time. She is lost to the deep." Others grunted their assent to this last statement. One mate, though, snickered. It was one of the Hort brothers. Course Cast isn't wasting all his time. I wouldn't mind kissing the lass, too. And those little muffins on her chest look mighty tasty. He laughed coarsely. Cast ignored them all. He focused on his duty. In and out, he worked her chest. Finally, the captain's voice rose behind him, and he placed a hand on Cast's shoulder. She's gone. Leave her be. The sea has claimed its own. He pulled Cast up. Red-faced, Cast sat back on his heels, studying the young girl. His efforts had returned a bit of color to her lips, but nothing more. She still lay unmoving. He let out a rattling sigh, conceding defeat. She was lost. Then suddenly the girl coughed harshly, racking her whole form. Her eyes fluttered open and fixed upon him. "Father?" She mumbled and reached a hand toward where Cast knelt over her. Her fingers touched his throat, resting for a heartbeat on his Seahawk tattoo. Cast jumped back from her fingers as if stung. Where she had touched, his tattoo suddenly burned like a brand on his skin. He stifled a gasp, his cheek and throat burning with an inner fire. His heart thundered in his throat. Shocked and speechless, he watched the girl's eyes roll back and her arms swoon to the deck. She drifted away again. Cast bent over the girl, one hand rubbing his neck. The fire was already fading. Obviously the child was delirious, but at least she now breathed. "We need to get her somewhere dry and warm," he said. The men had fallen silent around him when the child had awakened. He scooped her up in his hard arms. "Take her to the kitchens," Jarplin said. "The heat of the hearths should warm her up. But once she's able, I have a few questions for the lass." Cast nodded. He had questions of his own. He waited no further and whisked her across the deck. Behind him, he heard the captain address his men, his voice gruff and irritated. "And the rest of you, get back to the rails. We have a dragon to haul to port." Bent over, Cast crawled through the narrow companionway that led to the lower cabins. His nose was assaulted with old smells of unwashed bodies mixed with the acrid scent of salt and vinegar from the cooking stoves. After the bright sunshine, it took him a moment for his eyes to adjust to the dim passageways of the lamplit lower decks. Blinking, he hauled his cargo down the hull toward the galley near the stern. His mind whirled on the events of the day, his skin still aching with a dull burn. First the dragon, then the girl. What did it all mean? He remembered the child's green eyes staring into his own, dazed and confused. Could it be the prophecy? For a breath, he again pictured the blind shaman of the Bloodriders dying on his fouled cot in a backroom of Port Royal. His last words echoed in Cast's head, "A Bloodrider's oath is tattooed on his flesh. Though the sworn words are forgotten, the flesh remembers." The shaman had then clutched Cast's arms with the last of his strength. "You must go north of the shoals, Cast. The tattoo will soon blaze with its old promises. Do not forget. When the Seahawk burns, the oceans will run red with blood, and the riders will be called forth to fulfill their oath, to mount again and drive the great dragons from the sea." A shiver passed through his body as he carried the girl down the passageway. The shaman had been his teacher, his master. But was it prophecy or madness that drove the blind seer's last breaths? He had obeyed his teacher's last words and traveled north of the blasted shoals, leaving behind the lean, swift ships of his people for the heavy, swollen-bellied boats of the archipelago. For over 10 winters, he had exiled himself to respect his deathbed promise, growing more bitter as each winter passed without incident. But now, could this be a sign? Confused, Cast dismissed these thoughts as he reached the kitchens and pushed through into the heated room. He needed the girl alive. Perhaps answers would come from her lips, answers he had been seeking for a decade since the death of his teacher. He would get his answers. As he carried the girl into the warmth of the ship's galley, Cast spotted Gimli, the cook, bent over a bubbling pot, his old cheeks ruddy from the coals, his brown hair sticking straight up from the sweat and steam. Gimli glanced at Cast as he entered, his eyebrows rising as he spied Cast's burden. Whatcha got there? Cast kicked aside 2 stools and laid the girl across an ironwood table. I need dry blankets and a cloth soaked in hot water. He checked to ensure she still breathed. Her chest rose and fell steadily. Relieved, he went and hurriedly gathered blankets from a neighboring cabin. As he re-entered the kitchen area, Gimli was pulling a scrap of cloth from a pot of boiling water. He juggled it over to where Cast was draping the child's small form in heavy, coarse blankets. Cast took the steaming cloth. Ignoring its burning heat, he wiped down the girl's face and upper body. The girl moaned under his touch, her lips moving as if she were speaking, but nothing intelligible came out. As the cook looked on, Cast finished his ministrations, wrapped the girl from the neck down in blankets, and gently positioned a down-filled pillow under her head. "Who is she?" Gimli asked. Cast had no answer and stayed silent. He pulled a stool beside the table and sat on it. He wanted to make sure he was the first to speak to her when she awoke. The cook shrugged at Cast's silence and turned back to his duties, armed again with his ladle. Alone, Cast's fingers wandered to the green locks of the child's hair drying on the table's planks. Gimli had failed to ask the right question. He shouldn't have asked who the child was, but what? Cast did know that. He whispered to the blanket-wrapped figure, naming her heritage, Mary. He touched her soft cheek. Here lay myth-given flesh. Dragon riders, he said in a hushed breath. The ancient slave masters of the blood riders. 13. Siwan swam in murky dreams. She pictured men whose mouths were filled with row after row of shark's teeth. She fled from a dragon, torn and bloody. She dodged a seabird that clawed at her eyes. She kicked and paddled to escape these horrors. She must flee. Then her father suddenly came and picked her up in his strong arms, pulling her from the horrors in the sea. He kissed her and carried her to safety. She smiled up at him and found she could finally rest. He would help her. Darkness then swallowed her away, not the cold blackness of death, but the warm embrace of true sleep. She slept deeply, but over time an urgency slowly grew in her heart. She was forgetting something. No, not something, someone. She moaned as she struggled against the whispers of slumber in her ear. Who had she forgotten? Then a new voice filled her ears, drowning all else away. A harsh voice, coarse and spoken with a thick tongue. That girl, spread out on the table like that, looks a mite more appetizing than the cook's stew, Cast. How about letting my brother and me have a taste of her? As the darkness shattered into shards around her, Siwan's eyes opened. She found herself in a narrow room that reeked of salted fish and burning coals. Around her, empty tables were strewn with dirty bowls, cracked spoons, and half-eaten crusts of bread. Where was she? As jagged pieces of memory tumbled into place, Siwan shrank back from the 3 men staring down at her. She remembered Conk, captured and bleeding. She remembered the tangling net that had pulled her from the sea and recognized 2 of the men here as the bearded pair who had caught her. Their leering faces were hard, but not as hard as the 3rd man's. His features made the others seem like mere babes. Yet the severity in his face was not born of harsh cruelty, like the other 2, but was more like rock hardened by the beating of a winter's surf. His features shone with a proud nobility won through time and deeds rather than birth and circumstance. His black hair was swept back from his face and revealed a red and black tattoo of a hawk emblazoned on his cheek and throat. She knew this man, too. Her eyes were drawn to the curve of a tattooed wing upon his throat, and the panic in her heart subsided slightly. He had saved her. He would protect her. One of the bearded men spoke up. Looks like the lass likes my voice. I come a-calling, and she wakes right up. Leave us, the tattooed man said in a low voice. He did not even turn toward them. The galley is a common room, Bloodrider. We have as much right to be here as you. The tattooed man tilted his neck to face the speaker. You've had your dinner, Hort, clear on out. And I suppose you could make us both, the other answered, menace thick in his throat. His companion stood at his shoulder, supporting the man's threat. Siwon ignored the growing tension. Her eyes were still fixed upon the man's tattoo. She could not look away. She stared at the crown of feathers atop the hawk's head, the sharp points of its clawed talons. With the stranger's neck bent like this, it seemed the hawk's red eyes blazed directly at her, digging deep inside her. As she stared, she suddenly found her heart beating faster. It became difficult to breathe. Unable to stop herself, she wormed an arm free of the wrappings around her and reached out to touch the tattoo. She had a need. Her fingers brushed a wing that stretched across the man's throat. At her touch, the man knocked her hand away, flinching back as if struck by an eel. He reached a hand up and rubbed his tattoo as if trying to erase it from his flesh. "Don't," he said coldly, his eyes wide and wary. She answered, her words coming from deep near her heart. "I have need of you." She reached out to him, and he backed a step away, out of her reach. "Come," she insisted. One of the others laughed nearby. "Looks like the last likes blood riders, cast. Maybe after you're done with her, we'll show her what real men." Siwon did not hear them. She had a need, and the sight of the tattoo had cast a spell over her. It told her to demand what she wanted of this tattooed man. A part of her struggled against these strange compulsions, but it was a whisper before a roar. She could not resist. Neither could the man. He obeyed her order to come and step toward her, his eyes now narrow with fury. It seemed he could not resist the compulsion any more than she could, as if they both danced to some ancient music in their blood, sung and orchestrated by her need. He leaned toward her, exposing his neck to her. She reached and covered the tattoo with her palm. He spasmed under her touch, and his narrowed blue eyes flamed to red, matching the hungry, hunting eyes of the hawk. As her blood compelled, she named her desire. "Take me from here," she said. "I must escape." "You're already gone," he answered in a voice filled with fire. He leaned over and scooped her up. The bearded men stared at them, jaws hanging open. One of them made the mistake of speaking. "You're not going anywhere with the girl, cast." Then he made the fatal mistake of blocking the tattooed man's path, a knife raised in threat. Siwon watched, and though her senses were dulled by whatever spell had been cast, she still knew the stranger moved far quicker than her eyes could ever follow, even when burdened with her weight. In a blur of sharpened steel, the man named Cast twirled, a knife appearing in one of his palms. Before either bearded man could speak or raise an alarm, they were clutching throats slashed from ear to ear. Their pig eyes seemed not to know they were already dead. Blood flowed down their stained shirts. They fell in unison to their knees as if in final prayer. One raised a bloody hand in supplication toward the tattooed man, then both fell forward onto their bearded faces. Inside she screamed at their sudden deaths. She had never seen so much blood. Yet still she did not fight the man's murderous arms. Instead she spoke to him in encouragement. "I must escape," she said, repeating her heart's desire. He nodded, his red eyes aglow, and lifted her higher in his arms. He stepped over the corpses and carried her toward a portal. As soon as they left the chamber, Siwon smelled the sea in the narrow passageway. The scent of home came from directly ahead. "Hurry," she urged silently. Her guardian climbed the stairs at the end of the hall and carried her to the open deck of the boat. Night had fallen. Below, stars as bright as the full moon, the ship's full sails billowed like drifting clouds on a black sea. A strong breeze blew through her hair as Siwon was carried across the decks. Around her, a scattering of men worked the riggings and sails. A few fishermen saw Cast and raised a hand in welcome. Nearby, a boy with shocking red hair sat and worked at coiling a long rope. "Cast, whatcha doing with the girl? Is she dead?" The boy dropped his rope and stood up. His eyes were bright with curiosity. The boy now stood between Cast and the starboard rail. As the man walked directly toward the boy, Siwon felt him shift her weight in his arms, freeing one of his hands. She realized what was about to happen. Oh, no! The bloody knife glinted in the starlight. The boy crinkled his brow, and a small laugh escaped his throat as he saw the blade. "Whatcha doing, Cast?" "No, no, no," she sang to herself. "Don't do this." She could not move or stop what was happening. The spell trapped them both. Then, whether the man heard her silent wish or obeyed some inner compunction of his own, he hesitated. "Run, talk." "Get away," he said, his voice strained, his words garbled. The boy had frozen in place, a confused look on his face. Cast raised the dagger, but his arm trembled. "Go, boy," he spat between clenched teeth. "Now!" Suddenly a new man appeared from behind Cast's shoulder. He stepped between Cast and the boy. He was an older man, all worn edges and sun-wrinkled skin. A scrabble of gray beard marked his chin, but it was the small silver star fastened in his right lobe that caught her eye. Its brightness seemed so out of place on the gray man, yet at the same time also somehow so right. Cast spoke to him, his voice a gasp as he fought the spell that bound him to Siwan. "Flint, take the boy. Get away." "Oh, enough of this nonsense," the old man grumped. He raised a fist to his lips and blew through it. A fine dust puffed into Siwan's face. The powder stung her eyes and nose. She sneezed violently, almost throwing herself from her guardian's arms. She blinked a few times, then darkness pulled her down. Cast's blood raged against the assault on the girl. He lunged with his dagger, but as soon as the girl slumped limp in his arms, it felt like a bowstring had snapped within his chest. His vision sprang clear of the red fire that had blinded his thoughts and sight. He stared at the knife poised at his first mate's throat. What was he doing? Flint pushed the dagger away with a single finger. The boy talk peeked around the old fisherman's shoulder. "What's happening?" Flint opened his palm and raised it to the boy. "Does this smell odd?" The boy bent and sniffed. His eyes blinked, and he sneezed a quick little burst before sliding to the planks. "Sleep dust," Flint explained. What's happening?" Cast asked. The old man wiped his hand on his breeches and shook his head. Who would have guessed after so many centuries that the bond oaths of the blood riders still tied them so tightly to the Mare? "What are you talking about?" As answer, the old man pulled a woolen scarf from his pocket and held it out to Cast. "Cover your tattoo. We don't want that happening again." "What? What happened? I don't understand." Shaken, he sheathed his dagger and accepted the scarf. "Flint, what's going on?" "No time." The old man peeked at the girl in Cast's arms. Such a pretty face for so much trouble. He sighed and glanced up and down the deck. "If you wish to escape, we must hurry. This night won't last forever. I've awoken the dragon and freed him of the ropes. But he is gravely injured, and any delay could mean his death." Cast backed a step away. He had wrapped his neck in the woolen scarf. "I don't know what scheme you plot, Flint. But I'll have none of it. Quit being such a fool, Bloodrider. You just killed 2 shipmates. That'll get you hung before the skipjack reaches port. Come or die." Cast still stood frozen in indecision. Suddenly an explosion of voices erupted from below decks, angry voices. The captain's voice was among them. Flint raised his eyebrows questioningly. "Where do we go?" Cast asked. "I have a skiff tied near the stern. Carry the girl." He turned and led the way toward the rear of the boat. Cast followed. He glanced at the sleeping Mare girl in his arms. What was going on? A trail of snoring men marked Flint's trail across the deck. Cast eyed his wiry back. Who was this man he had worked alongside these past 3 winters? He was certainly more than just a ship's first mate. Curiosity drove Cast after the old man. Flint knew more about what had happened this evening than Cast did, and he was determined to learn all the old fishermen knew of the Magi, their dragons, and the strange hold the girl had upon him. Cass joined Flint by the stern rail, where a rope ladder draped over the side. A small, single-sail skiff rocked in tow behind the larger boat. "Can you climb down with the girl?" Flint asked. Cass nodded. The child was light as a wisp. Below, he could see the dragon's jade snout secured to the side of the skiff. Its huge wings billowed under the waves to either side. Flint must have noted where he looked. "He's old, and his wounds are deep. It will be lucky if we can reach the healers before he dies." "Where are you taking him?" Flint climbed over the side of the boat. He looked Cass squarely in the face and spoke a name that revealed his madness. "To Alloa Glen." As the old man's face vanished out of sight, Cass stared at the open sea behind the boat. Starlight reflected in the midnight waters. Alloa Glen. The mythical lost city of the archipelagos. Surely Flint was mad. Sailors had searched many centuries for the sunken city, and nothing had ever been found. Still, Cass remembered his old teacher, the blood rider shaman, long dead from riven fever. Cass had followed a madman's fevered words before, so why not again? He hoisted the child over his shoulder and reached for the ladder. Below, he saw the sea dragon sluggishly spread its wings. Besides, Cass thought as he climbed onto the ladder with a child of the ancient Magi over his shoulder, this night even myths were becoming real. Something stung Eswaiwan's nose and pulled her from sleep. She blinked away the traces of slumber and found two men staring at her. She remembered these two men, but she was still too dazed to know if she should fear them or thank them. "Where? Who?" "Hush, child." "My name is Flint," said the one with the gray beard, the silver star in his ear glinting brightly at her. "You're safe." He waved a tiny vial in front of her nose. "Sniff more of this, my dear. It'll help clear the cobwebs from that pretty little head of yours, Dot." Saiwan winced at the smell, but it did seem to help her eyes focus. Above her head, a sail bulged taut with the night wind. She was in a small boat. Stars lit the night sky still, but to the west, a rosy glow promised morning. Wobbly, she struggled to sit up. To either side of the skiff loomed the shadowy silhouettes of island mountains, hulking behemoths that threatened to topple as the boat raced through the sea channel between them. "Careful there, sweetheart." The old man helped her up and pulled a blanket around her shoulders. "I think it best if you keep yourself covered." She lay near the skiff's prow. Pulling the blanket more firmly around her bare chest, she stared back toward the stern and recognized the other man in the boat. He sat with one hand on the rudder and would not meet her eye. Though his neck was covered with a gray scarf, she knew him to be the tattooed man, Cass, who had rescued her from the hunting fleet. He was the one who had cast some spell over her, or maybe it was the other way around. She shook her head, still confused. The events earlier seemed like a watery dream. The old man sat back from her, pocketing his tiny vial. "I'm sorry for using the sleep potion on you, my dear. But it was the only way to break the oath binding between you two." She did not understand his meaning and pushed higher on the pile of blankets. If she could just find a bit more strength, she could throw herself over the boat's side, but her arms trembled with the exertion of just sitting up. She sank back to her blankets. One hand wandered to the five-legged starfish attached to her belt. It was still there. She had lost her knife, but they had foolishly left her with the stunner, a weapon. She eyed the two men and let her fingers drop from her waist. She only had the single stunner. She must bide her time. Then an explosive snuffling near her left elbow startled her and drew her gaze toward the starboard edge of the skiff. A familiar scaled nose rose above the boat slip. A fine mist blew out into the night from his flared nostrils. "Conk!" She reached out a hand and brushed her fingers along the hard ridge between his nostril flaps. Responding to her touch, Conk nudged at her palm. Thank the mother, he still lived, but... Leaning closer to the boat's edge, she saw the tether that leashed the dragon to the side of the skiff. Though he still lived, he was yet a prisoner of these fisherfolk. The man named Flint must have read her thoughts. He spoke as Conk nuzzled her hand. "We mean no harm to your bondmate, child. He is gravely injured and needs a healer's attention." She kept her gaze away from the men. "I can take him to our own healers," she said, keeping silent about the incorrect assumption concerning Conk's bonding to her. "The Marai are wiser in the ways of dragons than you land dwellers." "Perhaps," he answered as the tattooed man looked on, "but I'm afraid Conk took a severe stab into his chest, puncturing his hind lung. He'll not be able to submerge to a depth to reach your Leviathan. His best hope to survive lies with the healers at Alloa Glen." Siwen crinkled her eyes at the mention of this city, distrustful. She had heard old stories of such a place, fanciful tales full of magic-wrought wonders and creatures from all the lands. Surely it was just an imaginary town. Cast spoke from beside the rudder, his voice filled with bitterness. "Alloa Glen is a myth, Flint. What makes you think you could find a place that sailors have searched for centuries without discovering?" Flint nodded toward Siwen. "The seas hold many mysteries, do they not, Cast? How long has it been since one of the Drerendi has laid eyes upon a Marai?" Cast lowered his eyes. "It has been many centuries before the arrival of the Golgotha to our shores, but yet, is she not flesh? Is she merely a creature of myth?" Cast glanced at Siwen, then back to the old man. His eyes were hard. "But Alloa Glen has never been discovered. What makes you think you can find it?" "Simple," Flint said with a shrug. "It's my home." Cast's eyebrows rose in surprise, then lowered, bunching up upon his forehead like thunderclouds. "You're daft, Flint. Your home is Port Royal. I've been to your house by the Blisterberry Cliffs. Ah, that's just a place to dry my bones when I'm out of the sea." Siwen cleared her throat. She cared nothing about any of this talk. She had only one concern. "Can these healers of yours save Conk? If we can get him to them alive, I believe they can." Siwen pulled her hand away from where Conk snuffled at it. Her palm was covered in black blood that blew from his wounded chest. She held the bloody hand toward the old man. "He will not live much longer." Flint's eyes narrowed. The genuine concern in the old man's face touched Siwen. He was truly worried about Conk, too. "I did not think his wounds were so deep," he muttered, obviously shaken. His concern loosened her own resolve. Her voice cracked with emotion. "Please," she said with tears, "if you can help save him." He placed a warm palm upon her knee. "I'll do my best." He swung to face Cast. "We need to swing around the leeward side of the next island. Do you know the Arch of the Archipelago?" Cast nodded. "I know the place. That's where we must go." Flint glanced toward Conk. "And we need as much speed as you can beg from the wind." Siwen huddled on her blankets, a prayer on her lips. "Hurry," she whispered. Cast must have heard her. His gaze focused on her. "I will get your dragon to port alive," he said with a rude sharpness. "The seas and winds are the heart of a bloodrider." She stared back into his determined eyes, silent for several breaths. Finally, Flint drew a hand between the two of them, severing their gaze. Once Siwen turned aside, the old man lowered his hand, seemingly satisfied, and nodded toward Cast. "Just make sure you keep that tattoo of yours covered." "Why?" Cast asked gruffly. The old man turned his back on Cast and stared out over the water. "Old magics, old oaths," he mumbled, then waved away the question. "Now concentrate on the sails and rudder." But Cast had one more question. "If you're from Alloa Glen," he asked, changing the tack of the conversation as he worked the rudder, "why sign on as the first mate on the skipjack?" Flint still did not turn toward the other. "To keep an eye on you, Cast," he said with a shrug, then touched his silver earring. Your people will hold the fate of Aloha Glen in the bellies of your warships. Late with Gresham's evening meal, Joach raced down the deserted hallway, his footfalls leaving little puffs of dust as he ran. No one had been in this passage in ages. He clutched his map in one hand. Had he missed a turn? Breathless, he stopped at an intersection of halls and unfolded his scrap of parchment. With his heart beating urgently in his ears, his finger followed the charcoal lines that roughly outlined the hallways and passages of this level of the edifice. Curse this place, he mumbled to himself as he realized his error. He tapped the intersection where he should have turned. Slipping a sliver of charcoal from his pocket, he extended the detail of his map to this location. Error or not, he could not waste any bit of information he gathered on this place. Once done, he folded his map and wiped his fingers on his trousers. He swung around and followed his steps in the dust back the way he had come. He frowned at the footprints. Perhaps he should whisk away the signs of his trespassing in these halls. Then he shook his head. Time was running short, and he still needed to reach the kitchens to collect the dark mage's supper. Besides, no one had been this way in a long time, and Gresham would grow suspicious if he delayed much longer. For the past moon, Joach had been using the short space of time when he was sent for meals to do some exploring. But each time he had to hurry. He did not want the dark mage to grow wary if his meals came too late. Joach reached the proper intersection and made the turn that headed toward the east staircase. He fled as fast as safety allowed, his ears pricked for any voices or the sounds of other steps. Too many denizens of the edifice knew the addle-brained servant of Brother Gresham, and Joach could not risk anyone seeing him walk faster than his usual slow, dull-eyed shamble. Luckily, the halls remained empty, and he reached the stairs without encountering anyone. He paused at the floor's landing with his head cocked, listening to the stairwell. These stairs, spiraling down the inside of the easternmost tower, a tower named the Broken Spear, were seldom used. This section of the edifice seemed to have been abandoned. Dust and debris cluttered the passages and halls. Still, Joach knew the value of caution and kept himself vigilant, and this time, it proved wise. Faintly, he heard muttered voices echoing from far below. Someone was on the steps. Joach backed away, then shook his head and stopped. He could not wait for them to leave the stair. He had already delayed too long. So he slumped his shoulders and let a dribble of drool froth his lips. Sighing, he walked heavy-footed down the stairs, practicing a stumble now and then. He had perfected the manners of a simpleton. No one gave him more than passing notice. So he scuffled down the spiraling steps, again assuming his role of the doltish servant boy. As he progressed, the voices grew more distinct. The conversation sounded heated, angered, but the words spoken were unclear. Curiosity perked in Joach. The brothers in Aloha Glen were always so calm and sedate, interminably cooperative with each other. Seldom were voices raised in anger. Occasionally Joach overheard debates concerning various esoterica of magic or a difference of opinion on the translation of a certain line of prophetic writing, but again discussions were always civil and respectful. The voices on the stair, though, were anything but courteous. Maybe it was just two servants arguing over some trivial matter. The hierarchy of the servant class in the edifice was fickle and often led to arguments, even the occasional fight. Joach continued down the steps. Snatches of words began to reach him. Two distinct voices, one high and sharp, the other low and dour. You blaspheme. Such is not the way. I heard it. Ragnar K. Truth in tons of fire. Ragnar K. moves for no man. Joach rounded a curve in the spiraling stair and had to suppress an expression of surprise when he discovered two white-robed brothers on the steps below. They had their cowls lowered as was custom when brothers conversed. Two faces raised to stare up at him. Joach's left foot slipped, and he stumbled down a step. He caught his balance and kept his expression dull, incorporating his accidental misstep into his usual role. The two brothers were unknown to him. Joach was not sure they would recognize him, but he could not take any chances. One of them nodded toward him as he shuffled down the remainder of steps. "It's just that odd bird servant. You know, that old bent-backed brother." The other eyed Joach up and down. "Brother Gresham. I heard about his addled boy." The two brothers were a contrast in form. The taller of the two was massive-shouldered and broad-backed, with skin so dark he seemed a shadow in his robe. The other, skinny as a sapling, had skin so pale even his eyes and lips seemed bled of color. Both, though, had shaven heads and a single silver star adorning the lobe of an ear. From the corner of his eye, Joach stared at the 5-pointed stars. Perhaps they were the symbol of some chapter of the Brotherhood. He had never seen their like before. As he continued down the stair, both men grew quiet. Their caution in speaking in front of him only heightened his curiosity. Still, Joach did not stop when he reached the landing the two men shared. He did not have the time to dally and ponder these men. He still had to reach the kitchens. So he shambled past them without even a glance. Yet, as soon as he was a distance down the steps, out of the men's direct sight, he heard their voices again. The dark man spoke, his voice deep and more hushed now. "Brother Flint's signal was spotted from the watchtower just after twilight. He should be arriving at the grotto just after the sun rises tomorrow." Joach slowed his steps, listening. "Then we should be off, Morris. Our time to act runs short. Do you think the praetor suspects?" "If he does," the smaller brother hissed, "we're doomed, and Alloa Glen will fall." Joach stopped in mid-step. Could it be? It sounded as if these two also knew of the evil that lurked within the walls of the edifice. But were they allies or some competing menace? Joach chewed at his lower lip. Though his suspicions ran wild, he had grown to realize over the past moon that he needed help. All the maps and drawings he could muster would not save his sister Elena. He had to take a chance. He had to trust someone. He turned and scrambled back toward the landing above. But when he got there, the brothers were gone. Joach checked the halls that led out into this level of the edifice. Nothing. He listened for steps, both in the hallways and on the stairs above. It was as if the brothers had simply vanished. He stood on the empty landing, frozen in indecision. He had no clue where the two had gone, and to search for them now would only delay Joach past the point of maintaining his ruse with Gresham. Cursing silently, he continued down the stairway toward the kitchens. He would watch for those two men again. Once the boy was gone from the landing, Morris pulled his eye away from the peephole in the hidden door. His large dark frame filled the tiny passage. "You were right, Gerald," he said to his small pale companion. "Your ears are sharper than mine." In the dim passageway, their white robes were like the lost shades of the dead. Morris could see his fellow brother turning to lead the way through the secret halls of the edifice. "I was sure I'd heard the boy stop after he was out of sight," Gerald said. "Who would have suspected the boy only played at being adult? A clever way of gleaning information. He almost exposed us. The dark forces grow more cunning here." Morris followed. "Do you truly think he is a tool of the Golgotha?" "Of course. Why else would he maintain this ruse?" Gerald glanced over his shoulder at his towering companion. "However, what it does make me wonder about is the loyalty of the boy's supposed master, Brother Gresham. Has this revered brother also been lured to the dark magics, and do he and the boy work together, or has the boy been sent to spy upon our esteemed brother, to learn his secrets? It gives me much to ponder. I hate to think that someone named after one of our sect's most gifted seers has given his heart to the Golgotha." Morris considered his friend's words. He was not as certain about the boy's allegiance as Gerald. He had seen the expression on the boy's face as he had searched the landing. The boy was scared. It was not the face of a cunning creature of the Dark Lord, but only of a frightened child. Still, he kept these thoughts to himself. Gerald did not like his views questioned, and the two of them had already been arguing all day. Morris was tired of parrying words with his fellow brother. So he kept his silence on this minor matter. "We must avoid this boy as much as possible," Gerald said. Morris made a noncommittal grunt and fingered the silver star in his ear. In this matter, too, he disagreed. The boy deserved further attention. Morris could not so easily dismiss the fear he had seen in the lad's eyes. Gerald continued speaking as he led the way to their concealed warren of rooms. "Our sect has kept its secret ways since before the fall of Alasea. We must be extra cautious during this pivotal time. All can be so easily lost from a loosely spoken word." "I know, brother." Morris followed Gerald's narrow back down the winding stairs that led below the base of the abandoned tower. The stairs led deeper and deeper under the edifice. A few flickering lamps marked their course. Soon the walls of the narrow stairway were no longer mortared blocks but simply plain rock hewn from the stone of the island itself. Eventually the stairs ended and a maze of corridors led outward. Gerald continued onward without pause. Around Morris, the corridors widened enough for his large frame to finally straighten, and the scent of molten brine swelled in the passages. It was the scent of home. They turned a sharp corner in the passageway, and a room larger than the grand ballroom of the edifice opened before them. Even after his 20 winters as a member of this sect, Morris' blood still thrilled at the sight. The walls of carved rock spread like wings to either side. Embedded in the stone were thousands of crystals, some the size of a bird's eye, others as large as an ojiri's fist. Their facets reflected the flames of the sputtering torches to glow like a subterranean star's cape. Both brothers touched the silver stars in their ears and paused in the entryway. As impressive as the walls were, the true reverence of the room lay in the gnarled cord of root that ran from the distant roof of the chamber to the center of the floor. The knobby, crooked shank of growth, as broad as Morris' shoulders, was the taproot for the ancient Coacona tree, the true heart of Aloha Glen. Here was stored the last vestige of its chiric energies. Around the chamber, a handful of other brothers of their cryptic order had their heads bowed as they communed with the tree. Some had hands raised to one of the crystal stars on the walls, delving for prophetic visions. Their sect, older than the Brotherhood itself and formed when she had still blessed the mages of the world with magic, had not abandoned their duties. They continued to work at unraveling the paths of the future through the search for prophetic visions. Long ago, their words had predicted both the disappearance of Chi from these lands and the rampage of the Golgotha. They had tried to warn their fellow mages, but their words were judged blasphemous. The others could not fathom that the spirit Chi would ever abandon them, and so those of their sect were declared heretics and banned from the order. They were exiled from the shores of Aloha Glen. Hard truths are never easily accepted. Yet, even the sect's banishment had been foreseen by some members of their group. A small cadre of seers disobeyed the order's edict and vanished into the walls and secret corners of the edifice. Over the hundreds of winters since, they had worked in secret. With or without the help of the Brotherhood, they prepared for the future dawn. The sect of the High Fai would not abandon its duty. Morris lowered his fingers from his silver star and stepped into the chamber. Long ago, their sect's most powerful seer, the mage named Gresham, had spoken the vision that forged the blood diary. He had then sacrificed his life in the binding of the book, giving his blood to prove the validity of his vision. Could Morris offer any less? Morris crossed to near the huge root and knelt. He himself had spoken the vision of this night, when once again Ragnar K would move, when the blood of a dragon would mark the beginning of the battle for Aloha Glen. Book 3. Shadowbrook. 14. Elena tried not to flinch as the daggers flew toward her. Two blades of honed steel flipped through the midday sunshine, reflecting sparks of brilliance as the twin knives tumbled over the heads of the onlookers. The knife thrower, Erril, stood on the far side of the town square, blindfolded. Even though Elena knew the fold of cloth binding Erril had been artfully slitted and impeded Erril's sight only a bit, she still could not keep from holding her breath and squinting nervously at the descending daggers. She heard the voice of one of the townsfolk raised nearby. "The boy's daft. standing there like a cow while someone throws knives at his head. A neighbor agreed. But who's more daft? The boy or his father? Imagine throwing knives at your own son. Then it was over. Thunk, thunk. The two daggers embedded into the oaken door at Elena's back, one to each side of her head, missing her ears by only a breath. She let out a sigh of relief and stepped forward. As she bowed deeply to the audience, a drop of sweat that had nothing to do with the day's heat rolled off her nose to strike the stage's plank. She straightened with a wave, matching Airill's own wave from across the town square. For the past 3 moons, the company had been traveling the countryside, performing as a small circus from village to village. This stop, though, was a large town, at least twice as big as her hometown of Winterfell. It was the first such city they had ventured into. The town of Shadowbrook, named after the river that ran through its center, was one of 3 shipping towns that marked the plains, one for each major river that crossed the region. River barges loaded in Shadowbrook with the wares of the plains baled tobacco leaf, bushels of the rye grain grown only there, aromatic oils drawn from herbs unique to the region, and transported them to the coastal cities to barter for trade goods. Due to its commerce center, the riches of the plains flowed into Shadowbrook, and Airill hoped to earn enough here to book passage on a ship to the coast. His decision had proven wise. Over the past 4 days, the performances had gone well. A scatter of applause met the end of Elena and Airill's performance. Waiting by the side of the stage stood Mogweed, dressed in a red and green hunter's costume, with Fardale at his side. A few children were pointing at the huge tree wolf, their eyes wide. Fear and awe could be heard in their whispered voices. Mogweed and his trained wolf were a popular show and earned more coppers from the crowd than the supposed father and son knife show. As she hopped from the plank stage, Elena fingered her cropped hair, stained black to match her father. A few of the young girls who had been watching Fardale cast sneaking glances at her. The shy gazes and quick smiled whispers suggested a few were enamored by this exciting new circus boy. Elena sighed, tiring of her charade. Still, the deception had kept them safe. Thousands of circus troops plied the wide plains of Standy, earning their profits while the crops were rich. Come winter, the flow of coppers would dwindle with the sun's warmth, but for now, the plains were dotted with gaily colored wagons and performers of many an ilk. It was easy to get lost and disappear among them. Occasionally their troop encountered small groups of armed Gulgothal dog soldiers patrolling the plains, and all of Elena's party knew for whom they were searching. One evening, the company had even performed for a battalion of the rough men, but none of the soldiers had raised an eye at their troop. As a matter of fact, the captain of the battalion had paid them a silver coin as a bonus. The disguise had worked well. Over time, the horrors of the foothills faded, though the mourning and tears for Nayland did not. Her lute still traveled with the company as a reminder of their fallen friend, almost like an accusation for failing to protect her. Oddly enough, it was Merrick who had finally insisted on taking responsibility for the fragile instrument. "We were once enemies," he had explained. "But long ago our two peoples worked together. I would like to return this to the Elven as a symbol of the beauty and nobility of the Naifi. Perhaps in its music, the Naifi can still in some small way live." One night, Merrick had played the instrument, and for a moment it seemed his words were true. In the music, Nayland's spirit had seemed to sing out to them. Tears and sad smiles had reflected the campfire that night, and for the first time, it seemed they could at last put her memory to rest. So the days had passed. At first everyone had felt relieved that no further assault descended upon the party and that no chase dogged their trail. But as time wore on and hundreds of leagues disappeared under their wagons' wheels, the companions began to glance over their shoulders again and jump a bit at sudden noises, and the nightly campfires were stoked with a few more logs to drive the darkness farther back. It was as if the entire troop was holding its breath, awaiting the next attack. The quiet and peace had begun to wear on them. Sighing, still edgy from her performance, Elena pushed aside the thin curtain behind the stage and almost ran into Merrick. He stood in the wings, awaiting his turn. He slipped a small sparrow into one of his billowing sleeves with an embarrassed look. His crude magic act was seldom well received. His haughty nature seemed to shine through to the audience and rub against their grain. Only during his finale, when he used his elven magics to levitate, did the crowd respond enthusiastically. Merrick stepped aside with a slight bow. "Milady," he said with simple grace. Elena frowned at him. "Careful," she warned, suddenly irritated. "Remember, I'm supposed to be Eril's son, not your long-lost bloodline." He waved off her concern with a flip of his thin wrist. A few bird feathers blew out of his cuff with this motion. His pale face reddened slightly. "I should go out there," he mumbled. "Mogwait will soon be finishing." She nodded and continued toward the wagon. The shielding curtain ran from the wagon's edge to the back of the stage, so Elena did not have to confront any more doe-eyed audience members. To her right was an empty warehouse that awaited the fall's harvest. It was the perfect site in the square to set up their circus, as there were no prying eyes to peek backstage. After Merrick disappeared behind the curtain, Elena had a moment to herself. All the others were occupied with the show. On stage, she heard Fardale howl, his cry raising a tinkling of nervous laughter from the audience. Elena knew that on the far side of the stage stood their troupe's only other attraction, a sideshow with a single exhibit. In a curtain cage guarded by Kral crouched Tolchuk. People were charged a copper to view the imprisoned Ojiri. Most viewers laughed at the poor quality of the constructed monster, who was wearing fake goat horns on his head and painted-on whiskers. None suspected that what stood before them truly was an Ojiri, and that was the way Eril wanted it. For a troupe to have a real Ojiri would wag too many tongues and perhaps attract undue attention, so they added fake embellishments to mask Tolchuk's true nature. Still, with Kral standing rock-faced before the cage with his huge axe, and with a sign near his feet that warned for the audience's own protection, the novelty attracted hordes of gawkers. So with everyone else occupied, Elena had a solitary moment to herself, a rare event in such close company. As the only female among this company of men, she enjoyed these moments to herself. She smiled and walked toward the back of the wagon, scratching at the band of cloth that flattened her chest and bound her breasts. It was then that Elena was attacked, though it would take some time to recognize the chance meeting as an assault. From the corner of her eye, she saw movement and jumped back from the shadowed doorway of the warehouse. A small, naked boy stepped out from the shelter. He could have been no older than 3 and stood staring at her, sucking his thumb. He was dirty as the bricks of the warehouse, with mud-colored hair and a soot-smeared face. His face, like those of all children his age, was round and full of open honesty. Oblivious of his nakedness, he smiled around his thumb and pointed at her. Elena knelt down closer to him. "Are you lost?" she said as if coaxing a puppy to her. He pulled his thumb from his lips with a loud slurp. "You shouldn't be here, lady." Elena smiled. How did the little boy know she was a girl? Maybe her voice had given her away. "It's all right," she answered him. "I'm with the circus." "Circuth?" he lisped. She slid off the glove from her left hand and offered her bare palm to him. She knew better than to reach for him with her ruby-stained hand. The odd sight might frighten the child. "Now where's your mommy and daddy? Were they watching the show?" He took her offered hand with a shy smile. His palm was cold and slimy from filth. A shudder ran through her legs at his touch. It was like gripping a dead fish. But his eyes, shining brightly up at her, disarmed her. "I don't have a mommy or daddy," he said, a slight giggle in his voice as if he were amused at such a thought. Her heart went out to the little fellow. To be orphaned so young, he probably didn't even remember his parents. A bit of anger grew in her chest. An orphan or not, how could his caretakers leave him so poorly kept and looked after? "Then where do you live?" she asked. "Live?" He scratched his oily hair with his dirty fingers. "Where do you come from?" she repeated. He brightened with her words. "Oh, I don't come from here." She sighed. Of course the child must live in Shadowbrook. A naked 3-year-old child didn't just wander into this large city on his own. Who are you with? She tried again. Someone must be responsible for him. I'm hungry, he said, obviously tiring of the subject. Smiling sadly, she guided him toward the back of the wagon. I think I just might still have some sweet cakes left from this morning. He crinkled up his nose at her suggestion. She was surprised by his response. What child didn't like sweet cakes? Then what are you hungry for? We have some dried beef and bread. He suddenly stopped and, with surprising strength, drew her to a halt. His voice became suddenly lustful, nothing like a child's. I need your magic, he said hungrily. She gasped at his words but could not free her hand from his grip. The boy looked up at her with that same clear face of a child, but in his eyes lurked something much older. A second, gruffer, voice arose behind her, startling a gasp from her as she swung to face this new threat. Good performance today. It was Erril. The plainsman was pushing through the curtain toward her, the fake blindfold in hand. Erril! She cried out to him. The terror in her voice had him immediately at her side. What is it? His gray eyes were sparking with deadly intent, one of his throwing knives already in his hand. He scanned the empty space between the curtain and the warehouse. Elena remained mute. She stared down at where the boy had stood just a moment ago. He was gone, but cold fingers still held her. They were not a child's hand. In her grip was a clinging handful of wet moss. Oily strands and coarse spines were wrapped tightly around her palm. What is it? Erril repeated, lowering his blade slightly as his gaze settled on her. She held out the fistful of mossy growth toward him. I don't know. Tolchuk crouched within the cage, his legs cramping from the confinement. The curtain draped around his cage blocked his view beyond, but he could hear Merrick's voice on stage. The Elven was close to the finish of his act, and soon the show would be over for the day. Straightening the pair of goat horns on his head, he awaited the next curious townsperson to spend a copper to view the monster. Over the past 3 moons, he had played along with this farce, growling and hissing at the patrons for their amusement, but his most ferocious attempts at instilling terror usually only resulted in laughter, especially when the goat horns fell off. None believed him a real Ojiri. But then again, he actually wasn't a real Ojiri, since half his blood came from a Asiluran heritage. Sighing, he worked his calf muscle with the claws of one of his hands. Kral, his supposed jailer in guard, hissed at him through the curtain. Someone comes. Be ready. The mountain man's voice grew louder as the possible patron approached. Come see the beast of the mountains. Dragged from his foul lair after killing 40 men and feasting on their bones. Tolchuk shook his head at the man's theatrics. Kral's words bordered on lies, except that Tolchuk's people had actually killed over 40 men and had feasted on their bones. It just hadn't been this particular Ojiri who had committed these atrocities. Kral, with his mountain honor, had at first balked at hawking such an obvious exaggeration, but over time, the road had worn away his misgivings, and the mountain man had grown quite fond of his role as the troop's barker. His deep thundering voice suited his assignment well. As Kral continued his litany of horrors, Tolchuk groaned loudly. Did you hear that? Kral said in conspiratorial tones to someone beyond the curtain. He stirs. Beware his rage and bloodlust. A child spoke. Mommy, I don't want to see the scary monster. Oh, honey, it's just a trick. This was a woman's voice, sounding tired and exasperated. Someone in a fancy costume. Don't you want to peek at it? I don't wanna. The child's voice edged toward a tantrum. Fine, then I guess we should be heading home. I wanna pet the big doggy. The voices began to fade as the pair drifted away. That was a wolf, honey, and his master has put him to bed. The child began a whining complaint. Kral poked his head through the curtain. He wore a huge grin. He seemed to enjoy his current occupation. Sorry, we lost them. I heard, Tolchuk grumbled sourly. Suddenly another woman's voice rose from behind Kral, startling him. Hugh snuck up on a mountain man's back without his awareness. I'd like to see your monster, she said. Her speech was sure and swift as a mountain stream in spring. Kral quickly recovered from his surprise and swung to face her, his staged words already on his lips as the curtain flap dropped closed. Why, yes, come see the beast who has slew 40 men and, then the mountain man's voice suddenly cracked. And, hit. Feasted on their bones, the woman finished for him. Yes, I've heard it all before. The clink of a coin in the pan marked the woman's payment. Now if you'd be so kind as to step aside, I'd like to see this ojiri of yours. Kral's tongue stumbled on words he had repeated 1,000 times. Be ye beware his bloodlust. Yes, of course, I will. The woman bent her way through the curtain canopy to step before Tolchuk's cage. Kral, his cheeks bright red, stood behind her, holding the flap up. Tolchuk studied the woman and understood the mountain man's sudden consternation. She was a formidable sight. The woman stood as tall as Kral and only slightly less broad of shoulder. She wore her long blonde hair braided back into a tail that reached past her waist. Dressed in leathers with iron bindings, she seemed more a warrior than Kral, and the twin blades and crossed scabbards on her back added to the impression. Yet, as gruff as her physique and dress were, her face was that of a handsome woman. She had full lips, a slender face, and eyes bluer than the skies at twilight. These finer features were obviously not all wasted on Kral. The mountain man could not seem to look away from her, his lips still parted in mid-speech. Why did you put such ridiculous ornaments on him? She glanced back at Kral. What's the purpose of the great horns? The mountain man's features darkened further, and intelligent speech was clearly beyond him. She seemingly saw through their sham, and for anyone to argue otherwise would only heighten the awkwardness of the situation. Well, she said tersely, as if well accustomed to her questions being answered without delay. Tolchuk answered her. It be a disguise, he said. True monsters be often killed in villages. The woman did not even raise an eyebrow at his words. Have you no dignity? She asked. To crouch in filth and play the buffoon? Taken aback by her brutal summary of his condition, it was Tolchuk's turn to be at a loss for words. She spun to face Kral, her motion fluid and graceful, like some fierce cat. Free him of this cage, she ordered. I won't stand for this. But... Her eyes were fire. I would have words with the both of you, she said. But I will not speak while she suddenly twisted back to the cage. What is your name, Ojiri? Tolchuk. He who walks like a man, she translated. A cruel name. She returned to stare at Kral, ignoring Tolchuk's shocked expression. How had she known the meaning of his Ojiri name? As I was saying, I will not speak while Tolchuk is locked up like some mad dog. Now free him, Kral nodded, too abashed to speak a further word, and fumbled with his keys. He unhinged the lock and removed the chains that barred the cage door. The woman stood with her hands on her hips until her orders were obeyed. As Tolchuk half tumbled from his cramped cage, the tall woman studied him with an odd set to her lips, as if she was about to say something but held back. Soon Tolchuk was stretching his crooked legs on the cobbles of the street. Working a kink from his back, Tolchuk raised a pained face to her. What be your name? She inclined her head ever so slightly. Myself Yarnash. How be it that you know the Ojiri's tongue? She waved his question away. We have more important matters to discuss, like what an Ojiri is doing so far from his mountain home in the first place. Kral finally found his ability to speak. I see no reason why this is any concern of yours. She rounded on him, bringing her face close to his. Because I went through a lot of trouble to track you all down. Her words pushed Kral's hand to the haft of his axe. She did not even glance at his threat. You play at games when all your lives are in jeopardy. Why do you tarry here in Shadowbrook? You know better than this, man of the mountains. When you are hunted, to stop is to die. What do you speak of, woman? Kral's gruffness had returned. If I could find you, Mycel stated heatedly, so could the Golgotha. I've been tracking you since the foothills, and your guide has wisely kept you moving, escaping even my skill. But now this stupidity. She threw a hand in the air. Has it just been the luck of the lame, rather than wisdom, that has kept you from the dogs of the Dark Lord? Tolchuk closed in on the woman. She seemed to know too much about them. He sniffed at her, scenting her strength but also an underlying fear, a bitter tang. Anything that could trigger such a response in her was truly something to worry about. He spoke at her shoulder. Why have you been hunting us? Is it for bounty? Kral asked. She sighed and shook her head with exasperation. Have either of you been listening to me? If I was here for a fistful of silver, a legion of dog soldiers would have your innards for their victory stew. Now if we are done dithering, perhaps you could introduce me to this witsy of yours. Kral's axe was now in his hand. He had armed himself so swiftly that Tolchuk had not even seen him move. Yet the woman had. Both her blades were already poised, one at Kral's throat, one above Tolchuk's heart. The Ojiri looked down at the sword tip touching his chest. Not only did she know the Ojiri's language, she also knew the one weak spot on an Ojiri's body where a single thrust could kill. Both her weapons were held with a casual steadiness that was more threatening than the edges of her twin swords. Tolchuk was the first to speak. Kral, hitch your axe. If she meant us harm, we'd be both dead. Kral was not a dullard. He carefully returned his axe to his belt. And you, Mycel, if you know of the witsy, then you know we will lay down our lives to keep her from harm. So sheath your blades and let your tongue do your talking. With a single motion, she swept both swords into the crossed scabbards on her back. She reached and pushed back a single lock of hair that had escaped her braid. I mean your witsy no harm. I have dogged her trail to offer my blades in service to her. She nodded toward the town beyond the curtained alcove. But I may have come too late. There are 2 Ilgard stationed here, and they can sniff magic. Ilgard? Spawn of the Black Heart himself, imbued with foul magical beasts. They make plans already to close off the city. Then they will hunt the streets for your company and the witsy you guard. Kral glanced at Tolchuk, his question clear. Should they trust her? If you're to escape, she continued, it must be within the day. My skills will be of great help. And what do you want in return? Kral asked, still doubtful. That is between me and the witsy, she said coldly. Kral eyed the Ojiri again. Tolchuk shrugged at him. It would be best to bring her to the others, he decided. Let the matter be settled then. Tolchuk spoke to her, letting his threat ring clear in his voice. If you betray us, you will need more than 2 swords to keep me from your throat. She smiled at him, a bit sadly, then raised a palm to touch his cheek. Is that any way to speak to your mother, Tolchuk? Kral watched the Ojiri's face change multiple colors at the woman's statement and her touch on his cheek. The Ojiri backed away from her. How could? Where did? Tolchuk then collected himself with a shake of his head and stated firmly, you cannot be my mother. Mycel lowered her voice, a certain tenderness entering it for the first time. I can see your father in you quite clearly. She pointed vaguely at his face. The way your eyes are pushed a bit too close together. And that nose. That is your father's nose. Tolchuk's hands wandered to his face as if trying to feel the truth of the woman's words. Kral sensed the woman spoke with an honest heart. She does not lie, Kral asserted. But how? Why? Tolchuk's 1,000 questions were plain on his rocky features. He seemed unable to sort them in any coherent order. Mycel placed a hand on the Ojiri's arm. I fell in love with your father. It's just that simple. These words quieted Tolchuk. If what you speak is true, why did you leave us? I was told you died in the birthing caves. She nodded and grew pensive. In some ways, I did. You know of your Esiluran heritage, do you not? Tutura, Tolchuk mumbled. Yes, she said with a bit of fire. So the Ojiri tribes have always named us, Tutura, baby stealers. We were despised by the clans. Yet your father knew my secret and still had the heart to love me. But blood is blood, and with your birth, I could no longer hide the fact that I was not truly an Ojiri. Your half-breed birth spoke my deception to the rest of the clan. I was hounded and almost killed. Your father rescued me, taking me beaten and bloody to the ancient Ojires in the deep caves. The Triad. Yes. They carried me to a magical gate in the mountain's heart and cast me out, warning that I must never return or I would be slain. They said the spirits in the gate would take me where I needed to go. Tolchuk nodded with her words, as if he knew what she spoke of. The spirit gate was all he whispered. Mycel did not seem to hear him and continued her tale. I was cast east of the teeth, deep into the lands of man. Wounded in body and spirit, I was barely able to transform myself, but I did into the form of a human. Weak and dying, I was found and taken in by a kind-hearted woman who cared for me. It was she who. Her words were interrupted by Mogweed's sudden appearance at the curtain flap. The shapeshifter still wore his stage costume, his hair disheveled. Something's happened to Elena, he said in a rush. She's safe, but Erril wants us all at the wagon. Only after speaking his words did he seem to notice the woman standing behind Kral. Mogweed's face blushed as he realized he had spoken openly in front of a stranger, breaking the company's code of silence. Kral clapped Mogweed on the shoulder. Don't worry. She already knows about Elena. Who is she? He whispered. Kral shrugged. She claims to be Tolchuk's mother. Mogweed's brow crinkled as he glanced around Kral's wide shoulders to peer at her. But Tolchuk's mother was Esiluran, he muttered. That woman is not one of my people. Her eyes, Mogweed waved to his own slitted pupils. For those who knew the creatures of the western reaches, the strange amber eyes with cat-like pupils marked a shapeshifter in any form. This woman's eyes were normal, like any other human's. Mycel must have heard his words. But I am Esiluran. Or more truthfully, I was of your people. I have since settled. Mogweed's eyes grew wide, a mixture of shock and disgust clear in his expression. You settled? Were you forced? We don't have time for this, she said, dismissing Mogweed with disdain. The story is long, and Elena is not as safe as you so blithely stated. At least not here in Shadowbrook. Take me to her. Her words seemed to snap the others from their interlocked gazes. She's right, Kral said. Let's go. He led them through a back flap of the curtain alcove and slipped behind the stage. As he walked, he pondered the day's sudden events. First the warrior woman with her wild claims, and now there was something wrong with Elena. Was there a connection? Once past the backdrop behind the stage, Kral spotted Merrick and Fardale huddled with Erril near the rear of the wagon. In the middle of them, Elena sat on the cart's boot, showing them something clasped in her hand. Kral cleared his throat, and all their eyes swung toward the mountain man's group as they marched along the curtain. Erril's brow darkened as he saw the stranger among them, his suspicions plain in his expression. But Elena was the first to speak as her face also responded to the newcomer. Her eyes crinkled in confusion, then widened with shocked delight. Aunt Mycel? She leapt off the wagon and raced over to the woman, throwing her arms around the supposed stranger. Tears burst from the girl's eyes as she buried herself in the woman's embrace. I can't believe you're here, she sobbed and squeezed tighter, as if needing further contact to dispel her disbelief. You're really here. The woman returned her hug just as affectionately. Child, how you've grown. Who is this woman? Eril said darkly. Mycel answered with a warm smile for Elena. I'm not really her aunt, but her Aunt Fila and I did share a different sort of sisterhood. Into the stunned silence, Kral spoke. You knew her aunt? Yes. She was the woman who found me and cared for me after I passed through the spirit gate. Ah, Kral said, suddenly seeing how fates were twisting together. Eril's face had blackened with ire. Could someone explain what you are all talking about? His question was ignored. Mycel pulled Elena's wrist up. What's wrong with your hand? The woman's eyes had narrowed with concern. Kral leaned closer. Elena's left hand was crisscrossed with looping shreds of mossy vines. It seemed as if the tiny leaflets and corkscrewing branches grew out from the flesh of her hand. It won't come off, Elena said. She tugged at a fragment of the tenacious growth. It's stuck. Mycel knelt on one knee and studied the girl's hand, flipping it one way then another. Her lips were tight. Does it hurt? She finally said. No, it's just sort of tight. She twisted a leaflet from the moss and sniffed at it. Eril had by now shouldered his way beside them. His eyes were still suspicious. Do you know anything about this? This is swamp moss, Mycel said, picking at another strand. It isn't just clinging to her. It's growing into her. What? Eril pulled Elena back from her, but the girl shook him off and stood on her own. Mycel stood up and wiped off her fingers that had touched the moss. Elena's been bewitched. 15. Mycov and Ryman stared across the Timan board, both deep in thought on their next moves. The bone and jade pieces were spread between them in an intricate parlaying for dominance on the wormwood gaming board. Both combatants sat hunched over their pieces, dressed in motleys of green silk shirts, red woolen jackets, and black tasseled slippers. Though similarly attired, it was their matching features that drew an eye. Obviously of twin birth, the pair's likeness to each other was disturbingly exact. Where most other twins had slight differences, minor imperfections that set them apart, these two had no such telltale signs. It was as if both had been carved by an artisan of impeccable skill from the same bone as the Timan pieces. Their ivory faces, each slender as a woman's, with features small and pale, made each seem more a statue than a man. The left corner of Mykov's lip twitched slightly up. You have made a decision, brother? Ryman said, noting this abrupt outburst from his twin. Mykov was always such an exuberant Timan player. Mykov glanced at Ryman. He saw the ridicule in his brother's eyes for his obvious lack of control. Mykov fixed his unruly lips back into a thin line. Sorry, he said, and reached to move a piece. He mounted it atop Ryman's stallion. Is that the move I have been waiting all afternoon for? You are mounted, Mykov answered. 3 moves and I will have your castle stormed. Ryman stared at the board. Had his brother gone mad? Then with this thought, he saw the trap. It was his turn to let one eyelid open a bit wider in surprise. Mykov enjoyed his normally stoic brother's enthusiastic response, and enjoyed even more Ryman reaching a finger out and toppling his own castle, admitting defeat. Still, Mykov kept his features still, not a lip parted, not an eyelash moved. He would savor this moment and not ruin it with a ridiculous display such as a smile. Mykov caught Ryman studying him from under his white bangs. Mykov kept his face placid. You are in rare form, brother, Ryman finally conceded. He used a polished nail to sweep back his stray hair from his red eyes. Another game. Evening approaches, and the pack will soon be ready to hunt. Perhaps it would be best if we waited until the morn. Mykov conceded the logic of his brother's plan with a slight bowing of his head. Quit patronizing me. Ryman scolded, even his cheeks showed a thin reddish hue. Mykov had not realized how upset his brother was at the defeat. I was only acknowledging the full value of your assessment. Evening doth approach, and the pack grows most hungry for blood. Ryman heard the solidness of his brother's words and used Mykoff's even tones to help harden his own constitution. The flush faded from his cheeks. Then we should retire to the cellar. He stood, keeping his gaze well away from the board. He did not want to be reminded of his defeat. The careful shunning of the board was noted by Mykoff. He stood up and followed his brother toward the door. At the threshold, the back of his hand brushed his brother's sleeve. This token of affection was not unappreciated by Ryman. "Thank you," Ryman said, his lips barely moving. "I think this day's challenging game overheated both our bloods." Certainly it was a most riotous contest. They left together, two ivory statues draped in expensive finery. Their slippered feet whispered through the scattered rushes that covered the castle's stone floor. Servants stepped aside, casting their eyes down as the two lords of the keep passed. Few but the servants ever set eyes upon the pale brothers, and the son never did. Mykoff and Ryman were not unaware of the whispered rumors about them, but no one questioned the twins' heritage and right to the castle. Their parents, long gone to their crypts, had been deeply loved by the people of Shadowbrook. It was the Caradam family who had founded the city long ago, and it had been the twins' father who had most recently overseen the flourishing of Shadowbrook through wise contracts and trade agreements, expanding the flow of riches into the city. The entire town had shared in this new wealth, and in memory of their fine parents and ancient lineage, most folk just shook their head at the eccentricities of the brothers. So no one said a word to Mykoff and Ryman as they wandered deeper into the less traveled regions of the Caradam stronghold. It was their right. It was their home. The stronghold, known in Shadowbrook simply as the Keep, was older than the town around it. It had started as a small signal tower, one of many once scattered throughout the Standy Plains. Most had fallen since to rubbled ruin, but this one, positioned strategically and profitably near the banks of the Shadowbrook River, was a seed that had grown the town itself. And as the town had spread like roots from a tree, the tower itself had grown in fits and starts, a wing extended here, a third story built there, even 4 stump towers added to surround the old signal tower. And in recent times, battlements, walls, and even a thin moat had been constructed around it, though these last works were more decorative than purposeful. The moat had a park built at its edge, and stately black and white swans swam its waters in languid circles around the keep. Proud of the castle gardens and handsome soaring battlements, most townsfolk had forgotten the true seed that had sprouted their town. The ancient signal tower was buried deep within the fanciful facade, a crumbling structure of rough, ill-fitted stones that was the heart of the keep. Only a handful of men still remembered its ancient name, Rashomon, the bloody pike, named during the first of the Gulgothal battles 5 centuries ago, when 1,000 men had given their lives to defend the plains. Its blood-stained battlements, lit by hundreds of siege fires from the encamped dwarf armies, had glowed crimson for an entire moon. Only with the death of its last defender had the tower finally fallen to the dwarves. Yet this ill history was not unknown to the twins. This was their true heritage. Mykoff and Ryman glided in silence from their heavily curtained room in the keep's west wing toward the narrowing passages that led to the inner tower. As they progressed, the ceilings lowered, and the walls to either side closed in until the pair were forced to walk in single file. Finally, as the roof began to brush their white hair, they reached a door of beaten and carved brass gone green with stain. Mykoff slipped a silver key from his sleeve and unlocked the way into Rashomon. Swinging the door wide, a waft of air washed up from below. Mykoff inhaled the sweet scent. It smelled of mold, damp dirt, and a hint of something richer, a musky scent that thrilled through him. Ryman also paused at the threshold, his eyelids slightly lowered as he, too, reveled in the dank reminder of what lay below. "Come, brother," Ryman said in a thick voice and led the way down. "It's almost twilight." Mykoff saw his brother's hand tremble slightly as he reached out to the moldy stones for support in his descent down the steep, narrow stair. Mykoff also felt the rush of anticipation in his own limbs. He had to restrain himself from hurrying his brother forward. Ryman, though, still sensed his brother's growing urgency, like a storm cloud over his shoulder. He increased his pace. With Ryman's back turned so he could not see, Mykoff allowed himself a smile. The two brothers knew each other so well. As they continued down the winding stair, the passage grew darker. No maid or servant kept the torches burning along the length of this inner staircase. Only Mykoff and Ryman had keys to open the brass door that led into the bowels of Rashomon. Yet, faintly ahead, far down the staircase, a glow began to grow. Now, without any urging, both brothers sped down the stair, oblivious to how their slippered feet gave them the poorest grip on the damp stone. The reddish, burning light called to them. The pair passed other doors, but these openings had long been bricked closed and were ignored. Down and down they wound. Only the glow held Mykoff's attention. He licked his lips. Hunger grew in his belly like a flame. By the time the twins reached the bottom of the stairs, they were running, breath rasping though clenched teeth. On this lowest level of the bloody pike, a thin sheet of black water soaked the stone floor, oily with mold and aglow with the reflected light from the cellar room ahead. With their feet splashing in the water, soaking their expensive silk slippers, Mykoff and Ryman rushed for the deepest room of Rashomon and the secret it held. They dashed through into the dank cellar. Here the floors were no longer stone, like all good cellars. This one had a dirt floor, or more precisely, mud. Over the hundreds of passing winters, the tower had settled into Shadowbrook's water table, and the river now swamped the dirt floor. Ryman reached the room first, immediately sinking to his ankles in the river-soaked muck. He had to pull each foot free to move forward from here. The filth made sharp sucking noises with each step as he moved toward his goal. He had already lost both slippers to the greedy mud, but he gave them no thought. They were easily replaced. Behind him, Ryman heard Mykoff struggle along with him. Both their eyes were on the object in the center of the room, half sunk in the muck. Crouching naked, like a toadstool growing in a black cellar, was the object of their devotion. Its squat body was a lump of bone and muscle molded by a cruel artist into only a rough approximation of limbs and torso. Its hooked nose dropped like melted wax over its fat lips, and black eyes had sunk deep into the planes of its face. Before its belly floated a spinning sphere of black ebonstone afire with ancient memories of blood-soaked Rashomon. Their master's bald, craggy features were aglow in the reflected bloodfire of the globe. It was the Seeker, he who had discovered the twins 5 winters ago and had gifted them with the pack, a reward for swearing their service to the Black Heart. Mykoff and Ryman fell to their knees in the thick mud, ripping the silk clothes from their bodies. Their twin faces were contorted into spasms of ecstasy and savage delight. Their normally placid features were now storms of wicked emotions. They bowed before their god, smearing their faces in the filth, and thus displayed their allegiance to Lord Toran, the last of the foul dwarf lords. Yarral picked up the final juggling dagger and set the blade to the grindstone. He positioned himself near the shadowed doorway of the warehouse where Elena huddled with Mycel. He had been shooed away by the tall swordswoman as she examined the girl. She seemed to know more about what had happened to Elena than he did, so for now he tolerated her orders. Around Erril, the other members of the troupe were involved in their own chores as they closed down the circus for the evening, boxing their props, caging and feeding Merrick's sparrows, and sweeping up their corner of the town square. To the side, Kral grumbled as he wrestled the curtains back into the wagon. The twilight sky warned of rain, and the entire circus must be wrapped up. Only the wooden stage would be left on the square, since dismantling it would be too much work. It cost an expensive tithe to keep their stage in place, but Erril had at least managed to barter for the fee to include the storage of their wagon and supplies in the nearby warehouse. The troupe itself was housed in a small inn on the north side of the square, the Painted Pony. It was a shabby establishment, but Erril knew that the more frugal their living expenses, the sooner they would earn enough for the barge passage down to the coastal city of Land's End. As the others busied themselves, Erril honed his dagger with swift strokes upon his grindstone, but his attention was not on his work. His eyes were fixed on Elena and Mycel. After declaring the child bewitched, the woman had refused to say anything further until she questioned Elena more about the odd boy who had confronted her. As Eril studied the two of them, the evening gloom and fog began to roll in from the river. He set aside his grindstone, satisfied with the blade's edge. With the scrape of metal on stone finally ended, their voices carried over to him. "Is this where the boy appeared from?" Mycel said. "This doorway?" Elena nodded. "I thought him only a lost child." As he eavesdropped, Eril polished his blade with a sheen of oil and stored the knife beside the 6 other daggers in the wooden case. The hilts were nicked and scarred from long use, but the blades were shiny and clean, as if newly forged. He knew the value in maintaining good weapons. Mycel finally straightened in the doorway, drawing Eril's eye with her movement. "A lost boy, now that is just like her." "Like who?" Elena asked. Mycel did not answer. She only looked around the square with her head slightly cocked, as if she were keying on a sound only heard by her ears. Both intrigued and suspicious, Eril closed his wooden case and crossed to join them. "I overheard you," he said. "Have you truly a suspicion who was behind Elena's attack?" The tall woman only glowered at him and motioned him to silence. Eril continued. "What did you mean when you said Elena's been bewitched?" Mycel stayed silent, still listening, then shook her head. She spoke slowly to Eril, as if speaking to adult. "Bewitched, it means a witch has cast a spell on her." The tension thickened like a rolling fog between them. Elena spoke into the strained silence. "But I thought I was the only witch?" Mycel smiled at her. "Now who told you that?" Elena glanced at Eril. "Men." The woman scolded, rolling her eyes skyward. "It looks as if I came just in time." She sighed, then continued. "Elena, you're the only true-blood witch. But a few women who bear strong elemental magics have declared themselves witches of the land. Sea witches, forest hags, water witches. I believe it was one of these land witches that has done this to you." "Who?" "I have a suspicion, but it'll take more investigating." By now, Merrick and Fardale had come closer. The two must have also overheard Mycel's words. The wolf sniffed at Elena's hand. Eril glanced to the streets to see who else might be listening. The square was empty of all but a few evening stragglers. Luckily, the threat of rain had kept even these last few hurrying to accomplish their final errands before the storm blew in. None glanced toward the circus troupe. At his elbow, the elven asked, "Do you think the Dark Lord is involved in this?" "No, I sense no corruption in this magic." But Mycel still seemed distracted, her eyes narrowed in concentration. The woman's edginess slipped into Eril. He glanced warily about the square. "Maybe it would be best to continue this conversation at the inn," he finally said. Mycel nodded. "The first wise words I've heard you speak, Eril." With the circus locked down for the night, Kral and Tolchuk hauled the wagon through the barn-like gates that led inside the rafted warehouse. 2 pallets lay along one wall. Tolchuk and Fardale had been spending their nights in the storehouse, both to guard their belongings and to keep suspicious tongues from wagging about the Ojiri and the Treewolf. Tolchuk at first objected about being left out of the discussions, but some silent exchange passed between him and Fardale, and he grew silent. Mycel also laid a hand on her son's arm. "We'll talk soon," she said. Tolchuk did not answer. He simply turned away and went to care for their horses. The troops' mounts were also kept at the warehouse, corralled in a small yard behind the stout structure. It was cheaper to water and care for their own mounts than to pay an additional fee to stable them at the inn. Besides, the painted pony's barn was riddled with rot, and rats the size of small dogs rooted through the barn's dingy hay. Of course, their own accommodations were not much better at the inn. The rooms were small, dark, and reeked of the fish frying constantly in the inn's kitchen. Being a river city, siltcod and mudfish were the staple of the inn's dinner fare, and variety did not seem to be in the cook's vocabulary. Once the wagon was secure, Eril led the others toward the inn. As they pushed inside the cramped common room of the Painted Pony, Mycelle had her own opinion on Airill's choice of accommodations. "Yes," she said, eyeing the 3 ale-stained tables occupied by a handful of sullen-faced dockworkers, "I do believe it is high time you began traveling with a woman." 2 of the rough men glanced in Mycelle's direction, their eyes widening at the fine sight of the tall blonde swordswoman. As a leer crept into their expressions, Mycelle stared them down, her eyes glinting with steel. The dockworkers suddenly found their mugs of ale particularly fascinating and turned away. "Where are your rooms?" Mycelle asked. Airill led the way, stopping only to order a cold supper to be prepared. "At the top of the stairs," he said. The crooked steps creaked under his weight. "I've hired 2 rooms." "How generous of you," Mycelle said sarcastically as she followed with Elena. Soon the 6 of them were crowded into the larger of the 2 rooms. Mycelle's perpetual scowl deepened when she surveyed the room, but she kept her sharp tongue still. The chamber's 2 beds were planked cots with the barrest ticking to cushion a body. The single window looked out upon the inn's courtyard and, though open, only seemed to draw the summer heat into the room rather than cool it. To add to the stifling quality of the quarters, the low ceiling seemed to press down upon them all. Kral had to lean to keep his head from striking the rafters. "Let's all get settled," Airill said. "It seems we have much to discuss tonight." Mogwait and Merrick claimed one bed, while Kral and Elena sat upon the other. Only Mycelle and Airill still stood. The 2 of them faced each other like 2 wolves about to fight for leadership of the pack. Mycelle spoke first. "After examining Elena's hand, I don't believe the bewitching poses an immediate risk, but more dire threats hunt these streets. Shadowbrook is a danger to her." "I can take care of Elena myself," Airill said. "I've got her this far. I'll get her to Aloa Glen." "Why should we trust you?" Kral began to answer this question. "She is Tolchuk's." But Mycelle silenced him with a glance. "If you don't mind, I'll tell my own story." And she did. Airill listened with little patience as the swordswoman told of her journeys from the western reaches and of her time with the Ojiri tribes. She stared Airill straight in the eye as she spoke, offering no apologies for her actions. Even Airill could sense the truth of her words. "After Tolchuk's birth, I was cast out and taken in by Elena's aunt. It was Fila who taught me who I truly was, and about the special gift born in my blood. She explained why I was so unlike the other Esailura who were content in their forest home, how this gift had driven me to leave the western reaches for far horizons." "And what was this gift?" Airill asked. She nodded toward the beds. "Like Kral and Merrick, I was also born with land magics in my blood. Kral is rich in rock magics, and Merrick has the gift of wind and air." Both Kral and Merrick glanced at her uneasily, obviously sharing Airill's own concern. "How do you know about them?" Airill asked. "It is my gift. I am a seeker." "A seeker?" "An elemental hunter. In each generation, there are a few who are born with a special empathy for elemental magics, those who can read the land magic in others. I am one of them. The magic in others calls out to me like a silent song. It draws me like a lodestone. This is my elemental gift." "And Aunt Fila discovered this in you?" Elena asked. "She was a wise and talented woman." Mycelle bowed her head in memory. "Due to my skills, Fila invited me into the sisterhood and taught me how to use my magic. She knew there would come a time when the elementals would play a role in either saving or damning our lands. She once told me, the Witch is the key, but the elementals will be the locket in which the key is kept safe. Fila gave me a purpose to my life." "But what did Aunt Fila want you to do?" Mycelle answered, but kept her eyes focused on Airill. "As a seeker, I was to journey the lands of Alasea, discover those gifted with elemental powers, and warn them." "Warn them of what?" Airill asked gruffly. "To warn them that I was not the only seeker among the lands." She let those words sink into them before continuing. The Lord of the Golgotha has recruited his own seekers. They, too, scour the countryside, searching for young elementals. Where I only warned, they would rape. Imbued with tools of the Dark Lord, his seekers could corrupt the gift in these youngsters and forge them into a black army, the Ilgard, a foul legion of the most dire black magics. Eril's eyes widened with her story. He pictured Vera and I's midnight hair and smooth skin. His face darkened with the memory. He saw the shock of recognition in the other's eyes, too. I think, he mumbled. I think we've already met one of these corrupted elementals. Now it was Mysel's turn to show surprise. You faced one of the Ilgard and survived? Barely, Elena said softly. Of what use is your warning? Eril said with sudden heat. If any of these elementals are caught, they can't resist the Dark Lord. Mysel reached into a pocket. No, there is a way to resist the corrupting touch of the Golgotha. She removed a jade pendant carved in the familiar shape of a tiny vial. Elena sat straighter on the bed. That's just like the one Uncle Bull gave me to talk with Aunt Fila's ghost. Her words crinkled Mysel's brow. The woman obviously did not understand what Elena meant. I did get this from your Aunt Fila, she conceded. One of the sisterhood was skilled at carving jade. As I journeyed, I passed these vials out to the elementals I discovered. If ever confronted, swallowing the contents of the vial will keep one from falling prey to their dire magics. So there is a way to resist this corruption, Eril said. This revelation wounded him. If only Vera and I had met this woman. Elena's face, though, had brightened with hope. Does the vial contain some sort of magical elixir? So I told everyone, she answered. For the first time, her gaze lowered to the floor. But I spoke falsely. The vials only contain poison. A shocked hush spread through the room. Mysel continued. Death is the only way to keep the corruption from claiming you. The sisterhood judged it better to die than to become a mindless creature of the Dark Lord. Once possessed, there is no way back. Mysel paused and took a deep breath. However, we could not risk that this selfless choice would be made by all. So I spread both the poison and the lies to ensure this would not happen. Mysel glanced up, then quickly away. The horror must have been plain on everyone's face. Mogweed was the first to speak, his voice incredulous. You helped kill people. The swordwoman raised her head and turned to face each person in the room. Her eyes were bright with threatening tears, her voice sharp. Do not judge me. I made my own choices, and I will not recant them. I have done things that have wounded my heart. I abandoned my Ojiri lover and my son. I shed my own Asiloran heritage, forever trapping myself in human form. I've given poison to children while accepting thanks from their mothers. But I will not apologize for my actions. She frowned at Eril. This is the final war. If the curse is ever to be lifted from our lands, we must all bleed. Finally, her chest heaving with emotion, she closed her eyes and lowered her voice. This silent war between myself and the Seekers of the Dark Lord has been raging since before Elena was born. Without my efforts, there would be a wall of Ilgard between you and Aloa Glen. It was my lies and poisons that cut a bloody path for the Witch to follow. She opened her eyes and stared at Eril with an intensity that iced his bones. Are you now too timid to walk my path? Eril swallowed, unable to answer. He did not know who frightened him more, the Ilgard or this woman with a heart of ice. Kral was the first to speak. We've all made hard choices. Yes, Elena said timidly, but we were given the choices. These deceived innocents, these elementals who go about with poison around their necks, have had the choices taken from them. They will end their lives by their own hand without even knowing it. But which is kinder? Mogweed asked. Knowing or not knowing? Glances were exchanged. No one had an answer. My cell was the first to break the silence. You may soon discover the truth of my sentiments. Here in Shadowbrook I've already sensed 2 of the corrupted elementals, a pair of the Ilgard who hunt the city. While you debate my morals, they will have your hearts roasting on their dark fire spits. Her words caught their attentions and awoke the fears that had been slumbering in all their breasts since their battle with Vera and I. What should we do? Kral asked. We do what we must to survive, Mycel said, her voice thick with venom. She pocketed her vial of poison. It's what I've done all my life. Rise, the dwarf lord intoned, his voice a Korsich in Mykov's and Ryman's ears. The twins raised their fouled faces from the mud. Mykov could taste the dank river sludge on his lips. It was the sweetest nectar, but Mykov knew there were finer tastes still to be appreciated this night. Kneeling beside him, Ryman's eyes mirrored his own lusts. The floating sphere of ebonstone slowed its spin and settled into the dwarf's pale hands. Spats of crimson bloodfire still skated over its black, polished surface, and veins of silver could be seen in arcs of jagged brilliance on the surface of the ebonstone talisman. Are you ready to accept the sacrament? The dwarf asked. His eyes searched them, his gaze squirming over them like a blind river eel. He judged their worth. Yes, Lord Torin, they both recited. Our bodies we give to you. The dwarf rose on gnarled legs. Then come and accept your master's reward. He held the ebonstone toward them. Crawling on hands and knees through the mud, they approached the talisman. Come, Torin urged, his voice a raw scab. Give up your cool flesh for the heat of the hunt. Lord Golgotha has need of your talents tonight. Other elementals have entered Shadowbrook. They must be found and brought to Rashomon for the sacrament. Ryman felt a twinge of jealousy at the dwarf's words. He did not care to share the secret rites deep under the keep with anyone but his own brother. Still, his eyes were full of bloodfire and ebonstone. He could not resist obeying. The pack was hungry for the hunt. The hunt meant blood. The 2 brothers each raised a muddy palm to the talisman. Ryman pressed his flesh against the cold stone and knew he touched the heart of his master. He felt his bowels loosen and his bladder give way. It did not matter. The heat of his spirit was drawn into the stone. To complete the sacrament, Mykov closed the circle. He reached with his free hand and took Ryman's fingers in his own. The 2 brothers were now linked, both together and to the stone. With the touch of flesh on flesh, the spell was complete, and the pack was called again into the world. Ryman stared at his brother as the spell took hold of their bodies. It was like looking in a mirror. How handsome he was. Ryman grinned as the pain ripped into his body. He watched Mykov's skin ripple and knew his did the same. Black boils the size of bruised thumbs arose upon their pale skin. Mykov matched his brother's white-lipped grin. The pack was coming. Soon 1,000 boils marked their flesh on face, arms, chest, belly, buttocks, and legs. Mykov watched one especially large growth on his brother's left cheek ripen and stretch as what lurked within the boil struggled to start the hunt. The boil burst with the tiniest spray of blood. Mykov felt a similar sharp eruption near his own right nipple. It felt like the bite of a wasp. Soon a storm of wasps stung their flesh. The twins moaned in the ecstasy of the sacrament. From the boil on Ryman's cheek, a black, segmented worm coiled forth. It stretched and waved from its burrow. Soon hundreds of others were doing the same. Mykov stared in awe at the beauty of his brother, tears rose in his eyes at the sight. His brother's naked pale flesh was festooned with hundreds of the writhing, questing tendrils of blackness. Mykov knew his own body was gifted with the same dark beauty. Ryman's and Mykov's eyes met, and they knew it was time. Like leaves falling in autumn, the worms dropped from their burrowed nests and fell to the watery mud with small splashes and plops. There, the sweet creatures drank the brackish waters and ate the river's mud, swelling as they consumed their meal. Soon spiky hair sprouted and grew along their squirming lengths. Small clawed limbs burst forth from the sides to lift them from the mud. Red, beaded eyes and whiskered snouts grew forth to end their blind grubbing, and pale, scaled tails whipped back and forth, anxious for the hunt. Pocked and bleeding, the two brothers stared proudly at the army of rats that lay around their knees. The pack was ready. The dwarf lord spoke. "It is done. Let the hunt begin." With his words, the two brothers fell backward into the mud as their minds entered the pack. Mykoff and Ryman were now one with their offspring, 1,000 eyes, 1,000 sharp teeth hungry for blood. They sent the pack flowing up the steps of Rashomon, spreading out through the hundreds of cracks in the ancient stones. Scurrying forth from the bloody pike and out through the keep, flowing, rippling in all directions, they reached the streets of the sleeping town of Shadowbrook. Deep under Rashomon, though, the two brothers still lay sprawled in the mud. Their eyes were now blind to the dwarf leering over them, yet their ears could still hear him. "Go," he whispered as he crouched over them, his thick lips brushing the edges of their ears. "Bring me the magic." Astolchuk hauled a barrel of water across the warehouse. He felt a prickling atop his foot. Glancing down, he discovered a fat river rat crawling over his clawed foot. Disgusted, and already in a foul temper at being left in the warehouse, he kicked savagely at the rat, meaning to gut it with a claw, but the sleek creature was too quick and skittered away with an annoyed squeak, as if offended that the Ojiri should get in its way. He scowled at its retreat. He hated rats. With the river only a few blocks from the town square and with the warehouse mostly empty, the foul creatures competed for residence in the hollow, raftered building. Fardale stood at the open doorway that led to the horseyard and swung his nose toward Tolchuk. The tree wolf was a black outline against the sea of fog that had rolled in from the nearby river. The roiling mist was like a living creature, more substantive even than the ghostly images of the neighboring buildings. As if swallowed by the great white beast, the nickering and stamping of the horses were the only signs that the yard was occupied by anything but the occasional bold rat. In the weak light cast by the two oil lamps in the warehouse, Tolchuk saw the tree wolf's hackles raise in a ridge along its neck and back. With his eyes aglow, Fardale sent to him, "Carrion lay spoiled on the trail." Tolchuk crossed to the wolf, the water barrel still clutched under one arm. He knew better than to dismiss Fardale's keen senses. Beyond the doorway was just a wall of fog. "What do you scent?" Fardale raised his muzzle to the slight wind that blew in from the night, then glanced up to the Ojiri. An image of spiders appeared in Tolchuk's head. He knew Fardale was not referring to the ordinary spiders nesting in the rafters feasting on flies and moths. Tolchuk scratched one of the many scars that pocked his thick hide from the old healed bites of the horde. "Be there another demon?" he asked. Fardale's eyes glowed. A wolf sniffs many scents near a watering hole, a swirl of odors, too many to make clear. Tolchuk tightened his grip on the water barrel. The tree wolf was not confident of his abilities among the myriad smells of the bustling town. "Perhaps we should bring the horses inside. Caution would be wise this odd night." Fardale's answer appeared in Tolchuk's head. It was the image of Eril. The wolf wondered if they should raise the alarm among the others. Tolchuk grimaced. A moment ago, he would have welcomed any excuse to go to the inn and join the others, but was Fardale's vague sense of unease reason to abandon his post? What could he tell the others except that the wolf smelled something his nose could not identify? The same had been true for himself when he had first entered Shadowbrook. The town was a swamp of unusual odors and scents. He pondered his choices until the horses in the yard erupted in a sudden flurry of panicked whinnies and striking hooves. Blinded by the fog, Tolchuk and Fardale froze. The horses, lost in the fog, sensed or saw something. As Tolchuk and Fardale tried to pierce the veil of mists, a huge black shape swelled up directly before them. They scattered backward as a horse flew between them into the warehouse. It was Mist, the girl's mare. The horse's eyes were rolled white in panic, and the beast's lips were frothed with fear. Tolchuk backed from the doorway after the horse. "Fardale, go to the inn. Warn the others." the tree wolf retreated with the ojiri deeper into the warehouse. His eyes glowed for a brief instant toward Tolchuk. Two wolves, back to back, hold off the hungry bear. Yes, Tolchuk argued, leading the way to a side door. But 8 wolves be even better, especially if they have swords. He kicked at the door, not bothering to search for the lock's key. Planks splintered, and the door crashed wide. Get me help. Tolchuk turned away. Fardale hesitated at the open doorway, but Tolchuk refused to allow further contact. The wolf vanished out into the fog in a whisk of shadow and fur. Tolchuk noticed the mare retreat to the farthest, darkest corner of the warehouse, but his attention stayed focused on the door to the rear yard. Fingers of fog probed into the warehouse, questing tendrils that slid along the floor and curled toward the roof. Furtive movement up in the rafters caught Tolchuk's eye. Tolchuk ducked, then realized it was only a line of small rats whisking in a column along one of the oaken beams, scrambling away from the foggy doorway. Something had spooked even these wily creatures. He began to glance away when one of the rats tumbled from its perch to strike the dirt of the warehouse floor. Its pelvis cracked with a quick snap, but still it tried to drag its carcass away from the door, away from the fog, tiny claws digging at the dirt. What was happening? The rats above panicked, climbing over each other, squeaking in fear. 2 more rats fell from above. Their necks were mercifully broken by the fall, their struggle over. Still the broken-backed rat fought to flee, squeaking its alarm. Tolchuk crossed and stood over it. Its panicked squeals rasped Tolchuk's raw nerves. It was making too much noise, masking the approach of whatever lay out in the yard. He brought his clawed foot up to squash it, but the small rat's nose swung toward the ojiri. Its tiny black eyes were full of pain and fright, and a keening whine flowed from its throat. Tolchuk hesitated, his foot hovering over the beast. Finally, he gritted his teeth and lowered his foot, leaving the rat untouched. Tolchuk cursed himself. He had been among these humans too long. Bending over, he scooped up the injured rat. He hated rats, but he hated more to see something so small and frightened suffer. Unsure what to do with it, he finally dropped the quivering beast into his thigh pouch. As it settled inside, the rat's constant squeaking stopped. It had sought a place to hide and had now found it. As the warehouse grew quiet again, Tolchuk turned to the doorway. The other horses were out there. Tolchuk crossed and retrieved one of the oil lamps. In his other arm, he still carried the water barrel. Its weight and solidity gave him some anchor against the tenuous menace within the fog. Raising the lantern, he approached the open doorway. He finally noticed that the horses in the yard were now silent. Even the rats above had either fled the warehouse or found a place to hide. It was as if the fog had dampened all noise as well as it masked the views. His rasping breath was the only sound in his ears as he reached the open doorway. He held the lantern out into the night, but the fog just became that much thicker, a billowing white cave around his light. Then, as if an emissary from the fog, a single rat stepped within the sphere of Tolchuk's lamplight. Yet the word rat was a poor description for the mud-slick creature before him. Whereas the creature in his pocket was brown-furred and the size of an ojiri's fist, this beast was as black as the pools of flaming oil deep under the caves of his home and as large as his own head. Yet the most menacing of its features were its red eyes. They shone toward him, not with the reflected light of his lamp, but with an inner fire, as if blood itself were the oil of its flame. It hissed at him, instantly raising every stubbled hair on Tolchuk's body. The demon rat, and there could be no question that that was what stood before him, crept toward him, nose raised as if smelling not only Tolchuk's odor, but scenting his very spirit. Tolchuk backed a step, then tossed the water barrel at the creature. His aim was sure, and the barrel crashed atop the rat. Water splashed, and broken slats scattered. The rat stepped out from the ruins of the barrel, unharmed and more determined. Its red eyes glowed with a deeper intensity. As their gazes met, Tolchuk heard the whispered screams and ancient cries of the dying in his ears. He felt something of himself being drawn within those fiery eyes. Beyond the screams, he now heard wild laughter, two voices sharing a wicked delight. Tolchuk's vision began to dim as he was drawn into a world of blood-stained towers and the wails of the lost. Then a sudden agony gripped Tolchuk's chest, hooks of fire tearing his heart. Tolchuk gasped but knew this pain, the heart of his people called. Yet he had never felt it so strongly. His numb fingers dropped the lamp with a tinkling crash. Flaming oil splashed his thighs and the frame of the doorway. The agony tore Tolchuk back from the sucking pit of the demon rat's eyes. He stamped and patted the flames from his skin, but his own bones still ran with an inner fire. Struggling to breathe past the pain, Tolchuk backed in stumbled steps. His fingers fumbled to his thigh pouch, seeking to free the heart. His hand closed over the stone. The heart had once protected him against an assault by the Ojiri who had killed his father. Maybe it could help here. He yanked the stone free, expecting its blazing red light to blind his eyes. He held the stone forth and stared with despair. The heart was dull, no fire, no glow, not even a flicker. He sensed the horrible truth through his fingertips. The heart was dead, its magic gone. By now, the rat had reached the doorway. Its sleek blackness and red eyes were lit by the spreading flame from the burning lamp. It seemed to have grown larger. Behind it, a score of other rats, twins to this one, crawled out of the fog, eyes of fire. They all stared at Tolchuk, hundreds of pinpoints of fire. He could not resist them, not so many. Unaware, Tolchuk fell to his knees. His vision dimmed again. Ancient screams and savage laughter filled his ears. 16. Elena stared at my cell, forgetting for the moment the strands of moss that bound her left hand. She studied the planes of the woman's face and the crossed scabbards on her back. My cell had once been like an aunt to her, but now it was as if a stranger stood before her. She could not reconcile her childhood memory of Aunt Mai with these poisonous revelations of the role she had played as a seeker of the sisterhood. While growing up, Aunt Mai had been one of the few womenfolk who shared Elena's interest in the hidden paths and secret treasures buried among the mundane orchards of her valley home. While others tried to interest her in needlecraft and cooking, my cell had walked with Elena, hand in hand, through the fields. They had had long talks, and Elena had enjoyed how her aunt treated her like an adult, not holding back, honest in all regards, teaching her about her life and even bits of woodlore. She had showed Elena how to move quietly through the trees to peek at a family of deer, how to start a fire with only a stick and a bit of twine, which wild plants were safe to eat, which healed, and which would make one sick. Elena remembered and suddenly shuddered. Leaf of hemlock, root of nightshade. Even then my cell had known so much about the natural poisons of the world. My cell, always keen-eyed, noticed Elena's distress. She placed a hand on Elena's shoulder, and when Elena tried to pull away, she held her tight. Her words, though, were for the others. "I want everyone out of here," she said smartly. "Plans on how to deal with the Yilgard will wait a few moments." Erril, of course, objected. "If there is danger, we need to leave now, but rash actions will only draw eyes and risk all. Presently the Yilgard do not seem aware of Elena, or we wouldn't be speaking now." My cell stared Erril down. "Tonight we plan, by dawn's light we move." Erril seemed about to argue further. My cell's razor voice softened its edge. "Up to now, you have done well in protecting Elena. I can't fault any of you on this. But not all wars are won with swords and magic. Some battles turn on the strength of a heart. And there are words I sense Elena needs to hear, woman to woman, before she continues. Give me this moment alone." Elena finally spoke. "Please Erril, do as she asks." Erril stood with his lips drawn thin. He did not like this. Kral stood up and laid a hand on Erril's arm. "We could at least pack up the other room, Dot." Merrick and Mogweed were already standing, too. "And we'll go fetch our dinners," Merrick said, nodding to include Mogweed. "Planning works best on a full stomach." Erril's shoulders finally relaxed, and he nodded. "Fine. You have your moment." The four men filed out of the room. Errol was last. He glanced back before shutting the door. But only a moment. Mycel bowed her head slightly, both acknowledging his words and conceding her thanks. Errol shut the door. "Keep it locked," he yelled through the thin pine planks. Mycel shrugged off her scabbards, then sagged and collapsed beside Elena on the bed. "How have you put up with him this long?" The way Mycel rolled her eyes and her expression of tired amusement touched old memories within Elena. Here was the woman she knew from her past, not the iron-blooded warrior from a moment ago. Aunt my Elena did not know where to begin. Mycel turned to face Elena. For the first time, Elena saw the deep wrinkles that now marked her aunt's face and the tired, bruised eyes. Her journeys across the lands had cost her more than her brave words had revealed. Mycel reached with both palms to cup Elena's cheeks and sighed as she stared into Elena's eyes. Then one of her hands lifted to finger Elena's shorn and dyed locks. "Your beautiful hair," she said sadly. It'll grow back," Elena said, glancing down. Mycel sighed. "Yes, but in your eyes, I can see other parts of you have been equally marred, things that don't grow back." Pain entered her voice. "You've grown, Elena. More than I think you suspect." Tears threatened, but Elena refused to cry. Mycel lowered her hands. "I was supposed to be there for you in Winterfell. Aunt Phyllis suspected you might be the one, but we weren't sure. The sisterhood had been wrong in the past. When I got word of Aunt Phyllis passing, I tried to make it back to the valley, but by the time I got there, you all were gone. I should have been there for you. Someone should have been. Joach helped me," Elena said, choking on her brother's name. But he. Mycel patted her knee. "I know, Elena. The sisterhood learned what had happened. I was sent to search for you." "Why?" "Several reasons. Not only to help protect you, but also to instruct you in the skills of war. How to handle a sword and a dagger. But I have my magic. Some problems are more easily resolved with a sharp blade than a cast spell. You were to be trained in all manner of warfare. This we could teach you." But this Mycel lifted Elena's gloved hand and slipped off the deerskin that hid her ruby stain. "This we know too little about. Over the centuries, so much has been muddled in rumor and myth. I'm afraid that with the death of your uncle, we lost much. He had been assigned to root through the ruined school for any ancient texts that taught the intricacies of magic. He was to help you. But with his death, the little he had learned was lost, and the Skeltum burned his cottage, destroying the rest." Elena spread the fingers of her ruby hand, her heart quailing with hopelessness. "Then in the ways of magic, I'm on my own." "Yes, but some of the sisterhood believe this might be best," Mycel said. She placed her own hand over Elena's ruby one. "And I share this view." Crinkling her brow, Elena faced Mycel. "But why?" "Prophecy has always said it will be a Witch, a woman mage, who will call forth the drums of war against the Golgotha and bear the torch of freedom." She leaned closer to emphasize her words. "Not a man. The order of male mages could not resist the Golgotha before. So why seek their old knowledge or old ways? There must be a reason a woman was chosen, why you were chosen. A new path is needed, a woman's path." Elena shrank under her intense gaze. Mycel recognized Elena's fear. Her voice softened, and a hand again raised to her cheek. "I'm sorry," she said. "I didn't mean to frighten you." "I don't want this burden," Elena said quietly. She could not stop the tears now. Hot trails flowed down her cheek. Mycel pulled Elena into her arms and hugged her, gently rocking the girl. "Something tells me," Mycel whispered, squeezing her tighter, "you haven't had enough of this on your journey here." They held each other in silence for several moments. Elena could sense the warmth and love in these arms. It was not the love for a prophesied hero, but simply the love of family. Too soon, myself finally lifted Elena's face from her bosom and wiped away her tears. "You have your mother's beautiful eyes," she said softly. Elena swallowed hard and sniffed back her tears. "And that's all I really wanted to tell you. I didn't mean to scare you or burden you further. I just wanted to remind you that you're not just a sword or a ruby hand, but you're also your mother's daughter. A woman. And this may prove your most important strength against the darkness ahead." With a small frown, Mycel again fingered Elena's shorn hair. "Among all these men," she said, her frown becoming a gentle smile, "just don't forget you're a woman." They shared one last quick hug. "I won't," Elena said, remembering that mountain morning so long ago when she had raised both her hands to the dawn's light, one red, one white. She had clasped her hands together, declaring herself both witch and woman. Had she somehow even then known the truth of Mycel's words? "Woman and witch," Elena mumbled. "What was that, Han?" Before Elena could speak, a fierce pounding rattled the door to the room. Eril's voice spat through the pine planks. "The wolf brings word. The warehouse is under attack." Without a word, Mycel flew off the bed and into her scabbards. "Hurry, Elena," she urged. Then, more to herself as she bustled to the door, "Damn my ears, I would have sworn I sensed something earlier." She threw off the latch and flung open the door. Elena bounced off the bed to follow, her heart in her throat. Eril stood, red-faced, with his fist raised. He backed a step to make room for them. "We must hurry." "What's happening?" Mycel asked, pushing past Eril into the hallway. Elena followed her. "I'm not sure," he said. Eril turned to lead the way, but the woman's voice stopped him. "We're not going," she said simply, calm and sure. Eril swung around. "We've no time to argue. Tolchuk's in trouble. And you would take the witch into the jaws of a trap?" She answered. "Into danger?" Eril paused at her words. I. We can't just leave Tolchuk. Kral and the others are already on their way over. Kral is a fierce warrior. I've seen him handle his axe. If what lies at the warehouse cannot be handled by an Ojiri and a mountain man, then it is foolhardy to take Elena there." Elena spoke up, her voice sounding meek in her ears. "But I can help." Mycel placed a hand on her shoulder. "I'm sure you could, honey. But using your magic here would be like setting a blazing beacon for the Dark Lord's minions to follow. You are the future, and we cannot take that risk. But we have to at least try." Elena glanced toward Eril for his support. She did not get it. His eyes blazed with frustration. "As much as I detest leaving the others," he said, "Mycel is right. You know the contingency plan. If danger separated us, we would meet in one moon at Land's End on the coast. But..." "Then it's settled," Mycel interrupted. "I suspect the Ilgard in town are on the move. We must do the same if we are to survive." Elena raised her eyes toward Mycel. "But Tolchuk. He's your son? Would you abandon him a second time?" Her heartfelt words cracked Mycel's firm resolve. The woman glanced away from her, but Elena saw her right hand clench into a fist and her shoulders tremble as she held her emotions in rein. Mycel's words were pained. "I did it once. I can do it again." Elena watched Mycel's expression slowly harden back to iron. Her eyes dried of pending tears, and her lips became firm lines of determination. Elena stared at this transformation. On this journey ahead, would she herself ever grow so strong? And, worse yet, did she even want to? Elena stepped between Eril and Mycel. "No," she said quietly. "I'll not leave Tolchuk or the others." Eril raised a hand to his brow and sighed. "It's a wise plan, Elena. If we let the others draw the fire here in town, we can slip away undetected. We will meet again in Land's End." No. Marcel reached for her, but Elena stepped back. "Honey," Marcel said, "we must leave or..." "No. You just told me that there was a reason a woman was fated to carry this magic. That it was a woman's heart that would make the difference. And, right now, my heart says we stand together." "You must not risk it," Marcel said. "You are the future dawn." "Fate be cursed," she said. "If I'm to battle the Dark Lord, I'll confront him as myself, not as some creature of prophecy." Elena turned to look Marcel in the eye. "I'm sorry, Aunt Mai, but I will not become you. I will not harden my spirit against the world. If I must fight, I'll do it with my whole heart." Elena marched toward the stairs. "I will not leave Tolchuk. On his knees already, Tolchuk fell to one arm on the dirt floor, his other claw still holding the heart aloft though the stone was dull and dead. Before him, flames lapped up the blazing doorframe to consume the back wall of the warehouse. Even the hungry fire failed to brighten the facets of the stone. Without the stone's strength, what hope did he have to resist the black magic here? Past the burning threshold, 100 red eyes stared at him from the rear yard. His head rang with the song of the demon rats, an ancient chorus of torment and laughter. It sapped his will and his strength. He could not resist. As he struggled, an inner fire continued to burn through his bones. He knew this familiar pain. It was the heart of his people trying to fight off the black magic, but it was failing. He squeezed the stone in his claw with the last of his energy. Why would it not blaze? Too weak, his arm finally dropped. He ground the precious heart under his weight as he fell forward. Just before consciousness fled him, he saw the rats swarm toward him, and worse, he felt the magic of the heart abandon him. Kral was the first through the door. He saw the Ojiri crash to the dirt floor of the warehouse. At first, he could not see any threat here except for the spreading fire. Had smoke overwhelmed Tolchuk? Axe in hand, he scanned the warehouse. All he spotted was Elena's gray mare backed in a corner. Fardale whisked forward past Kral's thighs. "There!" Merrick called. His thin arm pointed toward the fire. His sharper elven eyes had detected furtive movement near the blazing doorway. Huge black rats, dozens of them, flowed through the burning portal. Fardale was already beside the Ojiri, hackles raised, a growl flowing from his throat. His head lowered as he stared down the creatures. The rats stopped their approach toward the Ojiri, spreading in a line to face the wolf. Kral did not need to be Siloran to understand Fardale's meaning. His stance said it all. Here was the danger the wolf had scented earlier. But it was just rats. Kral's axe lowered slightly. Then the pitch of Fardale's growl changed to a high whine. The wolf trembled. His whine became a hopeless howl that echoed through the rafters. What was wrong? As the wolf howled and began to teeter on his legs, the rats in front of Fardale suddenly swelled larger. Their bodies, huge already, bloated to the size of small dogs. Fardale fell limp beside the collapsed Ojiri. Merrick and Kral had stopped halfway across the warehouse. "What's happening?" "Black magic," Merrick answered. The Elven stood beside Kral, his silver hair floating in wisps about his face, drifting contrary to the night's breezes. Merrick had touched his elemental magic. "Beware them," he said. "They steal the life from you and use it for their own." The rats again approached the Ojiri. Merrick raised his hands in a warding gesture, and a blast of wind blew out from him. The edge of the sudden gale knocked Kral to the side. He had to stumble a few steps to keep his balance. The wind blasted through the warehouse toward the rats. Straw and dirt billowed into the air, and the flames of the fire flared brighter with the breeze. Caught by the gale, one rat tumbled back into the fiery wall. Its body instantly blew ablaze as if coated with oil. It howled like no beast Kral had ever heard. The small hairs on Kral's arms bristled at the noise. With its eyes burned black, it raced in blind circles for several heartbeats, then lay still, a smoking pile of bone and charred fur. The other rats ignored their companion. With claws dug deep into the packed dirt of the floor, they resisted the elven storm. Though not blown away, they were at least held at bay. It was a standoff. The rats' noses raised in unison, as if sniffing at the elemental wind. They swung their gazes hungrily toward Kral and Merrick. "Beware!" Merrick hissed. A sheen of sweat marked the elven's brow. How long could the elven keep this up? Overhead, the wind-fed flames had raced madly up the rear wall and reached the rafters. The heat now was like an open hearth before his face. And how long until the warehouse collapsed into fiery ruin? "I'll try to drag Tolchuk and Fardale away from them," Kral said, hitching his axe on his belt. "Hold them off. Use caution, Mountain Man. I sense they'll not let their prey escape them so easily." Kral crept forward, crouching low. The wind at his back threatened to tumble him forward into the line of rats. Step by step, he crossed the warehouse toward the Ojiri and the wolf. Once close enough, he saw that his companions still breathed. A wash of relief broke Kral's concentration. His heels slipped, and the wind caught him, driving him to his knees. Growling into his beard, he pushed up. He kept his gaze away from the rats and stared at Tolchuk's clawed foot. Just a bit farther. 3 steps later, he was close enough. He reached an arm out. Just as his fingers touched the Ojiri's foot, the wind died. The sudden lack of support dropped Kral on his rear. He spun around. The elven stood, staring back toward the door they had entered. Mogwait had been left at the entrance to guard their retreat, but there was no sign of the shapeshifter. Instead, a flow of demon rats poured through the opening. He and Merrick were surrounded. Merrick struggled to raise his arms, but the elven was caught in their spell. He backed a step, then fell to his knees. "Flee!" Merrick called to him as he dropped. "Beware their eyes." The elven collapsed to the dirt. Ash rained down from the burning rafters. No longer blown back by Merrick's wind, smoke now choked through the warehouse. His eyes stinging, Kral shoved to his feet. He would not abandon his friends. Nearby, a thunder of hooves startled Kral. He shied away as the girl's terrified mare bolted from the shadows and flew through the rats that stood between it and the exit. One of its iron-shod hooves crushed a rat into a foul smear on its way out the door. The horse vanished into the foggy night. Overhead, a beam suddenly cracked from the heat, showering ash and drawing Kral's attention. He made the mistake of looking up. A huge rat clung to one of the intact rafters above. Its red eyes latched onto his own. Kral could not look away. The red eyes grew larger and larger in his mind until all he saw was the bloodfire that lit the core of the creature. In his ears, he heard the cries of the dying, pleading wails to end their agony. Death was the only escape. It was a song of despair, and it wound its way around Kral's heart. No! Kral fought against it. The granite of his mountain home flowed through his blood and hardened his heart. His magic fought the despair of the song. Yet still he weakened. Kral fell to his knees. In his mind's eye, he saw an ancient tower besieged by dwarf armies. He saw the blood-stained stones burn red from the siege fires. Kral clamped his hands over his ears, but he could not muffle the screaming. He saw the tower's guardians slaughtered and their blood poured over the stones. See, the song and images urged, even the strongest stone cannot resist the darkness. Resistance only prolongs the suffering. Unable to break his locked gaze with the demon rat, Kral was forced to listen. Yet he ground his teeth. Listening was not believing. He was not a tower. He was a mountain. Kral crawled backward across the floor as flaming ash burned his skin and singed his beard. The rat followed him atop the rafter, refusing to let Kral escape its eyes. Victory was impossible, the ancient dying cries sang to him. More rats joined this one. They circled Kral now. Why flee? Just lie down. Escape was just a cruel dream. Kral bit his tongue, using the pain to stay focused. No! The mare had escaped. Drawing on the last of his ebbing strength, he grabbed for one final weapon. He raised up on his knees and whistled sharply with the last of his breath. Then he fell back to his hands in the dirt. The rats closed in on him. Was he too late? Suddenly an explosion of cracking planks erupted behind him. Kral, locked by the black magics, could not glance back. Sparks and embers blew in a swirl around him as a large shape dove in from the rear yard. It was Rorschach, his war charger. Its huge black body galloped forward and shoved between Kral and the demon rat, breaking their locked gazes. The sudden collapse of the link between them sent Kral's vision spinning. All around him was a blur of flames, hooves, and shadow. Kral fought against this confusion. He felt teeth sink into his right hand. Bone cracked, and flesh tore. The pain drew his vision to a tight focus. He saw a large rat worrying his hand. He flung it off him with a swinging whip of his arm. The rat flew off, one of Kral's fingers still in its sharp teeth. Pain fired his hand, but he became rock and walled off the agony. Kral raised his bloody palm and grabbed Rorschach's thick tail, tangling his fingers in the coarse black hair. Rorami Nam, Rorschach! He yelled in the tongue of the crag horses. Rorschach reared, trampling two more rats under his hooves, then leapt forward, dragging Kral along behind him. Kral fought to keep his bloody hold on the horse's tail as he was bounced and rattled across the warehouse floor. He kept his eyes closed. He could not afford the numbing weakness that accompanied the sick gazes of the rats. Splintered wood ripped into his side as Rorschach dragged him through the ruined doorway. He finally opened his eyes as he felt the cobbles of the town square strike his hip and heard his axe blade clatter on the stones. He allowed himself to be dragged a bit farther, then let go, too exhausted to hold on any longer. He tumbled to the street and rolled a few times before stopping. Kral! The mountain man opened his eyes and found Eril leaning over him. Elena stood beside him, holding her gray mare by a lead. Mycel raised a sword in each fist, eyes aglow with the spreading flames of the warehouse. Other townspeople bustled behind the trio. Word of the fire had spread quickly through the foggy night. Somewhere a bell rang loudly. What happened? Eril asked. Mogweed came running. Something about rats. Kral fought to free his tongue, lifting his torn hand. Not rats, he muttered just before his consciousness fled him. Demons. Beneath the tower of Rashomon, Lord Torren crouched over the ebonstone sphere, his splayed nose almost touching its polished surface as it lay cradled in his wrinkled palms. The dwarf lord's eyes were wide in the dim chamber as he stared deep into the black orb. Images of fire and shadowy figures danced in the ebonstone heart. As he watched, one of the prey escaped the pack. Torren hissed his irritation. 3 others still lay under the thrall of despair upon the floor of the warehouse, a wolf, a man, and if he was not mistaken, an Ojiri. He cared nothing for the dog, and though the Ojiri was a novelty, the misshapen creature was of no import. It was the silver-haired man who drew the dwarf's attention. A seeker for many centuries, Torren recognized the white fire nestled near the heart of this thin man. Here was one of the elementals he had sensed in Shadowbrook in these last few days. The fire burned strong in this one, much stronger than in the foppish twins he used as tools in the city. This one could be forged into a potent Nilgard, perhaps one of the most powerful. Maybe even strong enough to withstand. No, he would not let the thought grow full in his mind, not while he was linked to the Ebonstone. His master listened often to these links, hanging like a spider above his web of talismans. No, he dismissed his secret hope and concentrated on the pack. He merged his will deeper into the stone talisman. The shadowy images became crisper as he delved for the minds of the twins. Ryman. Mykoff. Listen and obey. Laughter answered his call. In the warehouse, the rats swept toward the fallen prey, ready to slake their bloodlust. No! The feast must wait. The town awakens. Bring me the man unharmed. The twins ignored his call, the scent of blood too strong in the flaming room. Torren frowned. As a seeker, he despised the Ylgard, even those he helped create. They were wild, twisted beasts hiding in the skin of men. He spat his orders out to them. The master commands. Disobey and I will rip the sacrament from your hearts. This gave the brothers pause. The rats stopped, tails slashing in agitation. Then slowly they backed away from their meal. Bring the man to the tower. He watched the rats converge around the silver-haired man. Thin of limb and features, the man's inner fire burned that much brighter, almost as if his scant flesh was but a feeble excuse to house the elemental magic. He was truly a strong one. Lord Torren's lips spread into a hungry leer as he stared into the ebonstone sphere. Bring him to me. The rats piled onto one another, becoming a squirming, hissing mound of fur and teeth. Forged of river mud and life force, the writhing bodies melded together, creating a living mass of raw flesh, the pack in its pure form. As the dwarf lord urged, the pack transformed itself. Bone, fur, skin, teeth fought for form until a hulking creature arose from the fray, half rat, half man. Covered in black fur, it crouched on two thickly muscled legs and reached for the thin man with clawed arms. Its bestial head, snout and covered in spiked whiskers, sniffed at its prey. Thick lips pulled back to reveal row after row of shredding teeth, and bloodfire raged behind its eyes. Torren sensed its rising lust. He drove his will into the stone. No! Harm him and suffer my wrath. The beast raised its head and hissed at the flaming rafters, its claws digging at the empty air in frustration. It knew its master but fought against the restraint. Obey! With a final wicked swipe at the smoky air, it growled thickly and scooped up the thin man under one arm. Burdened, it loped across the burning warehouse toward the rear door. A few of the demon rats stationed as guards had failed to merge to form the huge beast. As the creature passed, these stray rats shook, and leathery wings sprouted from their backs. They took flight after their leader, fluttering past its massive shoulders and into the foggy night. One rat, though, still dallied, working on something in its jaws. Torren looked closer. It was a finger. The prey who had escaped earlier had not gone uninjured. A spark of elemental fire marked the blood that seeped from the severed finger. Another elemental. The rat seemed to sense Torren's attention. Fearing the dwarf's wrath, it dropped the finger and shook out its buried wings, ready to follow the others. Wait, he sent to this quivering fragment of the pack. Bring me your meal. Hesitant, the demon creature retrieved its prize. Good, good. Now follow the others. With a small squeak, the rat spread its wings with renewed confidence and took to the air, carrying the prized object in its tiny jaws. A whisper of elemental fire traced its path out into the night. Torren watched the progression of the pack through the back alleys and byways of Shadowbrook. Satisfied that his orders would be obeyed, Torren allowed his eyes to close. He settled the ebonstone talisman into the mud of the tower cellar and removed his hands from the sphere. One finger traced an arc of silver along its smooth surface. If only his people had never discovered the vein of ebonstone under the mountains of their Gulgothal homeland, then maybe. Torren shook his head. Foolish, idle thoughts. His people had made their choices, just as he had himself. He lifted his finger from the stone and sighed. He pictured again the strength of the magic in the prisoner caught this night. And what of the one who had escaped? If he was just as strong? If Torren could forge both to his will? Torren pictured two Ylgard with the brutality of potent magic. Dare he hope? Elena watched with a hand over her heart as Eril examined Kral. Eril wrapped a tight bandage around the mountain man's bloody fist. He'll live, Eril said, pushing to his feet. He glanced at the huge warcharger standing guard over its fallen master. We don't have time to move the man, but Rorschach will watch over him. Ariel tossed a copper coin to a boy gawking at the flames of the burning warehouse. Keep a hand on our mare, he told the child, taking Mist's lead from Elena and holding it out toward the boy, and you'll get another copper for your trouble. Why yes, sir. The boy stared at the shiny copper in his palm as he blindly accepted the lead. Around them, the square now bustled with men bearing buckets and women manning the 2 pumps in the square. A chandlery and a cobbler's shop to either side of the warehouse were being soaked to protect them from the spreading flames and embers. A large bearded man ran up to their group. It was the man who had rented the warehouse to them. What happened? His eyes were fixed on the burning structure. Ariel straightened and drew his sword. That's what we are about to find out. Ariel turned his back on the man and led the way toward the warehouse. The front of the building still resisted the fire, but from the roof, flames spat high into the night air, and smoke billowed out from the open doorway. The warehouse would not stand much longer. Hurry, Ariel urged. Myself followed, hovering beside Elena. Short of breath from both smoke and fear, Elena gasped as she ran. The heat coming from the building swelled like a sudden breeze off a raging bonfire. Her cheeks grew ruddy from the heat, and her eyes watered. Ariel stopped a man in an apron who had been hurrying by with a bucket. Douse us, he ordered. The man, sweat and soot marring his face, stared at him as if he were mad, but the sword at his belly kept his tongue silent. We have friends inside, Ariel urged. We must help them, Dot. The man's eyes grew wide, and he waved a heavy-set woman over to him. She bore a bucket in each hand. Help us, Mabel, he called. These folks are gonna try and see if anyone is alive inside. The woman shambled to them, a frown on her lips. Daft idea. They're just gonna get themselves killed, too. Hush, Mabel. The man took his bucket and dumped it over Ariel's head. What if it were me in there? He said. The woman soaked down my cell. I'd let you burn, she said. Be rid of your lollygagging ways, I would. Still her eyes shone with concern for them all. The boy, too, Ariel instructed, indicating Elena. The heavy-set woman glanced in surprise. My cell answered her unspoken question. He's a firebrand, she said, naming Elena as an elemental who could control flames. If our friends yet live, we will need his skill. Mabel nodded knowingly and poured her second bucket over Elena's head. Elena shuddered at its frigid touch, but the well water instantly washed away the fire's heat. Ariel studied her for a moment, as if judging Elena's fortitude. She stared him straight in the eye until he nodded and turned toward the warehouse. Soaked and dripping, they ran toward the warehouse door. Smoke stung the eye and burned the nose, but the summer storm that had threatened at sunset finally arrived. A stiff breeze blew the smoke across the square, thinning it enough to breathe, and a crack of thunder split the sky. Rain began pelting the cobbles. Behind Elena, cheers arose from the townsfolk. With her back to the commotion, Elena slipped her glove from her right hand and exposed her ruby stain to the flames. It took her a moment to free her Witch's dagger from its sheath at her belt, the rose-carved pommel catching on the mossy strands that bound her left hand. Once free, she notched her thumb and used the blood to mark her eyes. Mycel noticed her action. Elena, what are you doing? The blood allows me to see the weaves of magic around me, she answered. Satisfied, Mycel nodded, as if this were a common statement for a young woman to utter. As they arrived at the shattered doorway to the warehouse, Elena reached for the well of power in her heart. She felt the familiar surge of rich energies, her skin tingling. Ahead of her, Ariel entered the warehouse, crouching low to avoid the worst of the smoke. Elena followed with Mycel, who watched their rear, both swords in hand. Coughing, Elena waved smoke from her face, the heat drying her cheeks to a burn in only a few breaths. She looked around her. The inside of the warehouse was a smoldering battlefield. Flaming sections of roof and rafters lit the chamber, and smoke curled like a living creature through the room. A portion of the rear wall had fallen in and crushed their wagon. It was a ruin. What had not been smashed had caught flame and burned. But the loss of their supplies was the least of their concerns. Over there. Errol pointed to the large form collapsed on the far side of the building. Tolchuk, he said. And I think that's the wolf beside him. Elena stared, willing her magic to grow in her fist. Her right hand began to glow with a nimbus of energy. Elena's vision shifted as the magic suddenly tinged her sight. Mycel, beside her, bloomed like a white candle in the night, her elemental flame strong and clear. The seeker's skill was strong in her. Glancing across the chamber, Elena's spellcast vision seemed unaffected by the smoke and sting. It is them, she said, confirming Erril's statement, but I don't see Merrick. Swinging in a slow circle, she scanned the room. Nearby, she could make out faint areas of a reddish fire, not the red of a clean flame, but something more sickly. She crossed to one spot and discovered the remains of what looked like a huge rat, a hoofprint smashed clearly into its black flesh. But this was no ordinary rat. She leaned closer. Like an ember in a dying hearth, a foul fire glowed out from it. A part of her knew its name. Bloodfire, she whispered. Get back from that, Mycel warned. She sheathed one of her swords and pulled Elena away, her nose curling in distaste. With her elemental skills, Mycel must have also sensed the corruption here. Elena straightened, remembering Kral's words. Not rats. Demons. They're gone, Elena said, glancing about the smoldering room as she followed Erril. Rain began pelting through several new holes in the roof. Where the cool rain met the flames, sizzling steam arose around them as the fires were doused. The blood fire also began to fade from the chamber. They've fled. Who? Erril asked as he cautiously led them around piles of smoking debris. He had his sword raised, ready for a sudden attack. Elena pushed past him, shrugging off even Mycel's restraining grasp. The creatures of the Ilgard. They've fled from here. It's clear. Are you certain? Erril asked. Yes. I, too, sense their presence has faded, Mycel added. They end their hunt this night. But by tomorrow's light we must be gone. No longer fearing demons, the trio hurried to Tolchuk and Fardale. Their companions lay sprawled on the dirt floor, eyes open but unaware. Quick attempts to revive them failed. Erril grabbed one of Tolchuk's legs and nodded for Mycel to grab the other. Can you drag the wolf by yourself, Elena? She nodded, distracted. With her blood-tinged vision, she saw the brilliant glow shining forth from the Ojiri's thigh pouch. Its light shone in tiny piercing rays through the stitching in the pouch's hide, the magic of Tolchuk's Heartstone talisman, she guessed. Elena? Erril asked, noticing her pause. He and Mycel had the Ojiri's legs already in hand. Elena straightened and swung in a circle. If her blood-tinged eyes could see all forms of magic, from Mycel's elemental fire to the glow of Tolchuk's Heartstone, then why didn't she see Merrick's fire? The shattering realization took hold of her. He's gone, she said, her voice trembling and cracking. What are you talking about? Merrick. His elemental magic should be a beacon in here. I don't see it. Maybe he's hidden behind one of these mounds of debris, Erril offered. The smoldering fires might be masking him. Or he could be dead, Mycel said, coldly practical. Erril glanced sourly at her. We'll search for the Elven after we get these others out of here. He began to drag the Ojiri across the dirt. We won't find Merrick here. Elena suddenly declared. Somehow she knew this was true. He's been captured. A section of roof suddenly crashed off to the side, startling them all. Though the fire seemed to be losing its battle to the rain, the flames had weakened the supports to the warehouse. Posts groaned, and the roof bowed ominously. Captured or not, we need to get out of here, Errol said fiercely. Elena glanced one last time around her, grabbed Fardale's rear legs, and struggled to haul him after the others. The wolf was heavier than she had suspected. Groaning and straining, she fought his limp weight across the floor. Are you all right? Errol called back to her. I'll manage. She spat back at him. At least her burden kept her distracted from their missing companion. By the time they neared the door, a few townsmen had braved the dwindling flames and pushed into the warehouse, led by the apron man who had doused them with water. Give him a hand, gents. The men helped haul Tolchuk and Fardale out to the cobbled streets of the square. Elena slipped her ruby hand back into her glove and reined in her magic. Her vision returned to normal. What manner of beast is this? One of them mumbled who handled the ojiri. Some misbirth, another hissed at him. Poor creatures only fit to be a carnival freak. Maybe it were best if we'd left him to the fire. No one spoke against these sad words. Once out in the clear air, Errol directed the men in hauling their injured to the painted pony. I'll fetch a healer, one of them offered. No need, Errol said. All they need is a day or two in a warm bed. Errol then left with a few other men to search the warehouse for Merrick. Elena did not follow. She knew it was useless. She and Mycel guided the men, burdened with her fallen comrades, to their rooms. The innkeeper of the painted pony watched the parade of men with wide eyes. If they be sick, I don't want them in my inn. He hollered at the men. I won't have no contagion in my establishment. As if you're concerned, Heron, about the health of your patrons. Scolded the apron man, shoving crusts of bread from underfoot. Elena had learned the bold man was the town's cobbler. He owned the shop next to the warehouse. As the innkeeper grumbled, they continued up the stairs. Mogweed met Elena at the door to their rooms. I finished packing both. His eyes grew wide at the number of men and their burden. His eyes settled on the limp form of his brother in the huge arms of the town's blacksmith. The emotions that warred across the shapeshifter's face made it seem almost as if he had regained his shifting skills. He backed to let them all in. Once settled in their rooms, Elena thanked the men and offered them a handful of coppers from the troops' reserve. The cobbler shook his head at her fistful of coins. Here in Shadowbrook, kindness does not have to be bought with coppers. The other men mumbled their agreement, then left. Directed by Mycel, Mogweed went to fetch hot water. Alone now, Mycel stepped up to Elena. You should get out of those soaking clothes before a chill sets into you. Nodding, Elena slipped off her jacket. Her eyes were fixed on the trio of slumbering friends. Why did they not awaken? Not even the rain seemed to stir them. Behind her, Mycel gasped. Elena glanced back. Mycel had frozen midway in removing her scabbards. Her eyes were on Elena, her expression shocked. What is it? Elena asked. Your arm. Mycel pointed to the girl's left side. Elena raised her bare arm. Her own mouth gaped in horror. The mossy strands had spread from her hand, coiling and sprouting up to her shoulder. Her entire arm now ran with vines and tiny leaves. A small purplish flower even adorned her elbow. What is happening? She asked, her throat tightening. Mycel tossed aside her scabbards and crossed to Elena. She scrutinized her arm. The boy who bewitched you on the street. He said he needed your magic. Elena nodded. This is disastrous, Mycel said, picking at a vine near her shoulder. Her face grew dark. I had thought it only a minor nuisance. What? When you loosened your magic in the warehouse, it must have given fuel for this bewitched growth. She looked at Elena gravely. The swamp vines feed on your magic. Elena pulled back from Mycel. The more you use it, the thicker it will grow. Until Mycel's lips tightened. She did not want to voice her thought. What? Tell me. Gripping Elena's shoulders, she stared her square in the eyes. You must not use your magic anymore. Swear it. But why? Mycel released Elena and turned away. Her firm voice dissolved into tears. If you continue to use your magic, the vines will kill you. 17. Burdened with 2 crates, Eril pushed into the room to find Elena resting on a corner of a bed beside the limp form of the wolf. She had a blanket wrapped around her shoulders, her eyes on Fardale. Nearby, Mycel was bent over Kral, working with needle and thread on his injured hand. Her scabbards leaned against the walls. I found no sign of the Elven, Eril said as introduction. Were you able to revive any of the others? His question was answered with a sullen shake of Elena's head. Eril's eyes narrowed. Something was amiss here. What's wrong? He asked as he dropped the 2 crates he had recovered from the burned wagon. The horses, shaken and sweating, had all survived and were corralled behind the inn's decrepit barn. A few more crates were stashed in the hall, carried here by a couple of helpful townspeople. All else was a ruin. Where's Mogweed? He's gone to fetch hot water, Mycel answered from where she worked on Kral. I've a few herbs in my supplies, raspberry leaf and dried ribbonberries, stimulants that may perhaps draw them from this strange slumber. Her words were half-hearted, with none of her usual heat. I sent a man to fetch my gelding in bags. Mycel worked a bandage around Kral's fist, then faced Eril. But we've more to worry about. I'm afraid I poorly misjudged Elena's bewitching. The spell was cast with more skill than I initially suspected. Before her words were finished, Eril was already at Elena's side. He knelt where she sat on her bed. Silently, Elena showed him her moss-encrusted fingers. It looks the same, he began to say. Then Elena drew the blanket up her bare arm. The vines and pea-sized leaves ran a twisted course around her arm to her shoulder. He could not keep his eyes from widening in shock. What does this mean? Mycel told him her suspicions. Eril sat back upon his heels. But if she can't use her magic, how do we hope to reach Aloa Glen? Mycel crossed to them. We don't. Not unless we can lift this bewitching. Elena dropped the blanket back over her arm. Eril patted her on a knee. How do we rid her of the spell? Only the one who cast it can undo it, Mycel said. We'll have to take her to the Witch. Eril stood. He recognized the worry in her eyes. You suspect who cast this spell? Yes, I do. The moss that grows on Elena's arm is a type of vine named Choker's Nest. It grows only in the Innova swamps. Mycel looked at Eril intently. But that's almost a moon's journey from here, Eril argued. Mycel frowned at him, clearly tired of his stating the obvious. Before further words could be spoken, Mogweed forced his way into their room, encumbered with a pail of steaming water and a set of writing packs over one shoulder. I've your supplies and the water you wanted, he said, seemingly oblivious to the tension in the room. Where do you want them? We'll talk more of this later, Mycel said to Eril. Right now, let's see about your companions, Before Eril could object, she waved Mogweed to the space between the 2 beds where the Ojiri and the mountain man lay. The shapeshifter set the pail down roughly, sloshing water across the pine floor planks. Mycel took the packs from him. I need mugs, she said. Mogweed stared blankly at her a moment. Then his brows lowered. I'll get them, he said with an exasperated sigh. As he left, Mycel fingered through her packs. Finally, she extracted 2 parchment-wrapped packages. She called Elena to her side. Crush these leaves and berries, she said, tossing her 2 tiny packages. Eril realized he would get no further information from Mycel, not until some attempt was made to revive their companions. How can I help? He said. Mycel tested the water in the pail with a finger. See if you can raise Tolchuk a bit. When I dose him, I don't want the elixir to drown him. Erril nodded and slid to the far side of Tolchuk's bed. He pulled the blanket lower so he could get to one of the Ojiri's arms. He freed the thick limb from the blanket. As Erril gripped Tolchuk's wrist, he noticed two things. Tolchuk's flesh was as cold as a day-old corpse, and the claws of the Ojiri's hand clutched a large object in their sharp grip. Erril immediately recognized the glinting object still stubbornly clasped in the sleeping giant's fist. It was the heart of his people. Though unconscious and half-dragged here, the Ojiri had never let it drop. Curious, Erril attempted to pry open Tolchuk's massive fist. Perhaps here lay some clue to what had occurred in the warehouse. It took the strength of all his fingers to drag open a single claw. "What are you doing?" Mycel asked sharply. Erril continued to fight the Ojiri's grip. "Trying to free Tolchuk's heartstone." "Why?" Erril glared up at her, swiping away a fall of his black hair from his face. "The stone might give us some clue to the threat we face." Erril went back to freeing the stone. Finally, with sweat on his brow, he pried open the last of the claws. Fully exposed in the Ojiri's palm, the facets of the heartstone seemed oddly subdued in the lamplight. Erril reached for it. "Don't!" Elena suddenly cried. She had stopped crumbling the dried herb and stared at Tolchuk with a studied expression. Erril's hand froze. His fingers hovered over the stone. "What is it, honey?" Mycel asked, drawing nearer. "The heart usually glows with at least a trace of Ojiri magics," she said, waving at the stone. "In the warehouse, as he lay sprawled, I saw his pouch ablaze with magics. I guessed it was just the stone. But if he held the heart in his fist, then it must be something else." She pointed to his blanket-covered waist. "Something in his pouch." Erril pulled his hand back from the stone and grabbed the blanket's edge. He swept down the woolen covering. The goatskin pouch was still tied around the Ojiri's broad thigh. The pouch bulged with something other than its usual sacred object. Glancing briefly to the others, Erril reached for the leather drawers. He tugged them open just as something in the pouch suddenly thrashed. Startled, Erril yanked away his fingers, accidentally striking the heartstone with the edge of his hand. As the stone knocked free of the Ojiri's palm, the opening of the thigh pouch suddenly burst forth with a sharp brilliance. Blinded for a heartbeat, Erril backed a step. He blinked away the dazzle. The flare of radiance soon died down to a smoldering red glow. Yet the light was not quiet. The intensity of the glow rose and fell rhythmically like that of a beating heart. "Stand back," Mycel warned, her voice suspicious. Elena took a step closer. "Something's coming." The contents of the pouch wormed toward the opening. As they watched, the strange object in the pouch suddenly poked free of its glowing cave. Its whiskered snout tested the air. Then its body slid from the pouch's interior. "It's a rat," Erril said. "Kral had mentioned rats," Mycel said, placing a hand on Elena's shoulder. "Spawn of the Ilgard." Elena shook her head. "This is not one of them. It's injured." She pointed to the twist in the rat's spine as it struggled free. The rat seemed unhampered by its injury. Its slow crawl from the pouch was more caution than disability. Its eyes seemed to watch everything at once. "The glow," Elena began to say. Erril noted it, too. The radiance followed the rat from the pouch. No, that was not exactly right. As its tiny clawed legs drew the last of its body free, the source of the rich light became clear. "The rat's glowing," Mycel said, wonder etching her hard voice. The rat was the usual mud brown of the common river rats. But from its lice-ridden fur, a rosy glow ebbed and flowed, a nimbus of light that gave the drab creature a certain beauty, as if the radiance highlighted all that was good and noble in the beast. "What does it mean?" Elena asked. Both Erril and Mycel just stared. Suddenly the door banged open behind them. All of them jumped, even the rat. That stingy innkeep would only give me one mug. Mogweed said sourly as he entered the room. Quiet. All three of them scolded him, freezing him in place. The rat, startled by the sudden intrusion, fled up from Tolchuk's waist and scrabbled across the Ojiri's barrel chest to hide under his craggy chin. It cowered there, its light flaring brighter with its fright. The glow bathed Tolchuk's face, casting each rough plane and deep wrinkle of the Ojiri in sharp relief. As the radiance had improved the aspect of the common river rat, the glow seemed to highlight the character and strength hidden within Tolchuk's coarse features. He is so much like his father, Mysel murmured, her voice so soft, so unlike her, that Eril did not know for a moment who had spoken. He glanced up to see a single tear shine in the swordswoman's eye. As they watched, Tolchuk's wide-splayed nose twitched. The glow, like piped smoke, was drawn inside the slumbering Ojiri as he breathed in deeply. His lips began to move silently, as if he were speaking in some deep dream. His open eyes, which had been staring blindly at the thin rafters above, slid closed. What's happening? Mogweed asked. Mysel shushed him. She reached a hand to Tolchuk's shoulder. I think he now slips into normal sleep. The spell is lifting. She leaned closer to the Ojiri. Tolchuk, can you hear me? Tolchuk snored thinly for a few heartbeats, then spoke in a throaty whisper. Mother? Mother, where be you? Mysel patted his shoulder. I'm here, son. It's time to wake. But father wanted me to tell you something. Glancing at the others, Mysel's expression was clearly worried. Tolchuk continued to mumble. Father says to tell you that he be sorry he made you go away. His heart still hears your voice, and his bones still remember your heat. He misses you. Mysel's voice cracked. She did not hide her tears. I miss him, too. She gripped Tolchuk's shoulder tighter. But, Tolchuk, it is time to come back here. There is still much to do. I remember. I remember, he said with rising heat. The Bane. Tolchuk's eyes jerked open, a stifled cry escaped his lips, and his body spasmed as he came fully awake. He glanced around him. What happened? Where be I? He tried to rise, but Mysel placed a hand on his chest, over his heart. You're safe. The rat, though, seemed to realize that it was not safe and hobbled down one of the Ojiri's arms. Tolchuk glanced at it, his fanged lips curling in disgust. He tried to fling it away, but Elena grabbed the rat with both hands and snatched it up. Tolchuk, this little one just saved your life, she said, cradling it to her chest. Its scaled tail wrapped around her wrist. It no longer glowed and seemed a normal rat again. It chewed absently at the tiny vinelets wrapping her fingers, then spat them out. The Ojiri's eyes grew clearer. I know that rat, he said. That crooked tail. I put it in my pouch. Why? Mysel asked intensely, as if her question were of utmost impact. Why did you do that? Tolchuk pushed to a seated position. He shivered, finally feeling his chilled skin. I don't know. He was injured. Tolchuk shrugged. Was Mysel's only comment. What? Eril asked. Mysel nodded toward the floor. Give him back his heartstone. Eril bent and retrieved the priceless gem from where it had been knocked to the floor. It was heavy. Eril could barely fit his fingers around it to grip it one-handed. He lifted it. The heart, Tolchuk said. His expression was worried. He held out his palm. Eril placed the stone in the Ojiri's hand. As soon as it touched Tolchuk's flesh, the facets of the stone blew to fire. The light sparked and shone throughout the room. It's come back to life. Tolchuk exclaimed. I thought it dead. I felt it abandon me. Mysel nodded. It did. All but Tolchuk turned to stare at her. What do you recall of the attack of the Ilgard? She asked. Tolchuk's eyes rose to meet hers. The who? Mycel explained about what had happened to him and the others. Tolchuk's eyes seemed finally to focus on his two companions, slumbering in pale, on the neighboring cots. Merrick is gone? He asked, his voice wounded. What do you remember about the attack? Mycel repeated. Tolchuk swallowed some hard lump in his throat. They came in the form of demon rats. Their eyes shone with some sick inner fire. Bloodfire, Elena said and ignored the other's stares. She nodded for Tolchuk to continue as her fingers soothed the small rat. Their eyes drew me into them, into a world of pain and despair. I could not resist. I became lost and could not find my way back. I weakened with their song of screams and hopelessness. I tried to resist with the heart, but it was dead, just a lump of stone in my fist. No, Mycel said. The magic was protecting itself. What you describe I have heard before. There is a form of Ilgard black magic that feeds on one's life force. In this case, the demon rats sapped your spirit with their despairs, a most potent magic. And with the heart storing the spirits of your dead, the Ilgard could have drawn off even these last stray bits of life force, stealing your ancestors away forever. Tolchuk's eyes widened with her words. So to protect itself, the spirits and their power fled into another vessel, something blocked from the spellcast eyes of the Ilgard. Mycel nodded toward the rat in Elena's arms. It stayed there until it could return to you and share its energies to revive you. No one said anything for several heartbeats. Finally, Errol broke the silence. But what of Kral and Fardale? He asked. Could the stone cure them, too? Mycel stepped back and waved Tolchuk toward the other two beds. Let's find out. Lord Torren crouched lower in the mud, listening. He heard the scrape of stone from one of the many tunnels that burrowed out from the cellar region of the tower. The pack had returned. He reached and grasped the ebonstone sphere. Pushing a fragment of his spirit into the stone, he ignited the well of bloodfire within. Tiny flames began to skate over its surface, and the room brightened with its sick fire. Near his feet, the pale forms of Mykoff and Ryman lay sprawled in the mud. Their naked skin ran bloody with the light of the flames. They were twin shells, empty now, that awaited the return of their creations. A scrape again sounded from a nearby tunnel. The dwarf lord raised his eyes. Through the dark eye of a tunnel opening, the beast shambled into the cellar. Red eyes shone with baleful flames, while oiled black fur reflected the bloodfire of the talisman. A scattering of heavy bats flew in behind the creature to settle into the mud. Wings retracted, and the bats became rats again. One scurried over to offer its prize to its master. Torren ignored the severed finger dropped at his lap. His eyes were fixed on the burden carried under a thick arm of the monstrous beast. The captive was a wraith of a man, all limb and neck. Silver hair, tied in a braid, dragged in the mud as the demon beast lumbered into the room. The magic in the prisoner struck his senses like a wash of icy water. Over the many centuries he had served as a seeker for the Dark Lord, he had never come upon one so rich in elemental fire. Torren sniffed at the dank air. He smelled ocean breezes and the scent of winter storms. An elemental of wind and air. He had never chanced upon one skilled in this element. He wondered how the black magic of the ebonstone would twist this unique power. What manner of Ilgard would arise from this man? His heart beat faster than it had in ages. This one was strong. Shackle him, the dwarf lord ordered, pointing to the iron manacles bolted to one wall of the cellar. The beast swung its whiskered snout toward Torren and hissed, its bloodlust bright in its eyes. But the pack, even here in its strongest form, seemed weak and small compared to the power he had just scented. Do as I command. Torren raised the ebonstone sphere, and bloodfire spat higher. Wicked flames reached for the creature. It cowered away, subdued by his show of power. With its shoulders hunched against the brightness of the talisman, it stepped over the pale forms of Mykoff and Ryman. Crossing to the far wall, it roughly yanked and twisted the thin man's limp form until his two wrists were clamped in iron bands. The beast stepped back. The prisoner now hung from his wrists, his toes unable to reach the mud floor. Satisfied his captive was secure, Torren faced the black beast. "The hunt is done this night," he hissed at it. "Return to your slumber." Resistance was plain in its hungry eyes. It took a step toward him, claws rising. Torren shook his head at its display. Such a poor tool for his use. He lowered the ebonstone talisman, touching first Mykoff, then Ryman. With the caress of the stone, their limp bodies spasmed tight as drawn bowstrings. Their backs arched from the mud, necks stretched back, jaws opened in silent screams. The beast froze in its approach. Rows of yellow fangs glinted as it hissed its frustration. "Begone!" the dwarf lord ordered. He ran a wrinkled palm across the polished surface of the stone. As his hand quelled the fire, the beast simply collapsed into a mound of squirming black worms. "Return to your hosts." The worms twisted and roiled in a mass toward Mykoff and Ryman. They rolled over the taut bodies of the twins, then burrowed home, squirming into their mouths, up their noses, and into every opening in the pair's bodies. The pale forms gagged and choked on the worms as the pack returned to roost. Their bellies swelled with the worms until the two brothers appeared as bloated corpses. Then their bellies subsided as the magic-given substance returned to its original energies. The power ran again through the blood and bones of the twins. Mykoff was the first to rise from the mud. Again his features were those of a statue, all emotion drained away by the hunt. The young man's colorless thin lips sighed. Ryman arose next, his red eyes glancing briefly at his brother, then at Torren. "Return to your rooms," Torren said. "The hunt." Mykoff dared. Torren pointed to the wall where the prisoner hung. "You have done well. The master is pleased." His words raised a shadow of a smile from each. Torren knew this was an ecstatic response from the brothers after the pack had drained them. "Go to your beds and rest." Torren retrieved the bloody finger from the mud near his knees. "We will hunt again on the morrow's twilight." These words raised even a greater smile, a hint of teeth showing. Their bloodlust had been denied this night, but the thought of another hunt promised another chance to slake their hunger. The two brothers slowly climbed from the mud, helping each other up. With a barest bow of heads, they turned and retreated to the door that led to the tower stair. Once gone, the dwarf lord raised the torn finger to his nose and sniffed at it. He scented caves of stone and the muskiness of mined ore. Rock magic. Even this small token promised another elemental of savage fire. He brought the finger to his lips and tasted the blood and tore into its flesh. Its taste and trace of magic would help guide him this night. Tonight's hunt must not fail. Not if he was to allow himself a hope. Too ill-guard to be bent to his will. Too of such strength. His eyes closed as he imagined the power at his command. Power enough to defy the Black Heart and seek the Trisil. He put aside these dreams and raised his gaze to the captive hung in iron on the wall. First, he had a spirit to break and cast upon the bloodfire of his ebonstone pyre. Like his dwarf ancestors, skilled masters of the forge, he would hammer and fold this one into a blade of the keenest edge and fiercest steel. He raised the ebonstone sphere whose hollow heart had been filled with the blood of the last defender of Rashomon. Torren still remembered the screams of the soldier as he had cut his beating heart from his chest and used the hot blood to fuel the ebonstone sphere. The dwarf lord reached for the power of the stone, sensing the soldier's living spirit trapped in the stone along with his blood. Over the ages, the man's bright spirit had been twisted and demented by the horrors in which Torren had employed the fire of the soldier's dying heart. Unable to resist, the stone blew ablaze with the fire and despair of this long-dead soldier. His screams sounded in Torren's ears as the dwarf lord climbed from the mud and approached his new prisoner. What he had done to this soldier would be a kindness compared to his plans for the captive hung on the wall. Yet Torran did not falter. He knew the lessons of his ancestors. The hardest steel had to be forged in the hottest flame. Pulled from a fiery nightmare, Kral opened his eyes to a red flame. Panicked, his heart thundering, he beat frantically at the threat, but his arms tangled in some clinging netting. "Lie still, Kral." The mountain man recognized Eril's voice, and the world snapped to focus. He lay on a cot in one of their rooms, snared in a woolen blanket. His side ached, and his hip throbbed. He groaned as he remembered his wild ride through the burning warehouse. Tolchuk lowered his glowing heartstone from Kral's face. "He awakens." Kral stared up into the Ojiri's worried face. The last time he had seen Tolchuk, the Ojiri had been sprawled out on the warehouse floor. He glanced to the neighboring bed. Fardale sat atop the next cot, leaning into Elena's fingers as she scratched the wolf behind one ear. With relief, Kral realized they had escaped, too. The mountain man found his tongue still thick in his throat. "What happened?" "You were attacked by the Ilgard," Eril said. "They drained your strength with a spell of despair, but the magic in Tolchuk's heartstone broke its hold on you." The plainsman's words were spoken without joy. Recalling Merrick's collapse in the warehouse, Kral glanced around the room, expecting to see the elven. "Merrick?" "He's vanished," Eril said with heat. "We were hoping you had some clue as to what might have happened." His thoughts still confused, Kral freed an arm from his blankets and discovered his right hand wrapped in a bloody bandage. It throbbed and ached. He remembered the rat gnawing away his finger. A shudder traveled through his limbs. He had never felt so cold, not even among the snows of his mountain home. Mycel stepped forward with a steaming mug. She frowned at Eril as she passed Kral the cup. She scolded the plainsman. "He's still weak. Give Kral a moment to clear the dregs of the Ilgard's spell before you interrogate him." Shivering, Kral accepted the hot mug with his good hand, his fingers wrapping tightly around the cup to absorb its heat. "Drink it all," Mycel ordered, straightening. "The tea will give you strength." Kral did not argue. At first, he just sipped the sweet tea, but as its warmth traveled from his belly out to his fingers and toes, he found himself gulping it greedily. He drained the cup and leaned back in his bed, closing his eyes. He held out the mug. "More." Mycel took the mug from him with a grin. There was enough ribbonberry in that cup for a brace of stallions. "Just give it a few moments to work through you." Her words soon proved true. After a few breaths, a soothing warmth spread through Kral, and the blanket began to stifle him. He tossed it back. Even his aching side protested less sharply. He pulled himself up higher in the bed. Eril weighed Kral with his eyes before speaking. "Now what do you recall about the warehouse?" Kral cleared his throat and started his story. As he related his tale, the expressions of the others grew grimmer. "Then the demons surrounded us." Already tired from using his magic, Merrick dropped quickly. "Then the rats were upon me. It was only Rorschach's strong legs that saved me from further damage at the beast's teeth." He held up his bandaged hand. Mycel pushed down Kral's arm. "I knit your torn skin with needled sheep's gut and applied a balm of bittersroot to help it heal clean, but you must rest it." "Wounds heal," he said, dismissing her warning. He knew from past injuries that his magics would speed his healing. He was rock. Eril spoke next. "So after you fell, the rats attacked you?" Kral nodded. "I sensed a bloody hunger in their eyes," he said, his brows growing dark. "If Merrick is gone, I fear the worst." Mycel sniffed dismissively. "Put aside those fears," she said as she hauled a pail from beside the bed. "Merrick lives." "How can you be so sure?" Eril asked. "They left Tolchuk and the wolf. If they were simply after meat, they wouldn't have left behind such a rich supply." Elena shifted on the neighboring cot. So why take Merrick and leave the others? The girl mumbled. Mycel answered, because he's rich in elemental magic's excellent fodder for the Dark Lord's Ilgard army. Her voice grew grave. But his abduction raises a larger fear. What is that? Erril asked. With their purposeful choice of targets, I now suspect that I'm not the only seeker here in Shadowbrook. Someone else hunts the city. She glanced at Kral and nodded at his hand. They've had a taste of you and will come after you again. Once the Dark Lord's seeker has caught your scent, he will not give up the chase. You're too strong and elemental, a prize trophy for any seeker. Her words silenced the others. Mogweed was the first to speak. What of Elena? Can this seeker sniff her out, too? Mycel placed a hand on the shapeshifter's shoulder. Mogweed, you're the only one who's thinking straight. It's tragic that Merrick is lost, but Elena should be our priority. I don't believe this seeker is aware of her. Elena's magic is not elemental. It's blood magic. She is invisible to my seeking, and I suspect to all others, too. But Kral will draw the hounds of the Black Heart like the blood of a wounded fox. That we must consider. What are you suggesting? Erril asked. Kral found the woman's hard eyes settle on him. Kral must not come with us. Stunned expressions spread through the room. Kral's face, though, stayed rock. She is right. I will only draw attention to Elena. Elena stood up from her bed, her face red, near tears. No, we all must stand together. We can't leave Kral behind. The blanket fell from her shoulders. Kral stared wide-eyed at the spread of vines and leaves up her arm. He interrupted the girl's declaration. What happened to Elena? The girl glanced to her enshrouded limb, and the fire seemed to leave her body. She sank back to the bed as Erril explained about the bewitched link between the vines and her magic. She must not touch her magic, he finished, or the growth could overwhelm and kill her. Then that's even more of a reason for me to leave, Kral said firmly. She can't afford a confrontation with the minions of the Dark Lord. The best way I could help is to lead them astray, distract the hunt from her. No, Elena said, but her voice was now less sure. Kral sat up straighter and threw his legs to the floor. He stared at the young lass. Elena, I would die before I let my blood draw attention to your trail. You have no say in this matter. I will travel no farther with you. But... He placed his good hand on her knee. No. Elena stared around at the others for help. None would meet her eye. Her shoulders slumped. Then what is our plan? Mycel answered, speaking a breath before Erril. Daybreak nears. We must leave soon thereafter. To leave before dawn would draw too many suspicious eyes. We will leave while the town awakens and the river barges set sail. Elena turned teary eyes toward Kral. And what will you do after we leave? I will stay. Merrick is somewhere here in Shadowbrook. I mean to find him and free him. But we could help you. No. Without your magic, you are useless. Kral saw how his words pained her, but as a mountain man, he had learned that true words were often hard to hear. You'd just be in my way, someone I would have to guard. Tolchuk spoke into the pain tension. You would not have to guard me, man of the mountains. I will stay with you. What? Kral swung on the Ojiri. Tolchuk held his chunk of heartstone. The heart can fight the spellcast sleep of the Ilgard. If you find Merrick, you may need my help. No, Tolchuk, Erril said, mirroring Kral's own thoughts. Your words are noble, but your strong arms and your magic are best used to guard Elena. Kral nodded. Mycel stepped into the argument. Elena is the important. Enough. Tolchuk's shout shook the thin, planked walls. He shoved the heartstone before him. He pointed it first at Elena, and the stone grew dark, its bright facets dimming. Then he swung his fist toward Kral, and the stone blew to a blinding radiance. The mountain man leaned away from its brilliance. Tolchuk's arm trembled with his fervor. As it has always done, the heart commands me where I must go. I must stay with Kral. His eyes defied anyone to question him further. The display silenced everyone. Then it's decided, Mycel said, staring at her son with cold eyes. Kral and Tolchuk stay and draw off our enemies. Perhaps they may succeed in freeing Marek, but if not, their deaths won't be in vain. Mycel turned to face the others. But before we firm plans, is there anyone else who would like to stay? Kral saw one arm rise, and his mouth dropped in surprise. Mogwyd stood behind Elena with his hand in the air. Elena shut her ears from the raised voices around her. The small crook-tailed rat nuzzled deeper into the warmth of her embrace. She, too, wished to burrow somewhere away from all this commotion. She stared at the wrap of foliage on her left arm. Tugging at a coil of vine, she followed to where it burrowed into her flesh. Because of this mossy growth, the team was falling apart. As Kral had said, without access to her magics, she was just useless baggage, a burden to those around her. She wiped back a tear. In just a night, all she had practiced, learned, and accomplished was now nothing. The Witch was gone. She was again only a child to be watched over and protected. She had thought the long journey here had forged her spirit into something more, honed her sharper than the scared girl who had fled through the burning orchards of Winterfell, but now that her powers had been stripped from her, what she discovered was that all her maturing had been only as a witch. The woman was still the same scared girl. Kral's gruff voice drew her eyes. Mogwyd, there is no need for you to stay. Of what use are you? The shapeshifter stood straight before the others' stares. Exactly. Of what use am I? Am I of any more use in accompanying Elena? I am not a warrior who can protect her. But I do have eyes and ears. And here in Shadowbrook I can be of use. I can search for signs of Marek just as well as either of you, even better than Tolchuk. Are you going to let this monstrous Ojiri wander through town making inquiries and searching for clues to Marek's whereabouts by himself? I don't think that's a wise course. If Marek is to be found quickly, which he must if the Elven is to have any chance of avoiding the corruption of the Seeker's touch, then as many eyes and ears as possible will be needed on these streets. You will need me. Elena will not. Mogwyd trembled slightly. Whether from the intensity of his conviction or simple nervousness, Elena was not sure. Elena sniffed back her tears. Though she may not have grown on this journey, the shapeshifter had. The cowering, mousy man had developed a certain pride and willfulness, even a nobility. Why? Tolchuk asked him. Why risk yourself? Mogwyd's tight shoulders sagged slightly. His voice lost some of its firm resolve. I claim no great brazenness of spirit. In fact, if fighting is needed, I will most likely run. I am no warrior. It was my weakness and fears that drove me from my guard of the warehouse when the demon rats came. In some small way, it was my cowardice that allowed Marek to be captured. I would at least like a chance to correct my mistake. Marek is more than just a companion to me. Since saving his life, he and Elena are the only two who have shown me true friendship. He smiled thinly at Elena. And right now, I am of no use to the Witch. I never was. Elena opened her mouth to protest. The shapeshifter had offered her many a kind word, boosting her spirit when it was low. Mogwyd held a hand toward her and continued speaking. But here in Shadowbrook, I can perhaps offer what is needed to save Marek, an extra pair of eyes and ears. Errol stared at Mogwyd with a measure of respect. You argue your point well, he said. Maybe it is best for you to stay, Mogwyd. The shapeshifter bowed his head slightly in Erril's direction. Elena saw Fardale's amber eyes flash at Mogwyd. She caught a part of the wolf's sending. The rut of a litter faces the snake without trembling. Fardale was proud of his brother. Mogweed's cheeks flushed. He turned away from the wolf, apparently embarrassed by the praise. Myself finally spoke, ending the long discussion. It is late. Dawn nears, and we could all use some rest before the day's trials tomorrow. For once this night, no one argued. Lost in their own private thoughts, everyone began drifting to their own beds. Elena stood up, heading for her cot in the next room, but Mysel's voice stopped her. Elena glanced back at her. Mycel stood before Kral, her writing packs over one shoulder. Take this. You may need it. Kral stared sourly at what her palm held. He glanced up into her eyes. Then I'll need two, he said. In case I do find Merrick. Nodding, Mycel reached into a pocket of her writing pack. Elena turned away, her heart shuddering. She recognized the pair of objects Aunt Mai was giving Kral, two jade pendants carved in the shape of tiny vials. Later that night, as the other members were settled into their beds, Mogweed still fiddled with his bags atop his cot, checking to be sure he had what he would need for the days ahead. As he fished through the contents, he pushed aside a dog's muzzle made of iron. Long ago, he had collected it from the remains of the sniffer that had attacked Fardale in the Ojiri's mountain domain. The chains clinked as Mogweed moved it aside. He glanced up. No eyes turned in his direction. As he continued his search, his fingers brushed against the black stone of a shallow bowl buried deep in his personal pack. Mogweed had discovered the artifact among Vera and I's belongings in the foothill camp and had stolen it. At his touch, the bowl grew colder, almost icy. There was something strangely thrilling about its stone surface. Still, he pushed the bowl aside. He did not know if the iron muzzle or the bowl would ever prove useful, but he was a pack rat and collected what interested him. He continued his search. His fingers wormed through the other contents, a moldy acorn from the dead Rimwood forest, a broken string from Nayland's lute, a sliver of windstone from Merrick, given as a thank you for saving his life. Finally, he discovered what he wanted, a small hide satchel hidden in the deepest corner of his pack. His fingers wrapped around the bulging pouch. He had not lost it. He clasped his prize a moment, not even daring to remove the satchel to confirm its contents. He could not risk someone seeing him. He allowed himself a small smile in the darkness. His interminable wait was finally over. The time to act had finally come. Though he didn't know how his other collectibles would ever prove useful, here was something that would prove invaluable. With a seeker here in Shadowbrook, someone close to the lord of this land, Mogweed sensed a rare opportunity. If he could guide this seeker to Elena, give the Witch over to the Dark Lord while her magics were choked by the vines, then perhaps as a boon, this king of black magics might break the curse on Mogweed's body, freeing his trapped spirit to shift again, to embrace his Aceluron heritage and finally be free of his twin brother. For a moment, he thought of Fardale. He remembered his brother's praise for his decision to stay. A flash of shame passed through his heart, but he hardened his will. Fardale was a fool. Time was running short. If they didn't find a way to rid their bodies of the curse, then in less than 4 moons their forms would settle forever into their current shapes. Mogweed stared down at his wand figure. That must not happen. He let the satchel drop back into his pack. He must be brave these next few days. He must find this seeker hidden behind these demon rats and offer what he held in his pack, the shorn hair of Elena, proof of a Witch. 18. From the end of the longest pier, Elena stared at the river. The dawn was too bright and cheery for such a somber departing, mocking the heavy hearts gathered at Shadowbrook's docks. The night storms had washed away the early morning fog, and sunlight sparkled on the wide expanse of the river, a green snake that twisted toward where the sun rose. Across the river, a pair of alabaster cranes took flight, the tips of their wide wings tapping the water as they flew low across the sluggish current. Tall, bobbing reeds waved in the calm delta breezes that traveled up from the distant coast. Elena caught even a scent of sea salt in the crisp morning. She drew her cloak tighter around her. The morning still had an edge of the night's chill, but from the clear skies, the summer sun would soon bake away the slight nip in the air. Behind her, the town was already awake, intruding on the peace of the river morning. The gruff shouts of barge captains cracked across the waters as bales and crates were loaded. Snatches of work songs rose like vapors from the river as dockmen hauled cargo and sailors secured the barges that were due to set sail today. The excited voices of passengers and families were like so many chirping birds around Elena. Yet one voice broke through the cacophony. Kral was speaking to Eril. "So you'll take the river to the coast? To the city of Land's End?" Mycel answered him, interrupting any response from the plainsman. "Our specific plans are best left to our own. If you're captured, well," she did not have to finish her statement. If captured, their plans could be tortured or magicked from Kral. At these words, a sudden worry arose in Elena. She turned her back on the bright river and faced the others clustered on the dock. "If they don't know where we're going," she said, drawing their attention, "how will we ever meet up again?" "I've been thinking on that," Eril said. "If we must travel separate paths," Mycel said dismissively. "It's too risky. If we meet by luck, then we meet. If not," Mycel shrugged. Elena stared at Kral, Tolchuk, and Mogweed. Tears choked her words. "But, Eril placed a hand on Elena's arm. "Hear me out first." He stared at Mycel, then fished a folded map from a pocket and knelt on the ironwood dock. Spreading the map, he pinned it to the wood with one of his throwing daggers. The delta breeze tugged at the parchment's edges. "Gather around me. Careful what you say, plainsman," Mycel warned as she came closer. Eril scowled at her. He used a second dagger to gesture vaguely to his map. "I have a friend who lives on a lonely stretch of the coast, I won't say precisely where. That is where I plan to take Elena. We will rest, then hire a boat to travel to the archipelago." He raised his eyes to the trio who would remain behind to search for Merrick. With his dagger, he pointed to a small town on the coast, its name scrawled in tiny letters. Elena leaned down closer to read the name, Port Royal. "If we make it to safety," Eril continued, "this is our rendezvous. In exactly 1 moon's time, I will send Mycel to look for you in Port Royal." "I know that place," Kral said with a scowl. "Swamptown. Not an easy place to meet." "I've been there before," Mycel said. A hard glint entered her eyes, confirming the mountain man's words. Elena studied the map, understanding now how the town had earned its nickname. The city was nestled in the center of the Drownlands, a pie-shaped wedge of coastline that lay lower than the surrounding countryside. Fed by rivers flowing down into it from the higher lands, it looked to be a desolate, inhospitable region of bogs, fens, and swamps, bordered to the east by brackish coastal marshes and locked from the higher lands of Odyssey by a ring of towering cliffs called the landslip. From anything she had ever heard, only the foolhardy traveled those poisonous, snake-infested lands. The only town that laid claim to this territory was Port Royal. Even Elena had heard tales of Swamptown. With its natural isolation and easy access to the maze of the archipelago islands, it had become a haven for thieves, cutthroats, and those simply wishing to disappear from the world. It was less a town than a shabby gathering place for pirates and other hard men. Murderous tales of the warring castes that ruled the town and its ill-gotten bounties had thrilled many a cold winter's night for Elena and her brother. "Why meet there?" Kral asked sourly. He cradled his bandaged hand. "No one asks questions in Port Royal," Eril answered. "Curiosity gets one killed in Swamptown." It was an old adage. Those words ended many tragic tales about the town. "And where should we meet?" Tolchuk asked. "Do you know an inn?" "None I would dare recommend," Eril said. "Just find a spot and wait. Mycel will search you out with her seeker's instinct." He glanced up at the woman to confirm his statement. Mycel nodded. I'll also be able to tell if any of you've been corrupted here in Shadowbrook. The stench of black magics is easy to sniff on one who has been turned. Elena straightened from her crouch over the map. Then you'll do it, Aunt Mai? If I must. Eril's plan is sound enough. If these others become tainted, I will know it from a distance and avoid contact. Even if they catch me in some trap, she fingered the pendant through her thin shirt. They will learn nothing from me. Her words both chilled and comforted Elena. Since she and Joach had been chased from their home in Winterfell, this motley band had become her family. She did not want to see them cast to the winds, separated forever. Still, as much as the thought of reuniting with the others bolstered her spirit, the way Mycel clutched the poison pendant spoke of the danger that lay ahead for all of them. Eril yanked free his dagger and refolded his map. We should be loading on the barge now, he said, staring meaningfully at the others. Kral nodded and stepped away. Even the name of their barge had been kept a secret from the others. Tolchuk and Mogwai began to follow Kral. Wait! Elena ran up to Kral and wrapped her arms around his waist, hugging him tight. The mountain man was so wide that her arms could not reach completely around him. She leaned her cheek into his belly. Come back to me, she whispered to his belt. Kral's voice thickened. No tears, Elena. He patted her head with his good hand, then broke her embrace and knelt before her. My people are nomads. When we break our winter's camp, we don't say teary goodbyes to each other. We say Tabak Nori Solkorum. Elena wiped at the tears in her eyes. What does that mean? Kral placed a finger on Elena's chest. You are in my heart until the roads wind us back home. Sniffing, Elena could not trust her voice. She just nodded and hugged him again. Then she went to the others. Tolchuk whispered in her ear as she hugged him, his breath tickling her neck. I'll watch over them. They will come to no harm. Elena smiled gratefully at him. She left him so he could say his goodbyes to Mycel. Mother and son had spoken alone for a good part of the night, and Mycel's eyes now shone brightly with threatened tears as they hugged. Elena approached Mogwai. The shapeshifter was his usual awkward self, plainly uncomfortable with her attention. He squeezed her once and stepped back. He nodded to his brother, touching Fardale briefly on his head before retreating. Mogwai's eyes met Elena's for a brief moment. We will meet again, he said. Though his words were meant to reassure, Elena had a sudden foreboding. Here on this dock was the end of something. From here, different fires would forge each of them. When next they met, none would be the same. Fardale nudged at her hand, and she upsetly scratched him behind an ear. The wolf sensed her pain and wished to share it. Beside her, Eril and Mycel stared as the others left the docks and headed into the streets of Shadowbrook. Tabak Nori Solkorum, Elena whispered as she lost sight of her friends.